This is the home of champions, karting Genk. Who knows how it's going to unfold here in Belgium? Mini, junior and senior X30 contenders are going to be battling for the title, and we can expect nail-biting drama all the way.
Martinez for the lead! Martinez wins a karting Genk! Let's find out! Here we go! Dual character! He wins the karting Genk! Away we go racing! Ruben Moyer's going to win!
Welcome to Genk, a Belgian province of Limburg on the Albert Canal, one of the most important industrial towns in Flanders between Antwerp and Liège. It used to be home to the Ford Motor Company's plant, where the Mondeo, the Galaxy and the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth were built. Genk is also home to jazz festivals, art exhibitions and the May celebrations, celebrating the flowers of the nation. And Genk is the gateway to the Flanders National Park. 24% of the local community is derived from Turkey, Italy and Greece. And in fact, Genk has the largest Turkish community in Belgium. So you'll always find a decent shawarma restaurant in town. The city is twinned with Cieszyn in Poland, Isparta in Turkey and even Francistown in Botswana. And KRC Genk are 4-time Belgian Pro League football champions and a 5-time Belgian Cup winner. Karting Genk has hosted FIA Karting World titles 3 times and the European Championship on several more occasions. It also features a corporate karting circuit, a motocross track, and the Genk Model Car Club for radio-controlled cars. And the circuit often runs all 4 circuits at once. 1.36 kilometers in length, the kart circuit is between 8 and 13 meters in width, and drivers experience almost 2G in some of the bends. It's fast but technical with lots of overtaking opportunities, and whilst rain is common, drainage is fast. Trophies are given to the top 3 drivers and the winning team in Mini, Junior and Senior X30 in the final. And here this weekend, the top 3 in the Euro Series will also be honoured, with the top 3 drivers winning a ticket to the IAME Warriors final at Portimao in October. Jenson Button and Max Verstappen both grew up on this racetrack, and world champion Fernando Alonso won his Junior Karting World Cup title here in 1996. In the Mini X30 category this weekend, Jesse Phillips leads on 78 points, 16 clear of Archie Lovett, although he struggled in qualifying. Dan Alleman is 31 points back, and he got pole position in group. Third in the championship is very close though, between Alleman, Kanish Grau, Max Endicott and Benjamin Manach, just 7 points between them all. In junior, Freddie Lloyd, the British driver, can't be caught in the title race, so it's all about the battle for second. Rocco Coronel and Cahal Clark, the 2 Victory Lane karting teammates, are tied, with Harry Bartle, Alexis Constant and Thomas Kinsey all able to beat them both. In Senior X30, well, it's the closest ever title battle. Ruben Moyer and Carly Atkins are tied at the top. Sam Shaw is 10 points back, Eduardo Vila is 18 points back. And mathematically, there are still 5 more drivers in contention. Sam Balota, Ellie Goldstein, Ian Eichmans, Eloy Gonzalez and Finn McLaughlin. The top 9 in the standings can all still mathematically win at this stage. Last year, Ruben Moyer led home a Pantano 1-2, and Ellie Goldstein won the title by 3 points in Senior X30, despite only finishing the final in P29. Gilles Caranta won the junior title with a win in the final. Tibor Ramakers and Sasha Van Padbosch were on the podium. And Alex Martinez gave George Gibbons Motorsport their first final win in IAME Euro in the Mini category, with Dan Alleman and Senna Munier on the podium, and Dan Kelleher of Ireland becoming champion. Unless Goldstein pulls off a miracle here at home, we'll have 3 new champions in 2023. There are 97 seniors, 44 juniors and 52 minis, with 193 races from 30 nations across Europe and Asia. Yesterday in Friday qualifying, it was Eddie Goldstein, Eduardo Vila and Sam Balota that topped the sessions in qualifying yesterday on a wet track, and the 2 TB kart drivers converted their pole to wins in the opening heats, with Ian Eichmans giving his family team a win in the final heat of the evening. In junior, Cahal Clark turned a tough day in the rain into pole position ahead of Tibor Ramakers, who triumphed in his group on home soil to set up a fabulous battle for the last junior race of the year. And it was a tough day in qualifying for the British title contenders in Mini, with Jesse Phillips P4 and Archie Lovett P19. But Dan Alleman topped his group to go second fastest. The outright pole position went to Jana Racing youngster Matteo Rivals of France, his first ever at this level. So with the stage all set, it's time to kick off for the final round of the IAME Euro Series, promoted by RGMMC at Karting Genk, the home of champions, live on motorsport.tv and across YouTube. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me is Anthony Jordan. What a weekend it's set to be, mate.
It certainly is. Really looking forward to this one. And hello and good morning to everyone joining us from around the world here at the venue as well. A look at the track that we're racing at, the home of champions, Karting Genk, 1,360 metres, 12 turns in total, 7 to the right, 5 to the left. This is a roller coaster of a circuit. It's fast, it's demanding, and certainly a fantastic venue to host the finale of the championship this year. Really looking forward to it. And like you were saying, so close in the championship. So many drivers have a chance of being crowned the IAME Euro Series champion in Mini and in Senior. Junior's been settled with Freddie Lloyd, but it's certainly going to be an exciting one here. The track and the weather today is absolutely perfect. The temperature has risen, the sun is shining compared to what we had yesterday, which was an absolute deluge. Half the track was completely flooded, so today, much different story, and I think these drivers are absolutely primed and ready to go racing. And there you can see the first race is ready to get going. It is qualifying heat B and C.
It certainly is. I was speaking just briefly before we went live to Luca Griggs and Henki Kalteren, who were out there in the warm-up this morning. I said, how much has the circuit changed overnight? They said, well, the surface is drier. The grass, however, is still soaking wet, and it's very, very tricky. If you go even offline by a couple of inches, it is going to be very tricky to cope with. So, straight into the battles we go then. X30 Senior qualifying heat B versus C is going to be the first order of business. As you can see, there is 0 probability of rain today. Tomorrow, however, is a very different story. But it's a high humidity today, and it feels like 17 degrees Celsius thanks to that southwesterly wind that's coming through across the circuit. It is partially cloudy in patches, with a wind speed of 12.5 kilometers an hour, topping 19.5 gusts. It could be very tricky, especially considering on a circuit like Karting Genk, where slipstream is everything and crosswinds can be a challenge. It really will be a tricky one. The 3-minute board goes up, so time to hear from the man who will start this first race of the day from pole position. It was a great day in qualifying yesterday for the TB kart squad. Not only did Eli Goldstein top the times in his group, but Edoardo Villa, the Italian, topped his as well. Edoardo Villa, 2 sessions in Senior X30 qualifying so far and 2 TB karts right up at the top. What a fantastic start. Tell us what it was like out there.
Yeah, I didn't really expect to be on pole position because we struggled a lot to find the right setup here in the rain. In all the sessions before, I was like 1 second off of the pace. So didn't expect at all to be here, but yeah, I'm happy. We look forward to the race, also to Sunday, because will be difficult to win the championship, but we still can do it. The weather will be like rain, dry, so we will have to be prepared in all conditions and try to do our best.
You've always gone very well here at Karting Genk in the past, so obviously an opportunity here to rise forward and come good for TB Kart is obviously the main target. How likely do you think that is in the mixed conditions of Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, will be for sure a difficult thing to do, but yeah, we will give our best as always and try to win. Yeah.
And obviously knowing that your teammate is also in pole position, it means that the kart is strong. What are the chances of staying there? Is it going to be hard to keep the lead, or will you be able to find a setup that keeps you at the front?
In the dry we were like fast, more on the dry than in the rain. Also my teammate Eli was fast. We will see later in the weekend.
Well, it's a perfect start. Keep it up, Edoardo, and hopefully we'll see you on Sunday in the podium too.
Okay, thank you.
Edoardo Villa, the king of Castelletto, twice over. And of course, last time that he raced in this circuit in the European Championships, he was on the podium. So he did a fantastic job here in the past. Edoardo Villa, definitely one of the stars of yesterday as well, turned his pole position in group into a heat win. So very interesting to see what he can do. There is Finn McLaughlin, the man who will start from... Oh, sorry, that's Sam Balota, his teammate, who is starting on the front row of the starting grid. Apologies, Sam. I know he's going to gripe me for that one later. But of course, he was the winner of the International Open back in 2018, so he is definitely one of the contenders to watch for in IAME Senior X30. His teammate Finn McLaughlin starting on the second row just behind him. And then Matthijs Meerschout, the Belgian for the Barbier racing team, one of the newest squads in X30. So let's talk you through the grid. Eduardo Vila and Sam Balota, Finn McLaughlin and Matthijs Meerschout, Florent Dierda and Angelo Melli from Sacha Batkoen and Mieke Vos, then Ilias Provoost and Sam Shaw, Luca Desgrange and Laurits Sacher from Hugo Brun and Victor Louis, Casper Norman and Mirko Wouters. Then in behind them, it is Yatik Ardin and Charles Lambert, then Alex Meur and Raphael Perrard, Julian Carmen and Farhad Alkhaled, Otto Pikkanen and Louis Johnston Kool, Matteo Giaccardi and Li Mingyang, Lars Venink and Abdullah Kamel, then Nolan Dubois, Solan Nanol, Mark Granada and Faisal Al-Yafel making his debut in karting at this level, having been a gamer in the Middle East up to this point. That is a big challenge for him.
It certainly is a big challenge, but we've seen it before, and, you know, it's always good to see, you know, people coming through from the sim racing world into real-world racing, because they have got benefits and they have got skills that they can bring across into the sport. So, you know, I do wholeheartedly appreciate any sim racers who are out there who watch this or watch any form of motorsport to try their best to get involved in it, because you certainly do learn a lot when in a sim. And a lot of these drivers do sim racing themselves as well to brush up on their skills. You know, there's a lot of karting sims out there as well with very high definition layouts of circuits around Europe and the UK. So, you know, you can get involved in that one. There, our race director this weekend, Martin Bean, who looks pretty wrapped up, but that's understandable as he lives in, where does he live? Dubai?
He does indeed.
Yeah, he lives in Dubai. So, yeah, every time he comes to Europe, he's always cold.
Indeed, yeah. He almost forgets how chilly it is out here, but for him, 17 degrees is a little bit nippy. For the rest of the drivers, they've also been struggling in the cold conditions, particularly yesterday. We're not kidding, folks. The rain yesterday was of biblical proportions. We would have been forgiven for expecting Noah in his ark to filter along down the bypass yesterday. Yep. It was that wet and that sodden. We had all sorts of thunder and lightning and massive, massive rain showers that went from about 7:45 through till about 1 o'clock yesterday.
But it was hot as well. It was 23 degrees, and
yeah.
it was really uncomfortable yesterday. So I can only imagine how it was for the drivers with all their gear on as well. So certainly today, though, much better conditions for them. Air temps a little bit cooler as well, so that'll be good for the engines, and I think we'll be primed, ready to go for this one. I'm curious to see what's going to happen in this one, because Eduardo Vila yesterday in his first race heat, he did take the race win. I'll be curious to see if we can replicate that today.
And Balota from pole position in yesterday's qualifying heat dropped all the way back to P7, so he's really got to redeem himself in this one. Across the line, are we going to go racing straight away? We do! Good start from Finn McLaughlin, tucked up behind Eduardo Vila, and Balota's going to have to slot into P3, so he does. Around the outside comes Matthijs Meerschout, trying to move his way through, a little bit of jostling. Lots of drivers trying their luck on the inside, hoping to get through. At that point, it's about 9 meters wide through turn 1, so they've got to be very careful that they manage to get every cart through. They slide in up through turn 4 and up to the hairpin at turn 6. This is where things are going to get pretty tricky, but again, everybody has kept it together. And already Matthijs Meerschout trying to fend off from the aggressive Sam Shaw, who has had another lightning start in the premium karting machine. He was absolutely rapid yesterday, and he's done it again today. He knows he's only 10 points off the championship lead, and he could become IAME Euro Series champion tomorrow.
Yeah, Sam Shaw, who now dives down the inside to move up into P3. Nice little move there as they make their way down in towards turn number 12 now for the first time. Yeah, he finished 4th yesterday after starting in P10, so sides his way through the field, and he's done exactly the same here as well now. Down they go past the start-finish line. Yeah, Sam Shaw up to 4th place. Now McLaughlin's up into 2nd place as well. So it's Vila from McLaughlin, Balota from Shaw, Meerschout from Denier. Then it's Ryder there in 7th place from Prevost. Then it's Sacher in 9th. And Batkoen is there in 10th place. It's very, very close here, still in the early stages of this race, as everyone looks to the inside. And once again, Sam Shaw back down the inside to retake P4.
I mean, mathematically, there are 9 drivers that can win this title at this phase, but speaking to Eddie Goldstein yesterday, he said there's realistically only 3 drivers in this. Ruben Moya, Carly Atkins, and Sam Shaw, who are covered by just 10 points. Look at the shuffle there as Dierda tries to get the move on the inside line. And Florent Dierda is going to have to back out on that one. Ilias Provoost in the pink Renault racing machine trying to come forward. That is the team that is, of course, masterminded by last year's IWF Master winner, Fabrice Freit. So they're going to continue to make good moves there. And out through the final turn, that is a good move on the inside from the 279 of Dierda to get the move on Desgrange. And there's been an incident up at the carousel. Now, Everybody's gone from the scene, but they have triggered the barriers. Now, that could end up coming to a penalty, because if you hit those bollards on the way through, that incurs track limits. So you've got to be very careful about that.
If he did it by themselves, if they were assisted or anything, you can forgive that slightly. It's an accident, you know, things happen. So we'll have to see what happens from that one. But the carousel is a pinch point, isn't it, down there? I suspect, and we're still early stages, I suspect there may have been some assistance.
Yeah, almost certainly. Shaw and Meerschout currently dueling for fourth position, sorry. Deerder is closing in on them. Elias Provost and then Desgrange. Laurent Sacher has moved up to 8th place. He was rapid in the first half of the heat yesterday, and then it just all fell away in the closing stages. But up the inside, is it? No. Meerschout taking his time about making the move on the inside of Sam Shaw. But Shaw is definitely a contender for the championship this weekend. Up the inside, though, comes Meerschout, and Shaw decides to let him go on this occasion. He can always get him back again later in the race. It's an 11-lap heat, and there's a lot that can still happen over the course of this race. Such different conditions compared to what we saw, and into the pits comes Raphael Perard.
Yep.
So the T3M Sport driver pulling out of the race, and I don't think Nolan Dubois came through. And now Dubois is going to cross the line, so big problems for those two. They must have got involved in an incident somewhere, as they have now dropped to the back.
Well, one would suggest it was probably at the carousel.
Potentially.
After we saw those barriers being sorted out, so that would make the most sense. But Sam Shaw now dropping off the back of Meerschout there, who is starting to pull away. Can he close up that gap, though? About 1.2 seconds from himself and Sam Balota. McLaughlin still there in second place from Eduardo Villa, but still eyes are on the entire field, because it looks like they've found their pace now.
Well, I tell you what, somebody may have suggested to Finn McLaughlin that 9th position in the championship with only a mathematical chance of taking it is a long shot. Nobody seems to have convinced Finn McLaughlin of that, though, as he is pushing it big time. We've had an incident out the final turn. One of the Eichmann's carts went off there into the pit exit. That's Mirko Wouters. So Wouters ended up having a problem in the final turn.
Oh, and that's an exhaust, if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, somebody's got a broken exhaust. It wouldn't at all surprise me if that was either Wouters or Dubois. But you can hear that for yourself, folks, and that's when the exhaust manifold essentially comes loose on the back of the cart.
I stand by my statement of the fact that I absolutely love the sound of a car when it's got no exhaust on it.
It sounds amazing, but unfortunately, you know that that's when the cart is in trouble. So big problems for one of the competitors out there. We'll figure out who it is sooner rather than later, but that won't escape the attentions of Martin Bean, the race director, either. So they'll pick that up fairly quickly. Finn McLaughlin is all over the back of Eduardo Villa. He may only have a mathematical chance to stay in this fight, but he is pushing his way forward to try and make it happen, as Sacha Batkoun appears to have disappeared.
I think that's the exhaust, because Sacha Batkoun has just come into the pit lane. There he is on screen, and just, yeah, devastating there.
Yeah, very unfortunate indeed for Sacha Batkoun, one of the newer faces in the IAME Euro Series, only just stepping up from the French National Championship to come into the Euro Series this weekend for Victory Lane Karting, but very unfortunate for Sacha Batkoun to suddenly fall away, and that's a very disappointing trudge back to the awning. Now, a battle raging here with the FA kart just in front, battling away for position. This is Charles Lambert, I do believe, hanging on in front of Louis Desgrange, as Raphael Perard has got a warning flag despite pulling in to retire. So obviously that comes with a 5-second penalty. Not that that will make any difference to his race at all, because he's already retired from it. But still, the penalty has to apply if it is warranted. Look at McLaughlin hustling Eduardo Villa, but not making that banzai move. He has been such a great driver at learning, at soaking up the knowledge. There used to be a time, certainly in his mini and junior days, when he would see a gap and just launch for it, hang the consequences. Now, he is such a measured, such a regulated driver. He knows how to keep the discipline in check, and he knows exactly when to catch his opponents unawares.
Yeah, it certainly is, but right now, latching on to the back of Eduardo Villa, the two of them are starting to break away from Balota, because that gap's now increased to 1.3. Crucially, that's allowed Meerschout to close in on Balota, so the battle for third is starting to kick off here as Balota is under pressure, and I'm just seeing there, look at the body language from Meerschout there, who just he tucks his head behind the steering wheel. He's pushing the kart forward as much as possible. Really is pushing it. There they are on your screen, and that gap has come down considerably.
Yeah, it's great to see the BRS team really starting to push on now in the IAME Euro Series. you always get these teams that have decided to make the launch out of their national or regional championships and then think, right, we can take on the Euro Series now. We've got the knowledge, we've got the expertise. We can try and take on some of the big teams now. We saw it happen with TB, we saw it happen with Premium, and now we're seeing it with BRS as they challenge the established guard. Eduardo Villa still running in front of Finn McLaughlin. Italy versus Ireland. There's an interesting confrontation that has seen rivalry from everything from soccer to racing. And there is another problem. That is the Eichmann's 389 gone.
That's Min Yang Li.
It is indeed. So the Chinese driver who is based in Italy these days, Li Mingyang, very unfortunate indeed for the EGP racing team driver. He's gone, and that's pushing up the daisies, almost literally.
Yeah, that is a bit of a disaster, and that's some deep... Well, it'll be absolutely soaking out there as well, so even if you manage to get it going, you know, those tyres will be absolutely stone cold now.
He's not the only one. There's another one that's gone as well up at the far end of the course. So we've got a second driver on the back straight. You can see that kart there in position. Or is that still Min Yang Li from that far side?
I think that's still, yeah.
It was a fantastic angle. I thought that was in the midfield of the circuit rather than on the back straight. So great work to the camera crew. They completely caught me off guard there. Good work.
Only a couple of laps left in this one. And running a little bit wide there was Sam Balota.
That's me a shout in front of Balota, isn't it?
Yeah,
he's got through. So he's made his way into third position now. He's not quite going to have the chance to catch up to Finn McLaughlin and Eduardo Villa unless McLaughlin goes for the move, which he does at turn one. Has he got through? Yes, he has. So Finn McLaughlin takes the lead then on Eduardo Villa. That's the perfect timing in karting. You don't want to get it done midway through the race. Into the penultimate lap, that's when you really want to make the big move, because then your driver behind has got very little time to come back at you, and you can defend fairly rapidly for about a lap and a half. Any more than that, you really start to overstress the tyres. But this is good work from Finn McLaughlin. Perfect timing.
I mean, a lap and a half is still a lot of time, really, in karting sense. So he might go for a move, but pushing the limits there is McLaughlin, just using all the track and more, actually, just there as well. So, yeah, he's really trying to push that cut right to the ragged edge, and he is doing so. And actually, I'd say he's pulling a gap, but Eduardo Villa there tucks down the inside. Now watch for the slipstream here. He'll tuck in as much as he can. McLaughlin checks over the shoulder. Is he going to pull out of the slipstream here into turn one? No, he's not, as they go on to the final lap, but they do go side by side here. Now McLaughlin's going to have to worry about the switch over here from Eduardo Villa, but he just can't get that TB kart down the inside.
He did his best, but McLaughlin was ready for him, so he pulled the kart nice and tight into the inside of turn one. He'll get another opportunity down the back straight. McLaughlin moves to cover. Here we go. Defensive tactics from the Irishman, trying to keep Eduardo Villa, the king of Castelletto, behind him as they run through. Here's the opportunity. No, you don't, says Finn McLaughlin. Try again. You've got to come up with something much better than that to catch me half asleep. They come off of turn 8 and then up towards the cafe corner. Again, McLaughlin shot in the door. Here comes Mattis Michaud. He could snatch something here. This is exactly how you get yourself back into contention. He's going to have the final turn to try and slingshot. He nudges Villa, trying to get past him, but that's all fair and foul for Finn McLaughlin. He gets the victory. Perfect timing for the Irishman. Gets through on Villa. Michaud tried his best, but he couldn't get through. Work of genius from Finn McLaughlin. His timing was absolutely exquisite.
Yeah, that was some good racing there from the drivers. Like to say, absolutely tooth and nail. First race of the day as well, and they deliver quite a breathtaking example of how it is done. And certainly for Finn McLaughlin, he'll be happy with that one for the start of the day. He takes the race win then from Eduardo Villa and Mattis Michaud, who finishes there in P3. Sam Shaw, though, still an impressive drive, finishing in P4, 6 positions gained. And that is 2 P4 finishes for Sam Shaw over this weekend. Consistency is key. But for Finn McLaughlin, yesterday a third, today a win. Can he maintain that momentum going through the rest of the day? Groups B and C will be out later on today with the different races, so stay tuned for that one. Certainly a very exciting one. Sam Balota at the end of that one, unfortunately dropping down into P5 from his original starting spots. Laurent Chacha with a good run, finishing in P6 from Ilias Prevost. Florent Drida finishing in 8th place from Charles Lambert, and Victor Louise running out at the top 10. There is a look at the provisional classification at the end of qualifying Heat B and C. Remember, plenty more races to go. And all these results that you see on your screen are, of course, provisional, post or pending scrutineering. Certainly an exciting start to the day. We'll be heading down to Parc Fermé shortly to get a quick live chat with possibly our heat winner from that one. Not too sure. Jake Sanson on his way down there, but certainly a good start to the day. Qualifying heat 5, Group D and E will be next. That is due to head out to the circuit at around 10 past 10, which is in around 5 minutes' time. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from that one because, well, the start itself, very, very good from Eduardo Villa, holding on to that race lead, defending from Balota. McLaughlin would get the second place spot, though, through turn 1, as well as Michaut would try to dive it down the inside. There was a little bit of a concertina effect as well in the midfield, while everyone was just trying to find their piece of track. But it was certainly a very good start once again for Sam Shaw, who was instantly up in that fighting spot as they were battling away with everyone else there. Angelo Mello as well as Florent Dreider also involved in that scrap. But certainly as the race progressed, you would certainly see the battles start to sort themselves out, and Mathis Michaut would get back past in front of Sam Shaw and would go on the hunt to try and close up the gap towards Sam Balota, which he would eventually do. We saw that the barriers had moved at the carousel. We weren't sure how that had happened. This may give us an insight of how that happened, as though, yeah, that was the moment, actually, that we lost Ian Lee, who went off the track. So it was actually contact. It wasn't a breakdown, and that's how he ended up so far away. That was the move for the race lead, and Finn McLaughlin getting it done through turn at number 1 and having to defend that one all the way to the end of the race, and that allowed, with those defensive moves, Mathis Michaut to close back in, and it was a very close battle for second place, but McLaughlin would take it from Eduardo Villa. Mathis Michaut, who would finish in third place from Sam Shaw, Sam Balota, Loret Sasha, and Ilias Ravo running out the top 7. Several positions gained on that one, couple of retirements as well, which is a bit annoying. But we're ready down in Parc Fermé. Jake Sanson, over to you.
Perfect start here at Karting Genk, and we're with the man who's taken the victory in the first qualifying heat of the day. Finn McLaughlin, perfect timing getting that move done into the penultimate lap. It was very tricky from there. It looked like you were on a qualifying lap trying to get away from him.
Yeah, Villas was really consistent throughout the whole race, so I needed to try my best to do perfect every lap. And on lap 9, it came towards him, perfect toe on the straight, and had to do him then for the win.
Now, at the end of the day yesterday, you did a qualifying heat and were right up towards the top 5. It's changed completely in terms of temperatures and conditions. Yesterday it was 22, 23. Now it's about 17. It's a lot cooler. How is that making the tyres go a little bit further into the races?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't notice much difference, but when you're driving, you just try to do the best you can and save the tyre and get the best result out of what you can do, so that's all I can say.
So 2 races in and 3 to go. It's looking pretty decent so far, but the VDK seems to have the pace everywhere. This must be really good confidence heading into the pre-final tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm happy with everything that's going on, so we'll see how it goes tomorrow and go on with the rest of the day and try to do as best as I can. So, yeah.
Okay, well, good luck. Everybody back home in Ireland must be loving it. Great job so far, Finn. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent. Fantastic work from Finn McLaughlin. It's early days, of course, but after 2 races out of the 5 for each senior X30 driver so far, he's certainly in a good mindset and the kart is working well. So back up to the tower with Anthony Jordan, and we'll see how things are looking ready ahead of the next one.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, indeed. Good to chat to Finn McLaughlin there. Looking very comfortable with the setup of the kart. Next race, though, about to get underway. Looking forward to this one. Eki Kaltonen and Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya, one of the drivers who is fighting for the championship this weekend. Like we say, reminder of the points on this one. Moya leading at the moment, but it is joint on points with Callum Atkins, Sam Shaw and Eduardo Villa in the top 4 spots. Certainly going to be an exciting one. But for Heikki Kaltonen here, yesterday, P4 in his first qualifying session as well. Had a bit of trouble in the free practice, I think, with a couple of laps being taken away. But certainly, it all went well in the qualifying heats. He starts this one on that top spot as the boards go up ready to get the drivers ready for this one. Just behind as well, Fred Green and Alessandro Tedesca, certainly who had a good day. It was 8th for Fred Green yesterday in the first race. For Alessandro, it was a P2, so certainly having a good run for them as well. Callum Atkins, who is in the fight for this one, Ruben Moore just behind. Qualifying wasn't the best, didn't go too great. He's there on the 3rd row, so it was still okay, but yesterday's qualifying heat finished an impressive P2 in the tricky conditions. So Atkins certainly knows what he needs to do this weekend. Delano Wellens, who starts this one on the 3rd row. First race didn't go well. 25th place for Delano Wellens. Very unfortunate. There, though, on your screens, Heikki Kaltonen yesterday, P4 in the first race, and they're in the sunshine here at karting Genk. Looks absolutely fabulous with that helmet design as he primes himself ready to get going for this one. It is going to be an exciting one. He's in the middle of a championship battle. And for Heikki Kaltonen, who at the moment sits not very high up in the point standings, has got that battle ahead of him. He's 10th in the championship standings. But here we go. Next race is about to head out on track. Senior X30, qualifying heat D and E, takes to the circuit.
Heikki Kaltonen and Ruben Moyer on the front row from Fred Green and Alessandro Tedesca. Kalai Atkins and Delano Wellens from Floris Costa and Alex De Schepper. Hugo Gillard and Milan Marciak, Riccardo Cirelli and Mark Lopiccolo, Eloy Gonzalez and Matteo van der Kerkhofer from Victor Kulmala and Aaron Verrazzano, Marcus Gloom and Gilles Renman, Louis Esser and Tobias Norman, Henk Vogt Jr. and Enea Frey from Santiago Ribeiro and Kyoho Lee, Olivier Weber and Raymond Blanc, Alex Ruta and Yuta Suzuki, Andreas Stefatsoglu, James Shotton, Khalid Al-Moragi and Bada Al-Sulaiti, the 2 Qatari drivers. So there is one not moving, that is Khalid Al-Moragi.
Yeah, that has not gone too well, has it? And he's out the kart. So Khalid trying to help out his mechanic here, trying to get it sorted out. But what are they working on there? Is that the battery?
I think it might be, yes. There's a strong contingent from Biralat Middle East here this weekend.
There is.
And they've basically used this as an opportunity to try and acclimatise a little bit more to European racing ahead of the IAME Warrior Finals that will take place at Portimao in October. So we're trying to get a little bit more European experience before they throw themselves into the lion's den, as it were. But it's certainly looking a tough uphill struggle for them. They've really had a difficulty or two to try and acclimatise to the conditions, and it's not been the most straightforward of weekends for the team, but they are coming at it with eyes wide open and full of motivation and determination, which is exactly what you need to do at this level. Yeah,
the European scene is a very, very competitive scene indeed. So, you know, you can imagine any drivers who are joining for the first time from anywhere around the world always get a bit of a shock of going, wow, everyone's a bit rapid here, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's very difficult conditions by comparison to what they're used to. Certainly out in the Middle East at the circuits at Qatar and in Bahrain and in Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates, it's a lot dustier. It's very much lacking in moisture. And it does look as though they're really struggling on the right side, on the left side of the kart there.
Yeah, it's just the button's not engaging there, is it?
No, indeed. So not quite sure how that's happened, but hopefully they should be able to get that sorted ready for the start. He'll have to join in, I'm afraid, Khalid Al-Moragi from the very back of the grid, and he was on the back row anyway, but now he'll have to wait till the whole field flies past, which is not exactly ideal. You've already got to make about 4 or 5 seconds before you even get to turn 1, so a bit tricky. Meanwhile, out of the final turn, and look how much damage that took from the weather yesterday. It was an absolute flood on the far side by the barriers yesterday. But at least now it's a little bit drier. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are, and it's a perfect start from Heikki Kaltonen. He really nailed that. Ruben Moyer comes across to chop ahead of Fred Green, and he gets joined there by Alessandro Tedesca from the RSD team, and there's problems in the middle. Conflagration, 2 and 3 carts coming together. Somehow, they all manage to keep facing the right direction and keep going. Oh. But there's more contact further back, and a pirouette from one of the drivers in the Eichmann's team. That's the 245 going around, I'm afraid. That is Gilles Renman. So Gilles Renman having a bit of an issue, and the 383 rejoining after an issue there as well. That is one of the Biralat drivers. That is Bada Al-Sulaiti. And there is one car not moving at all. Oh dear. That is game over for Tobias Norman, the Danish driver for the Ravit Racing team.
Yeah, that is a disaster start then for this Senior X30 group. And they were nearly about 6 wide there as they exited out of turn 1. And by the time they were coming into turn 3, they had to try and squeeze that down to at least minimum 2 wide, maximum 2 wide.
I think we're going to have a retirement straight away, and it's going to be the Pantano driver, Riccardo Cirelli. He has dropped all the way down the back of the field, and he's coming in very slowly. So Riccardo Cirelli out. Big disaster for the Italian as his teammate battles for the lead. We watch Khalid Al-Moragi continuing on his way, but how about this for second? Moyer's going to have to disco up the inside. Moyer slams the door shut.
I've got to say, Moyer's kart does not look well set up. It's just, you can see him as he's putting it into the corner. It's just not biting by the looks of it. At the start of the race, he struggled going in towards turn 1. You saw in the warm-up lap, really trying to push it. There is Riccardo Cirelli Oh, what a nightmare. And out of the cart, and I think checking for damage there, but if it was part of that congregation just at the start of that one, an absolute nightmare for him.
Yeah, it was he and Floris Costa that essentially ended up having the biggest of the problems on the first lap. Floris Costa lost a heck of a lot of places as well. He's down to 25th, and Riccardo Cirelli just with so much damage in the 221. So big disaster for the Pantano driver. But here comes Tedesco. Now he's going to wrestle his way through a turn one. That's much more like it. But again, Ruben Moya on the back foot.
Yeah, exactly. Just pushing a little bit harder. Like you say, yesterday it didn't go all that well for Moya. He finished his race P6, so he just kept tumbling down the order. This time, I reckon hopefully they sorted something out overnight, but the car still doesn't look absolutely perfectly set up. But for the, well, the guys at the Alpha karting team, everything seems to be going well. Tedesco looking very strong there, and is just pushing that car all the way forward. He's chasing down Heikki Kaltonen.
Yeah, the RSD operation very much keeping abreast of things, up in second position on that Alpha chassis. And it's going very well indeed for him. Second position for Tedesco, obviously excelling at home soil, as the Belgian drivers will always have a good run. See, Ruben Moya taking a very tight line there through that final turn, and that's really got him on the back foot. The car, as you say, Anthony, it just doesn't seem settled at any point. Let's look at the start again.
Yeah, watch him going in towards turn one. Look at his initial turn in, and look, he's just fighting the wheel there constantly to try and get it to turn in.
I mean, you argue maybe there was a slightest of rubs from Tedesco, but not enough really to keep the kart sliding out that wide. So I do wonder if it's cold tyre temperatures and he just doesn't have the bite. Here's the moment when it all starts to get a little bit squirrely, and it was Riccardo Cirelli and Floris Costa that got the worst end of it. The big damage to Cirelli is going to come here. Wait for it. Bang! Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it just all closed in there, and yeah, it just went over the nose there of Cirelli, didn't he? So that's never a nice way to start a race.
No, nothing that Cirelli could do about that one at all. And that is unfortunate there for Badr Al Salaiti, who is slowing to a crawl. Oh, no, wait, that is Khalid Al Maraghi again.
Yeah, it's just blue flags. I think he's letting the field pass because he's, yeah, he's just been caught up there.
Well, this is very unfortunate for Khalid Al Maraghi. We haven't seen this kind of disparity in speed for quite some time in the IAME Euro Series. He's put his hands in the air. I think it's more mechanical problems, you know. I don't think it's just pure pace.
Yeah, it's. I don't think the kart's fully operational there either.
Because it was slow to start anyway, and now it's not firing on all cylinders, so that's more mechanical. Right.
Moya seems to have sorted it out now.
Yeah, indeed. He's getting back together with Tedesco. He's managed to gain back the time. Sometimes it does take just a couple of laps to dial those tyre temperatures in. But certainly Ruben Moya all over the back of Tedesco once again. Karl-Heinz Atkins currently P4 in front of Fred Green. So that's the other championship contender. Now just one place behind Ruben Moya. This is the first time that the two of them are going to meet over the course of this weekend. But of course, because they are the championship contenders tied for points, it's not going to be the last. And watch for Atkins in P4. If he can take on and beat Ruben Moya in this qualifying heat, then that really sets him up for a championship charge tomorrow. Well,
it was all good yesterday with Atkins P2 in his first heat, Moya's P6. Atkins is on the front foot here, so yeah. As Moya goes down the inside of Tedesco through turn 6 at the hairpin, and Moya is back on form here now, halfway through this race, and is now trying to push forward once again towards Kaltonen. This is much, much better.
He absolutely needed to as well, because the man right behind him was Atkins, so he had to get on with it. And now he's got a second or so to make up on the other RSD driver, Heikki Kaltonen. This is not going to be the easiest of opportunities for him, because Tedesco will want to take that second place back pretty sharpish. But Heikki Kaltonen, one of the stalwarts of IAME Euro Series, he's been here pretty much since day one in some capacity. Here's the move from Tedesco. Had a look at it again. He's not quite able to make the launch forward on the inside. But still, Ruben Moya seeking that ever-elusive IAME Euro Series title. He's had opportunity after opportunity, and it all fades away. Ever since he joined Pantano last year, though, last year was the year to develop the brand. This year, it's the time to accelerate it and make it a winning combination. Moya and Pantano, so close, potentially about 36 hours away from their first IAME Euro Series title.
Well, not if Karl-Heinz Atkins has anything to say about it, because, again, these two are going to be... I am so looking forward to tomorrow. You have no idea how much I'm looking forward to tomorrow. It is going to be absolutely amazing. And for Moya and Atkins, this is certainly going to be a very tense few hours of racing that they're going to have. As again, Tedesca just looking to the inside of Moya. It's so fast as they go into that corner as well, because you've got the first apex as you hit the brakes going into the second bit as well. It is such a fast track, and as you can see now, the rubber starting to go down on the circuit, marbles starting to form. The track conditions are going to be improving as time goes on all the way throughout to today. Yuta Suzuki, fastest lap of the race, the privateer driver, 55.012, absolutely flying through the field. He is currently in P15, 13 positions gained for the privateer, making moves out there. Santiago Ribeiro as well, up 14 positions, up to P9 now, bracing into the top 10.
So with 3 laps to go at the end of this one, Moya desperately trying to chip away at Henki Kalteren's advantage and going about it the right way. The fastest lap of the race prior to this, though, was from the privateer Yuta Suzuki, the Japanese driver. So Suzuki trying to work his way through the field up into 15th place now, just behind Leo Livius Weber. But Moya's not out of contention for the win in this heat at all. He's got 3 laps to go. He's hunting down Kalteren on the back straight and on the main straight. He can really take advantage of some slipstream here. He's suddenly got it together, and I think he's realised, you know, he obviously has to get the tyres up to temperature, but he's also got Kalai Atkins just down the road. He's got to try and stay ahead of him for as long as possible.
Yeah, he really does. Another fastest lap there as well, so Suzuki's on it there, which is good to see. Not many laps left to go in this race. Oh, look at the body motion there from Moya, pushing that kart forward as much as he can. This is a little further back in the field. And I'm just trying to ascertain whereabouts we are looking. I think this is for Hugo Gelade, Enkvuk as well, about 12th, 13th, that are battling away, just in the back of shot there. There's your top group. No, it's a little further up, actually. I think that's Milian Mazik, yeah, and Santino DaCosta.
Seventh downwards. So you've got Marchak, Ribeiro, Essa, Lopiccolo, and the Shepherd.
Yep.
So a fabulous combination of drivers there, and they are having a great score. But look how close Moya is. He's going to go for it. Kalteren just leaves the door wide open for him, and now he's going to have to try and get up alongside him once again. Kalteren determined to get back into the lead. Moya's got more to lose. Oh, brilliant from Moya. He somehow hangs on, and now it's getting compressed as the 2 RSD drivers get split by Kalai Atkins. Atkins up in a 3rd position. He's absolutely on the bandwagon now. And look at Moya having to defend for dear life. Watch Atkins. He can respond beautifully here. Tucks out from behind Kalteren. Tedesca tightening up there as well in 4th position. This is anyone's qualifying heat now.
You were saying that Moya had it all to lose here. Well, he's just assisted his championship rival with putting him up into 3rd place. He's battling now with Tedesca, trying to hold on to it. He does hold on to it as they go on to the final lap now, but Moya leads.
Fred Green has come into this now as well.
Yeah,
Fred Green is there in 5th, and here comes Delano Waylands. They all have a shot now. So 6 of them will battle for the victory on the final lap. And if you have any big defensive moves from Moya, it's going to conflagrate. It's going to push everybody into each other. There you go. It was 4. It's now 5. It's now 6. So down the back straight, Moya hanging on big time from Kalteren. Desperately trying to hold that inside line and protect us. Up the inside comes Fred Green. Muscles his way past Tedesca. Delano Wayland's trying to repeat the feat. Can't get there. Fred Green is absolutely on the charge. He's got nothing to lose at all. So Green is going to try and push into the top 3. Watch for Moya defending from Kalteren. Atkins trying to go long shot. And again, they all just hug the inside line. Delano Waylands has now got pressure from Ribeiro. And there we go. Atkins is going to get the opportunity round the outside. He'll tuck in for 2nd place. He'll get a slingshot. Moya's focusing too much on Kalteren. He almost loses ground to them all. Moya's going to get there from Kalteren and Atkins. And they are not even covered by 3/4 of a tenth.
That, well, that's a qualifying heat, ladies and gents. If anything, the final should look somewhat very similar to that one a little bit later on in the weekend. But Ruben Moya takes the win by 0.05 of a second from Heikki Kalteren. Atkins with a very bold move round the outside of turn 12 to try and get that 2nd place, only just missing out with 0.06 of a second clear from Moya. That's how close it was for your top 3. Fred Green with a brilliant drive there finishes it in P4 from Tedesca, Wellens and Ribeiro finishing in P7. Essa and Marcek Lopiccolo finishing and rounding out the top 10. But you've got to say, what a drive there, and that's why we love karting. We say it time in, time out. Karting never ends until you get to the very last lap, and that was proof.
Doesn't even end until you get to the very last grid hatching before the final straight line. Amazing. Ruben Moya, Henki Kalteren, Kalai Atkins. Not even 3/4 of a tenth between them. Fred Green in 4th. from Tudiska, Waylands and Santiago da Costa Ribeiro. Then Luis Essa and Milan Marchak, Mark Piccolo and Alex De Schepper from Jutta Suzuki, the fastest man of the race for the majority of it. And then we had Hugo Gillard in front of Leo Livius Weber, Eloy Gonzalez, the winner last time out, of course, at Franciacorta. And then in 16th place, Henk Voigt Jr. in front of Aaron Ferrazzano, Kyuho Lee of Korea, and Andreas Stefatsoglu of the Falcon Racing team. Enea Frey in front of James Schotten, Alex Ruta, Matteo van der Kirchhofer for VDK, and then Victor Kulmala, Gilles Renman, Rima Blanc, Floris Costa, Marcus Klum, and Badr El Salaiti, with Khalid Al Maraghi finishing the race a lap adrift. The two retirements, Riccardo Cirelli and Tobias Norman, both dropping out on the very first lap of the race with crash damage. But my goodness me, did Moyer, Kelterman and Atkins give us an amazing showcase on the final lap of that qualifying heat. It all started as Moyer got the lead away from Kelterman, kind of by accident almost. Kelterman didn't really see him coming. Here's the start. Right from the get-go, it looked like Moyer was on the back foot with that kart setup, but it took about 4 laps for him to really nail it.
Yeah, it really did, and I think all the temperature came in. This was the moment in the background there. Honestly, they were about 6 wide, then coming into the next bit, and then it all just kicked off once again. This is, this is karting in a nutshell, really. It's so competitive, everyone fighting for the same bit of tarmac at the same part of the race, and that moment there, and it just, round, and yeah, not what you want to see.
No, and unfortunately, it was curtains for both Riccardo Cirelli and Tobias Norman. Here's the move from Tudiska. Just pure aggression on defense from Ruben Moyer. Tudiska had that perfectly lined up. He had to wait another half lap before getting his move up into second position. But Moyer wasn't going to let that one lie. He saw an opportunity to get back in position. Dived in onto Tudiska in the turn 6 hairpin onto the motorway straight. This was the move that changed the whole race. Diving on the inside of Kelterman, it was almost as if Kelterman just let him go and then determinedly tried to get back on the inside, but he just wasn't prepared to go for the big gamble on Moyer.
I don't think Kelterman knew how close Moyer was, because it dropped him earlier on, and then all of a sudden he just appeared out of nowhere. There was some real dynamic changes there. This was the last corner on the last lap, and look at that, Atkins on the outside fighting for even the race lead.
He very nearly got it as well. He just didn't quite have the grip on the outside line, and Moyer was able to block both drivers just in the nick of time to the line. Look how close this gets. That's incredible. Less than 0.07 at the line.
Very, very close between our top 3. And certainly a very exciting sight of what we can expect a little bit later on in the weekend. Do stay with us, plenty more races to go. In fact, over the course of the day, 24 heats in total. We're 2 down, and there are many more to go. We turn our attention now to qualifying heat A and F. This is certainly a good one, because your man here on screen, Ellie Goldstein, put it on pole yesterday. The TP kart's looking very strong. There's only 4 of them out in the grid this weekend, but they are the 2nd most competitive kart chassis this weekend. And for Ellie Goldstein, put it on pole in qualifying. Jake, you caught up with him yesterday.
Ellie Goldstein, a fabulous start to the weekend here at Karting Genk. A very tricky qualifying session. Rain coming in the middle of it. Just talk us through how it was out there.
Yeah, it was very tricky on track because for sure of the heavy rain that we had since this morning. But we worked very good with the team, and we made the perfect job, the perfect pressure, perfect setup. Also perfect setup on the chassis for me on this rain condition. So I hope when it will be dry, it will be as good as now, but I think so.
Considering the ongoing development of the TB kart chassis this year, it looks like there's been a lot stronger starts to weekends these last couple of times. How do you sustain this now through the weekend?
Yeah, since the beginning of the year, we work a lot on the factory and to make the best as possible, and to try to upgrade the material that we already had. So we did it perfectly for the moment, because every race is better and better and better. So I think we will get on the front for the end of the weekend.
Well, last year here you were able to raise the IAME Euro Series title in a very difficult weekend. I'm guessing this year you want it to be a little bit more straightforward from the front.
Yeah, for sure. I will try to keep the front and to do the best I can, even if I cannot play in the championship win. But I mean, I will try to do the best and try to win the race, obviously.
Fabulous competitor Ellie Goldstein from one of the most famous karting families in history. His grandfather, Francois Goldstein, of course, was one of the greatest ever, multiple world champion and star of the sport. And Ellie Goldstein himself has coloured himself in glory. In the last 12 months alone, he's been an IAME Euro Series champion and the gold medal winner in the FIA Motorsport Games last year. This man, Ian Eichmans, also comes from a fabulous karting family and motorsport family. His father, Wim, of course, was an Indy 500 racer, Formula 3000 competitor. And Ian Eichmans himself has had a fabulous karting career. Great to see him in the family colours once again. And mathematically, still in the hunt for this title.
Yes, definitely so. There are still plenty of drivers involved in this championship fight to the end of this one, so it will make it very interesting. Goldstein and Eichmans, though, starting this one on the front row. Both of them yesterday taking a race win. It's qualifying heat A and F. Here's how they line up.
It's going to be an all-Belgian front row here in karting Genk in Belgium. Ellie Goldstein and Ian Eichmans on the front row from Hugo Besson and Francois Delatti. Then Danny Carinini alongside Hamza Al-Fayez, Clement Outram and Luca Griggs from Adrian Mustienis and Matthias van der Kerkhofer, not to be confused with Matteo. Then Bo Heijmans and Thibaut Gillard, Adam Alazari and Paco Weisenberger, Justin Kiefer and Andrea Piravano, Gilles Caranta and Kevin Lantinga, Arthur Valsort and Lewis Bird from Peter Stiller and Clement Marceau, Lawrence Steiger and Annabelle Brian, Andy Rattel and Alex Caralto, Wesley de Goy and Jan Rothen, Keigo Okazawa and Natalia Granada, then Luke Taylor, Kodai Yoshido and Shibi Panyaya at the back of the grid. But what is it going to be like when those two feisty Belgians, Goldstein and Eichmans, who have had their run-ins in the past in various different categories, how are they going to approach this first corner?
Excitement, vigour, and probably about 4 wide.
Especially when you consider as well that the only two drivers so far through the competition that have not yet been beaten are Goldstein and Eichmans.
Yes, so this is going to be interesting. We are going to see one of these drivers lose their first race of the weekend. And that's never a nice feeling. Usually you get to that point at the end of the weekend where you've got two drivers who have all won every race, and then in the last qualifying heat of the day, it's like, right, one of you's now got to lose. We're getting that at the start of the day now.
Just so happens that the two undefeated drivers from yesterday are now going to meet their matches. But there's a lot of drivers that could play a very interesting role in this one. You've got Besson and Delatti, who obviously won a Springer surprise. They did a great job in qualifying to put themselves on the second row of the grid. Then in P5, there's Danny Carinini, the man who won the IAME Warriors final back in Adria in 2021 on home soil. He's been fighting to get that Energy Course Benelux kart up to the spot ever since then. And he has a great chance from the third row of the grid. Also, what about the man in P6? Hamza Al-Fayez, the Jordanian, the former Mainer champion, the former Dubai O-Plate champion. And he is there in P6 in his first Senior X30 race in IAME Euro. What an opportunity for him.
Yeah, it's been really good, actually. Yesterday, well, qualifying was absolutely fantastic. First qualifying heat went well, did drop back a few places, finished P9, but certainly still a brilliant showing for the first time here in Europe. But absolutely, really excited to see what Hamza could do over the course of this weekend.
I'm sure the Jordanian will do his nation proud here in the IAME Euro Series as they come off the final turn. Goldstein versus Eichmans. This is one of the hottest tickets in town today. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Up to the first corner. Eichmans is going to try and slot in quite neatly into second position, but he's got to concede to Besson. Now he can try and go right round the outside and hold it in the opportunity to get into second position. There's contact further back, and it's Hamza Al-Fayez that slides after a little bit of contact on with VDK, and there's a second moment. Oh my goodness, how on earth did everybody avoid hitting the 236 that pirouettes around there? That is the very unfortunate...
That's Matthias van der Kerkhofer.
Matthias van der Kerkhofer, yes indeed, the RSD driver spinning around in the middle of the conflagration. Incredibly, nobody hit him.
Yeah, that was very, very lucky there, because right in the middle of the track, it's a heart-in-mouth moment, isn't it, as you really just take a deep breath in and hope that everyone avoids. Luckily, they did. So again, another very dramatic opening first couple of corners then for Senior X30. So hopefully the rest of the races can be a little bit calmer going into that first corner, because a lot of damage has come out from that one, but certainly a very interesting start. And look at the lead here that Goldstein's got. A
big retirement. Clement Outram has got big damage from that, and he's about to peel into the pits to retire.
Yeah.
That is a big name in this category. So Clement Outram, who has been fighting right up at the sharp end all season long, is out on the first lap of the first qualifying heat he drives today, and that absolutely blows his chances this weekend.
It certainly does, and it was a good run for Clement Outram yesterday, finishing in P3 in his first race, now to DNF. That is not the way he wanted to start day number 2 here. This battle, though, still raging on. This is Danny Carinini and Francois Delati, who are battling for P4. There he is. Oh, God, you just got to feel for him sometimes, don't you? It's devastating.
So early in the weekend as well, and Uthran is absolutely a contender for the final on Sunday on pure pace. With him out of the race now, there's absolutely no shot of it. Here's what happened to him.
I think that's actually a breakdown, or is it, did he already have the damage?
I think he may have had damage already, and then he just got nudged again on the way through turn 6. So, yeah, he's dropped to the very back of the field. Nothing you can do about it, and the kart is just not firing on all cylinders. Right, Goldstein, a second clear of Eichmanns. Besson half a second further back. So watch for Eichmanns now chipping away at the TB kart of Goldstein up front. Then we've got Carinini behind Besson. Delati is in front of Carinini now. He's got through into 4th position. Then Griggs, then Mustienis, Gillard, Weisenberger, and Adam Alazari, the younger brother of Keanu.
Yep, so still battles happening all the way throughout the field. That was the moment that Delati got that move done, just through turn number 1. And nicely timed.
Pretty perfect and textbook there in turn 1. You don't really get them done any cleaner than that. As up on the inside, this is going to be the... Oh, that's the premium. So that is Louis Johnston-Cool, I do believe, isn't it?
Oh, I think it is, yes.
Oh, no, sorry, that's Luke Taylor. That's his teammate, Luke Taylor. So Luke Taylor retiring from this one. Louis Johnston-Cool was in the previous heat. I do apologise, but yeah, Luke Taylor dropping out, and that's at turn 1, I do believe, or certainly on the run on the exit of 1 to 2. Oh, no, sorry, that is up near the exit of the carousel, so that's on the far side of the course.
Well, wherever it is on track, it certainly hasn't gone well. Look at this, though, down into turn 6, the carousel. Very, very close there. Is that Timo Gelade and Packham Weisenberger battling away? Weisenberger going fully defensive there.
Well, we always knew that Weisenberger was one of the most exciting talents to watch in junior. His step up to senior has not calmed him down at all, as Adam Alazari gets his move on Adrian Mustienis and then has to back out of it, coming into Cafe. So Adam Alazari trying to storm his way back into contention. Now he's going to try and make the bid again into the final turn. Again, he has to bail out of it as we watch Al Fayez getting his way back into contention, passing Chester Kiefer in the process. And there's Carinini coming back in on Delati.
Well, that's certainly not going to help their chance of closing in on Hugo Besson, who's driven away here and is still battling with Eichmanns for P2. But that's allowing this group here to start to close in on them as well. Keep a very close eye on this one. We could have a very big battle here for P4 in a few moments' time. Keeping an eye on Luca Griggs there, just kind of in a bit of a no man's land at the moment. Is trying to latch up onto the back of these two, but is just kind of happy to be there right now in P5.
Well, Eichmanns has chipped away a little bit at Ellie Goldstein, and he's got plenty of time to get that gap down from 0.8 of a second to a battle for the victory. So this is not over at all. We're only completing lap 5 out of the 11 laps in the qualifying heat. So the rivalry between Goldstein and Eichmanns is only just getting started, really. And in third, it's Besson. Carinini still trying to drop Delati. Griggs is there in P6, hoping to follow in the footsteps of Giovanni Trentin last year, who was able to get it onto the podium just in behind Ruben Moya. And the Pantano Racing team enjoying a 1-2 in last year's final. It's going to be quite tricky for them to replicate that this year.
I think so, because Weisenberger has closed right in on Luca Griggs now. A little further down the order here, though. Ellie Goldstein at the front of the grid and driving away, keeping an eye on that gap, because, again, I think both of them just maintaining the pace here. But Eichmanns was actually probably about a full 10th faster through Sector 1 alone. Sector 2, about equal.
Do you know, it was really lovely to have a quick chat to Ellie Goldstein before the start of the broadcast. He's had all sorts of trials and tribulations as well as success over the last 3 or 4 seasons. But it was nice to speak to him, and I don't know how we ended up getting onto that section of conversation, but he said, you know what, the only time I ever feel right at home is when I'm at the limit, sliding through an apex on a circuit like this. That's where I don't feel complete in any other discipline. I don't feel right in any other method, in any other place. This is essentially where I'm at my absolute perfection.
Yeah.
And it's something that you get from a lot of racing drivers in particular, but to hear it so expressed in such candor and in such a disciplined manner, it's lovely to hear. Ellie's one of my favourite people within this sport. He's just got so much passion. He drives on the edge. He lives on the edge. He wears his heart on his sleeve, which doesn't always help him, but do you know what? He is absolutely one of the most popular and most fantastic characters in this sport. It's going to be a really tricky, tough challenge for him to try and hang on to this because he's got such opposition. Look at him at the start, though. Knows exactly where Eichmanns is, looks directly at him, gives him the evil, and manages to hold the station through. Now we're going to see what happens in the middle. Now, where's Alfeas sliding? We saw him there in the middle, starting to get a little bit sideways. And there's the issue for Uhtred. Look, he's already been chopped across, and now he just suddenly plummets, and the conflagration tips the spin from the very unfortunate Van der Kirchhofer, who's already, by the way, got back into 24th.
Yeah, tight through the field, gaining back at it. O'Homans, though, with the fastest lap of the race now, 55.018, very, very close. The battle still rages on here between Carinini and Delati, who are still fighting away. Griggs has closed in as well. Weisenberger has also, so that battle still heating up. Geladen, Halazari still battling away for P8 and 9 as well. That's a close little scrap that they're having. Nice to see, but with time quickly running out. Now I'm seeing a couple of flags pop up here, and one of them is a technical flag.
Oh, that's Granada, who's got a warning flag as well.
Yeah, so Antonio Granada with the warning flag, which comes to the 5-second time penalty, but there's also a technical flag, and there it is on your screen. That is a disaster. Keigo Okazawa seeing that one, and this is possibly why.
Well, we're certainly seeing a nice battle as Yoshido Kodai manages to get a move or two nailed up towards the first corner. Are we about to see a big move? We are indeed, but it's a little bit sketchy from Kodai Yoshido. Still manages to make it happen. So that's the main thing. But yeah, it gets a little bit tricky in that midfield when everybody's compressing together. But yeah, to have his countryman Okazawa having a technical flag, not a good move. So unfortunately, that's going to bring him into the pits and to retirement.
Very unfortunate, and I still remain firmly fixed on this battle here for P4. Carinini and Delati, who are still just siding their way through the field. It seems to have dropped out. Hey, hold on a minute there. There's a kart that's come to a stop, and it's the 219 that's come to a stop. And that's, well, again, don't you hate seeing the body language from the drivers when they get out of the kart? It's just deflation, isn't it? Yeah, it's Jan Rothen, and he's parked his kart in exactly the same place that Luke Taylor parked the premium earlier. So game over. Right, Ian Eichmans has closed up big time on Goldstein. The gap has come down to 0.4 of a second. With a lap and a half to go, that could actually change on the slipstream of the main straight and on the back straight as well. So this is not over for Eichmans at all. He's gained a lot of ground, down to 0.3 of a second. Eichmans believes this is all going to be about Goldstein's defensive tactics. I told you earlier that he wears his heart on his sleeve at the best of times. Eichmans is going to put him against the ropes here. There you go. He sees him right behind him. He's going to gain a lot in the slipstream into the final lap. He won't make the move here, but down into the carousel, he just might. He might just do that, and you can again see the body motions there from Eichmans, just tucking in behind the steering wheel, using it all of those abilities to try and get the slipstream to go into full effect. And Goldstein went a little bit defensive there into the turn 6 hairpin and checks over the shoulder once again. Doesn't go defensive going into the carousel, but keep an eye on Eichmans. He is close right in now, and he could go for a move as we see another cut retiring into the pit lane. It's one of the Falcons that's pulled in, but eyes back on this battle. Eichmans all over the rear bumper, switch to the outside. Watch for the switchback here from Eichmans on Goldstein. It's not going to be enough, though, as he looks back towards the inside here. Is he going to go to the outside? He is. Is he going to go all the way around the outside? He's going to try it all the way to the line. No way! Look at this! Oh, it's going to be very close to the line, but it's just going to be Goldstein who hangs on by less than half a tenth again. So many side-by-side finishes here at Karting Genk already. We're not even at the finals yet, and Goldstein and Eichmans pushing themselves to the limit. I'm loving the little thumbs up there from Goldstein just at the end. Just like, cheers, mate. That was a good battle. I don't think Eichmans will agree. No. But Goldstein taking the win, just holding on to it from Eichmans. Hugo Besson finishes in 3rd place from Danny Carinini, who did manage to hold on to P4 from Francois Delati, Luca Griggs and Paco Weisenberger, but a fabulous drive there for Goldstein. I tell you what, the way this weekend is currently going in Senior X30, the chances of there not being a Belgian flag on the top step of the podium are ranging from slight to impossible at the moment. It's going to happen, isn't it? You can't not expect it to happen. I mean, Goldstein and Eichmans are both looking so strong, and that's Ian Eichmans reading the situation, trying to snatch the win off Goldstein. Yeah, why not? But he didn't get aggressive, did he? He just read the situation, he calculated it. He tried to get under Goldstein's skin. He certainly hasn't made his big move yet. He was just showing him a little bit of what he's got planned. It was really exciting there. So Goldstein from Eichmans, Besson, Carinini and Francois Delati from Luca Griggs, Paco Weisenberger,
Adam Al-Azhari fighting well in the top 10, as was Hamza Al-Fayez, and Bo Hyman's a good run in 10th. Then Thibaut Gillard and Peter Stiller making up 10 places there for Peter Stiller. Very good drive. And then moving up the order, Caranta, Bird and Mustienes. Clement Massot in front of Andy Rattel and Kodai Yoshido. Then Arta Vassot, Chester Kiefer, Annabelle Brian and Siba Pagnaia from the back of the grid. Andrea Piravano and Matthias van der Kirchhofer from Alex Caralto, and Natalia Granada, who sadly takes a 5-second penalty. Kevin Lantinga, Lawrence Steiger and Wesley de Goy. And then, of course, we had the retirements, and they were Keigo Okazawa and Jan Rothen, along with Luke Taylor. And on the very first lap, we lost Clement Outram. That's a big name to fall.
That is a big oof, that one, for Clement Outram. But certainly, hopefully, we'll see him back stronger today, because he finished third yesterday, DNF today. Let's take a look then at some of the highlights. Crystal clean start for Goldstein, getting away very, very well. Eichmanns, though, having to battle for that second place spot with Hugo Besson, but I think that one kicked off a little bit as well. And it was the spin further up. This was the moment Clement Outram, you can see, he's already been tagged, and then they've slowed right down. The concertina effect kicked in, and unfortunately, that was the retirement. Well, not the retirement for Matthias van der Kerkhoff, who did fight his way back, finishing in P24 in the end.
And Outram, of course, limping back to the pits. A big retirement at this phase of the weekend. But it's not good news for the VDK driver. Then we had this brilliant and irresistible battle between Danny Caronini and Francois Delatti that went all the way to the finish, eventually ending up in the Italians' favour. Bacham Weisenberger, once again, keeping his elbows firmly out and making sure that nobody can get past him easily. With some great battles from the two young men from the Middle East. Hamza Al-Fayez and Adam Al-Azhari both getting themselves into some great squabbles out there and really showcasing their racecraft. Here's the moment where Caronini managed to get himself back into 4th position for the last time. Some great racing from the Italian. Some good moves in the midfield as well. Good to see Kodai Yoshida and the 329 mixing it up there in the middle of that gaggle as well. Clement Massot in his battle with Andy Rattel. So some good racecraft all the way round the course. But of course, the irresistible showdown coming the way of the two Belgian talents, Ellie Goldstein versus Ian Eichmanns. And that was just a sneak preview of what's to come.
Yes, indeed. This was that final few corners then on the last lap. Eichmanns and Goldstein. Eichmanns, though, with this fabulous move. I reckon we're going to see a lot of that. The dive around the outside and trying to hold on to it. You just sometimes can't get the drive if you get clipped onto that curb. But Goldstein would take it. And I like the thumbs up. Wait for it. Sorry about that. And lovely. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Good race.
Eichmanns was not so satisfied with that, I'm sure. Just getting one wheel onto the grass. It's irresistible. It's amazing racing. I love it. Right, from this moment on, every single driver in the paddock has got 3 races to go. That's a wonderful little moment to talk about. It's the first race of the weekend for the X30 Juniors, and a very competitive front row of the starting grid. The all-red, red speed outfit for Cathal Clark this weekend as he celebrates the chassis in fine style, and the former IAME Euro Series champion in the mini category is now on pole position in Junior X30 for the weekend that could see him as the vice champion of Europe.
Certainly could be. Well, there is still plenty of action to go in this one as we see the rest of the grid.
Cathal Clark, X30 Junior, pole position here at Karting Genk after a fabulous run in the second qualifying practice group. Still wet tyres though, because it was a drying track, but it looked pretty treacherous out there.
Yeah, it was quite, like the track was very dirty and it was just really greasy because it wasn't quite full wet, but it wasn't quite slicks yet. So it was really difficult conditions to drive in.
And the difference between one session and the next was a good 5 seconds in difference in pace. Was that purely down to tyre pressures, or was there a bit of traction you could gain in various places?
Yeah, the session before it was extremely wet, puddles at every corner, but it's dried up quite a bit since then, and that's where the lap time come from.
So focusing on the qualifying heats, it looks like it could be dry on Saturday with some wet coming back on Sunday. How are you guys preparing for that?
We're very confident in the dry because we did a race last week as well, and that went very well in the dry, so we're confident for the heats.
3 years ago, he became the Mini X30 champion of the IAME Euro Series, now fighting for the runner-up spot in the Junior X30 title. Speaking of runners-up, this man, Tibor Ramakers, became the vice champion of Europe in OKJ in the FIA Karting European Championship last month. And of course, has been a real stalwart of Belgium. He represented his country in the Academy Trophy in years gone by, and here he is battling away on home soil at karting Genk. He was a contender last year. He's a contender this year again. I think only the absence of his victory at Marienburg, which was unfortunately taken off him for a technical non-conformity.
Yeah.
Without that, he would absolutely be in the hunt for the runners-up spot in the championship as well.
Oh, 100%, yeah. He'd be well up there in the points. Unfortunately, yeah, not every season goes your way, and fortunately for him, it didn't. There, though, on your screen, Sacha van Bad Bosch. This is a chance, Sacha van Bad Bosch, again, 15th in the championship, but certainly with a great starting spot here. Third on the grid, qualifying very, very well.
Well, let's not forget that this is only his second race with the new team. He obviously was last year a Fusion Motorsport driver. He came into this year with Victory Lane, and now he's moved across to the RSD karting squad, and he's settled in very well indeed, in third position on the second row of the grid. And of course, he comes off the back of finishing on the podium here in Junior last year, so he has a great chance to win the final, in my opinion. So let's talk you through the first of our X30 Junior qualifying heat grids for 2023 at Genk. Cathal Clark and Tibor Ramakas on the front row of the grid, Sacha van Bad Bosch and Zach Green, Eden Spanswick and Anthony Bongartz, then Romeo Roussel and title contender Rocco Coronel, Arthur de Donker and Harrison Mackie, Thomas Kinsey and Henry Carter, Devon Hagelen and Clovis Nujerade, Eva Dorrestein and Joe Smith from Riccardo Ferrari and Angelina Porcenza, then Conor Clancy, Wouter Bourguignon, Yanis Dubois, Senna Munier and Mats van Rooyen, who starts from the back of the grid after a technical conformity exclusion in time qualifying. But what a battle this is going to be.
Yeah, and to bring you back on that one as well, for time qualifying, I think there were 6 drivers in total across all the classes that were actually disqualified for that one, and that was purely for working on the kart, on the grid. That's all it was, and, you know, it's one of those little things that I think some people forget, like even just touching the kart in, you know, in a mechanic whipping off a bit of tape off the radiator or anything like that.
That's enough.
That's enough, and yeah, it can be disqualified from qualifying. It seems very harsh, but it's one of the rules.
Yeah, it is, and without rules, you'd have chaos. So Clark and Coronel, the 2 drivers that are tied for second place in the point standings, and the teammates, of course, at Victory Lane, they are now battling with each other for the pride of being the runner-up driver in the championship. However, they're not the only ones with a medical chance of being the vice champion. Of course, we can't have a new champion because we've already got one. That is Freddie Lloyd, the British driver, who is well and truly uncatchable no matter what happens here this weekend. I believe he is here, although he's not racing.
Yeah.
So he arrived this morning, I do believe, Freddie Lloyd, because he wants to be there for the ceremony tomorrow in order to lift the Euro Series title trophy. And of course, he'll also accept his IWF ticket.
Certainly so. So he'll be delighted with that one. So he's got a nice chilled weekend here, I can imagine. It's just, you know, we'll go to Genk. We're not going to race. We're going to watch it all.
But he'll be fascinated to see how it plays out between Coronel and Clark, the Victory Lane teammates. And of course, you've still got mathematically Harry Bartle, Alexis Constant, and Thomas Kinsey, who could all get to second in the championship.
Yep, very, very close. Looking forward to seeing what happens in this one as the drivers get themselves sorted out for this. Like you say, it's going to be a busy old day of racing, plenty of racing all the way throughout the day, so make sure you do stay tuned with us. If you are enjoying it, make sure you give the stream a like. If you are enjoying it, share it out as well, far and wide. Get as many people watching as you possibly can. Of course, keep up to date with all those live timings via the IAME Euro Series webpage, or you can head to ukart.io for all your statistics. I am a big fan of the app on my phone. I look at it quite often.
It's invaluable nowadays, isn't it?
It's pretty decent.
Fair play to the guys keeping it going. Right, Clark and Ramakas, side by side, off the final turn. Are we going to get a clean start straight away? No, we're not, because the inside line got a far bigger launch.
Yeah, that was Cathal Clark on the loud pedal ASAP. I don't think Ramakas was fully ready for it there.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I mean, maybe Cathal Clark got a little bit too much of an assistance from Van Bosch and Spanswick off the final turn, and they were just very eager to get going. But the pressure is on, of course, and, you know, I think particularly at Victory Lane, you know, they were very nervous going into yesterday because they saw the weather. And while Victory Lane are very, very quick indeed in the dry, they don't have the best reputation of decent success by their own admission in the wet conditions. So for Cathal Clark to come through yesterday and get the top spot in qualifying, it wasn't so much a shock, but it was certainly a very pleasant surprise that he was able to get a decent qualifying lap strung together. So now that he is there and in position to do something about it from the front end of the grid, he's actually gesturing to Tibor Ramakas, look, come with me, let's just slow this field down a bit, let's get this done properly.
Yeah, exactly. Marshall's at the side of the track as well. Also, edging the drivers to slow it down. Remember, there are 2 lines on this circuit that these drivers need to pay attention to. One of those is the red line, one of those is the yellow line. The red line is basically the no overtaking line. As soon as you get past that line, you're effectively under yellow flag conditions. You are no longer allowed to overtake. At this point here, if any drivers are out of formation, they can get back into formation. That red line comes up at the pit entrance, so it's actually around the next couple of corners. That's when they need to be completely side by side and ready to go for racing. The second line is the yellow line, which is the acceleration line. No drivers listen to that one. They all accelerate way too earlier than that one. But and effectively, that yellow line is right near the start-finish line. There's the red line. So now they're under yellow conditions. They are not allowed to overtake from this point. They have to be in formation, ready to get going, to which it looks like they are. They have to wait to hit that loud pedal until they get the yellow light, but again, guarantee they don't.
So we'll come off the final turn. We'll try and pitch it in. It's a fairly accurate description there from DJ. So out of the final turn and on the main straight. Are we racing? That's more like it. Off we go. And a good start from Zach Green already trying to push himself into the middle of that gaggle. A little bit of confrontation between Clark and Van Bosch. And then go wide in the background. 2 or 3 cuts going up. And that is the 63, unfortunately, going up. That is Henry Carter. And he lands on the top of the 30 that has already gone around. That's Joe Smith.
Yeah, that is not the start that these two wanted.
But we've got a battle for the lead on the back straight. Clark has got Sacha Van Bosch all over the back of him. And Van Bosch was very nearly pushing him wide in the first corner trying to get through. So Sacha Van Bosch absolutely determined to take the lead nice and early. He doesn't want to wait around.
No, not waiting around at all, and has latched onto that rear bumper and potentially looking for a move here in towards Cafe Curve. Down they go into the very tricky corner here as Ramika's under braking there to the inside. I thought he was going to go full send there on Sacha Van Bosch. It didn't work out, and he actually loses quite a bit of time at the exit of it now as he's under pressure, and a change to the lead down the inside, and Sacha Van Bosch gets the move done on the first lap into the final corner. Change to the lead, and Van Bosch leads the way from Clark, Ramika's Spanswick, but Clark, look how close they are still.
Well, he's riding the crest of confidence, is Sacha Van Bosch, and up the inside for third, that's Spanswick on Ramika's.
Yep.
Green is getting close in, and so too is Anthony Bongartz, as well as Romeo Roussel. So they're going to be very tight on the way through this next couple of sections of corners. Got to hang out a little bit with Sacha Van Bosch last night. He is absolutely riding the crest of confidence. He feels really at home at RSD. Big move from Green on the inside of Ramika's. So all of a sudden, Thibaut Ramika's really struggling, and back up the inside, that is Roussel. So Romeo Roussel comes through on the red speed, dives through on the inside, and all of a sudden, that is Thibaut Ramika's off the front row of the grid and all the way down to P6.
Yeah, that is not the start he would have wanted, and into the pit lane, Joseph Smith retiring from the race after that contact at turn 1, and very, very unfortunate for the British driver.
Yeah, not easy when you've got somebody landing on top of you on the first couple of corners.
It's suboptimal, yes, I'd say.
But Henry Carter's been able to get going again and has actually set the fastest third sector of anybody on that previous lap around. It's now been taken away from him by Sacha Van Bosch. With 6 laps to go in this qualifying heat, the juniors only get 8 laps of qualifying heat. Was that a dive up the inside from Bongartz? I think it was. He's going wheel to wheel with Ramika's. So Ramika's is really struggling here.
And Bongartz there is shaking his hand there at Ramika's, just saying, no, 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 don't try it.
And that's why.
But that's why he's going to do it, because he's fighting it instantly back.
Are you kidding? And they've gone off the road.
Oh, that is a disaster. And Bongartz cuts the corner, comes back onto the track. And, well, Ramika's, I think he's got a big issue here. That kart is not at full potential.
Yeah, the 3 victory lane drivers behind him are now all getting impeded. That's the Donker, Nujeraid, and Coronel. They're all trying to go for it. Nujeraid's going to get up the inside of the Donker. Coronel's going to go with him. But Ramika's, something is not right. That kart is absolutely not performing as it should be. On the inside, Mackie gets the run on Spanswick. That puts him up into 5th position. But watch for Ramika's. Look, he's got a massive cork in the bottle effect developing here. This is absolutely not what Ramika's wanted at all. The entirety of the rest of the field is basically shuffling the deck behind him as Ramika's tries to keep that kart as wide as a Buick.
Well, he's done just that, and he's actually started to break away from that main pack as they've all tried to squabble to find a piece of track for themselves. Back here at the front, though, Sacha Van Bosch still leading the way from Cathal Clark. Clark, though, has stuck onto that rear bumper and is still closing in. Back with the contretemps in the background there, further down in the field, and everyone just trying to find a piece of tarmac to get through. But this has certainly been very, very interesting here. And for Bogan, he's just falling down the field in that pack as well.
A few drivers still trying to keep the inside nose of their frames into the inside of the apex, even though the corner is not settled, in the hope that they're just going to, from the chain reaction effect, make their way through. Just one of the more untidy methods of overtaking. And Tibor Ramekes gets a warning flag. That also gives him a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not slightly surprised that that's come out, but very interesting development in this race.
Well, certainly Bongartz was not happy with his defensive tactics prior to the incident that took him off the road in the first place. So Bongartz having to drop back to 14th now behind Arthur de Donker, and that is damage to Carter's kart.
Yeah, that's why he got the technical flag, and unfortunately, and that doesn't look like that can be fixed straight away. No, that has just popped off the frame there, and unfortunately, that is race over, I think, for the time being.
Well, very unfortunate for Henry Carter in his new helmet design. Looks pretty good, I have to say. The old one looked pretty neat and tidy as well, but now we've still got Clark versus Van Bosch with 3 to go. Clark, look at the slipstream effect.
Yeah, that closing distance into turn 1 is absolutely fantastic, isn't it? And Clark really trying to put the pressure on Van Bosch here, but both of them very talented drivers.
Well, he could have gone for the move on the inside line there. He had the pace, he had the momentum, but he's not going to do that until the timing is right. You're not going to see that move until the next lap at the earliest. As Ramekes now settles himself in, where is he now? 8th position behind Coronel.
Yeah, Coronel, who's in chance for this fight for the second place spot in the championship. So, look at Coronel.
Clark's in front.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, they've swapped.
I'm not sure exactly where Clark did that. That must have been on the way out of the carousel. So, Cathal Clark getting a move on Sacha Van Bosch that the Dutchman just was not expecting.
No, where did that happen?
That must have been on the exit of the carousel leading into the right-handers, because by the time they got to the back straight, he wasn't on for the move.
No. Well, despite that, Sacha Van Bosch is still there and actually was looking to the inside of turn 1 almost immediately. This might tell us a thing or two. It was down into the carousel.
It was into the carousel, okay. So it was a bit of a late one from Clark. Look at that, he really lines him up. He slides in without losing too much time, but that was a bit of a late one from Cathal Clark. Very nicely done.
Yeah, well timed. So keep an eye. Is Van Bosch going to respond back at the same corner? No, he's going to stay behind and latch onto the rear bumper. Still a couple of laps left in this one. Keep an eye. I don't think this battle's over just yet.
You're absolutely right. Meanwhile, while we've been watching these two, look who's crept his way into 3rd position. Harrison Mackie.
Good old Mackie.
He's done a fantastic job to do that. He's really quietly got on with the job there. Picked them off one by one. He's got Coronel, he's got Spanswick, he's got Russell, he's got Green, he got Ramekes. Now he's up there in 3rd position. That's a really tidy drive from Harrison Mackie, and the Fusion boys will be very happy with that. I asked him this morning, what are your chances today? Oh, Van Bosch diving up the inside. He takes the lead back. I was just going to come back to finish the question from Mackie. He said, do you know what? We're really not going to have much of a chance of anything, to be honest. He was wrong, and pleasantly wrong.
Yeah, this is always a nice feeling when the kart is a lot quicker than you actually thought it would be. And Mackie now with the fast lap of the race here, though, back down to the inside. Clark looking to get the move done. Once again, now has to swoop to the outside. Watch the switch back here, potentially, as they go down in towards turn number 7. Very close here through 9. They go now. And look at this, Mackie's closed right in.
He certainly has, so this is going to be tricky for both Van Bosch and Clark to keep Harrison Mackie at bay. Mackie's got nothing to lose at this point. Clark pushing hard, Van Bosch still trying to protect. Harrison Mackie may as well go for it. He's got an opportunity, goes long on the brakes on the far side, but I think it's going to finish at that. They're going to keep each other nose to tail. That was well defended by Van Bosch across the line. And again, less than half a tenth of a second between Van Bosch and Clark at the line.
Good race there for the whole grid. Sacha Van Bosch taking that first race win for the junior category this weekend. And Sacha Van Bosch looking very, very comfortable with the new team.
Can we just point out at this stage, the X30 senior qualifying heat D versus E was settled by 0.059. Qualifying heat A versus F was settled by 0.042. And now in the junior, A versus B, it's been settled by 0.047. That is 3 races on the bounce where the battle has been settled by less than 0.06 of a second at the line. Where else in motorsport do you get that?
I'll come back to you that and I'll try and think, but certainly you find it in nearly every race here in karting. And that certainly is a good showing of what we are going to be expecting to see throughout the entirety of this weekend. So make sure that you are comfortable at home. You've got your popcorn at the ready. Let's take you through the intermediate or the classifications at the end of qualifying heat A and B. Sasha van der Bosch taking the win, though, from Cathal Clark, Harrison Mackie and Romeo Rossell. Zach Green and Eden Spanswick, Rocco Coronel and Timo Ramekers. Unfortunately, also getting that 5-second time penalty with the warning flag, finishing as P8. Thomas Kinsey from Clovis Nogueira. Ricardo Ferrari, brilliant drive up into P11 from Conor Clancy. Devon Heglen and Mats van Rooyen finishing in 14th place. Anthony Bongartz finishing in P15. P16 sees Wouter Berganu and Arthur de Donker finishing in P17. Senna Munir finishing in 18th place from Eva Dorenson in 19th. Yanis Dubois in 20th. Angelina Proenka and Henry Carter finishing in 21st and 22nd place out on track. And of course the Joseph Smith retirement at the start of the race. Certainly a very, very exciting one. We'll be going down to Parc Fermé shortly to potentially chat to our race winner in that one. But between now and then, let's take a look through some of the highlights on that one. And it was a good start from Cathal Clark going down in towards turn 1. It was a good start from Sasha van der Bosch as well. Up into P2, battling away. Ramekers would be on the outside. There was a spin on the inside, and that's unfortunately where we saw a couple of our drivers getting involved. That was where we lost Joseph Smith and Henry Carter with that side pod damage, unfortunately, going around. There was another cut that spanned there. Looked to me like potentially that was Angelina Proenka for the Jana Racing team that unfortunately went round as well, but these two would later return back to the pit lane. And yeah, you can see the damage, and Henry Carter knew about that damage as well. Change to the lead, though, as down the inside went Sasha van der Bosch in the early stages of the race as well. Everyone trying to get involved. Eden Spanswick was even there in P3 for some stages of that race. He would drop down to P6 by the end of the race, unfortunately for him, as he would get involved with this scrap here with Timo Ramekers, who unfortunately just, well, the kart just looked like it didn't have the go out of the corner. And there you could just see moves coming in left, right, and centre. Right, this was the moment there that we saw Wouter Berganu side by side here with Timo Ramekers, and they were battling all the way, and it would end in tears when they would come out of the exit of turn 6 and 7 in towards turn 9. And yeah, unfortunately for Berganu, he would just get squeezed out wide and yeah, onto the grass, and that would result in Timo Ramekers receiving a warning flag out on circuit. Harrison Mackie, though, making the moves and coming through the field, finishing P3 at the end of that one. 7 positions gained for the Fusion driver, and a very close race all the way throughout, but the battle still came in thick and fast all the way throughout the field. It was absolutely fantastic to see all these exciting battles. Devon Heglen there, Conor Clancy also getting involved as well, but still the battle raged on at the front as Cathal Clark would take the lead. Sasha van der Bosch would return at turn at number 1, and it would be a very close race all the way to the end. And with that scrap happening, you would see Harrison Mackie close right in and nearly getting away with a heat win of the weekend. Very, very close scrap all the way to the end. This is into the final corner on the last lap, and again, another race separated by just 0.06 of a second between your top 3. 0.04 of a second between the top 2 as they went side by side over the start-finish line. But Sasha van der Bosch would take the first qualifying heat win for the Junior X30 category. Plenty more races for the junior category to get going. The next one on your screen there, but we're ready down in Parc Fermé with Jake Sanson.
A fabulous run then from Sasha van der Bosch in the RSD. He could be the defender for the national football team of Netherlands. Great work out there, mate. And it was very tricky right from the start, but the RSD definitely had pace.
Yeah, we have like really good pace all weekend, and the race it's good. I have a fight with Carl and the rest of the pack, and it's all right.
Now, it was really tough going in terms of the defensive tactics. When Clark got you on the back straight there, I'm guessing that was kind of a move out of nowhere. You really had to fight to get that back.
Yeah, I just follow him and just watching what he's doing, and then I got for the overtake in the last lap corner number 1, and I got good defending, and then I win.
Now, of course, when you've got that opportunity, you're battling away with other drivers and you're backing up the pack a little bit. You've got people like Harrison Mackie trying to rein in. How tough is that to try and sustain when it's not just one driver on your tail, but it's several?
Yeah, it's really tough, just leading the whole pack and you see what's going on.
So over the course of the weekend here, you obviously have good pace. Last year you were here on the podium in 3rd position. So how confident are you that you can go 1 or 2 better?
I think we can go for the win. We have the speed, we have everything, what we need. And yeah, we see the final.
Fantastic. Great job so far, Sasha. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent performance there from Sasha van der Bosch of the RSD team, a really exciting performance from him. We might have another opportunity to see one or two of the other drivers that have been in favour. You can just about see there Henry Carter's car having a bit of a difficulty out there on the circuit. Unfortunately, Henry Carter had Joe Smith land on him on the very first lap of the race. That's a real hammer blow for both Victory Lane and Crop Promotions, having one of their drivers go down. Just got an opportunity to have a quick word with a very bemused and very delighted Harrison and Lewis Mackey, who are certainly getting things right at this stage. Wonder what will happen in the next one.
Very curious to see what will happen in the next one. We're about to find out. As you can see there, your next grid getting ready to go. This is qualifying heat C and D. Jensen Graham and Daniel Delakian starting this one on the front row. Yet to see both of these drivers race so far this weekend. Tyron Kennard starting on the second row. I would say his best qualifying so far this season for Tyron Kennard. Great to see him on the second row of the grid. He's got Sebastian Mins alongside. Good to see Seb up very high in the order as well. Isaac Phelps and Christopher El-Faghali on the third row of the grid, as well as the cars get themselves lined up, and they're eager to get going, but they're not moving, and I think they're now going to be sent. There they go. Next race coming up then on your screens, Junior X30 qualifying heat C and D. Let's take you through the starting lineup then as they make their way round the track. Jensen Graham and Daniel Delakian then go from the front row with Tyron Kennard and Sebastian Mins on row 2. Isaac Phelps and Christopher El-Faghali go from row 3 from Harry Bartle and Alexi Constant on row 4. Arthur Huang and Morgan Moore go from row 5, rounding out the top 10. Matthias Mellers and Johan Helder go from row 6 from George Nassar and Maximilian Blanchemann on row 7. Matt Corby and Quinten van Llewellyn on row 8. Bertram Sasha and Alessandra Biggie on row 9. Sonia B and Roxanne Latinga on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Thea Palmer and Ferris Gilal rounding out the 22-car grid on this one. As you can see, sun shining, air temperature still rising. Still at that 17, 18 degrees now as we get going through the day. Remember, 24 heats over the course of the day. We are currently on the weekend on race 8. Remember, there were 3 races yesterday. Technically, this is only race 6 of the day, so still good to see. But, there you can see the exit runoff there through the final corner, turn 12, and how muddy that was yesterday. And it's all been churned up as so many drivers running slightly wide on it as well, and it just churned it up that little bit more. I'm sure the groundskeeper loves it when the karts come racing here at Karting Genk.
Well, I tell you what, yesterday, right up against the tyre barrier, it was an absolute swimming pool. Never mind a mud bath.
I think the pit entrance was the biggest one for me as well, because that flooded, and then when the session was over, the karts came in, and then they all stalled as they went through a deluge of water.
They did indeed. I mean, that swimming pool at the final corner yesterday, it was so deep and so heavy that one of the tyre barrier sections actually got picked up by the water and it drifted.
It floated off.
And actually floated around halfway around the corner. So it was a bit tricky yesterday, but fortunately, as you say, that water has finally all drained at the final bend. It was just off to the right there. One of those white tyre barrier sections literally got picked up by the water and it floated about 3 foot, 4 foot to the left. So
that's impressive.
Thank goodness nobody went off there. And I was just trying to warn drivers before they went out for qualifying practice. Whatever you do, if you're going to go off at any corner around this circuit, don't go off into the barrier there, because you'll be swimming. You won't just be a little bit wet, you'll be drowned.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very lucky, though, for the drivers that the conditions today, much, much nicer. Tomorrow, maybe not so. Here we go, then, into the tram lines. Are they going? They are. Green flag goes out. Great start from Graham as he sides his way down and towards turn number 1. Look at Tyron Kennard, though, to the inside. He's there in P3. Can he hold on to that one? Daniel Delakian managed to actually sweep to the inside there, but he's lost out several positions as the rest of the field. Now, Constantine is up, but crucially, everyone gets through the first few corners unscathed.
I mean, that was a big save from Johan Helder, I think, who got slightly sideways there in the pit parts machine, but somehow he managed to get away with it. But out in front, Jensen Graham, the plucky young Scot, doing a fantastic job up at the sharp end. And there's problems further round. That is a big disaster for Johan Helder again. And the 16 of George Nassar, who's literally picked Johan Helder up and dropped him on the road. So George Nassar, very strong.
And Marshall's no longer needed. There we go.
Oh, and off goes the Crop Promotions car. That's Bartle.
There's Bartle, yeah. Oh, he's had a bit of a nightmare in the early stage of this one, and he's dropped well down the order. Oh, and there's another one off.
They're all dropping out, and that's Johan Helder, clearly with more mechanical problems than out of the kart.
So that's Jorn Helder done and dusted after the previous damage sustained. So the Jorn Helder pit parts machine now not going any further in this one. George Nassar recovering. And who is it that was right down at the back of the field after a dodgy third sector? It was Matteo Melis in the TB car.
Well.
And there's more problems at the hairpin, more drivers getting a little bit wayward and nudgy. That's one of the Falcons being nerfed slightly adrift. My goodness, it's all kicking off in this heat.
It certainly is. We're only at the end of lap 1 here. Everyone simmer down now. Let's get it to the end of the race before this. But crucially at the front, it has. And, well, it's all just, yeah, it's okay. The two Pantano drivers here, Dalakian and Taran Kinnard, have latched onto each other, third and fourth, and hopefully they are going to be good teammates, work together and try and see if they can latch onto the back of Sebastian Mins, who is having a good run this weekend.
He certainly is. Sebastian Mins looking very confident for the VDK Racing team nowadays, but we're watching the two drivers behind for Pantano Racing. The leading driver, the number 27, that is the Armenian racer, Daniel Dalakian, who is based in Spain these days and races under a Spanish license. But he represented Armenia in the Karting Academy Trophy a couple of seasons ago. So certainly doing a fantastic job now for the Pantano Racing team, and he's plugged into this operation very quickly in Junior. Let's have a look at what happened earlier on. This is the Bartel. Look, there's just nowhere for anyone to go once you get squeezed that far wide. He had two people on the inside of him, and Bartel just ended up turning that kart into a lawnmower for about 100 yards.
Yeah, and then the tyres will have been wet there, and look how much it's just sliding around, and unfortunately, he just got clipped there by another one.
And we're about to see Melis go, I think. Well, I thought we were going to see Melis drift off the road there because it was about the same point as Taran Kinnard gets the move on his teammate.
Yep, down and towards turn 12, and you can see why he had a Alexis Constant closing in just behind. So I think it was like, I don't want to be involved in that. I want to try and break away as Seb Mins looks to the inside of Graham, and that's a change for your race lead. Sebastian Mins leads the way.
It is indeed, and at exactly the same time coming out of the final turn, you had the Lebanese driver, Chris Elvagali, having a bit of an issue there as he lost out to Quinten van Leuven and to Sasha as well. So both from Sasha, the Danish driver, younger brother of Lawrence, having a bit of an issue. But yeah, that was a very tidy manoeuvre for Sebastian Mins into turn 1. Very stereotypical manoeuvre into the first corner. But clearly he's got the pace to make it sustainable, and that's Quinten van Leuven now trying to get clear of Bertram Sasha. He's got the Falcon, but interestingly, Quinten van Leuven, he has a slightly different livery to all the other Falcons in Junior. He carries the House of Orange colours of his native Netherlands.
Certainly does. Well, about nearing the halfway point of this race, and again, still heating up all the way throughout this field as Sasha there is still battling away. This has been a bit interesting at the front here as Jorn Helder gets a warning flag. That will come with a 5-second time penalty, so you will not like that one. Where is Jorn out there? He is... Where is he on the grid?
Jorn Helder out of the race.
He's out of the race, yeah. So, well, 5-second time penalty as well, and that's never a nice thing.
So here's the move from Sebastian Mins onto the inside of Jensen Graham. It was just a little twitch from Graham, and that was enough for Sebastian Mins to think, right, well, he's got a gap, he's opened it up, I'm going to take that. And it looks like it's going to be 2 Junior X30 races on the bounce as Mins taps his helmet. Come on, let's work together. Don't try and overtake me back again. Let's just work as a team unit here and try and stretch away further forward. Speaking of which, Alexis Constant has managed to split the two Pantanos and has moved his way up into 4th position now behind Taran Kinnard. Well, I was going to say, it looks like in both the Junior X30 races, neither of the pole position sitters are going to pick up a win.
Yeah, this is very interesting stuff
and
here.
There goes Constant on the inside of Taran Kinnard for 3rd.
I'm impressed with Alexis Constant here, absolutely flying through the field here.
Yeah, Constant has been a very tough driver to keep a rhythm moment flowing through the weekend. He has flashes of brilliance and then it all fades away. This weekend, however, he's looked strong from the outset. He's kept his kart in a very competitive position. The AC Racing team are overdue a decent result. They have had a lot of bad luck over the last 18 months. And Alexis Constant is just picking up the baton and running with it. He's doing a great job.
Certainly is. Fastest laps and, yeah, making good progress in this race right now. Well, still plenty of time in this race, and I suspect this race is far from over in every stretch of the imagination because the battle for the race lead is going to start getting a little bit interesting. This was the moment then that Alexis Constant got that move done, and well, I don't think Taran Kinnard was fully ready there because he committed to the corner, and then all of a sudden, oh wait, there's an AC cut there that I've got to get out of the way.
Indeed, so Alexis Constant gets through into third position. He's actually catching Graham.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This battle is not over whatsoever. The battle for first has closed in, and there's now a four-way fight.
So Graham is actually on the back foot here from Alexis Constant. Now, if Constant just waits a moment, just sits back, goes with Graham, pushes him a little bit further forward down towards the first corner at the end of the lap, he might get a shot at the win. If he goes for second place now, I don't think he's going to get a shot.
I think he will have a shot at it. He's got so much speed, and he is going to go for it into Cafe Curve, and he does get it done. And he didn't lose too much time there whatsoever.
He didn't lose much, that's fair.
I think Alexis Constant's got enough in the bag here to try and close up to Sebastian Mins.
Well, it's going to be about half a second. So he'll have an opportunity down the straight to take a 10.5 away. It'll all depend on where he is out of turn 6. If he's got enough momentum in the kart to close up going down the bypass straight, then he really has the shot. But for the moment, Mins has got half a second, and it looks comfortable for me. However, it's this next corner that will decide the fate of Alexis Constant. Can he get close enough to get some advantage on slipstream? And I don't think it's quite close enough. He's given it a good go, up to second place, a good finish, but I think Mins should just hang on.
Yeah, for the time being, yeah, Seb Mins does look very, very comfortable out there. And this is a good showing for Sebastian Mins. We've not seen him too much at the sharp end at some of these races, and it's nice to see Seb Mins battling away at that top end, as now Graham is under pressure from Tyrone Kennard, who again has had a fabulous showing here. And Tyrone Kennard is going to look to the outside. No, he's going to try to go to the inside, and the two make a little bit of contact there. And Dalakian now comes through, and Graham has to concede another one. And Tyrone Kennard, well, he checks over the shoulder.
He was angry.
He's not happy. Yeah, Tyrone Kennard's not happy at all.
So Mins got the win. Constant was second. Kennard was livid with Jensen Graham because he's like, look, you held us up so much on that final lap. We could have gone for the victory. I mean, that's an ambitious thought from Tyrone Kennard, but at the same time, he's got an argument there. It's like, why did you go defensive? We could have worked together there. We could have gone for an opportunity. But every racing driver is obviously going to be bitterly disappointed when they lose 1.4 seconds on the final lap.
Exactly that. Well, there we go then. Junior X30, they're done for the moment. They will be back out for race 14 and 15. They'll be the last two races before the lunch break here today, so stay tuned for that one if you are a junior fan. Minis are coming up next for race 9 and 10, qualifying heat 1 and 2 for them. The first time we will see them out on track. Looking forward to seeing what they can do, because qualifying for them yesterday was very interesting. They got the dry conditions, the first ones, and they were the fastest drivers that we saw out through all of that one. But we'll talk about that a little bit later on, because right now they're coming into Parc Fermé. Sebastian Mins, nice race win.
I've got a lot of excitement about this young lad, Sebastian Mins. He's really starting to come into his own now. Alexis Constant in front of Tyrone Kennard, Jensen Graham and Dan Dalakian. Quinten van Leuven ahead of Bertram Sacha, Arthur Huang and Christopher El Fagali, with the top 10 rounded out by Isaac Phelps. Then Faris Jalil, Maxime Blanchemin, Harry Bartle stuck down there in 13, Roxanne Lantinga, the younger sister of Kevin, and then Morgan Moore in 15th position. A bit of a tricky race for the Irishman there. 16th for Matt Corby, really struggling here this weekend. Then Matteo Melis in front of Alessandro Biggi, known to his team as Notorious for obvious reasons. Sun Yibei, and then George Nassar, the last driver home, as we had a retirement for Jon Helder and a non-start for Theo Palmer, who sadly is no longer here this weekend. So, a very interesting race there with several candidates for the win, but the pole position man, Jensen Graham, falling all the way to P4.
Yeah, initially it was a good start. You can see it here. He broke away well as we look at some of the highlights. Again, good start from Dalakian as well as Tyrone Kennard, who both went to the inside. I was very impressed with the start from Sebastian Mins, who got up into second place straight away. That's where Henry Carter got squeezed out wide through turn 9, came back onto the track, and unfortunately very cold tyres, and made a little bit of contact there. I think that was with George Nassar, who was trying to get involved. Then this moment here in the background, well, I've got to say, Jon Helder getting picked up there slightly by the number 46, I believe it was, out on track. But certainly a very interesting start on that one for the races. This is the moment where Sebastian Mins would take the lead of the race through turn number 1. Nicely done and well controlled all the way throughout this, and immediately saying to Jensen Graham, right, think, let's go, let's try and break away. This was Alexis Constant on his fight through the field as well, and a very good fight through the field. Came through several positions, gaining 5 in total to finish in P3. Went into second place for a brief moment, would then lose it later on because it would be Jensen Graham who managed to get the cup back. Then it was this fight here that we saw on the screen. And the reason why I'm saying the wrong result is because my timing screen has froze because Jensen Graham actually finished further down the order. Yes, because it was actually Alexi Constantini finished second place. So there we go. I'll try and fix that.
Well, we go straight into the X30 Minis now, and it's a fabulous battle in the championship fight that we have. The two British contenders off the front row of the starting grid for the first qualifying heat. Jesse Phillips will be on the front row of the second. However, Matteo Rivals did something pretty special yesterday for the Jana Racing outfit. Managed to get himself into pole position for the very first time in his young fledgling IAME Euro Series career. Matteo Rivals qualifying pole position here for Jana Racing. An amazing result for you. Just explain to us about the qualifying.
Ça s'est très bien passé. J'ai pris quelques aspi pendant la qualif et j'ai fait la pole position.
And now for the races tomorrow, it will be very difficult, but you'll be starting from the front. How excited are you about racing from pole position?
Je suis très excitée de partir en pole à chaque fois et je vais essayer de faire le meilleur résultat dans les manches.
Merci beaucoup. Bonne chance aujourd'hui.
Merci.
Short and sweet from Matteo Rivals. I don't think he was expecting to be on pole position any more than his rivals did. So a fabulous performance then from the youngster on the Paralin for the Jana Racing team. He was very interesting to discuss there because, of course, he ended up getting into pole position, just taking a few deep breaths through the qualifying session. Interesting that he lets that one slip. Dan Alleman, of course, Euro Series vice champion last year, and managed to do so in fantastic fashion in the closing stages of 2022 as he became a podium finisher in Genk, got the job done in fantastic style. But now he obviously wants to continue that battle. He does have an outside shot of doing something spectacular for the title here. But he is very much the underdog, having had a difficult couple of rounds over the course of the season. But it's not done and dusted yet. Of course, the man who is currently leading the point standings, Jesse Phillips, has had good consistency, but he has not won a final so far this year. He scored plenty of good points. But this is a championship about consistency and getting yourself into the best position possible. There is Stig de Rademakers, the Belgian driver for the Fusion Motorsport team. Really good to see him up at the sharp end. And Stig is one of the excellent young talents trying to put himself up at the front end of the Mini X30 category. Obviously joining the season at the start of the year. I've got a real feeling about this boy. Next year, Stig de Rademakers could actually be a title contender for me. He's certainly shown his flamboyance through the first part of the season. And I think there's a lot more to come from him.
Certainly so. And yeah, it is good to see how well qualifying went for him. There's a look then at the rest of the schedule for today. You can see 3 minutes to go until the next race. We have the 2 mini races. Then we go back to the senior category for their third qualifying heat of the weekend. Remember, they have 5 over the course of the weekend. The minis and the juniors all seeing 2. Juniors then back out at 1:10. And they'll have their 2 races. Then we go into the lunch break, and we will kickstart after the lunch break back with the mini category with groups B and C, then A and D, then with the seniors rounding out the rest of the racing there as well later on in the day. But plenty of action today. This is certainly going to be an exciting one for a lot of these drivers. The championship's so close. The racing today even closer as well. Like you were saying earlier on, so many of those races being separated by hundreds of a second through nearly all of the races we've seen.
Yeah, we had 3 races in a row separated by less than 0.06. I mean, that is just unheard of, even in karting, to have 3 races in a row finished by that little. But that's IAME Euro Series for you. Of all the karting categories and disciplines out there, it's very difficult to pick one over the other. But for the pure racing, for the pure skill and dexterity of the drivers, for the pure mentality of the races, and for the pure racecraft that you see, it's tough to pick a favourite. But if I had to, if you put a bullet to my head, then I would say probably IAME X30, because you always get that excitement, that fantastic dynamicism within the races. When the driver gets into the lead, it's still not over. You've still got so much more to do, so much more defending to do, so much looking after your tyres, so much watching of the engine temperatures. It's such a technical discipline, IAME X30. It is so hard to dominate, and we've seen that over the course of the weekend so far. There is Kanish Grau for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team, running on the outside of the second row of the starting grid. He's been a great contender this year, actually. He's, of the drivers coming out of the tail end of last year, coming into this year, in terms of most improved, he's absolutely a candidate for that.
I will wholeheartedly agree with that one. Yeah, certainly very, very quick out on circuit as well. So, yeah, been a good one to run all the way throughout this one. That is Flavio Carrier there just as well alongside. Starting this one, P5 on the third row of the grid. We'll have Noah Grenier alongside as well. There is our judge of fact, Ross Upton, with the board there at the front. And it's the 1 minute board that he has on display. Good to see that he turns around for us there to show us that.
Oh, indeed, yeah. We get to follow along with everything as it happens here. And the fabulous RGMMC preparation crew, keeping everybody abreast of everything that's happening around the course. And there is young Noah Grenier in his expert chassis for the Euro karting team, which is based a couple of hours down the road from here at the Euro karting base of operations at Marienborg. They had their home round, of course, 2 rounds ago. But Noah Grenier still wanting to do a fabulous job in the Flemish side of Belgium, having done a fair job on his home circuit at Marienborg. So now it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the continuation of the races here at Mini X30. And of course, with Matteo Rivals comes a great opportunity from the front of the grid. And let's not forget that with Mini X30, yes, the karts are slower and smaller, but with that comes a narrower and shorter width and wheelbase. And that means you can fit more drivers wheel to wheel for positions. You'll try moves in X30 Mini that you couldn't try in Junior or Senior, and that will give us a very exciting bit of racecraft. Sometimes the X30 Mini drivers outshine the Junior and Senior for racecraft. Matteo Rivals and Dan Allemann from Stig de Rademakers and Kalish Grau. Then Flavio Keider and Noah Grenier from Ludwig Grandqvist and Dan Medon. Then Angelina Simons and Bruno Priam from Austin Newsted and Gustavo Marquez. Mason Brooks, Max Endicott, Leo Peruzzi and Finn Rossen. Then Cesc Pietiesa and Max Murray, Timo Rifla and David Steven Michuna. Then Nino Pedraza, Diego Didiale, Ahmed Al-Khalifa, Saif Al-Obaidli, then Tony Cachaferro and Mathis Bragieux at the back of the grid. This is going to be an intriguing one. Can Matteo Rivals, the youngster for Gianna Racing, sustain the pressure of these big names around him? Allemann, de Rademakers, Rau, Cairo, Grenier, Grandqvist, Miron. There are so many big drivers in terms of their reputation in this one. This is going to be a tough one for Rivals to hold on to.
I reckon so, but with that impressive qualifying time, I think all will be well. I think all will be well for Rivals here. I think he will do exactly what he needs to do, focus and just, yeah, drive away from the field if he can. So, yeah, I reckon this will be okay. We'll just have to see how it goes because, again, these are long races for these drivers and they're very used to these conditions already because they had these in qualifying as well. So they should be up to speed.
I mean, there's 5 drivers outside those top 4 rows that, for me, are worth keeping a quick eye on. You've got Angelina Simons, the talented Spanish lady. She has good speed and dexterity. We've seen that a few times this year. Austin Newsted, the talented British driver. Of course, the dominant force of British Bambinos back in the day. Won every single final in that title-winning year. No one has ever done that before. Max Endicott, still an outside bet for a top 3 in the championship. In this category, and he had a bit of a difficult qualifying session, but if he's as fast as he deserves to be, he'll be charging his way through from 14th on the grid. Leo Peruzzi really struggled in qualifying as well, and we've seen him towards the top 5 several times over the course of the last 18 months. And then, of course, there's young Max Murray, based as he is out in Dubai, the young Scottish driver for George Gibbons Motorsport. He had actually a slow puncture over the course of yesterday's qualifying session, and still somehow managed to put it in the midfield. So that could have gone a lot worse. That could have dropped into the very tail of the grid, and yet somehow he was able to come up with a fairly decent time considering. So if Max Murray's got a decent kart underneath him, he could well provide a decent top 10 result. Definitely worth watching as the drivers a little bit of nudging as they came down to the braking zone for the final turn. And they'll come back up to speed now. We're going to get a good start this time by... Yes, we are! Up to the first corner then. Dan Allemann trying to get level with Matteo Rivals into the first turn. And are the Minis going to get through in fine style? A little bit of a nudge, but pushing and shoving 3 wide and up through comes the Fusion driver of Stig de Rademakers. Trying to come through for the lead. He hangs it in second position behind Rivals, but he's got side by side with him up towards turn 3. He hangs back. He decides to call up into second position. Dan Allemann trying to force the issue. He assists the Rademakers through into the lead and goes through with him in a second place. Matteo Rivals almost on the grass on the back straight, and that's going to drop him to 5th, maybe 6th, and it actually drops him to 5th because he manages to get back on terms with Kanish Grau through the carousel. What a shuffle.
Yeah, that was a pretty decent start then from the entire field, and I've got to say, despite the fact that he's only dropped down to P5, Matteo Rivals, that was a good start to the race. Held on to that one very, very nicely, and he's actually put himself back up to P4, so he's had a very good start to that race, and these three now are starting to latch onto each other, and I think they're wanting to try and drive away from the rest of the field. That will probably be the best strategy they can go with, and you always see that in the mini category. It's like mini NASCAR.
Yeah, indeed. Dan Aleman playing the long game here, but then, of course, he knows of old how to go about this. He was the vice champion last year in the Euro Series, only beaten to the title by Dan Kelleher of Ireland. But this is the chance for Dan Aleman, and he knows it. He's got a great opportunity here to slot in behind Stig de Rademacher's, pull away, and try and get clear of Flavio Gaida in third place. But it's Rivals in fourth, then Grenier and Rao, then Miron, Priam, Granqvist, and Max Endicott, who's made a decent start. In fact, he's continuing on that decent start. What did I say? Started from P14. He's got a kart that's pretty quick. He's up to 8th already.
Yeah, that is a solid start then. And keep a very close eye all the way throughout this, because now this battle's starting to heat up. Here's Aleman to the inside. And Stig de Rademacher is under pressure now from Carrier, who tries to get it down the inside, and who's coming back. Mateo Rivals is instantly already in the fight and is now going for P3.
Yeah, that was very well read there by both Dan Aleman and by Mateo Rivals. Initially, Aleman just signaling to Kyra, look, come with me, because he said, I'm going to go for the move on the Rademachers. I'll get the place. Come with me. It took Kyra a little bit longer to get the move done, but as soon as he got the move on the inside line of the hairpin, that was Mateo Rivals' chance. He thought, right, well, if he can get it, I can get there as well. And I've got good pace. The confidence that he would have taken from yesterday, big stuff, and up the inside into second place again from Mateo Rivals. Clearly that pace from the Yana Racing expert, the Yana Racing Paralins, sorry, still full guns blazing in the bone dry conditions as opposed to the drying conditions of yesterday. So Mateo Rivals able to shake off that little blip at the start and work his way back in a second.
Yeah, that is a good, strong performance, and keep a close eye on that one. It's still kicking off in the further background here. Stig de Rademacher now down into P5 as Kanish Rao gets through up into P4 as well. So they're still chopping and changing, all in that top section. Keep a very close eye on it now, as right on that slipstream, Flavio Carrier right in behind. Mateo Rivals. Rivals is going to be under pressure here in towards turn number 1. Not close enough, not going for the move.
So fascinating situation for all of the contenders. Aleman, still your race leader. Rivals has got Carter all over the back of him. Kanish Rao, they're in P4 now, having got past Stig de Rademachers. So yet again, it's Oliver Rowland Motorsport versus Fusion Motorsport. Doesn't matter which drivers, but those two teams are absolutely going to be glued to the hip. Then Grenier, Miron, Priam, Endicott, Granqvist, Peruzzi up to 11th place from 15th on the grid as well. Then Newstead, Pieterse, and I tell you who else is on the move. It's Max Murray, the Scottish driver from Dubai, has got himself up into 12th position now. So Max Murray chipping away and working good progress through the field again.
Yep, he certainly is. Keep a close eye on that one as we near the halfway point of this race. Still plenty of time for these drivers to make those moves, but look how close this is. Actually still quite a close qualifying heat. Yes, there's not a big group battling. They're all there, but as soon as one starts to defend, they're all going to close right back in. We've not had no close races just yet, so I suspect we're going to see another one here as the two Fusions go side by side. And Daniel Miron looking to the inside there and gets it done. Nicely moved.
Yeah, good move from Miron on Stig de Rademachers, but it's not done yet for him. Those two are still dueling away. Bruno Priam gets the fastest lap of the race in for the Spirit squad. So he moves up into 7th at the hairpin as well, getting the move there on Noah Grenier. So good overtaking move from Bruno Priam. And look in the background, you've got Endicott, and then it is Granqvist, Peruzzi, and Murray. So the GGMs are definitely making good progress as they move forward.
Revels has closed in.
He has indeed, and Dan Aleman, who had the lead up the inside, comes Kanish Rao. Kanish Rao is not done with this yet either. He's got a great shot.
Yeah, I think Kanish Rao read that very well there, because he can see that this is going to kick off here. Wanted that third place spot to really try and get the best effort to try and maybe even go for a heat win here. Plenty of time to close that gap back up, and as soon as the move happens, they will close back up.
Well, yeah, you're right, because in Mini X30, the place you want to be when you've got the two guys sharp together in front on the slipstream is P3, third, because you've not got a massive amount of room in a Mini X30 car to defend. It doesn't matter that you hold the inside line. You've got a lot more racetrack to play with, a lot more to guard, and there's just so many more opportunities for you to go left, to go right, to try and get that overtaking move. So it doesn't matter how much you defend in Mini X30, you've only got a certain amount of tarmac tarmac to play with. So being in third position, as Canis Grau now has put himself, is absolutely the golden ticket to the big show.
Certainly is, and he's right there now in P3 with a nice buffer as well, a little bumper, so he's got plenty of time to react to anything that happens as well, which is crucial, because if you do sit too close, you may find yourself getting caught up in the same thing that they're trying to do. So, yeah, very critical there, and I think Canis Grau doing very well to hold on to it. Carrier right there behind, just holding it as well. From Miron, the Rademacher, then it's Bruno, then Grenier, Endicott, and Granquist, still the top 10. Separated by 3.7 seconds, very close. And remember, if any of these drivers do get a nose cone penalty, remember that is a 5-second time penalty that goes their way, and that would put them down into P10. So very, very close in this grid still.
Here we go. Rival's all over the back of Aleman.
Not close enough though.
He's going to wait for his moment into the carousel, surely. He might actually get the opportunity into the next right-hander, though, because Aleman is already defending. Rivals is trying to edge closer. Rao is cutting away from Flavio Caira now. So watch as Aleman tries to hold the line. Rivals is going to go for it up the inside. Aleman moves to cut. They're both going to get compromised on the exit. Here's Canis Grau. He is now right in the hunt. And as Rivals tries to go long and then go short to the inside line for the undercut, Canis Grau's got to be very cautious here. He's got to be careful when he makes his bid. Don't go for it just yet. Now you've got an opportunity. Now you can try and cut through. Up to the inside of Rivals. Second for Rao, but no, going wide. Round the outside of both of them. That's Flavio Caira getting into second place. Now he can go for Dan Aleman for the victory. Aleman covers it for the inside. Caira's going to squeak through on the inside. Textbook from Flavio Caira. He will steal the victory on the line. Brilliant from Flavio Caira. Absolutely majestic.
It was very, very good there out of the final corner. There was a bit of a jostle, though, as he hit the loud pedal to try and get the switch back. Made a little bit of contact there with Dan Aleman, but it was very, very well timed for Flavio Caira, who will take the race win after 7 laps of racing. He gains 4 positions in that one and sides his way with an absolutely fantastic final corner move. He will be delighted with that one as they make their way back towards Parc Ferme. Dan Aleman, though, will finish second place from Amateur Rivals, finishing in P3. Still a solid result for Rivals. Daniel Miron, 4 places gained as well, finishing in P4 from Sig de Rademacher. Priam Bruno as well, finishing in P6, also gaining 4 places. But again, a very close end to that race, and 0.09 of a second separate the top 2 across the line. Once again, another fabulously close race. Well, there you go. Back into Parc Ferme then. Qualifying heats A and B. Classifications on your screen. Flavio Caira taking the win from Dan Aleman. Matteo Rivals from Daniel Miron. Sig de Rademacher and Priam Bruno from Canis Grau, unfortunately, on that last lap, dropping to P7 from Noah Grenier. Max Endicott, Ludwig Granquist, Leonardo Peruzzi from Mason Brooks, Angelina Simmons-Torres from Gustavo da Silva, and Max Murray rounding out that top 15 as well. The rest of the results there on your screen. Very, very close. Look at that. Very good. Look at that. 10 seconds separating the top 20 there. That's how close it gets at the end of these races. Still an exciting one. We love the Mini X30 category, and we've still got plenty more races of them coming up throughout the day as well. And of course, tomorrow, so stay tuned for that one. Qualifying heat C and D will be ready in just a few moments' time. Between now and then, we'll be watching some highlights and hopefully going down to chat to our race winner on that one. Here is a look at the highlights. And again, it was a good start from Matteo Rivals. We were talking about, can he maintain that position at the start? And the start as well, initially very good. Held on to it until the turn 6 hairpin, where he was assisted slightly wide there, but the field getting through. But it was a good, clean start then at the beginning of that race. It would kick off a little further back, though, going into the hairpin as everyone getting the move done. There you can see now Matteo Rivals just trying to find his way back into a position, but they're running wide onto the grass, losing the momentum. Everyone going down the inside. He would fall down into P5. He would fight back, though, and gain several positions. This was the change for the race lead, as Dan Aleman would take the lead, and Flavio Caira just trying to get his way through as well. Sig de Rademacher trying to hold on to that spot, but also would fall down to about P5 at the end of this race, as back through came Matteo Rivals into the final corner. Those two went side by side, and the gap was closed, and Matteo Rivals then making his way up into second place getting past there Flavio Carrier, who would come back to win the race in that very exciting final lap. The two Fusions side by side. Daniel Miron getting past his teammate, Stedter Maker for P4. And that battle would rage on as well. And as well as just further behind as well, Kanish Rao making his way through the field. Noah Cuninier also, and Max Endicott battling away. That was Kanish Rao getting the move done. This is on the final lap, and this was the moment here that it all went absolutely perfectly for Flavio Carrier. 2 positions gained there out of the exit of turn 10 through 11. Then round the outside here, watch the switchback. Bosh, there you go. A little bit of contact there between the two of them, but a perfectly timed and executed switchback, and he would take the win. Flavio Carrier across the line, clear by 900ths of a second. Absolutely textbook drive there, and he would take the first Mini X30 win of the weekend from Dan Alleman and Mateo Rivals. We are ready down in Parc Ferme. Jake Sanson, over to you.
Well, a fabulous display and a great performance, and Super Flavio is with me right now, having had a fabulous performance there. Flavio, very tough race out there, but right to the final corner, coming in to take the win at the very line. Explain to us en français, tell us how the race was for you.
Je suis content parce que au milieu de la manche, j'étais 4-3 et après, au dernier virage, j'ai recroisé et je suis passé premier.
And an opportunity to keep this pace going to the weekend, for the rest of the weekend. How is it looking for you?
Je crois que ça va aller et sinon je suis vraiment content.
Merci beaucoup. Fantastic. There we go. So, Flavio Carrier, very small on words, but I tell you what, incredibly fast on pace. Just telling us a little bit about how they weren't expecting to get into that position, but he managed to maximize it in the final corner and really coming through. And they think that the VDK kart and the package has enough pace to sustain this through the rest of the weekend. Top 3, a very strong target. Let's see who else we can grab a word with. Let's get a word with Mason Brooks, having had a very tough race out there, Mason. It was not particularly easy in the middle of the field. What was it like battling in the mid-pack?
Good. I didn't really get the best start, but it wasn't the worst start. And I just tried to make my way up.
Well, this is a really tough circuit to learn for the first time at Karting Genk. It's one of the toughest on the calendar. How are you finding it so far? What are you finding good about it?
Good, when I have a grip.
And I tell you what, the tyres here, to look after them through the course of the race weekend, it must be quite difficult, but are you enjoying the challenge so far?
Yes.
Good stuff. Right, we'll catch up with you a bit later in the weekend. Good job so far. Well done. Well done, buddy. Excellent stuff. So, obviously, many young drivers out here trying to work their way further forward. It's not been the easiest first race, but as you can tell, there's a lot more racetrack to play with, a lot of exciting battles out there, and there's just another Mini X30 race right round the corner, Anthony, where we have yet another fantastic battle to talk about.
We certainly do, and there you can imagine. Lost for words they are down in Parc Ferme, completely lost for words. Understandable, very close race out there. Yes, indeed, lots of exciting races left to go throughout the day. Mini X30 qualifying heat C and D is the next one that is coming up. There's a look at the grandstand here going in towards Cafe Curve. And again, that sort of a horrible incident that happened a couple of years ago when the rain came down with all those slick tyres. But no rain so far forecasted for today, even though I say that, there are some clouds looming over the circuit. Like we were saying, qualifying heat C and D coming up next. Maxim Bovjov and Jesse Phillips starting this one on the front row. And Jesse Phillips, your current championship leader, has got it all to play for this weekend, is in close competition with Archie Lovett, who I believe is out in this race as well, or maybe he was out in the first one, not too sure. I think he was out in the first one, wasn't he? But certainly it is a very close battle. Dan Alleman as well, who was out in the first one. Kanish Rao also out there, but it is very, very close. Maxim Bobajov, there he is on your screen, starting this one on the front row. He finished 6th in the I-Games at Campios in 2022. I remember that race. It was a very, very good race. But Maxim Bobajov here in the home of karting Genk. Let's see what he can do here in Belgium as he puts it on that top spot in group. He has got his championship rival alongside Jesse Phillips. Keep an eye on that one. Eduardo Godfroyd and Jules Herman on the second row of the grid. An all Belgium row 2. That is going to be a very, very interesting one. There you can see another view of the grandstand. Plenty of people getting involved in watching. And the other circuit that is live in action at the moment. So like we were saying earlier on, sometimes they can run all 4 circuits at the same time. And so far, well, they're running 2 on the same one at the moment. There, though, Jesse Phillips won the IAME in 2022, the Winter Cup as well in 23. It was a great start to the season, and it could be a great end to the season as well for him, because he is leading the championship. He is clear by quite some points, but it is still all to play for.
It certainly is. I mean, if he continues the way he's currently going, he has that 16-point advantage over Archie Lovett. And Archie actually really struggled in the qualifying session yesterday. He's going to be starting a very difficult position for Archie Lovett to be trying to make the comeback from. 9th place. Yeah. So it's pretty tricky for him, but it certainly gives Jesse Phillips the ammunition. He is not far away, potentially, from getting all 4 major titles in Mini X30 in the space of 1 year, because he got the IAME, he got the Winter Cup. Euro Series could be coming. Yeah. What about the IWF?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be a tall order, wouldn't it? There is Eduardo Godfroyd on the 2nd row of the grid on the parallel chassis. There you can see the wind's picking up. It's still a dry track. There is still blue sky. I'm not trying to put the fear of it in anyone, but there is some clouds looming.
Yeah, they did say at the start of the broadcast there was a 0% chance of rain. Everybody did remember that this is Belgium and this is karting Genk, right?
Yeah, that may have got lost in the memo somewhere.
It doesn't mean a thing.
In the graphics department.
Well, the percentage chance of rain means nothing at karting Genk because it has its own weather pattern. So, qualifying heat C versus D then in the X30 Minis, and this is going to be a fabulous front row of the starting grid. The young man from the United Arab Emirates, Maxim Bobrishov, alongside Jesse Phillips on that front row of the grid. Then Edouard Godefroy and Gilles Herman, Juste Mulder and Antoine Venon, Théo Polissand and Stan Fajot, and then Archie Lovett alongside Didier Krieft. Then Christian Kobe and Jori Broekman from Oliver Warner and Jarle Tseya. Then Jacques Jou and Derek Rivera, Nelis Melak and Bruno Grayling. Benjamin Malak way down in 19th on the grid alongside Antoine Boots. Then Amir Sabadov, Livio Qaida, then Khalifa Al-Khaled, Rashid Hilal, Denny Babacek down at the back, along with Milan Beshu, 2 drivers that ended up having their times taken off them in time qualifying.
Yes, again, very interesting one there. It's working on the karts or just track limits, because we saw that happen in free practice. Track limits, even drivers then were getting lap times taken off them. So, you know, you've got to be very careful with keeping between those white lines out on the circuit, and especially you don't be clipping those bollards at the exit of the carousel corner.
So for young Jesse Phillips in 2nd position, all he has to do is keep doing what he does best. I didn't manage to get too close to him over the course of the weekend. He's been keeping himself very chilled. I mean, if he is nervous, he is not letting it show at all. And he is just getting himself in the zone. He knows what he's got to do. He's got a job ahead of him. He's got the advantage of that points cushion. That's what makes it nice and easy to a certain extent for Jesse Phillips. But it's never easy at this level, particularly in Mini X30. All it takes is for one race to fall away, and it suddenly becomes a lot harder. There are the clouds gathering again here at karting Genk. If they do break during the course of the qualifying heats, it's going to cause absolute pandemonium, because every single team here has come into this one looking at the forecast and expecting there will be no rain at all. So if it does change hands, then it's absolutely going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
We won't speculate, though, ladies and gents, because I know every time we say the R word that comes out of the PA, mechanics start to scatter.
Well, and Martin Bean gives us the evil glare from the starting gantry as well every time we talk about rain, so we're not going to talk about it at any major length and speculate. Otherwise, we might get the backs of our brains burnt out with his laser stare.
You're still talking about it. There we go.
We'll move on then. So, Bobrishov and Phillips, front row of the grid, Godefroy and Herman. And then Juste Mulder from the 5th position on the grid in the energy course. And Antoine Venon in his Oliver Rowland motorsport machine, 6th position on the grid. It'll be fascinating to see what he can do from there. He's actually got a very unique livery to that Oliver Rowland motorsport car, Antoine Venon. It's completely different to any of the other ORM karts. It's very much got his own unique spin on it. And we kind of like that, because it's that uniqueness that picks him out. So, down the main straight, are we going to go racing? We are indeed. Bobrishov gets the jump on Jesse Phillips. Phillips is going to draw level. Can he hold it round the outside? He's got a good run there for second. If he can just keep this nice and tidy, he'll still be in P2. A bit of a mistake from Bobrishov, and that's going to be a big charge up the inside. First from the VDK of Gilles Herman, then from Jesse Phillips to hit the front of the race. Perfect start from the British driver as he gets the reactions nicely. Bit of a moment in the middle of the field there as we saw Theo Polissant drop down the field, dropping onto the grass. But on the back straight, Jesse Phillips has the lead. His reactions were immaculate.
Yep, positioned the car absolutely perfectly there and just sived it down the inside of the exit there of turn number 4. Still kicking off in the background as well as everyone just trying to find their position. It's down the inside there. Nice one from Gilles Herman, who just sends it down the inside. The 929. Sorry, it's the 929 that goes down the inside there. Who is that? That is Stan Fajot. Yeah, Stan Fajot with a brilliant start then.
That was really well placed there on the inside line. That puts him up into P5 in front of the 988, the fast starting Archie Lovett, who is already up into P6, and then he loses ground on the final turn to go back down to 8th again. But his teammate, Antoine Venon, is coming to the rescue. So Lovett and Venon are both going to get through up the inside into turn 1, I do believe. Yes, they are. Look, 6th and 7th now. They're going to have a real job keeping the fusion behind of Brugman. Of Didier Klieft, I should say, but Klieft is the one that hangs back. It is Brugman that gets through. Now Klieft getting back on the inside line. Here comes Mulder trying to come through, the 827. So Juste Mulder trying to get through and making the opportunity on the inside line. A little bit of a shuffle of the deck again as Venon keeps in front of Jarle Sayer, I think that is, in the fusion, the 995. So still keeping a good move on the inside line. There goes Mulder, and a little bit of space is left open there for the 989 of Didier Klieft. So it's still very tricky in the Mini X30 battle up front. But I tell you what, Archie Lovett is suddenly back in this fight. The ORM driver has worked his way forward to 6th with a little bit of assistance from his teammate, Antoine Venon. This isn't over.
No, very much not over, and a big look over the shoulder there for Phillips, and he can see Bobrishov and he can see Gilles Herman. They're still very close, and Bobrishov moves to the inside, and a change for the lead. Gilles Herman trying to get it done as well, not able to go down the inside there at turn number 1, but tries again through turns 2, 3, and now in towards turn 4 here. Very, very close here. Are we going to see a lunge? No, they stayed behind. They now know they need to work together if they want to maintain that gap, because look, just behind Eduardo Godefroy, Stan Fajot, and Stan Fajot goes to the inside. You saw Godefroy there. He tapped on the head. Let's think. Let's go for the move. And Stan Fajot took that as a complete invitation to send it down the inside.
Yeah, Fajot is not really thinking about the long game in the same way that Godefroy is. But Edouard Godefroy now has to line up behind Stan Fajot and see if he can play that same tactic while giving chase rather than heading him. So they go through Cafe, out through to the bottom corner, through Paddock Bend. And at the moment, it's still no change in the top, though it is change in the top 3, of course, because Bobrishov having got through on Phillips, and now Herman is reading him down. So this could be an opportunity for Gilles Herman to get into 2nd place, and he's going to take it. Gilles Herman will get through in a 2nd past Phillips.
Yep, same place that Bobrishov got the move done. In towards turn 1, but Phillips, he doesn't look worried about that, does he? Because he stayed right there. Phillips is a very smart driver. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He knows, right, I'm not going to battle here. I'll wait. I'll go behind them. I'll push them forward if they can, follow the pace. And yeah, if it's all good, it's Bobrishov clearly on the pace because he's got the fastest lap of the race. And now Gilles Herman down the inside. Phillips battles on through as well. And look at that, Bobrishov 1st to 3rd.
Yeah, Jesse reads the road so well as Bobrishov loses out to Herman. Herman saw the opportunity, and now Phillips will dive in and retake the lead. See, I've got everything I need to win this race. And now he's going to try and back Bobrishov into the path of Herman. Herman gets back through to 2nd place. So Bobrishov gets compromised, and he drops back into 3rd position. This is where Phillips is just so good at placing the car. Even if he loses 1 place, 2 places, 3 places, he always knows how to keep the tyres to temperature without overdriving it and getting himself back into the hunt. In the background, Archie Lovett, though, is watching this trio become a quintet as now Fajot and Godefroy are involved. And there's Fajot getting through on the inside of Bobrishov to get into 3rd position.
Yeah, I'm amazed they started to battle like that for the lead so early on in this race. I mean, they knew that the gaps disappear so quickly. You do not want to have more than 3 in your lead group, really, than anything that you want. And yeah, they just kept on going. And there, Phillips just saying, right, keep pushing, because now he knows we're in trouble. And that will have given them a break there. Bobrishov going down the inside of Fajot, back into 3rd place. That will give these two, Phillips and Herman, the chance to break away now.
Well, Phillips will probably know that better than most, but you've got Herman, Fajot, Bobrishov and Godefroy, who of course are still getting used to the idea of running at the front of a race in IAME Euro Series. And let's not forget, these guys are between 8 and 12 years old. Exuberance can sometimes overweigh the long game. And so a lot of these drivers will see an opportunity to go for the lead and take it because they want it that badly. But it's a bit like the marshmallow experiments back in the day. Do you give them one marshmallow now in the hope that a second one will come later, or do you wait and then get two later on? You don't always get that anticipation, that long game play from youngsters of this age. They want it all now. They want it all in one go. And so they'll see an opportunity to go for the gap and perhaps not think, well, if we wait a little bit longer, we'll get the win and never mind the lead.
Yeah, but again, it's a mental game because that second marshmallow may never come. You don't know. You need to wait and find out, read the road very carefully. And that is what these drivers are doing. Like I say, it's a mental game for all of these drivers. It is chess at 50, 60 miles an hour that these drivers are doing. So they've got to be so careful here. Here's a little look further back in the field, the 965 that you can see battling away. This is Zdeněk Babacek, who's making his way through the field. He's currently in P9. Got Mr. Warner behind, Benjamin Manek as well, Jes Mulder, Zach Zhu, who's had a good start to his race as well. Zdeněk Babacek, though, from essentially the back of the grid, he's up 16 positions. He's had a good run. Right now, this is getting interesting as we go into the final lap here, side by side in towards turn one, wheel banging between the two of them, Phillips and Herman. And Herman to the outside here. Now he's going to have to be careful that he doesn't get a move here. Round the outside, though, he goes all the way round turn number 4. Doesn't hold on to it. And now Maxim Bobjov gets a move down the inside. Herman back through, in through turn 6. Stan Fargeau comes through. Look at this. This is nearly 3 wide, and they've released Jesse Phillips.
Yeah, this is perfect. They can squabble over second place. Phillips has got the victory already in his back pocket because now Herman has held the move on Bobrashov, and that gap has already opened wide as you like. So Herman down to third behind Bobrashov. He can try again for second, but the win is gone. Phillips has already taken it. He just needs to keep it on the black stuff. Goodfire trying to get his opportunity to move forward as well. And Goodfire, they're in 5th position, just nudging Fargeau in the hope that he can get an opportunity. But it's all too little too late. They just got too eager in that battle. Phillips timed it to perfection up the inside. Fargeau's going to take third. Or is he? Because he's going to get caught again by Herman. Phillips gets the win. Bobrashov second. 3rd place for Herman ahead of Fargeau and Goodfire. So close to the end there. But once again, it's just reading the situation, taking it calmly, not getting het up. Jesse Phillips reads the road beautifully. He doesn't get himself into hot water. He just gives himself the time and the opportunity to take a breath and take the win.
Yeah, that was a good drive there for Jesse Phillips. Great way to start the weekend, but hands on his head, I think it was a bit like, phew, that was a little harder than I first thought. I didn't expect it to be that close.
Well, he's certainly on the run for his first final win of the season, and that would take him to the title if he continues that, and he would of course be following in the footsteps of the last 2 drivers in the Fusion Mini X30 camp to come through for the title, namely Luna Flusha in 2021 and Dan Kelleher in 2022. Can Jesse Phillips make it 3 out of 3 this decade? And of course, that's after Cahal Clark got the job done in 2020. So they've actually taken every single Mini X30 title in IAME Euro Series, the Fusion team so far. Jesse Phillips on the round to make it 4 from 4. Bobrashov in 2nd, Herman in 3rd, Fargeau in 4th from Goodfire, Venant, Lovett, Sayer, and Zdeněk Babacek from dead last up to 9th. A great drive.
Solid drive, yes. Several positions gained in that one. They will be happy with the result on it. But certainly, still a very, very close race on that one. Benjamin Manek rounding out the top 10 from Ollie Warner, Jes Mulder and Zach Zhu. Bruno Grieling and Teo Polican finish out and round out the top 15 as well. Still super close, and yeah, it is going to be a challenge, I think, for all of these drivers for the rest of this weekend, because the conditions are going to be fluctuating, but I think the rest of them should be all good. Didier Krieft there finishing in 16th place from Niels Melek as well. Jody Brookman finishing in 18th place from Christian Kobe in 19th. Bats Antoine finishing in 20th place from Miller Baku. Livio Kariat as well finishing in 22nd place from Amir Zapriov in 23rd place as well. So a solid result. Here's a look at some of the highlights then. Start was good. It was a good getaway from the entire field and a good getaway from Maxim Bobjov, who would hold on to the race lead just at the start. Then it all kicked off at the exit of this, because then you had positions coming in left, right and centre, drivers hitting the curbs, and then Phillips down the inside would then take the race lead at the exit of turn number 4. and would hold on to it. Teo Polican would run wide at the exit of that one as he tries to get back onto the circuit, which he does, but several positions down as Gilles Herman and Maxime Bobrechov again battled on. And there you instantly started to see the instant breakaway. This was Stan Fargeau getting the moves done further down the field, getting past Archie Lovett, who at the end of that one finishes in P7. But then it all started to kick off at the front, and this was surprising to me in the early stages of this race. I wasn't expecting these moves to come in so early on.
But again, it's that sort of youth of exuberance. You want the lead, you've got an opportunity, you think you can take it all in one go. Jesse Phillips has lost plenty of races over the years to know exactly when to make the bolt. And he just sits there in third position, goes with Gilles Herman to get into second place, and then picks his moment a couple of corners later to take the lead. There's how he did it. But then as things got a little bit heated, he just never really panicked. That's the thing. You've just got to stay calm. You've got to stay chilled. You know that in a race like this, there are so many opportunities to lose out, and you've just got to read the situation very, very carefully indeed. As these guys continue to shuffle the decks, there was the big opportunity that almost cost Jesse Phillips the win. Going into the final lap, he just held that inside line, and it was enough to sort of back the rest of the pack in. Look how determined was Gilles Herman to steal the lead away from Phillips. So Phillips was not going to let it happen. He held that inside line. He was very confident here. Look, on the inside, just to be able to run it and then cross along the line, and that was enough for the 955 of Maxime Bobrechov to get back into the hunt. That backed them all up. They were able to battle for position, and that's what released Jesse Phillips. He managed to get the lead, and he will pull away. There's 2 more races for the Mini X30 drivers to go today, but that is about as easy a win as Jesse Phillips is going to have, and it certainly wasn't easy.
No, it certainly wasn't easy at all, and his body language there said everything when he came back to Parc Fermé. There we go then. That's the first round of races done. We head to the second round now, and we're back with seniors, Senior X30 for their essentially third heat, because they had their first heat yesterday at the end of qualifying. Sam Balota, look at this one, absolutely flying this weekend. He was fastest in the free practice sessions. He was absolutely spot on in qualifying, and he put it on the top spot in this group. Certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one.
Always fast on home soil, and here in 2023, it's no different. Talk us through the lap. It looked pretty tricky out there on the drying surface.
Yes, the track was very different from the morning, but the track was now drier but more slippery, so it was really tough to get a lap in. I was consistent, so I'm happy with my pace, and I'm also happy that I got pole.
It looked like it was pretty tricky to keep the wet tyres up to temperature on a track that wasn't really dry or wet. It was kind of halfway between.
Yes, the braking was really difficult. You couldn't almost turn in, you always went straight. So it was really difficult, but we managed to get the good lap in.
I'm guessing, of course, that you'll want it either bone dry or fully wet to make good use of the tyres. But in the changeable conditions that we saw just then in qualifying, if that happens in racing, is the VDK package strong enough to cope with that?
Always. It's always good.
So obviously there's a fight for the victory on Sunday. How confident are you guys that you can be there?
I'm now thinking for tomorrow and today, and we'll see what happens on Sunday. Trying to get less points as possible, trying to start at the front, and then we'll see what happens on Sunday.
Liking that confidence.
Yeah, short and sweet for Sam Balota. He absolutely loves this place, though. As we saw on the graphic just before the interview, he's been winning IAME titles for the last half decade now, so he really has been an absolute bulletproof force at the front end of the field in many of the IAME championships and disciplines he's raced in, and that's IAME Benelux, IAME Euro, IAME World Finals. He just knows exactly how to get it together. But this man has been waiting so patiently and so expectantly for an IAME Euro Series title. Ruben Moya, he's been here as long as I have, and he's been absolutely charging his way forward. The connection that he's made now with the Pantano racing team, he's absolutely embedded into the development program of this frame. Last year, it all came together as they took their first win in an IAME Euro Series final on this very circuit at Genk. They not only got a win, but they actually made it into a 1-2 as well, with Giovanni Trentin helping them out. Now, it's all very different. Ruben Moya can still go for the win in the final tomorrow, but this time, he could become the IAME Euro Series champion. And I have to say, if that happens, he'll be one of the most popular champions in this paddock's history. He's literally been here since very nearly day one back in 2016, and Ruben Moya has been a big force in this championship, always towards the front, but it's never quite been enough for the title. Tomorrow, that could change. What about this man, though? Matthijs Meerschout. He's been absolutely superb all weekend long, and the Oberon kart has been very formidable over the course of the last 48 hours. Certainly through practice, he was always quick. In qualifying yesterday, he really maximized it. And now here he is with a great opportunity to do something quite spectacular. It's always nice when you see these characters and these figures that have been in the sport for quite some time really starting to maximize their potential. And for Matthijs Meerschout, that's absolutely the case. But he's not the only one on the second row of the grid for this particular race that you can say that about. What about the man alongside him, Alessandro Dudisca, in his Alpha chassis for the RSD team? They have suddenly come here to Belgium with an expectation for strength and prowess. And they have done so, not just in junior, but in senior as well. And it's great to see Dudisca really punching above the previous reputation of this team, and they're starting to get themselves into a permanent position at the front.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they've had a great showing here at Karting Genk, so looking forward to seeing what they can do over the course of the rest of the day. He's got close company, though, of another driver alongside him, though, just behind Angelo Melli as well on the Cosmic chassis, still a very quick driver as well, who has had, I think, a good running around the day as well in Group C earlier on today as well. He had a pretty good running, did Angelo Mello, who held on to a kind of higher spot in the grid. He did drop down a couple of positions, but he still finished P14. So again, it just shows how close it is out there on circuit. Curious to see what he can do in this one. Can he maintain that one? There, your race director Martin Bean getting ready to get this one started. There is only about 60 or so seconds to go until we get the green light out on circuit, but plenty of running. The seniors have been exciting, and I've got to say, the seniors have probably been some of the closest races that we've seen today.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, we've had an incredible array of drivers battling for the top spot, and it's always really exciting to see what they make of it. But yeah, we've had 3 races in a row across Senior X30 and then Junior X30, finishing by less than 0.06 of a second. It's really been photo finish stuff all the way today. X30 Senior, qualifying Heat C versus E. This is going to be a very competitive race with a very competitive grid. Sam Balota, pole position. Alongside him, championship leader, Ruben Moya. Then Matthijs Meerschout and Alessandro Dudisca, Angelo Melli and Delano Waylands, and all Belgian row 2 and 3. Then Mika Vos and Alex de Schepper. Sam Shaw, championship contender, P9, alongside Milan Marchak. Then Lawrence Sasha and Marco Piccolo, Victor Louis and Matteo van der Kerkhofer, Mirko Wouters and Aaron Ferrazzano. Then Charles Lambert and Gilles Renman, Raphael Perard and Tobias Norman, Fahad Al-Khaled and Enea Frey from Louis Johnston Cool and Kuro Lee, Li Mingyang and Rima Blanc from Abdullah Kamel, Yuta Suzuki, Solana Knoll, James Shotton, Faisal Al-Yafel and Bader Al-Salaiti.
Looking forward to this one. Some of the longest heats that we've got today, 11 laps, these ones. They get longer as the weekend progresses. They're slightly longer for the super heats, and they're the longest for the finals. But until now, it is 11 laps that these drivers have to deal with. And I've got to say, 11 laps around this circuit, they go by quickly, don't they? This is a 1,360-metre circuit. It's 1.3 kilometres. It's a rather long circuit. It's not the longest that we visit over the course of the year, but it's one of those mid-tier length circuits. But it's certainly a very quick lap, and I think that's what sorts it out. It's still, I think, less than a minute that these drivers do in these conditions, so very, very fast indeed. But for everyone here, I think they're just looking forward to getting these races done and dusted and get to those finals, because it's so close in this championship. I think Moya is just thinking, right, I need to do my best in this one. I need to do my best. Didn't go well yesterday. I think it was a little bit better earlier on today. He won, didn't he, earlier on? He did, yeah. So he won his second heat of the weekend, but his first, I think it was a P6, if my memory serves me right. So, yeah, it was still, it's been an interesting up and down weekend for him, but the wind still blows. And I've got to say, I think, looking at the flags, it is a headwind down the back straight that they've got.
So that'll be very interesting when they come off that 6th corner, and then they're trying to gain a toe from the kart in front, while also having to deal with a headwind that is facing pretty much to the east now, actually. So not great, as Ruben Moya gets himself balanced and in position, ready to go to battle alongside Sam Balota, having to make a little adjustment to the left pedal there by the look of it. But away we go. The very muddy final corner based on the massive rain shower that we had yesterday.
Avoid that at all
Yeah,
costs.
definitely stay away from that. It's not going to make any benefit to your race at all. Is it going to be a good start? Yes, it is. And it's a Absolute classic for Balota. Storms away. Up to second comes Michel, but Moya's got an opportunity around the outside to gather it up in the Pantano. He'll keep it nice and tidy, but he'll stay in third position. He won't get too aggressive too early as the rest of the field works their way through, up through 4, up through 5, and up towards the hairpin at 6. And this is a perfect start for Sam Balota. He's got a little bit of daylight between himself and Mathis Michaut, but is he going to be able to extend that?
Well, we'll have to find out. Plenty of time left in this race as we head down towards turn 7 into the carousel. Side by side.
No, that's got
and,
messy.
Well, there you go. Oh, and it's even more contact there. And, well, that's Jill Renmans involved in that as well as one of the VDKs. Also,
I think that's Matteo van der Kirchhoffer, and it's Renman that went into him.
Yeah, and there was a premium cut there as well. I think that possibly was Sam Shaw.
Well, that is absolutely devastating if Sam Shaw is involved in some way, because obviously he's a championship contender, 10 points off the lead of Moya.
No, I think Sam Shaw's okay. He's still going.
Well, thank goodness for that. He was very lucky there if it was Sam Shaw that very nearly got caught up in it. But we'll double check. Certainly Van der Kirchhoffer and Renman's getting the worst of it, and a lot of places lost by Milan Marchak in the DFK and Mark Lepiccolo in the victory lane. So they had to try and take avoiding action up the inside. Lovely slice there from Mika Vos.
Yeah, Mika Vos just wasting no time. Well, there you go, gesticulating there a little bit. Alessandro Tedesco just saying, very emotional.
They just swapped places 3 times in the space of about 400 metres.
I think that's what the hand gesture was.
Brilliant stuff, and now Mika Vos takes back the lead of that run. Tedesco in second, then Saksha, Sam Shaw, and now up the inside of the Falcon. Oh, that was brave, but I tell you what, very nearly unsuccessful. We were very lucky to get away with that, as now Mirko Wouters is trying to get his dive up the inside in the final turn on the Falcon of Lorit Saksha. Saksha's not giving him a lot of space to play with. They go down the straight, up towards turn 1 again, and Wouters will get on the inside. So will Delano Valens, and so too will Alex de Schepper.
That is unfortunate again. As soon as you leave the door open and a train comes through, then you just get swamped by them. And yeah, for Lorit Saksha, he's dropped down the field there quite considerably. So hopefully he can fight back as the victory lane dives into the inside. Mark Lepiccolo getting the move done.
Yeah, he manages to get past Rafael Perard. And very frustrating indeed that was. So let's have a look at it again. Up the inside, that's Vos.
Okay.
He gets the slide onto Diska.
Here comes the hand gesture.
Down the back straight. Oh, that was a bit feisty from Vos, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think I don't know what that was for. And then back down the inside and then takes it back. And in that time, they lost so much time to the rest of the field there.
They did, but Tedesco was absolutely fuming with Mika Vos. It's like, what are you doing? I'm right next to you. Why are you driving into the side of me?
Yeah, that was the nice dive down the inside. And there is Lorit Saksha. And just getting involved in that one just now is discombobulated and getting thrown left, right, and centre.
Yeah, for the next 3/4 of a lap, the rhythm's gone. So he had to try and fight it back again. Here's the move, though, because Mathis Michaut has got into second place. No, he's got into the lead. Balota's down to third. So Balota's down to third position. Michaut leads, Moya second, Balota down to P3. Angelo Melli in fourth position now in front of Vos, Tedesco and Shaw.
Well, this has developed when we last looked at it, hasn't it?
Yes,
this
indeed.
has certainly kicked off. Look at this 5-way battle for the race lead. And look how close they all are. But Matthias Michaut there looking very strong this weekend. He's always been at that sharp end in all these races, and now he's leading one of the heats. Here's a replay then of how this unfolded down into turn 1 and just down the inside there from Michaut. He got the move done. Moya followed it as well. Balota down into third. So again, it just happened on its own accord.
How many times in the last 5 years have we been able to say, as Moya tried to get his own move on Michaut and it failed, how many times have we been able to say an Oberon frame is leading in the IAME Euro Series? I genuinely can't remember the last time it happened, but it doesn't happen for long because Moya has got back into the lead of this race now, past Mathis Michaut, as Shaw gets his move on to Diska. That puts the Brit into P6.
That is certainly a good drive as Rema Blanc now sets the fastest lap of the race, keeping an eye on that battle further behind as well as they're starting to close in. To Louise as well. Michael Vota's also in that fray. And look at the different racing line there from Sam Balota out of Cafe Corner. And just taking a little bit of a wider exit and then sweeping back across. Holds on to third place as they all just tuck in. And look at Moya driving away here now. That kart looks absolutely solid this time around.
So a fabulous performance so far from Mathis Michaut. He really has been so strong this weekend, as has the Oberon in general. And it's great to see. How about this for a top three? Pantano, Oberon, Kart Republic. There's only one name there that we're used to seeing on a regular basis in the world of karting at this level. Pantano, we're going to get used to the idea more and more. Here's the move from Moya. Textbook.
Yeah, just down the inside. Turn 6, onto the back straight, and again, just drives away from it from the rest of the field. So, yeah, Pantano looking very quick as a warning flag going out for Matteo van der Kerkhoff. And he will not be happy with that one because that comes with that 5-second time penalty.
Well, at this point, it doesn't change a thing because he's currently in dead last. So he's only going to go 5 seconds off the back of Redmond. But if he does manage to overtake him, he'll have to pull 5 seconds clear of him for it to count. Meanwhile, RSD side by side. Tudiska versus Louis. And up the inside, that is job done. So Tudiska gets through on Victor Louis. Manages to get the move done, and they're still dueling and still working together, essentially, to try and close up now on the Euro karting sensation, Angelo Melli, who I've always really highly rated. It wasn't that long ago, only I think 2019, when Angelo Melli stormed everybody in that fabulous wet final in their Junior X30 at Marienburg, and came from pretty much the back of the grid as the only driver on wets to then charge through to P3. Did a fantastic job. As up the inside, that is the energy course moving forward. That is Mika Voss getting into third place past Sam Balota. It's almost destiny that Mika Voss is going to head the field at some point in this one. He's absolutely relentless.
Yeah, he certainly is having a good race this weekend. Let's see what he can do with only a few laps to go. Can he close up to the back of Matteo Michaud? And I say, can he close up? If anything, he's already closed up, and it's only been the start-finish straight. I reckon he's going to go for a move for second place here. I don't think there's enough to go for first place because Moya has driven away just that little bit. The gap is still there, but Matteo Michaud is just reeling in once again. Yuta Suzuki, fastest lap of the race. Very quick. He was doing that earlier on as well. He's got some serious pace out there, the privateer.
So Voss is going to get his opportunity here on Matthias Michaud. If the chance comes, he's going to be knocking on the door of the young Belgian. But Mika Voss, the Dutchman, really starting to showcase his credentials as an energy course Benelux youngster. Obviously, in the world of European Championship racing, we always talk about Thomas Stocher-Maris as the man on the form for energy course, but in the Benelux team, it is Mika Voss who is absolutely picking up the baton and running with it, trying to make the dive for the inside at turn 1. It's covered nicely by Michaud, but going into turn 2, he has to cover it again, a little bit more feisty. Through 3 and 4. And then up to 5 through the left, up to 6 onto the bypass straight. And this is where we saw Mika Voss getting pretty hectic a little earlier on in the day. But now he's got his chance on the back straight up towards the carousel. He's not quite close enough there. But Mika Voss certainly getting himself into a much more competitive position. Can he make the dive up the inside into P2? Not into the left-hander, but maybe on the approach to Cafe. He's got a good kart underneath him. And again, Michaud with enough pace on the Oberon to stretch out enough of a gap that he kind of takes away the opportunity.
Yeah, he does, but still, it's a technical race, all these ones. Look how close he gets to the back of the shot there. I mean, he's going to go for the move at some point here.
Here it comes.
Is it going to be in towards turn 1? Oh, yes, it is. Down the inside he goes. And yeah, just sends it to the inside. Nicely done there from Mika Voss, looking very, very strong.
We've had an incident into the final corner as one driver cannons off the road. It is James Shotton in the MDL car. And I think we've got one car stationary at that final corner as well. Now we've got damage to the barriers on the exit of the pit lane. So they've cannoned straight through the wall that separates the pit exit from the final turn. So that's damage that's obviously going to need to be repaired before the end of this race, or at least before the start of the next one. And there is the retirement for the 397 of James Shotton. His cart's broken with the contact with that tyre barrier.
Yeah, that is a shame. He did keep going, but now, yeah, he's going to have to pull over, which is a big shame for him. Not long left in this race then as we head on to the last lap of this one, and Ruben Moya still leads the way comfortably at the moment by half a second, but the eyes are on the battle further behind because Voss is still there in second place from Michaud, but he's trying to fight that position back. Balota is still under pressure from Sam Shaw as those two still scrap away for position. No changes there. But crucially, Balota was the only one that went slightly defensive there in towards turn 6. And look how close Sam Shaw is in the background there as he tries to go to the inside there as he sweeps back to the outside. Very, very close, but no one can touch Moya right now.
Moya is exactly where he needs to be, but Sam Shaw trying to pick up as many points from this heat as humanly possible. Wants to move his way a little bit closer to Sam Balota and get the move in the final turn. Moya has the opportunity. Vos and Mirshout have given him plenty of hurry up in this one. But can Sam Shaw make the dive? No, he's not close enough on Balota, so Moya will get the win again. Vos, Mirshout, and then Balota in front of Sam Shaw. Perfectly done, though, from Ruben Moya. He is looking ever more like the man on form to get this title won, but it's so early in the weekend to predict that. But it's definitely looking pretty neat and tidy for the Spaniard, Ruben Moya.
Certainly is. They make their way back then to Parc Ferme, and another win for Ruben Moya. He is doing what he needs to do here to defend the title, to try and get that title. He's battling with Calais Atkins this one. Joint on points between the two of them in the senior X30 category. And Moya doing his level best here to take the win this year, but plenty of races to go. We cannot decide it just yet as they make their way back into Parc Ferme. A solid result then for Moya. Mika Vos as well. 5 positions gained, finishing in P2 from Mateusz Mirshout, who finishes in P3. Sam Balota and Sam Shaw finishing 4th and 5th on the road from Angelo Melli. Alessandro Tedesca finishing in P7 from Lorit Sasha. Victor Luiz and Rafael Parad finishing in 10th place. Michael Wouters and Tobias Noen finishing in the next few spots there as well. Several positions gained for them. 9, 4 and 8 from Aaron Ferenzano finishing in 13th place after gaining 3 from Delano Wellens. Yuta Suzuki finishing in P15, 13 positions gained. Another solid performance from the Japanese driver. Mark Piccolo finishing in 16th place from Louis Johnson-Cool, who did gain 6. I believe it was Johnson-Cool, the driver involved in that incident at the start, but I will confirm that. Here's a look then at some of the highlights. And again, good start from Balota. Textbook got away from the field early doors and had no trouble trying to hold on to that first place spot going through turns 1 and 2. Now there was the moment, and it was Louis Johnson-Cool who was involved in that one and the rest of the field. But then again for Renmans and for the 332 as well, Matteo van der Kerkhoff, who I believe got that 5-second time penalty. This was Mika Vos getting through down the inside, battling with Tedesca, and Tedesca saying, why are you battling? Keep going. Right, switch back down the inside. Again, those two probably off their Christmas card list for the end of this season, but we'll have to see. But they battled away fiercely as Sam Shaw started to make his way through the field as well, gaining several positions. Then this scrap happened a little further down as well. Lorit Sasha battling away with everyone involved in that one, but it was still a very close battle. This was the change for the lead. It is Mirshout leading the way. Ruben Moya would get through into 2nd place through turn 1. That would then end with Moya taking the lead of the race as he looked to the inside there. He would have to wait a little bit later on in the race to get the lead of the race, and that would come actually through this one. Turn number 6 before the back straight. Ruben Moya then holding on to that one all the way throughout. This was Sam Shaw to the inside, getting that move done as well past Tedesca. And Tedesca would slowly fall down the field, finishing P7 at the end of that one. But Sam Shaw and making good moves. This was the move here from Mika Vos to get up into 2nd place on Mateusz Mirshout. The checker flag would come out and it would go the way of Ruben Moya. An absolutely deserved win. 2 now out of 3 and a P6. We are ready down in Parc Ferme. Jake Sanson, over to you.
Well, yesterday was a tricky one for Ruben Moya and Pantano. Today, it's definitely not, because that's 2 wins out of 2 today and 2 wins out of 3 overall for the weekend. Ruben, it's looking pretty good now on Saturday.
Yeah, from now, Saturday is decent. We will see decent.
So where has been the difference in the package yesterday compared to today? What is it in the wet that you guys are sort of lacking compared to the dry conditions?
No, we didn't lack the pace on the wet. We were 2nd on the qualifying because I made mistake. And then in the heat of yesterday, changing condition, we made a little bit mistake with the sprocket and other things. So I think it's now fixed. but we are fast in the rain and in the dry.
And this is an incredible journey that you and the Pantano Racing team have been on, which started at the beginning of last year. Just looking at how far you guys have come in 18 months, and you're standing on the cusp of potentially winning the IAME Euro Series title tomorrow, just how impressed are you with how you guys have been able to turn a beginning around into a potential title?
Last year when I joined Pantano, the chassis was straight good since the first day. So I'm not surprised. Last year we had just bad luck. We could also fight for the championship last year. It was just bad luck.
And you won the final last year. Of course, if you do it this year, then you claim the ultimate prize. Is that on the mind at the moment, or is it literally just taking it one heat at a time for now?
Yeah, of course it's one heat at a time, but it's impossible to not to think on the final tomorrow. We need to see with the other rivals I have, Atkins and Villa, with the joker points and all that stuff. So depends on how it's going the heats. We'll see what we need to do for the final to win the championship.
Okay, well, so far so good. Keep it up, and hopefully we'll see you in the big show tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Amazing work from Ruben Moya and from the Pantano Racing team. Don't forget, this is only their second year of competition at this level. And after winning the final at Genk last year, now they're in the hunt for the title, and Ruben Moya is looking in just as strong a form as he was last year, if not stronger. So it's going to be really tricky for Kalai Atkins and Sam Shaw to get under his skin. Right, we're going to head back up because we have another Senior X30 heat on the march.
We certainly do, and with the 1 minute board already showing, the mechanics making their way to the stands, we are getting ready to go for Senior X30 qualifying heat B and F they're about to take to the track. And yeah, rightly said there, only their second year for the Pantano team, but certainly looking very, very strong. And yeah, in the early stage of this one, I think some of the other drivers and teams may have to start to worry about who is going to get onto the top of this one. Certainly been a long day for everyone in the early stages of this one, but their review of some of the very greatest track marshals here in Belgium, giving us all their benefits out there. Again, we couldn't go racing without the track staff here, and they are doing an absolutely sterling job for us out on circuit. So we do thank them for their efforts. This one, though, qualifying heat B and F about to take to the circuit, and for Eduardo Villa, it's still been a good weekend. The TP kart looking very, very strong. Like we were saying, it's I think there's only 4 of them in the paddock this weekend, but they're the second most popular chassis in terms of performance out there. Here we go then. It is qualifying heat B and F. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Eduardo Villa and Ian Ekmans then go from the front row on this one. Finn McLaughlin and Francois Delati go from row 2. Florent Dreider and Hamza Al-Fayez go from row 3, with Sacha Batkoun and Luca Griggs on row 4. Ilias Pavot and Matthias van der Kerkhoff on row 5, rounding out the top 10 from Thibaut Gelade and Luca de Gran on row 6. Paco Weisenberger and Hugo Brunn go from row 7, from Andrea Piovano and Casper Norman. Kevin Latinga and Tritus Eden go from row 9. Lewis Bird and Alex Moore on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Matthias Clement and Julian Kamen on row 11 from Annabelle Brien and Otto Pukkanen. Alex Gerauto and Matteo Giaccardi on row 13 from Jan Rothern and Lars Vinnick. On row 14, Natalia Granada and Nolan Dubois. Yoshido Kodai and Mark Granada rounding out the 32 kart field. Looking forward for this one, like you were saying, Pantano's looking quick. So are the TB karts though, and Eduardo Villa certainly looking like a threat this weekend.
Yeah, they're absolutely the match for each other. Isn't it amazing how time kind of changes things a little bit over the course of a season? It used to be in Junior and Senior X30 that it would be pretty much Fusion Motorsport versus Strawberry Racing all the way. Now, it's completely shaked up. We now have that brilliant combination of TB Kart, Pantano, and VDK at the front of the field, and it's really shaken everything up. You've got a few other teams there chomping at the bit. Eichmann's Grand Prix obviously still have their golden boy, Ian Eichmann's, rushing away. Victory Lane massively punching above their previous weight as well, and they're now very much in the hunt for everything. But what about Sam Shaw? I mean, still consistent in that previous race. He has the opportunity for me still. He's only 10 points shy of the 2 contenders, Kalai Atkins and your championship leader, Ruben Moya, and we haven't even got Kalai Atkins out until the next heat. So a lot of the opportunity for him to get caught out and held up by his rivals is actually going to be taken away from him in the next heat. So he's got a good chance to win a heat going away with a few drivers that he might not necessarily feel too big a threat in this one. I mean, you've got Vila, Eichmanns and McLaughlin all in this heat, whereas Atkins is going to be in the next one. So he's not going to have anywhere near as much firepower to go up against in the next one. Atkins' biggest problem is really going to be Kalteren, Karanini and Goldstein on paper, so he's not going to have as many problems. Let's see how that goes, but for now, let's go racing in B versus F. Up to the start for Vila. Gets a good start. McLaughlin goes with him. So too does Eichmanns, who slots into third nice and early, actually, to avoid any issues. And as they come down, it's going to be a big one. It's going to be a big one. Several drivers involved.
That is a nightmare. So many going onto the wet grass there, and thankfully they're keeping the engines going. But look at that, there's a couple of cars tangled up there, the 304 and the 238 that are tangled up. Now, who's that? It's a little further down in the order, I believe. Well, the 304 is Ilias Prevost, the French driver, who's gone off. Then you've also got Casper Norman, who went off as well. Andrea Pirovano, who was also involved. So they're the two that got stuck together.
Well, a lot of drivers being caught up in that one, unfortunately. There was a good half dozen to a dozen drivers compromised. But Finn McLaughlin through to second place past Ian Eichmanns. That hasn't changed. And there is Ilias Prevost, helmet off, bitterly disappointed. A frustratingly short race. But it's Vila, McLaughlin, Eichmanns, Delati, Deerda, Alfayez, Batkun, Griggs, Weisenberger and Gillard at the front end. And who was that peeling into the pits?
That was the 211, I think, that came in. That's Julian Camin.
Bitter disappointment for the Barbier racing driver. He was looking so fluid in the practice sessions yesterday. Eichmanns fluidly up the inside of Finn McLaughlin. That was beautiful rhythm. And now McLaughlin is going to have to work with the Belgian to go catch up to Eduardo Vila in front.
Yeah, he wasted no time with that one, didn't he? Straight down the inside, no questions asked, not taking any prisoners, and now on the fight back. But McLaughlin will do the same. There is Julian Camin now back into Parc Ferme, and yeah, race very much over.
Yeah, bitter disappointment for the Dutchman. Was looking so strong this weekend and was looking pretty feisty in the early part of the weekend, but Julian Carmen, a retirement, is definitely going to put him on the back foot. And when you've got 97 drivers bidding for 36 places in the final, you cannot afford a single DNF. If you pick one up, that makes your job for the weekend so much harder. Up the inside comes Batkun. So Sasha Batkun gets his move on the inside there of Florent Dierda, and that puts him up into P6, giving chase to his teammate Hamza Alfayez, who again is having another terrific run. He's up in P5.
Yeah, again, we've seen those solid drives, haven't we, all the way throughout, as we see the switchback there as one of the other cars in the background there making the moves.
It's Weisenberger losing out twice there, actually.
Yeah. And it was Hugo Brunn making the move as well, just in the background. Still plenty of action all throughout this race. These grids are so competitive, aren't they, in 2023? And I think that's what's made this season probably one of the closest battles in terms of a championship, and through all the races we've seen at the different circuits. That's why they've been so close. It's just pure competition all the way throughout.
Oh, this is a nice shuffle of the deck as Weisenberger slices up the inside of Van der Kirchhofer. And now they're going to go side by side down the straight. Watch out for Mur and Lantinga. They want a piece of it. Is Lantinga going to get all of them? Oh my goodness, Kevin Lantinga dived in, got them all initially, then loses ground, first to Van der Kirchhofer and then to Weisenberger. But Kevin Lantinga with the stones to try and make that work and get through past three of them in one go. Didn't quite finish up the way he wanted, but I tell you what, big gun effort from Kevin Lantinga trying to take 3 in 1.
Harding coming through the field as well, getting those positions and gaining several through that fray. So the Pantano driver making moves as well, but still very close action, even in this mid-pack here. But yeah, you've got to give it there to the Energy Course driver, Kevin Lantinga, taking full advantage of the situation.
So as they continue to squabble away, you've got Francois Delati now dropping to about 1.5 seconds or so away from Finn McLaughlin. Here's Natalia Granada working her way forward past Alex Moore, and you've got another big challenge coming from Caralto. So Caralto slices up the inside. This is, it's all gone wrong. Caralto gets a little bit too close, and there was nothing he could do there into the side of Clément Massot. So Alex Caralto just a little bit too hungry, but that is Eichmanns in the lead past Eduardo Vila.
Well, this is a turn of events here, because Eichmanns has just flown through this field now, and he's really drove through. That was a big gap that he had to try and close, and look at him go. I love the body language of the drivers when they're racing out there, just pushing it forward. It's like, come on, keep going.
Well, last year, Ellie Goldstein became champion in Belgium by winning on home soil. This year, Ian Eichmanns has an outside shot of winning the title, but he would dearly love to win on home soil. I mean, what a magnificent family affair that would be for Ian Eichmanns and the whole Eichmann's Grand Prix and Speedwear crew, who are just down the road from here, they are based. There goes Finn McLaughlin to make the move into second place past Eduardo Vila. So Vila, all of a sudden, down to third position. And it looks as though both the Tony Kart and the Kart Republic have got the legs on the other karts around them. So this is a big shuffle of the deck, but it's also one with a lot of authority.
There was the move then for the race lead. Eichmann's down the inside of Eduardo Vila. And again, through the popular turn 6 hairpin. Nicely done.
Yeah, if you can get a good rhythm out of 4 and 5, then you just set up the move by just slingshotting the kart on throttle.
McLaughlin now up into second place, Eduardo Vila down into third, and a warning flag going out to Alex Carauto. Unfortunately, the 2.74 picking up a 5-second time penalty.
But look who's behind the top 3. That is Hamza Al Fayez, the Jordanian. 4th position for him. He is absolutely rocketing round this racetrack.
Yeah, that is a solid performance. He's really shown some good pace this weekend, hasn't he? And I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do later on. Right, now, this is the look at the start.
Oh.
What happened here? This was just a complete mess, wasn't it?
Well, it was a big charge that came from the 2.11 initially, I think. It just charged across. That was Julian Carmen. He just carried an awful lot of speed. I don't think he was the instigator, but I think he was assisted into the path of several other drivers. And as a result, we lost Provost and Pirovano there and then. Julian Carmen with damage brought it in a little further round, but certainly Julian Carmen's Barbier was flying across the road. I don't think he started that, but he was certainly the ammunition for a lot of the damage.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it, but yeah, several karts, luckily avoiding any contact, but going to the grass there, which is very, very unfortunate. Here's a change down the inside. And that is Sacha Bakun, I think, going for the move down the inside.
No, it was Bakun losing the move.
Oh, it was Bakun losing it to Luca Griggs. Yes, you are right. So, yeah, the Pantano driver, Luca Griggs, getting the move done. So, nicely timed as well. And, again, a popular one through turn 1 as well. Again, you get that slipstream. You can get the good run down into turn 1. I'm thinking for tomorrow when it's wet and it's finals and there's championship points up for grabs and everything like that, I suspect that turn 1 may become a bit dicey.
I think you might be absolutely right on that one. It's going to be very tricky when there's so many drivers wanting to bow out of this IAME Euro Series on the charge. And let's not forget, there are 9 drivers in the hunt for the title, which means there's also 9 drivers in the hunt for an IWF ticket. So they're all going to be putting it on the line, especially people like Goldstein, like Vila, like Ian Eichmanns, like McLaughlin. So these guys are not just racing for the top step of the podium at Kart in Genk, they're racing for a ticket for the IWF in Portimao.
Yeah, certainly so. So there's a big incentive there because the IWF is a huge event, isn't it? And it's certainly one to be a part of, and all these drivers are wanting to be part of it as well.
Well, yeah, for the X30 racer around the world, it is their Indy 500. It is such a big event. And if you win that, it's effectively the World Championship for IAME X30. There is no World Championship, of course, if you're an IAME X30 driver. But if there was, it would be the IAME Warriors final. And this year, moving to Portimao from Le Mans, taking part as it is, organised and promoted by RGMMC, shifting from Le Mans in France to Portimao in Portugal at the end of October. That is going to be a mammoth week of karting. And you're going to get hundreds of drivers from all 4 corners of the globe. They'll come from the Americas, they'll come from the Australasias, they'll come from Africa, they'll come from Asia, and they'll come across Europe, of course. It's going to be a fabulous, fabulous week at the end of October. I can't wait for it, and it really is the be-all and end-all for any X30 racer around the world. Now, here in the Euro Series, there are only 3 tickets available for the top 3 drivers in the championship, not even for race winners. It's only for the top 3 in the point standings, and with 9 drivers still in the mathematical chance to win the title, that means there's 9 drivers in a mathematical chance of the top 3. Here's how Clement Masso got a little bit too close to Alex Caralto, and the 2 of them ended up pirouetting around from each other. But this is still a pretty intense little tussle further back from the top 3. This is for 6th downwards. This is Griggs, Batkoen and Gillard.
Looking forward to seeing how this one concludes. Only a couple of laps left in it. Battle at the front, still close, but eyes on this one just further back as they go through turn 12 now. There's your race leaders going through. And McLaughlin, do I dare say he has closed up on Ian Eichmanns there?
I think you're right.
That gap's come down quite substantial. That's now 0.4 of a second. And Eichmanns, who's still looking strong. McLaughlin, though, has got the pace here. We saw how quick he was earlier on, was McLaughlin. And closing in here, gained a 10th. It's getting closer. I don't think it's close enough, though.
I think you're right. I think it's going to set him up nicely for the next heat, but second position will certainly put him in good stead to challenge for the overall victory tomorrow. And wouldn't that be amazing to have the Irish flag on the top step of the podium for him? But certainly Ian Eichmans wants to keep the Belgian fans happy by being up on the top spot. Eichmans ahead of McLaughlin, ahead of Vila, and it's looking very good indeed for Ian Eichmans. He'll get his second win of the weekend, and that's 2 wins and a second. That puts him right into contention to win the qualifying heat stages with 2 races to go. He only has 2 points accumulated from the first 3 heats. McLaughlin second, Vila third. For me, though, the driver of the weekend so far, Hamza Al Fayez, 4th position for the Jordanian in his first Senior X30 weekend. He is right up there, and he is not being budged.
No, he is certainly showing his elbows there to a lot of the drivers. And if anything, he caught up a little bit at the end of that one, did Al Fayez. He was about 3.5 seconds further down from Eichmans at the end of it, but it was certainly a lot more than that at the start of the race. But nevertheless, Eichmans would hold on to the lead of that one and take it, gaining 1 position. The EGP Racing Team driver having a fabulous weekend so far and taking a heat win there from Finn McLaughlin, Eduardo Villa from Hamza Al Fayez, Francois Dalati finishing in 5th place from Luca Griggs, Sasha Batkun finishing in 7th, not gaining or losing any positions. Packham Weisenberger finishes in 8th place after gaining 6, a solid result there for the French driver. From the rest of the field, Thibaut Gelade gaining 3, finishing in 9th from Florian Daudra, unfortunately dropping down into P10 at that one. Matthias van der Kerkhoff finishing in 11th place from Kevin Latinga, gaining 6 positions, finishing in P12. From Disha Chardin finishing in 13th place, 4 positions gained from Hugo Brunn. Marc Granada, 16 positions gained. He rounds out the top 15 out there. From Otto Pukkanen, 7 positions gained, finishing in P16 from Lewis Bird. Annabelle Brown from Yoshido Kadai gaining 13 positions, rounding out the top 19 spots out there from Alex Moore. Rounding out the 20th spot, Matteo Giaccardi then 4 places gained. He finishes in 21st place from Monsieur Clement, who got involved in that incident, unfortunately getting back and finishing, holding on to 22nd place. Asper Norman from Natalia Granada gaining 6. Luca Desgraniers finishing in 25th place, 14 positions lost. Lars Vinnick and Jan Rothen finishing in 26th and 27th. Alex Carauto, who I believe also got a warning flag in that one as well. So 5 seconds will be added on to his time. From Nolan Dubois, who rounds out the 29 karts that finished that race. A couple of retirements as well. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. And again, good start from Eduardo Villa at the start of that race. Got away well. McLaughlin would follow suit as well, showing the inside very much the favourite going into this one. Then hold your breath, because it all kicked off here and it just... that Ian Eichmans would get up into 2nd place, past Finn McLaughlin, making his way through the field. But again, it would all keep kicking off in the background there as down the inside, Sacha Batkun making the moves. He would then lose out to Luca Griggs as well later on in the race. Luca Griggs would fight his way through that field as well, gaining those positions. But it was still side-by-side action as everyone was getting involved. Kevin Latinga also with this brilliant move down the inside, gaining 3 positions in one corner. Absolutely perfectly timed, would then have to concede another 2 of those going into the next corner, and you can see, oh, he was happy with that, and then, oh no, a little bit disappointed with that one. That brought in Luca Griggs, like we were talking about earlier on. He would start to fight his way through this pack as well, so very, very close racing. Jesse Harden also involved in that fight as well. While we were watching that, it all kicked off a little bit at the front as well, because we had lead changes happening left, right and centre as we saw Natalia Granada making moves. 6 positions she gained in that race, was having great battles with Luca de Graniers as well as Lars Vinnick and Jan Rotheren also battling away there. that was the moment that we saw that dramatic accident that happened at low speed, but still, they look very dramatic at those positions there. McLaughlin would go down the inside of Eduardo Villa. Eichmanns would get past Villa earlier on as well. That was the moment where we saw Luka Griggs getting the move done on Sasha Batkun as well. But the checker flag would come out, and Ian Eichmanns would take a heat win, and I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted with that one. 2 points to his name going forward on this one. A very good start to the weekend. We are ready down in Parc Ferme. Jake Sanson, over to you.
It has almost been the perfect weekend so far for Ian Eichmanns and the Eichmanns Grand Prix Racing team. 2 points only from the first 3 races, 2 wins and a second. It can't really get much better than that at this stage.
No, today has been going pretty good so far. We've got another 2 heats to go, so we see how that goes, but so far so good, yeah.
And considering how rotten the most part of the 2023 season has been for you, looking at coming home here at Karting Genk and looking for a top 3 finish in the IAME Euro Series at the end of what's been a very trying year, how important is it for you and the team to finish strong?
Yeah, it's very important to finish strong, but I'm not with the championship in my mind in the top 3, so I just want to finish the final P1. Yeah, so we see how the weekend goes.
Of course, looking at how close it is with everybody, there's 9 drivers who can still mathematically win this title, so there's 9 drivers that could get an IWF ticket, so I guess that must be on your mind as well.
Not really, as this is not my main focus of this year. But yeah, it's always nice to get a trophy from the championship, so yeah, we will see.
Well, hopefully the Belgian fans will be right with you all the way. Good luck.
Thank you.
Fabulous run from Ian Eichmanns, particularly considering that this is a home race, not just for the team, but also for the Speedwear group that obviously supports him and has done for many a time. Now we go into the 3rd heat of the rotation, the last of the 3rd heats, as it were, and championship contender Kalai Atkins is going to have a big mission to try and take on pole sitter Ellie Goldstein.
Well, let's see in this next race, because certainly looking forward to it. This is the last Senior X30 race before the lunch break. There'll be more after the lunch break, so stay tuned for those ones. But certainly looking forward to this one. Goldstein and Heikki Kaltrin starting this one on the front row. They have got, like I say, a championship fight on their hands all the way throughout this one. But, well, Hugo Besson and Fred Green as well starting on that second row of the grid will have something to say about all of this happening as well. Because Kalai Atkins has got some work ahead of him here. He starts this one on the 3rd row, and he's got Danny Carinini alongside as the engines fire up, as the next race, Senior X30 qualifying Heat A and D, makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup with Goldstein and Kaltrin on the front row, with Besson and Green on the second row, Danny Carinini and Kalai Atkins on row 3 from Clement Outron and Flores Costa, Adrian Mastinis and Hugo Gelade from Bo Hyman and Ricardo Sorelli on row 6, Adam Al-Hazari and Eloy Gonzalez go from row 7 from Chester Kiefer and Victor Kulmala. Jules Caranta and Marcus Glum on row 9 with Victor Assor and Louis Esser on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Peter Stiller and Henk Vuk on row 11 from Lorit Stagler and Santiago Ribeiro on row 12. Andy Rattel and Leo Weber go from row 13 from Wesley de Goy and Alexander Ruta on row 14. Kyogo Okazawa and Andreas Davizoglu on row 15. They round out the top 30. Luke Taylor and Khalid Al-Magagi on row 16. Sebia Pengnaya round out the rest of the field then on row 17. Packed out grid, once again 33 in this one. Remember, only 36 go through to the finals later on today. Over 100 senior entries into this weekend. That's a lot of people we've got to say goodbye to before the finals, isn't it, Jake?
It certainly is. I mean, we had over 100 preliminary entries. They have now been whittled down to the 97 that made it through the run of qualifying. But that still means 193 drivers total for the weekend, which is about the average that we've had every single time in the IAME Euro Series. It's amazing just to see how many people come here to compete. And they come from far and wide. I know it's the IAME Euro Series, but we regularly get competitors showing up from the Americas, from Africa, from the Middle East, from across Asia and Australasia as well. So it truly shows you that this is one of the most competitive fields of motorsport on the planet. And considering that we've had, 30 different nations represented here this weekend alone, and this is one of those events where a lot of the main championship contenders, having already been knocked out of contention, will have decided to go and prepare for something else. So there's still a fair few names missing this weekend. So when you consider that there's 193 drivers total and a few big names that are missing by their absence, that tells you how healthy things are in the IAME Euro Series coming into the season finale. The temperature has come up to 19 degrees. It's only going to keep climbing. And Goldstein versus Kouteren to the front of the grid. Away we go. And where is Kouteren going to get the opportunity? He's going to tuck in behind Goldstein nice and early. So too is Fred Green. He moves up to third position past Besson. Besson's going to tuck back in, but get the move on the inside again for third. He doesn't bail out of it. Very nicely done from Besson. It's a very clean start this time from Senior X30 as they work their way through the first few corners up to turn 6. And it's as you were in the top 4. Goldstein, Kouteren, Besson, Green. And there's still a few shuffles of the deck in the middle of the gaggle. But in 5th position, the 254. A very nice start indeed there for the VDK driver moving away further. That's Hugo Besson actually slipping back. So I think it might be the other VDK that's moved forward. That's Clement Outram desperately trying to salvage something after his DNF earlier on.
Yep, certainly so. Well, let's keep a very close eye on this one as they make their way down in towards Cafe Curve. Then they're nearing the end of lap number 1. Still plenty to decide in this one. As I saw earlier on there, I think it was Lawrence Stigler who went round the outside through turn 6.
Oh!
The hairpin as Atkins goes to the inside. And what happened there, because that looked to me like that was Andrea Mastinis who ran a little bit wide there out of the final corner.
It was indeed. It was Besson. He dived in on the inside to get the overtaking move, but he didn't leave a massive amount of room, more than Mastinis was hoping for. So they both ended up tripping wide, and that was enough for Carla Atkins to get up into 5th position. A nice move in the middle of the pack there from Adam Al-Azadi, as he now gets an overtaking move up past Besson. That's into P6. What is it with the Middle Eastern stars this week? First Hamza Al-Fayez, and now Adam Al-Azadi. They really are starting to showcase something special here. As up the inside, still lots of jockeying for position. That's the 398 of Bo Heymans moving his way further forward now on the Falcon, and he breaks into the top 10 for the first time behind last year's junior champion, Gilles Caranta.
Yep, indeed, and Caranta certainly looking very, very strong in this race. Looks a little further back as well as down the inside. Gets that move done. Hugo Gelade on Andrea Mastinis, and moves up another spot there into P11. Nice change as well, as Peter Stiller's also making moves as well. I think he's gone up to P14 as well. Moves all the way throughout the field. I think the driver who lost out the most in that one probably would have been Andrea Mastinis, who after that incident dropped down so many places, didn't he?
Big problems this weekend as well for an outside title contender, Eloy Gonzalez, the man who won last time out at Franciacorta. Absolutely nowhere this weekend, having no luck at all. Currently finding himself languishing down in 17th, battling away with Andy Rattel, another driver you would expect to be towards the top 5.
And that's the sort of thing with the calendar that we have this year. It's, you know, all the circuits are so different in their, you know, characteristics. Some are very wide, fast flowing, some are tight, twisty, narrow, but also fast as well. And some cuts work where others don't, and it's just, you know, it's one of those things, and that's why we keep getting these close championships, because of the circuits that we visit. It is so fantastic, and right here, right now, Heikki Kouteren is certainly showing that that RSD kart is so quick here, because it is just latching on to the back of Eli Goldstein.
Yeah, the biggest skill of an IAME X30 driver these days, particularly at this level, is not just being fast over one lap, not just being good at tyres, not just being a fast overtaker. It's about versatility. You've got to be dynamic everywhere. It's no good just winning one race outright and dominating that and then being nowhere for the other 3 rounds. You've got to have consistency. You've got to have adaptability. You've got to be one of those drivers that can keep it in the top 5 all the way. I've said it time and again in motorsport. It's not about what you do when you're winning. It's about what you do when you're not. You have to be in a competitive position as many places as you possibly can. If you can't go for the win, stay in the top 5 as much as you possibly can.
And I think we're seeing that right now with Clement Outram, who's currently there in 3rd place. He had a 3rd in his first heat, DNF'd in his race earlier on with issues. Now he's back there, P3. He is certainly doing exactly what you were just saying there, positioning the car in a good spot to gain good points and just hold it there. He's not battling, he's not trying to fight his way up, making mistakes here. He's just being consistent and holding that 3rd place spot.
Yeah, you have to maximise every chance that comes your way. Kalai Atkins trying to move his way up into 4th position past Fred Green, and look over the shoulder from Green. That's the invitation that Atkins needs, and the Jamaican moves up into 4th position on the crop promotion machine. Still very much in the hunt for the championship for me. Up the inside as well comes Adam Al-Azadi. Beautiful move on Fred Green there. Absolutely terrific from Adam Al-Azhari, and just like we saw from Hamza Al-Fayez, he clearly feels, well, he's not the only Middle Eastern driver who can put on a show at Genk in 2023. I can as well. And Adam Al-Azhari proving to be a proper chip off the old block, just like Karim in sports cars, and just like his older brother Keanu, who's now in F4 and Formula Regional, hopefully in the future.
Yeah, it certainly is a good showing, and well, he's got probably the best teacher out there right now to pull him forward through this gap, because he's got Atkins right in front of him here. And I'm hoping that that gap can close down, because right now the change is going to happen here as Clement Outram dives down the inside through turn 6 and gets past Heikki Kalterin. And Kalterin now is on the back foot here, because these two are starting to lose Eli Goldstein, who's now driving away from them. The gap now nearly 0.7 of a second. And Atkins is smelling a third place spot here, because look, you can see him. He's right there in the background. He is closing in there.
The thing about Heikki Kalterin, Clement Outram able to get a really late manoeuvre on the Dutchman there. He kind of left it to the last possible minute to go for the attack. It's almost as if Kalterin, I've seen this a couple of times with the Dutchman in the past, he's very fast indeed over one lap. But when it comes to heavy braking points, if he's even got it slightly miscalculated, it's almost as if he bails out of the corner before he's even turned into it. That's a slight lack of commitment, and that's what opens up the door to the other drivers to creep in. We saw it in the earlier heat as well. Kalterin was not really expecting the overtaking move for the lead to happen at that point, and that's how he lost the lead. And it's exactly the same with Clement Outram. Outram just able to catch him unawares because he's not really expecting that kind of overtaking move. But you have to be really adaptable. You need to know that that move could be on.
But our first retirement of the race. Into the pit lane comes Adrià Martínez in the Kids to Win team. The Spaniard pulling into the pit lane and out of this race. Big shame for him.
I kind of saw that one coming when there was damage to the car after that run wide at turn 1. So on the lap 1, I should say, sorry, out of the final corner. So you've got to feel for Adrià Martínez, kind of the victim of his own circumstance there, really. Didn't cause the issue, but certainly took the raw end of it. Atkins 4th. There is Adam Al-Azhari, 5th position. The young man who lives in Dubai on the Palm Jumeirah. Lovely part of the world, that. As he works his way through, the 254, Hugo Besson battling away with Bo Heymans, and in front of Hugo Besson. Lovely place to continue to race and scrap away there on the bypass straight down the back. As Heikki Kalterin tries his best to close back up. Adam Al-Azhari has actually set the fastest lap of the race for the Eichmanns team.
That is a solid drive. Keep a close eye on this one. There is still a few laps to go in it. Some of the big movers, though, further down the field. Andy Rattel gaining 10 positions as well. He's been making good moves. Jules Caranta, I've been impressed with Jules Caranta this season, you know, jumping into the senior category. You know, he was really good at the start of the season, really jumped into it, dropped off a little bit in the mid-pack, and now at the end of the season seems to be coming back a lot stronger as well. You can see him there in the orange suit, just in the background there, siding his way through the field. He's had a good run this race as well.
I think it's tough to remember that Jules Caranta, coming straight out of junior last year, he's still one of the youngest competitors in one of the most competitive fields of motorsport. You've got, in Senior X30, so many drivers at the tail end of their teens into their early 20s who are so competitive, who are so fast and have been here for so many years. To kind of throw your weight into that battle is very tough. Bo Heymans getting the move there on the inside of Fred Green. Two more names that are starting to establish themselves a little bit more regularly in the top 10. But when you've got these big names that have been there for so long, like Goldstein, like Moya, like Vila, you know, it's really hard to match yourself against these kind of talents. And these guys like Jules Caranta, they really have their work cut out for them before they even get into the car. But he's taken it on, absolutely no objective in terms of, you know, trying to be champion this year. Knows he's got to learn the hard way, knows he's got to do his education as a senior in a very tough situation, but he's made up an incredible amount of positions, 10 places so far made up for Jules Caranta. And considering this is a happy hunting ground for him anyway, last year he won the final to become junior champion. So he is right up there, showcasing that next year he's going to be a contender in senior. Yeah, certainly so. And I am very looking forward to seeing what happens next year with Jules Caranta. Well, Goldstein still leads the way. It's the gap's about half a second now between himself and Outram. I think that's closed down quite a substantial amount. So Outram has found some pace here. And certainly has. Not only that, but let's not forget, one of the fastest karts in a straight line in the slipstream is the VDK. So that Kart Republic chassis will work very well going into the final lap. Goldstein is going to have to really pull it out the bag here to stay ahead in terms of draft, because Outram is going to close up big time. In fact, he already has on the main straight, taken a couple of tenths out of it. down to the inside line. That is Andy Rattel trying to pick up the move on Arthur Valsort and might get Danny Carinini coming with him. This has been a terrible heat for Danny Carinini, and now he's in the rock and a hard place here in the midfield.
Hello, Gonzalez also getting involved in that as well, just in the background. Hey, look at that, fastest lap. Who is it? Adam Al-Azhari with the fastest lap of the race. 55.020, that's an impressive time.
Yeah, very impressed with Adam Al-Azhari in this one. He's definitely showcasing his skill and ability that he's taken all the way through the IAME UAE world and continued in various different categories. He's showcased brilliance down there in Al Fossan and in the Dubai Autodrome and in various other amazing circuits out there, but he's come to Genk and put on a show. But Eli Goldstein continues his rapid show. 3 races, 3 wins, domination for the Belgian out front. But what a comeback from Clement Outrad. He needed a strong result, and second place absolutely on the money. Coulter in third, Atkins fourth, Al-Azhari fifth, and Caranta sixth. That's a great battle. Hyman's doing well there in P7 as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. And again, he's just doing what he needed to do all the way throughout that one. Was Goldstein. Certainly a good drive. And again, for Clement Outrad, he still will have that DNF looming over his head. Still a fair chunk of points that will be added to his name. The tally will affect where he starts in the pre-finals and finals later on today, or tomorrow, sorry, I should say. But for Eli Goldstein, it's another heat win, and a very deserved one. Clear by half a second there as they make their way back into Parc Fermé. Looking forward to see what happens later on with the senior category. They will not be out until after the lunch break. They'll be race 18, 19 and 20. They are due out at around local time here, 3 o'clock on track. We next see the senior category. There's a look then at the results. Goldstein from Outrad, Coulter from Atkins, Al-Azhari from Caranta, Hymans from Green, Gilade from Sorelli, Besson from Rattel, Vassort, Carinini, and Ribeiro there as well. A very, very good run from the top 15 from Elo Gonzalez as well. Marcus Glum and Peter Stiller finish in 16th and 17th place from Louis Esser. Floris Costa from Kiego Okazawa finishing in 20th place, 9 positions gained from Santiago Ribeiro finishing in 21st place. Henk Vuk and Chester Kiefer on the 23rd spot of the finishing order. Sepang Naya finishing in 24th place. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And again, good start from Goldstein. Held on to the lead of that one. And again, the inside line working well. Look how much they're working the cuts. The tyres not fully up to temperature. The steering adjustments that these drivers are having to put in. This time around, relatively clean start at the beginning of that one, as then we saw the moves coming in thick and fast all the way throughout. That was the 254 of Hugo Besson. Gaining positions. He was fighting his way through the field. He was battling with Calais Atkins, who at the end of that one would finish in P4, but tyres would be on the later battles here. That was Atkins down the inside there, getting the move done on Fred Green. Green not going fully defensive on that attack there, but would later have the close company of the EGP racing driver of Adam Al-Azhari, who made his way through that field and certainly showing the side pods and that rear bumper to many a driver out on that track. The racing, though, still heated up further down the order as we saw the Victory Lane driver nearly clipping a lot more of the curb than I think he wanted. Hugo Gillet just in that battle as well. Andy Rattel would close up with Danny Carinini as well. Those all would get in a good scrap here through turn 1. This was it here. As the Pantano driver, as well as Riccardo Sorelli after his retirement earlier on as well, trying to get involved. Elo Gonzalez sending it down the inside to try and gain another position from that one, but it would be another win for Eli Goldstein across the line and would win by half a second from Clement Outrad. Heikki Coulterin at the end of that one was very, very closely battling away with Calais Atkins. I think there was only 0.03 of a second separating those two across the line, but still a very, very exciting one. Here, though, on your screen, the next race about to get underway. Thibaut Ramekers, and he certainly had a very good run in qualifying. It wasn't the outright pole, but it was still a very good time. He did become the FIA Junior OK champion a few years ago, but we are chatted to him at the end of qualifying yesterday after he qualified P2 overall. Thibaut Ramekers.
Tibor Ramaker's pole position here in karting Genk in X30 Junior, 0.7 of a second quicker than anyone else. A very tricky circuit though. Talk us about what the conditions were like.
Yeah, it's not easy with this condition, but I am really happy. We are very fast, 7/10, and the second is very good, so
You know the circuit here very well, and the championship is basically decided in Junior X30, so there is no pressure. You want to come here to win as a Belgian on the top spot in karting Genk.
yeah, I hope win. I have no pressure, and I hope the best, and we will see.
Great to chat there too. Tibor Ramaker, his English is getting better and better, and great to chat to him there. Fantastic to see. He has got Jensen Graham starting alongside him for this race. There is Jensen, who is getting ready for this one now. Jensen's race earlier on, Group B, if I look at the juniors, was a very interesting one still. Where did Jensen Graham finish? I think he dropped down a few positions in that one. The same as Tibor Ramaker's actually. Yeah, that's actually, yeah, the qualifying heat. Ramaker's earlier on losing 10 positions, finishing in P12. And certainly was a very interesting one indeed. But keep a close eye on Jensen Graham, because looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one. Because, yeah, earlier on it was a very interesting race. He dropped down to 3rd place, but still Sebastian Mins would take the race win on that one. There's Zach Green for the Croc Promotions team, starting this one on the 2nd row of the grid. Well, he's in the Jamie Green outfit there as well. He's on the Croc Promotions chassis, racing with the Jamie Green racing team. Taron Kennard starting alongside as well. Again, been impressed with Taron Kennard. He has certainly had a good weekend, great qualifying, and some good heats so far in this one as he gets himself primed and ready for this race. His dad there just giving him final few words of support before he gets going for this race. Looking to see what the young driver can do in this one from that 2nd row of the grid. Anthony Bongartz starting on the 3rd row as well in P5. We'll have Isaac Phelps alongside. It's a very competitive front 3 rows of this grid as we wait to get going for this race. There is Anthony Bongartz, who's running on the Lando Norris chassis this weekend for the Euro Karting team. And Euro Karting prime position in the paddock. They're right next to the dummy grid, so they're straight out the awning and straight onto that dummy grid. They don't have a long walk like some of the other teams do around here at Karting Genk. But like you say, 1,300-meter circuit this one. And these races have been excellent. They are 8 laps. They are a long old race for the junior category, but they get themselves ready, engines fire up, and the next race is about to get underway. Junior X30 qualifying heat B and C. Let's take you through the starting lineup.
Tibor Ramaker and Jensen Graham on the front row of the grid for this one, from Zach Green and Taron Kennard, Anthony Bongartz and Isaac Phelps, Rocco Coronel and Harry Bartle from Harrison Mackie and Arthur Wang, Henry Carter and Matteo Melis from Clovis Nougerade and Georges Nassar, Joseph Smith and Matt Corby, Angelina Proenza and Bertram Sacha, Wouter Bourguignon, Sonia Bay, Senna Munier, and he's the last one at the back of the grid as Theo Palmer is no longer competing in the weekend, pulled out before qualifying. So, it'll be an interesting one for Tibor Ramaker. The pace was not there in the first heat this morning. Has it returned now that the sun's come out?
Let's hope so. I mean, he also had the troubles of that warning flag that he got as well for a little bit of coming together. But this time around, let's see what he can do in this one, because, like you say, starting this one on that front row, he has got the best starting spot in the house. Inside row, pole position, first dibs into turn 1. And the inside row here has been the favourite. You know, when we come to circuits and drivers who start at the front have got the choice of switching sides on the front row. Only the front row can do that. But we have not seen any of that this weekend, because the inside row is the row to have, despite the fact that it's off the racing line.
Very good point. Yeah, it's a very tricky one, to be fair, and I have a feeling that this is going to be one of those races that kind of sets the tone for the rest of the Junior X30 weekend, because now that we're at the highest temperature that we've had so far over the weekend, you've still got that wind, which is now starting to blow. It was blowing to the east earlier. Now it's kind of shifted to the southwest. So it's actually a very different sort of crosswind that they're going to have to deal with compared to earlier on. But the temperature's risen. The rain probability has increased to 50% now. It was 0% earlier on.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
So it's now starting to get a little bit more like Belgium over the next couple of hours. So I don't think this is all clear-cut and done and dusted just yet. But Thibaut Ramekes and Jensen Graham, front row of the starting grid. And Zach Green is in a real position of opportunity here. Third position, knowing that Thibaut Ramekes was off the pace earlier on. He's actually got a really strong chance here from the second row. But then so too does Taron Kinnaird of the Pantano Racing team. I'm also quite interested to see what Anthony Bongartz, the Euro karting driver, can do. That's a big position for him. Third row, inside line. So he could make something pretty special come up from this particular race. They're all still giving chase to Sascha van Bosch and Sebastian Minz, our earlier winners, but neither of them are in this race. So we're going to get a new winner in the third heat of the weekend, whatever happens. Thibaut Ramekes backing them up big time, now going for the throttle. Is that going to be enough to get us a start? No, it's not.
Yeah, it was a bit too early on the old loud pedal on that one. Remember, it's the yellow line, Thibaut, it's the yellow line you've got to wait for, which is quite late on. So,
do you want to convince him, or shall I?
Well, it's quite a big yellow line that's over the circuit. And it's also being spotted out by some two cones as well, so you can't miss it. But yeah, what's the translation to French for yellow line?
Well, it'll be ligne jaune.
There we go.
There you go, ligne jaune, the yellow line. However, whether or not he's actually going to take a hold of that, well, that's going to be an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you tell drivers not to go fast, they will ignore you and go fast. It's like, this is why speeding fines don't work for me.
Exactly.
There we go. There you could see, well, there was actually, I think that was Zach Green saying, no, Taron Kinnaird saying, go, keep going, like, where are you going? And then, look at that, that's where he bolted, which is way before the yellow line.
Yes,
and, yeah, and then I think Martin was just like, no,
Yes,
we'll do that again.
So a very interesting situation then for the contenders as they gear up for another go at it. Jensen Graham hoping for a chance to leapfrog the Belgian up towards the first corner. It'll be pretty tricky all the way through, that is for definite. But in these Junior X30 karts, you're really having to push yourself to the extreme. You've got to remember, oh, a little bit of a jockey for position there that kind of went the wrong way for Taron Kinnaird. He got a little bit of a nudge from Isaac Phelps, and that caught him completely off guard there. He wasn't prepared for that. And we've got a car breaking down. It's one of the victory lanes that's come to a stop. That looks like Joe Smith again. So Joe Smith in trouble for the second race in a row. And that's very unfortunate indeed for Joseph Smith, but the rest of the field are going to come through to start the race. They do indeed. We're off and away. Jensen Graham getting a much better start than Thibaut Ramekes, but he won't have the inside line. He's going to try and squeeze him around the outside. He has to slot into second position, but Thibaut Ramekes running off on the rumble strip. So Jensen Graham with a chance to get him back through turn 4. Not able to capitalise, but certainly young Jensen Graham, the Scottish superstar, absolutely all over the back of Thibaut Ramekes. And we've already had an off from turn 1. It's one of the Eichmann's karts, I think, that's come off the road there in the middle. Oh no, sorry, that is the victory lane of Joseph Smith, but we had another one come off at turn 1. I think that is one of the Eichmanns. I think that might be Sun Yibei. It is indeed Sun Yibei, unfortunately the Chinese driver, based in Italy now, but that's game over for him.
Yeah, that is a shame in these early stages of the race, but 2 retirements already. And certainly looking very interesting. Here we go, though. The battle at the front still very, very close as they concertina up there into the braking zone and round the outside there, looking very, very strong. And right now, Zach Green under pressure here as Anthony Bongartz and Harry Bartel still battle away just behind. Bartel goes to the inside of Bongartz and gets that move done in towards turn 1 as Jensen Graham is under investigation. Your driver who's currently in second place, now with an investigation flag. Now, what is that for? Was that for a start infringement, or was it for something that happened on the first lap?
Well, very interesting to see that there is an investigation going on at this early stage in a Junior X30 heat. There is Bertram Sachse, the Danish driver, pulling out of the race. It looks like he's picked up some damage, maybe in the incident that took out Sun Yibei, but certainly Bertram Sachse pulling in, and that leaves us with only 18 karts running because we've lost Joe Smith, we've lost Bertram Sachse, now we've lost Sun Yibei as well. So Ramekes, Graham, Bartel and Green. Anthony Bongart's doing well in 5th place, and Harrison Mackie has actually got past him now, so Mackie is up into 5th place.
Yep, indeed. Good starts, but also bad starts as well. Unfortunately, Taron Kinnaird dropping down the order in this one. He's dropped down all the way to P10. Rocket Coronel also dropping down to P9 as well. so they've got some work ahead of them in the start of this race. But the rest of the field still making good progress. Harry Bartle, though, what a drive from Bartle. Several positions gained. He's up to P2 and hunting down your race leader.
Yeah, started 8th and now closing in on Ramekers as Rocco Coronel goes wheel to wheel with Arthur Huang and tries to make his way through into 8th position. But yeah, absolutely. Harry Bartle all over the back of Timon Ramekers. From the 4th row of the starting grid, Harry Bartle definitely launching forward with plenty of determination. He, of course, represented Great Britain in the Academy Trophy this year, Harry Bartle, so he's had a fair decent amount of European experience now in a very tough competition. So this is more back to normality as far as his IAME X30 campaign is concerned, but that confidence that he's gained from the European experiences is now pushing him further forward. He's got a great shot here on Timon Ramekers. He's gaining. He's not going to make the move, but I tell you who is. Zach Green, I should say. Zach Green, his cousin, gets the move on the inside line and moves up into 3rd position past Jensen Graham.
Yep, again, making good moves there as well, and Graham seems to be fading in this one, and there's the change for the lead. Bartle down the inside through the popular turn 6 hairpin onto the back straight, and Harry Bartle now leads the way in this one, as again, down the inside, Jensen Graham trying to battle away with Bonkaza, and who is that coming through? That's Harrison Mackie. Mackie again on another fantastic charge, is gaining positions left, right, and centre, and Jensen Graham right now is fading in this one, and again, Mackie back down the inside, gets another position there, and I think that's 5 positions Mackie's gained now. He's up into P5.
So Bartle leads then from Ramekers, Green, Bongards, Mackie, Jensen Graham, Isaac Phelps, and Rocco Coronel. A fabulous duel already as we are half done here at Genk. Bartle in front of Ramekers, then Green, Mackie, and Bongards. Graham, Coronel, Phelps, Wang, and Tyrone Kinnard, with George Nassar trying to creep back into that top 10. There is Arthur Wang, all over the back of Isaac Phelps in the all-black machine. So Isaac Phelps, part of the Jamie Green racing team, but all in black. Now, here's a replay of the start. Well, that's interesting because it looks as though Jensen Graham was investigated, but I would have argued that Tyrone Kinnard was actually the one who was out of the tram lines a little early, if anybody was. So that is very interesting.
And I think there was a little bit of coming together. Yeah, there was. Right, okay. So that was the moment where we saw the incident. There was a coming together through turn 1 at the start of that race, and that is why we lost a couple of our drivers. That's why we lost Sun Yibi, who went off the track. And I think also it was Bertram Sasha involved in that one, which is why he came into the pit lane. So yes, a confirmation that those two were in the accident together.
So there's a good battle still to come up to the inside line. Phelps is going to go up the inside of Arthur Huang, and he's going to take Rocco Coronel. He's going to take Clovis Nougerade, who is Rocco Coronel's teammate, takes him with him. So Clovis Nougerade comes up to 10th position. Phelps comes up to 9th, both at the expense of Arthur Huang. And Zach Green tries he might, just can't quite chip away at Timon Ramekers' second advantage on him. There, however, is the 16. That is George Nassar trying to go defensive with a pair of very motivated drivers behind him. That is the VDK of Matt Corby, who has also got Wouter Bouguignot having a bit of an issue. Matt Corby is having an absolute nightmare of a weekend by his standards.
Yeah, by his standards, he's always up at that sharp end, and right now, yeah, he's right there in trouble at the moment, but still, he's doing what he does best. He's holding his own, and we'll just have to see how he does when this race continues. There, though, Zach Green, who's now been caught up by Harrison Mackie. Mackie, who made the move earlier on, and again, still very, very quick driver. Made good positions earlier on in his first race. Now he's going to go for another one here, down the inside of Zach Green, through turn 6, and Mackie now up into P3. He is absolutely flying out there, is Harrison Mackie. 1.9 seconds off Harry Bartle, who is driving away here from Ramekers. Ramekers, who seems to have got that kart problem sorted out. The kart looking much quicker this time around, but with a couple of laps to go, can Mackie close that gap? Because it's quite a big one. About a second is the gap, but look at the distance he's opened up already on Zach Green. I reckon he might have enough time to challenge here, but as we go on to the final lap, that's still a big, big ask.
Rocco Coronel just trying to stretch away from Anthony Bongarts and Jensen Graham, who have both managed to keep their positions in the top 10, but have certainly not ended up where they wanted to. Rocco Coronel gaining a little bit more on his rivals there, having had a very tricky qualifying session, Rocco Coronel, and finding himself starting every race from the 4th row. But he's only gained 2 places on his original grid position, so not quite where he wants to be. Harrison Mackie, again, making up good ground and getting himself into 3rd position then past Zach Green. So that puts him into a good position. But Harry Bartle keeping the Croc Promotions team very happy here. They've obviously had a lot of success in IAME X30 thanks to their little Gilles Villeneuve of a driver in Gabriel Stilp, who is now, of course, racing in F4 these days. But Harry Bartle, the man who represented Great Britain in the Academy Trophy, comes through for the victory in fine style here, and that really sets him up for a strong run for the rest of the weekend. A victory at this stage keeps him in the hunt ahead of Thibaut Ramekers and Harrison Mackie.
Yes, it does. Well, he'll make his way back into Parc Fermé. Solid result there for Harry Bartle after 8 laps of racing, 7 positions gained. Either he had a good talking to after the first race, or they've put something in the water here at Karting Genk because he found some true pace there. Did Harry Bartle. Scythed his way through the field. Ramekers holding on to P2. Much better run this time around after a P12 finish earlier on. Harrison Mackie, another fantastic result. 3rd place, 6 places gained for Harrison Mackie. Zach Green finishing in P4, another good result from Rocco Coronel, gaining 2 places, a great fight back for the Victory Lane karting driver. Anthony Bongart's then finishing that one in P6 from Jensen Graham. Tyrone Kennard dropping to 8th place. Good recovery back though. Clovis Nugaray finishing in 9th place from Isaac Phelps. Matt Corby finishing in 11th place from Wouter-Bergenu. Senna Munir and Matteo Mellis. Arthur Huang rounding out the top 15. Big positions gained there for Matt Corby, Wouter-Bergenu and Senna Munir, all gaining 5, 7 and 8 positions respectively. George Nassar's finishing in 16th place then from Henry Carter. Angelina Proenka would be the last driver to finish on track. Several retirements in that one. Joseph Smith breakdown before the start of the race. Unfortunately, his race was over. Bertram Sasha also retiring into the pit lane. Sun Yu and Theo Palmer not starting the race. Here's a look then at some of the highlights. Good start then initially, and crucially the outside row working a little bit better there this time around as they go in towards turn number 1. In the next shot you just see here on the left hand side there, the contact that caused the 2 drivers to retire. Bertrand Sasha and Sun Yu unfortunately retiring from the race. Action though at the front as everyone would make the move. Bartle with a brilliant start to the race would go through, and there you can see Anthony Bongas actually just allowing Bartle to go through there, giving him the way through, just saying, you've got the inside line, you go for it, I'll follow you. Good driving there. Tyrone Kennard, who was on the recovery drive here, was battling away with Rocco Coronel as well, just a little further behind. Matt Corby trying to make the moves as well as they were looking to the inside, but still, again, very, very close action. Not the best opening lap that Tyrone Kennard would have wanted. Zach Green looking to the inside there. He would get the move up into, I believe that was 3rd place. Mackie would fight back as there was the change for the race lead. Harry Bartle would get that and hold on to that for the rest of the race. Then Mackie would come through. Harrison Mackie getting the move done on Zach Green. Would then do his best to try and close up, but it wouldn't be enough. And Bartle would take the race win in his 2nd race of the weekend across the line from Thibaut Ramekers and Harrison Mackie. Again, great results from the drivers. They will be back out on circuit later on after the lunch break. We're ready down in Parc Fermé. We'll head down to Jake Sanson.
You don't always get the chance to run from P8 to the victory, but Harry Bartle has done just that here at Karting Genk. A very solid race from you. 4th row of the grid. That must have been quite tricky to pick them off in the early stages.
We had a good start to the race, made up a few positions. Then it was kind of calm race and I had the pace to win. So I eventually made the lead 2nd, then caught the leader, passed him and made a gap for myself. Made it quite easy.
Well, certainly a lot of homework that the boys did with you last night to try and get to the pace. What was the difficulties yesterday?
Yesterday we didn't make it out at the start, the car wouldn't start. So we got out of the pits with about 3 minutes to go. And we got a couple of laps in, so we didn't get to show our potential.
So I guess now the rest of the weekend is about playing catch-up, but looking at how quickly you've been able to turn a difficult weekend into a race win, that's going quite well.
Yes, going well at the moment. We didn't have a great first heat, but still pulled back what we could. And then that heat, obviously, so we're looking good for the points.
Chances of seeing you guys on the podium tomorrow? I mean, it's a long way away, but it's looking good so far.
It's a long way, but hopefully we can do that. And second in the championship is still there, so hopefully we can get that too.
Fantastic. Great work so far. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Brilliant work from Harry Bartle in the crop promotions team. And yes, as he said, second in the championship, still very much on the cards for him and the crop promotions team. There are so many drivers in the hunt for that. And of course, an IWF ticket potentially on the march as well. Right, back up top, we've got one Junior X30 heat of the morning session to go.
Yes, we do, and it is qualifying heat A and D that is next out onto the circuit for Junior X30. Looking forward to seeing what happens in this one. Cathal Clark and Daniel Dalakian starting this one on the front row. Sacha van der Bosch, who won earlier on. Sebastian Mins also out in this one, who I also believe won earlier on as well. So you've got two race winners in this one. Curious to see what they can do. Out in this one, they start that one on the second row of the grid. Eden Spanswick and Christopher Alfagali on that third row as well. Like we were saying, still very close then in that fight in the championship for second place, because like I say, Rocco Coronel currently in second with 43 points. He is joint with Cathal Clark. Cathal Clark in this one, starting that on the front row. Rocco Coronel, obviously, in that last one, dropping down the order, so not having the results that Coronel was wanting. So it does fall into the hands of Cathal Clark just that small bit. But Bartle taking the win as well certainly will not be helping with that one, because he's only about 6 points behind Cathal Clark in the championship point standings. Here's a look at the track, though, that we are racing at. The home of champions, karting Genk in Belgium, 1,360 metres, 12 corners in total. 7 to the right, 5 to the left. A very fast and demanding circuit. Technical as well, with fast straights, sweeping corners, but the tight corners as well. It is a very, very tricky circuit, and deceivingly high curbs as well. From the distance here in the commentary box, they don't look too high, but when you see the karts drive over them, you certainly see a good bump in the ground as well, as they try and find all parts of the track that they can avoid. There, the shot of the final corner, turn 12, which was a bit of a mess on Friday, but it has dried out now today, on Saturday. Let's see if it holds out tomorrow on Sunday as well, because we are expecting the wet stuff on Sunday, which should certainly make it very interesting. Whistle's blown for the 1 minute board. Mechanics now start to clear the grid as we get ready to go for this one. This is the last race before the lunch break, and then we'll be back after that with the minis, seniors, juniors, then the minis again, and we round out the day with the seniors at the end of the day, with 27 race heats will be completed over the course of Friday and Saturday, 24 heats in total today. But the next race is about to get underway. Junior X30 qualifying heat A and D as the engines fire up and the karts make their way out onto the track. Let's take you through the starting lineup.
And what a battle from the front. Cathal Clark and Dan Dalakian from Sacha van Bosch and Sebastian Mins, then Eden Spanswick and Chris Alfagali, Romeo Roussel and Alexis Constant from Arthur de Donker and Morgan Moore, Thomas Kinsey and Jorn Helder from Devon Hagelen and Maxime Blanchemin, then Evert Ottestein and Quentin van Leuven, Riccardo Ferrari and Alessandro Bighi, then Connor Clancy, Roxanne Lantinga, Yanis Dubois, Jalil Farez and Mats van Rooyen. It's going to be an interesting battle out there for the Junior X30 continuation. But Cathal Clark currently sat on 2 points on pole position. Dan Dalakian on 4 points in second. And then the two winners from the previous heats earlier on today, Sacha van Bosch and Sebastian Mins, sharing the second row of the grid. We've got a breakdown already. That's one of the Victory Lane karts. Now trying to make out which one that is. I think that might be, is that Maxime Blanchemin? No, it's not. It's a kart ending in a 6. So that might be Romeo Roussel. Oh, no, it's the Donker. It's the Donker. Arthur de Donker. A big disappointment for him. He was going to be starting right up at the sharp end of the field there. Arthur de Donker due to start P9. And unfortunately, a mechanical problem on the formation lap.
And I think that was actually a full engine seizure, that was, because he skidded off the side of the road and he's actually made contact with a barrier. He's gone through a barrier, one of the little white plastic barriers that separates the circuit. And yeah, it's just come to a stop. And you saw him there while he was trying to push it. Here's a replay. All right, keep an eye. So he's there pulling off at the side. Oh no, there's contact.
Oh, that's really poor.
Oh no.
Now what's happened there? That was one of the, trying to make out who that was. That would have been the man starting alongside him on the grid. That's Morgan Moore. I don't know whether that was obviously not intentional, but whether that was poor reactions or just a miscommunication. But unfortunately, Arthur de Donker goes flying.
Well, there we go. Well, that proved me wrong. It was not an engine seizure. It was a bit of a coming together, but there you go. It just shows you've got to be careful on these formation starts. Yes, there's drivers weaving to get the temperature into the tyres. Just got to be aware of what's going on around you, though. Try your best to stay predictable as much as possible.
Now, the question you have to ask in that sort of situation is, who's at fault there? Is it the kart that's in front that's obviously doing the weaving and isn't being able to look behind them? Or is it the kart behind that's not reading the situation correctly to figure out where the kart's going to be?
Do you know what? There's some people who have that job to decide that, and it's not our job to do it.
No, indeed,
so,
no, indeed. But
I'll leave it to them.
It's a fascinating debate. I mean, that's one that I'd love to get Chris Lambrecht's view on. We'll talk about that later, maybe. We are going to go racing, though. Cathal Clark and Dan Delakian down to the first corner. And a big move forward from Sacha Van Bosch. A good start from Sebastian Mins as well. He's already got Cathal Clark on the warpath. So Mins and Van Bosch have already got through in the second and third positions from the second row of the grid. Good start from Cathal Clark, who's in that beautiful red speed suit. Van Bosch dives in on the inside for second position. Absolute decisiveness from the Dutchman. Mins is going to try and come back at him, but he's got to wait.
Oh, I thought he was going to fully commit there into the carousel, but not close enough. But yes, Sebastian Mins, also a race winner so far this weekend in the Junior X30 category, wanting to fight back. Now, there's someone who's at the back of the grid going very slow. It's the 106 that's going slow. That is Alessandro Biggie, who is going slow for the George Gibbons Motorsport team. He's dropped down several positions, so will not be happy with that one. Here, though, the rest of the field, it's all still getting a little bit close as we see everyone going for the moves in the mid-pack there. Now, who is that that's going across the road now, side by side? That's very close to the outside. That is El Fagali. I think it's Dan Delakian as well, who's not had the greatest start here from the front of the grid.
No, indeed he hasn't. So El Fagali able to get into fifth position past Thomas Kinsey, and I think it's Delakian that gets spat out wide there, losing several positions as a result. And it's going to go 3 wide on the exit. That's going to be Constant, Moore and Riccardo Ferrari trying to work forward. Up the inside, that's nicely done by Kinsey. So Kinsey manages to get the move done on Chris El Fagali. That puts him back into fifth position. And there is Romeo Roussel trying to work his way up into P6. But it's not so easy. And again, Delakian just caught out a little bit there from the outside line, losing several positions down behind Quinten van Leuven now in 13th. So Clark is leading, Mins, Van Bosch and Spanswick. Then it's an absolute dogfight behind them, led by Thomas Kinsey in front of Chris El Fagali and Romeo Roussel.
Morgan Moore making the move in the background there on Riccardo Ferrari. Alexis Constant following through as well. Remember, Constant, who was very fast earlier on as well, siding through the field. Curious to see what will happen in this race. But at the moment, Cathal Clark leading the way, looking comfortable here. Sebastian Mins holding on to second place now. They've got that sorted, but I don't think he's fully comfortable there because that was a big check over the shoulder to see where Sacha Van Bosch is. And right now, that question is right behind you. So, yeah, I would stay focused on your racing line there, Seb, and, yeah, not have to worry about it too much. Thomas Kinsey, though, under investigation. The number 41 could be in a bit of bother here. Has it side by side. Riccardo Ferrari battling away, losing out another position there, and I think that is to Quinten van Leuven, who just goes through in the 107, gets his position sorted out, both of them up several positions.
So it certainly goes quite well from that perspective. But Quinten van Leuven in the middle of that gaggle, moving up into the top 10 once again. There is Thomas Kinsey, who's obviously got an investigation now. That seems to suggest that there will be some kind of penalty potentially incoming. We're not sure what for yet. Sacha Van Bosch, meanwhile, in third position, sets the fastest lap of the race in his bid to close up on that man, Sebastian Mins. These are the two drivers that have won races so far in the course of battle. Harry Bartle took the third, but it looks like we could get a fourth different winner from 4 heats. Clark is in front of both these men, and if Mins and Van Bosch can't get close enough, then we're going to have 4 winners from 4 heats.
Yep. That will certainly make it exciting, and keeping a close eye on this one the battle's still closing in. Clark, though, with that 4/10 lead. I've got to say, it's coming down, though. Sebastian Mins just clawed a little bit more out of it with that slipstream down the start-finish straight. I reckon Seb could go for something here as someone else is going for something. It's Morgan Moore and Romeo Russell gets that move done, and he was going to try and go on Alexis Constant as well in the same corner. It was just not close enough. So Morgan Moore there now making the moves, and again, the closing distance he gets there, the closing speed is so intense that you think he's just going to go straight into the back of them, but loses out here now to Romeo Russell, and Russell goes back through.
See, the more I look at the candour and the stance of Morgan Moore in this one, the less I think that little melee with Arthur de Donker was anywhere close to intentional, because his driving standard's absolutely fabulous at the moment, even though he's got his back up against the wall with a lot of these drivers. And again, just keeping Quentin van Leuven at bay. Beautiful defending from Morgan Moore, keeping the Dutchman at bay. He doesn't have to give him any space there, of course, at all, once you've got your nose in front. Van Leuven thought maybe there's something around the outside. There wasn't. He held his line, and it's getting very tricky indeed between Alexis Constant and Chris El Faghali. The Lebanese is not intimidated one iota by Alexis Constant. So El Faghali in the George Gibbons Motorsport car, able to keep his position there very comfortably in P6, despite having to go a little bit wider through some of these apexes. Now Alexis Constant will try again. El Faghali trying to keep him back. Nicely done. Moves the car to the middle of the road. That thwarts Constant for the moment.
Yep, slightly defensive. Doesn't lose too much time in doing that, but they are still losing time to the battle up in front. That's going to allow Thomas Kinsey to break away, which he'll like, because if Thomas Kinsey's investigation comes out to anything, then he'll have a nice buffer there to try and maintain his position. Right now, though, Romeo Russell has caught back up to this one as well, so it's still a three-way battle for the lead. Back at the front, gap still coming down, inch by inch, but Sebastian Mins is closing in on Cathal Clark. Look how close that is now. And again here, as Alexis Constant now forces the move in towards hairpin number one, and running wide there goes El Faghali, who maintains that position. Now Romeo Russell comes back down the inside and splits the two of them in half. It's getting very, very close here, and now a change as down the inside, Romeo Russell gets both of them through turn 6, and now is in the lead of this one. Will go wide, and Alexis Constant will just move to the inside, and now gets tangled up, because now Morgan Moore gets involved. Morgan Moore going past both of them, and Alexis Constant and El Faghali now under pressure from the rest of the field. Hagelin's coming through as well. Everyone's coming through. It's so, so close. Look at the concertina effect coming in. Van Levelen also trying to get the position, but not able to get it done as we go on to the final lap now, and it's kicking off for the start here as Sebastian Mins dives to the inside and gets the race lead. Sebastian Mins now waiting to the very last lap through turn 1 to get that position, and now will have to defend for one whole lap from Cathal Clark. Can he do it? Because right behind as well, Van Bosch is there, and they go side by side.
There's the undercut. Cathal Clark has the opportunity, and Mins is swarming around all over the shop trying to get back into position past Cathal Clark. But Cathal Clark going well here in the victory lane, carting rank speed. He gets through back into the lead once again. Mins is still determined. He can get him back. He's pushing. He's pushing. Here comes the door opening. Sacha Van Bosch gets through in a second place. Now Mins has really got to pull out the stops. Clark has got to defend valiantly. Van Bosch is going to be ruthless trying to get past Cathal Clark in the final turn. What can Mins do? This is going to be a very tough grandstand finish. Clark gets it wrong in the final turn. Van Bosch is going to steal it from him. Mins will get through as well. Van Bosch gets it from Mins, Clark and Spanswick. Big mistake from Cathal Clark into the final turn, just overshot on the brakes, and that was enough for Van Bosch and Mins to snatch it away.
Well, you've got to give it to Cathal. He certainly showed some great skill out there, but just the chink in the armoury going into the final corner there, leaving the gap open and just allowing Sacha Van Bosch to get the cut back and send it down the inside. Sebastian Mins, though, solid drive again still, but Sacha Van Bosch taking 2 race wins now out of 2, certainly looking like the dominant driver here this weekend.
Well, Sacha Van Bosch certainly doesn't have a title to win. He certainly doesn't have anything to lose here coming through. So a good opportunity to take the victory. And look, he's enjoying himself on the way past the cafe with his fans there watching along. Friends and family watching along. He gets the moment to savour that one. That one was very satisfying. when you steal a win out of the final turn on the final corner, the final lap like that. That's a very satisfying moment indeed. So Sacha van Bosch takes the win from Sebastian Mins and Cathal Clark. Eden Spanswick and Thomas Kinsey from Romeo Roussel, Morgan Moore, Quinten van Leuven and Alexis Constant, Devon Hagelen, Chris Elfagali, Jorn Helder, Connor Clancy in front of Eva Dorrestein and Riccardo Ferrari. 16th place for Mats van Rooyen up from the back of the grid. Good run from him. Faris Jalil in front of Dan Dalakian, who had an absolute nightmare of a race there. Roxanne Lantinga finishing up in front of Maxime Blanchemin, and then Yanis Dubois in front of Alessandro Biggi. And of course, we didn't have Arthur de Donker start the race after getting that tangle on the formation lap. We thought we were going to have 4 different winners from the first 4 heats. Not that Sacha van Bosch ever saw that coming.
Well, the highlights from that race, it all started.
So look, Morgan Moore actually has to avoid the cart in front of him.
Yeah, well, maybe.
So that actually looks more complicated than that, because Moore, I think, blameless there, actually looking at it a second time, because you look at it, he actually had to avoid the cart in front of him of Alexis Constant getting a little bit squirrely. So that was a chain reaction moment.
Potentially so, and yeah, I'm sure the other angles on that one. This was the start of the race then, and again, good start from Cathal Clark, getting it down the inside, holding on to that lead for the time being, would lose it on the very last lap, held it for the entirety of the race. But so far, it was a good, clean start then from the grid. I think it was a little bit of a coming together in the background, but certainly for the rest of them, they all got away well. That was the absolute send there for Sacha van Bosch down the inside, in towards hairpin number 6, or turn 6, I should say. But for the rest of the field, it all kicked off. Thomas Kinsey involved in that little scrap there as well. Morgan Moore was there. Alexis Constant, who was battling his way through. And we were saying there, one of the drivers getting squeezed out wide. I think that was the Pantano driver of Daniel Dalakian, which was saying he dropped down several positions, didn't he, at the start of that one. Then Romeo Roussel will start to make the moves as well. He went down the inside of Morgan Moore. Despite that, Morgan Moore had a relatively good race, good battles all the way throughout. He ran a little wide there out of the cafe curve of turn 10. But still, he would maintain the position. And then Alexis Constant would come into the fray as well, getting involved in the battle. They all got a little bit tangled up here because now Morgan Moore was able to come back through. And yeah, all this battling here was not good. Christopher Elfagali also getting involved in that one. But still, a solid result. And this was the change for the lead, as down the inside would go Sebastian Mins. And he would hold on to that one for the rest of the race. It would go side by side, though. And down the inside would go Cathal Clark. He would retake the position. Keep an eye, though, on Sacha van Bosch. Right there in 3rd place. Would be there ready to pick up the pieces. And he did pick up the pieces with a big send down the inside. Cathal Clark leaving the door open just that little bit. And allowing Van Bosch and Sebastian Mins to come through. They went 1-2. From Cathal Clark and Eden Spanswick. Very close race once again from the Junior X30 category. Certainly looking forward to seeing what they can do later on today. But another 2 wins there for Sacha van Bosch. There's a look at the rest of the day. You can see we've got a 30-minute break now. For the lunch break, we'll be back with the rest of the mini categories, the seniors, the juniors back, and then ending the day with the senior category as well. So do stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Looking forward to the rest of this one.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. And looking at how with the Junior X30, we've got Sacha van Bosch currently unbeatable and Ellie Goldstein similar in Senior X30. We have our contenders set, but whether we have our winners set, that's a completely different story altogether. And it's going to get interesting this afternoon. Looking at the cloud cover as well, we've gone from 0% likelihood of rain to 50% chance of rain. The next half hour could be very telling or costly, depending on which way you look at it. But there's definitely some great races to come here at the Home of Champions at karting Genk. And as you can see from the schedule, that'll take us all the way through till 6 p.m. this evening, which will be the final qualifying heat. And that will be for the 2 fastest groups in qualifying. And when you've got senior qualifying heat A versus B out on circuit at 6 p.m. tonight, that's going to put the 2 TB kart teammates of Eddie Goldstein and Eduardo Vila on the front row of the starting grid together. It'll be a fantastic way to finish us off, but we'll find out by that point as well who are going to be the kings of Mini, Junior and Senior X30 at karting Genk. We'll be back in half an hour. Don't go too far away.
This is the Home of Champions, karting Genk. Who knows how it's going to unfold here in Belgium. Mini, junior and senior X30 contenders are going to be battling for the title, and we can expect nail-biting drama all the way.
Martinez for the lead! Martinez wins a casting game! Let's find out. Here we go. Dual character. He wins the karting game. Away we go racing. Ruben Moyer's going to win.
This is the home of champions, karting Genk. Who knows how it's going to unfold here in Belgium? Mini, junior and senior X30 contenders are going to be battling for the title, and we can expect nail-biting drama all the way.
Martinez for the lead! Martinez wins a karting Genk! Let's find out. Here we go. Dual character. He wins a karting Genk. Away we go racing. Ruben Moyer's going to win.
Last year, it was 2 Spaniards and a Frenchman that triumphed in Belgium. This year, it could be very, very different. The battle continues on in the IAME Euro Series finale here at Karting Genk, the home of champions, where the likes of Jenson Button, Stoffel van Dorn, Lando Norris, Max Verstappen and Fernando Alonso cut their teeth as youngsters to progress into the world of superstardom. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me Anthony Jordan. We've already had a very busy morning of race action from the Mini, Junior and Senior X30 categories. It can only get better from here on out.
Yeah, it certainly can. Looking forward to the races that we've got going for the rest of the day. Plenty of action to come. We've still got 4 mini category races. We've still got 2 junior category races. We've still got 6 senior races to go today. Plenty of action. Make sure you stay tuned throughout all of it. You can catch all the live timing on the IAME Euro Series webpage. You can catch all the statistics and the live streams on YouTube as well, and also at ucot.io as well. Make sure that you get involved with all of that, because there is so much to learn about karting on those sites there. You will certainly like to get introduced to it. Well, the Mini X30 categories are coming up next, and qualifying heat B and C is about to go out into the circuit. Very much looking forward to this one. Dan Alleman, who put it on pole in group into the B cars, we caught up with him after qualifying yesterday.
Dan Alleman, fantastic performance in time qualifying. In Mini X30, you come through for the fastest lap. The very last lap was the quickest of all, and you managed to do it with 1 second to spare at the line. Tell us what it was like as the track dried out.
A lap was 1 second faster, and I had a millisecond to go extra lap, and it was a good lap for me. Yeah.
It's the perfect time, because with the championship to fight for, you have a great chance now from the front. So tell us how you are feeling going into the qualifying heats.
I think good, but I think the other group will be faster because the track is drying.
So being here at Karting Genk, it's a circuit you know very well from experience. So what confidence does that give you coming into the weekend?
Very good.
Good luck for the races.
Thank you.
I love Dan Alleman. He's always so full of confidence. He never has to say too much. He lets his driving do the talking on most occasions. Maxim Bobrashov lining up in second position on the starting grid. Looking very strong. He's just starting to come into his own, really, in the IAME X30 category in Mini. He did such a great job at the iGames last year at Campillos. You were there, Anthony. He did an absolutely fantastic job last season to really showcase his credentials for 2023.
Yeah, he certainly did. I think that iGames 22, that was my first outing, I think, with RGMMC. Yeah,
was.
So, yeah, it was great to crown, or burst my bubble, as I should say, with RGMMC there at Campillos. Certainly a fabulous circuit, and yeah, a great way to see these drivers in action. And with 1 minute to go, travelling around Europe now and seeing them here at Genk in Belgium, you know, it's been good to see. There is Kanish Grau, though, the 922 starting on the second row of the grid. Again, has been really good this year, has been a dominant performer.
Yeah, he's definitely showcased incredible amounts of development, and that's the thing in Mini X30. It's not just about winning, it's about the pace and rate of your development. And Kanish Grau has really turned the corner in terms of his general confidence with the Oliver Roda Motorsport team. He's certainly given himself plenty to do, but he's able to be a match to the challenge of it all. So it's great to see what he's been able to develop and showcase over the course of this year. And he's certainly looking very confident coming into the latter stages of the season, with obviously this being the final weekend of the Euro Series. There's still more great challenges ahead for him, namely, of course, in all hope, the IAME Warrior final. Be good to see him there. But now we have 7 more laps of the Karting Genk circuit in X30 Mini for qualifying heat for groups B versus C, and that's going to put Dan Alleman and Maxim Bobrashov on the front row of the starting grid. So Alleman and Bobrashov are joined by Kanish Grau and Edward Goodford on the second row, then Noah Grenier and Juste Mulder Dan Miron and Theo Polisson. Then Bruno Priam and Archie Lovett, Gustavo Marquez and Christian Kobe, Max Endicott and Oliver Warner from Finn Rossen and Zach Zhu. Then Max Murray and Malik Nilis. Then David Stefan Minchuna and Benjamin Manach. Dieder Dierdale and Amir Sabarov. Then Saif Al-Abadli, Khalifa Al-Khaled, Mathis Brajo and Denny Babacek, who's already stormed from the back row of the grid to P9 in his first heat. Let's see what he can do in the second.
Yep, be good to see what will happen for Denny Babacek, because certainly his first race earlier on was very good, sidling his way through the field. There he is, just whizzing past your screen there. But like you say, these are the shortest races that we have this weekend for the mini category. Only 7 laps in their qualifying heats. Again, they will be longer for the superheats and the finals come tomorrow. There's a look at the weather forecast, and that rain probability has disappeared once again. We had a look at the weather forecast, and everything's saying no rain whatsoever. The temperature's gone up even more. It's turning into a lovely summer's day here.
Certainly is. It was looking a little bit brutal at the end of the final qualifying heat.
It was.
Fortunately, it looks like it's continuing on in fine stead for a very sunny August day here in Belgium. And certainly the shades and the shorts are coming out onto the paddock a bit more often now. Great to see so many characters up and down the paddock. Just been having a nice chat with Keanu Alazari, the F4 driver, who is here this weekend watching his younger brother Adam in operation. And also good to bump into a few different personalities on the paddock. You should see the sweat that's pouring off Giorgio Pantano's eyebrows at the moment. He's genuinely staring his first X30 title in Europe in the face here. And I said to him, hey, the carts are going quite well. All he could do was look at me with his fingers crossed.
Yeah, and that essentially shows how much of a team sport karting is, really, doesn't it? It's not just all about the driver, it's about the backing that the driver's got as well. Part of the team, you know, they put as much hard work into these race weekends as do the drivers. So, you know, it really is a team sport, and good to see, yeah, Giorgio, yeah, he's sweating a little bit about that, but, you know, it's good to see that he's got the passion still.
And I think he's actually putting a heck of a lot more of his heart and soul into this, even than he did as a Formula One driver, you know, with the Jordan team. And he's been absolutely fantastic building up this new program. It's not been the first time he's tried to start his own team. He obviously had a bit of an operation with Kart Republic back in the day, just running as a satellite outfit with his own branded chassis. But now he's literally built this from the ground up. It's a brand new frame. So he'll be one of many to watch out for this weekend with his drivers. Meanwhile, Mini X30 on the march. Are we going racing? We are. And Dan Aleman gets away nicely in front of Maxim Bobadashov. Charging down to the first corner, though. It's a great start from Kanish Grau into second position. Couple of drivers running wide, and that could get pretty messy for Maxim Bobadashov. He's lost a heck of a lot of positions there at turn 1 as he drifts very wide indeed. So that's cost him a good dozen positions. I think he's down to about 14th or 15th place, Maxim Bobadashov. So Kanish Grau through nice and neatly into second position as they come down the back straight up into third place. It's going to be tight to know who it's going to be between Noah Grenier and Dan Miron, but I think it's going to be Grenier that holds onto it for the moment.
Yeah, a lot of the GGM karts all side by side there. Another kart going very slow out of the carousel, but all seems to be going well. There's Zach Zhu just going through. He's on the Alonso-style kart there, just coming through your shot. But right now, very, very close at the front still, and a good getaway, though, for Dan Aleman. He won earlier on. He's looking for another win now as a look down the inside there. Oh, and off the track. Who is that? Is that the 929?
I think it is, yeah. So that's a big problem, I'm afraid, for one of the Energy Course drivers, I think, involved in the incident. So a little further back.
I think it's 928. I think
that's
Mathis Brajo.
Right,
yeah.
okay. So Mathis Brajo then sadly out of the race then on the Energy Course. Only completed the first sector, didn't complete sector 2, pulled off just on the exit of turn 9, I think it is. No, turn 10. So a bit of an issue there, unfortunately for him. But there is the leader, Dan Aleman, in front of Kanish Grau and Dan Miron, who has moved his way into third position in front of Bruno Priam, Theo Polisson, and Noah Grenier, as there indeed is Mathis Brajo walking away.
Yeah, that is such a shame for him. And there you can see it's actually a broken track rod there. Now, how did that happen? Was this it? And bosh. Yes, that's what did it. And I think he was a bit of an innocent party there. He braked for the incident that happened in front of him. The driver behind didn't. And then that pushed him into the incident there. You can see by his reaction there that that was like not his fault at all.
No, it was the front right broken completely. Here comes the opportunity for the lead, though, from Kanish Grau, and he's going to be joined by Dan Miron.
Look at the speed difference there, and, well, Dan Aleman fights it back, splits the two of them up, and, well, Daniel Miron goes back down the inside, and now Priam Bruno goes to the move down the inside as well. That brings on Noah Grenier, or Teo Bolokan, I should say, up into the back of this battle as well. And how close do you want to get there for Priam Bruno, and just avoids contact there with Daniel Miron.
Well, fascinating stuff. So Kanish Grau takes the lead then from Dan Miron. Third position is Bruno Priam now, the Swiss driver. And Priam has got Teo Polisson behind him, who, of course, is the young son of the GT team driver and team manager at Acodis ASP Mercedes. That is Jérôme Polisson, of course. So Teo Polisson doing a good job there in fourth position. And Mathis Brejeux under investigation. That's interesting, considering that...
From that angle, it didn't look like it was his fault.
It certainly didn't, but obviously they have to look at it.
Yeah, they have about 1 million more angles than we do, so whatever we say, please don't listen.
Kanish Grau leading, Miron second, Priam third from Polisson, Aleman, Bobrishov and Grenier. So Bobrishov at least getting himself back into contention one kart at a time. But now it is looking like Dan Miron has got a great chance to put the Fusion Motorsport team back in front. It's not been as clear-cut as usual between the Fusion and ORM duel. But certainly it is the two drivers from Fusion and Oliver Rowland Motorsport respectfully in the title fight. Jesse Phillips and Archie Lovett, but up the inside goes Dan Miron. He gets through to the lead of the race. So Miron hits the front in front of Kanish Grau. And then it is Bruno Priam, Teo Polisson, Dan Aleman, Maxime Bobrishov, Noah Grenier, Gustavo Marquez, Max Endicott, and in P10, a very frustrated Archie Lovett.
Yeah, very, but still, he's doing what he needs to do. And that was the same with Archie Lovett earlier on. You know, he's fighting for this championship, but he's just not been there today, has he? He's been really struggling in that mid-pack section.
He's still learning this circuit, you've got to remember.
Well, that's true.
First time he's ever been here, so tricky to learn the circuit on the knife edge. He has managed to get himself into 8th place, though, getting the move there on Noah Grenier and chasing after Max Endicott. So that's been nicely handled there by young Archie Lovett. But for the moment, it is Miron in front of Kanish Grau. 3 laps to go. They only do a full total of 9.5 kilometers in the qualifying heats in junior, in Mini X30, sorry. 10.8 in junior and 14.9 in Senior X30. That is distance covered in kilometers for each category. These minis definitely putting on a tough show out there. 7 laps of the karting Genk course is very tricky. And in the senior and junior categories in particular, the drivers are nudging 2G in some of the bends around here, so it is pretty difficult.
I've got to say, I know we're at Genk at the moment, fabulous circuit, but I've got to say the favourite circuit that I saw these karts race at this year has to go to Zuera, because the track's so large, and these karts, the slowest we have in the category, they're not slow by any stretch of the imagination, though, still. But yeah, they just looked so good around there. They were just flat out near the entire lap.
Yeah, they really did. It was like baby IndyCar, wasn't it?
It was.
Up the inside, there goes Polisson, getting the move on Kanish Grau into second place. A good run from Teo Polisson. So now P2 trying to work his way further forward, and he can catch and pass Dan Miron with the time we've got left. So Polisson is going to have a little bit of an opportunity, but Kanish Grau is going to try and get up the inside. He gets in a second. They can't afford to battle too much because Dan Miron can get daylight between them. Here comes Polisson again, going for second place. This time, Bruno Priam goes with him, so that shuts down the offense from Kanish Grau. Now, if Bruno Priam is smart, he'll go with Teo Polisson, and they'll duel away. But up the inside now comes Bobrishov. He goes through, so too does Dan Aleman. Does he? No. Kanish Grau is going to defend that position again.
Yeah, he is. Again, this is, well, Bolokan and Bruno have to be very, very clever here, as Zdeněk Babicek gets a warning flag.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Denny Babicek, having gone from the back of the grid to move his way further forward, so not great for Denny. But over the line, 1 lap to go then. Let's see what happens from here. Dan Miron has only half a second on Bruno Priam. Here comes Teo Polisson. Polisson gets back into second position again. Very nicely handled. Third position for Bobrishov now as he goes through. Kanish Grau is going to open up the door. He gets past Bruno Priam as well. So from second down to 5th, very difficult situation now. But you've got Miron in front of Polisson, Bobrishov, Grau and Bruno Priam. Dan Aleman there in P6 trying to work his way further forward. And there's a great battle coming down the back straight. Bobrishov still trying to hang on in front of Polisson, Grau and Priam. Priam gets a little bit squirrely there, and that's going to be the opportunity for Dan Aleman to squeak through. So Aleman comes through on the inside line, nicely handled as they come out of turn 10 then, on the run to the cafe for the last time. 9.78, one last chance for Bruno Priam to get back on terms with his teammate Dan Aleman. It looks looks like it's pretty much evened out between them, though. So Dan Miron is going to have that crucial 1 second as there's an investigation flag into the Ulsterman, Christian Kobe. But as they come through out of the final turn, a bit of an opportunity there from Lovett to pick up a crucial place. Miron is going to get the victory from Bobrishov, Polisan, Rao, Aleman, Priam and Endicott. Lovett frustrated in P8 in front of Warner and Manak.
Yeah, very nicely done. Daniel Miron then taking the win. He'll be happy with that one. 0.8 of a second clear from Maxim Bobrishov, who himself had a great recovery drive there from Teo Polican, both of them gaining several positions, but Daniel Miron, 6 places gained. Fantastic drive for the Fusion Motorsport team. They are looking very, very strong this weekend as they make their way back into Parc Ferme. So Bobrishov then finishing in 2nd place from Teo Polican. Kanish Rao finishes in 4th from Dan Aleman. Liam Bruno finishing in P6 from Max Endicott, Archie Lovett, Ollie Warner, and Benjamin Manak, who gains 10 positions. Started this race P20, finishes in P10 as they make their way back into Parc Ferme. We'll have a look at the classifications at the end of that in full, but a solid drive from this man just here, Daniel Miron. Fantastic work. There is the provisional classifications, the top 15. Eduard Goffroy finishing in P11 from Gustavo De Silva. No, Grenier finishes in P13 from Jus Mulder in 14th place. Max Murray rounds out the top 15, 2 positions gained. Good running for the George Gibbons Motorsport driver. Zdeněk Babacek finishing in P16, gaining 10 positions, but also receiving the warning flag, which just come with a 5-second time penalty. Zach Zhu finishing in 17th place from Christian Kobe, who was himself under investigation during that race. Nilis Malik finishing in 19th place from David Mintuna. Finn Rosin and Davide Dedatelli finishing in 22nd place. Amir Sabarov finishing in 23rd. From Khalifa Al-Khaled finishing in 24th. Zayef Al-Badadli finishing in 25th place. Tess Brajo, the only retirement from that race. Still a very, very close battle. Let's take you through some of the highlights from that race, though. And again, great start initially from Dan Aleman, the driver who won the first race earlier on today. Unfortunately, finishing that one down in P5, but initially the getaway was good. Same was the driver behind, Kanish Rao, getting away nice and early, running a little bit wide on the exit. A little bit of a contretemps in the middle of the pack there, but they all seem to have sorted themselves out nicely as they made their way throughout the rest of the race. This was the drive-through from Daniel Miron. He started it on the 4th row of the grid in P7, but he made positions left, right, and centre. That's the moment we lost Matthias Brajo. Unfortunately, he had a track rod failure after the contact there, and himself would become under investigation for the incident. This was the moment that Kanish Rao went for the race lead. Daniel Miron following suit. Miron losing out on that one as Aleman would sive back through the inside, splitting the 2 drivers apart. Miron's eyes to that, goes through, and then Priam Bruno would join the fray as well. Teo Polican also now making the moves and gaining a few positions. This was another change for the lead as Daniel Miron went to the inside, going into the carousel at turn number 7. Kanish Rao not able to fight it back as Teo Polican would then later dive down the inside. He would then go up into 2nd place. Kanish Rao would retaliate, and then this is what allowed Daniel Miron to get away from the rest of the field, because then this battle here started to cause all sorts of things to happen, because then came back through Maxim Bobrishov. He came back through the field as well, finishing in a good spot. He got up to 2nd place at the end of that race, but it all still kicked off here as Bobrishov trying to find his way through, which he did just there, managing to get past Priam Bruno. Dan Aleman would sit at the back and just watch this battle unfold as Bobrishov would go for 2nd place. But with that move, that just released Daniel Miron to just drive away from the rest of the field, and he would take the checker flag clear by 0.8 of a second from Maxim Bobrishov, Teo Polican, Kanish Rao, and Dan Aleman, the top 5 at the end of that race. Still a solid result the next race for Mini coming up next. But before that, we'll head down to Park Ferme. Jake Sanson, over to you.
A brilliant run then in Mini X30, and our race winner is with me, Dan Miron of the Fusion Motorsport team. Dan, a very tough race out there, an interesting, exciting battle. Tell us about what it was like getting your way to the front.
First corner we was in fourth straight away. Second corner we go through the white and red part. Then we take the inside into the green, the orange helmet, and then we were like straight away into P3. Then during the laps we were catching up to Kanish and the Aleman. Then we catch up to them. I go straight away in the first corner with Kanish into P2. Then lap 2, 3. I go straight in the chicane into Kanish, and I stayed P1 for all the race.
It's fantastic to see. We've got so many drivers battling for the win now in Mini X30. You're the third different winner from 3 qualifying heats now. What are the chances of you staying towards the front for the pre-final and the final tomorrow?
Should be good. Hopefully we start in top 10 for tomorrow in the super heat, and then hopefully we have a good result in the super heat, so we can start at the top in the final.
Fantastic. It's great work so far, Dan. Continue it, and hopefully we see you tomorrow again. Good luck.
Thanks.
Excellent work from Dan Miron. A really strong performance in a very competitive field of Mini X30 drivers. But we've had 3 different winners from the first 3. Now we're going to the 4th. Are we going to get a 4th winner? Could be very interesting.
Let's find out. Let's see if we will, because remember, Jesse Phillips won this race last time out. Like I say, Dan Aleman winning that one, and like I say, Daniel Miron taking a fabulous win in that one. Can we make it, like Jake said, a 4th different winner in this one? We are going to find out, and a bit of drama at the end of the first round for the Mini X30, because some of you drivers in this one really struggling post-race. A couple of disqualifications that actually came in at the end of that one. Unfortunately, one going to Matteo Rivals and to Flavio Carrier as well. Hopefully, all is well for these drivers, but Matteo Rivals starting this one on pole position for this one. You can see the 912 starting on the front row left-hand side of your screen. Jesse Phillips, though, starting on the right side, who's yet to take a seat in his kart. He took the win earlier on today. Can he maintain that momentum and be the only driver to take 2 wins out of 2 for the mini category? We have seen that only in the junior category at the moment, with Sacha van Pad Bosch taking both the wins in that one. There on your screen is Matteo Rivals, who had an absolutely amazing qualifying, and it was his first ever pole position on Friday. And yeah, it was certainly a brilliant drive for him, but disaster in the first of the heats. Hopefully in Heat 2 he can fight back and hold on to that position. His start of that race was very good as well. He was maintained his position all the way throughout that one, and yeah, it would only be until turn 6 where he would lose that first place spot. So his start of his race was very, very competitive. Can he repeat that, or maybe even better it? This driver here, Jesse Phillips, the 905, currently your championship leader, who is defending that one over the course of this one. Won the iGames in 22 and the Winter Cup in 23. He's looking for a perfect season in this one. Can he take the Euro Series and, of course, the IAME IWF at the end of the year as well? That would certainly be a good way to wrap up the season, and maybe the iGames in 2023 as well. But certainly, Jesse Phillips looking very, very strong with a race win already. Can he maintain that? Stid Rademacher starting on the 2nd row of the grid, 3rd in his first race earlier on today in the 916. Can he do better than that in this one? He's got Gilles Herman alongside them for this race. Certainly looking forward to seeing what Stid Rademacher can do. But a very dramatic end to the first time that we saw Group A going out. But yeah, it brings us to those DSQs for non-conformities at the end of their race. So yeah, very, very interesting. But looking forward to this one. Like we were saying, 7 laps these races. Very, very, well, they're short races, but longer for the mini categories as the engines fire up. Next race then, Mini X30 qualifying heat A and D is coming up next. Let's take you through the starting lineup.
So pole position going the way of Matteo Rivals, the French driver who got a brilliant pole position in qualifying. Jesse Phillips, championship leader, alongside him. Stig de Rademakers and Gilles Hamann from Flavio Caida and Antoine Venon. Then Ludwig Granqvist and Stan Fajot from Angelina Simons and Didier Krieft. Austin Newsted and Jordi Brugman from Mason Brooks and Jarlath Sayer. Leo Baruzzi and Darek Rivera from Cesc Pietes and Bruno Greiling. Then Timio Rifla and Antoine Boots. Lino Pedraza and Livio Caida from Ahmed Akhalifa. Rashid Hilal, Tony Cachefero and Milan Becciu. So it could be a very interesting battle again in this one, particularly because on the front row of the grid, Matteo Rivals has got not just any driver to battle with to the first corner, but the championship leader.
Yep, Jesse Phillips starting alongside on this one. It's certainly going to be an exciting race. Curious to see what happens, though. Plenty of time left in the day, but only 2 more races after this one for the mini categories. They will be races 23 and 24 of the weekend. And I've got to say, looking at these shots here of the circuit, I'm beginning to like karting Genk. My first time here. It is a fabulous venue.
There are so many drivers in the world where you ask them, what's your favorite karting circuit in Europe? They will all say karting Genk. It is such an amazing place for racing, whether it's in these X30 karts, whether it's in the world of the European Championships or World Championships in either direct drive or gearbox. This place really has got it all, and it's made so many incredible careers over the years. I mean, you go back into the 1990s and you look at some of the talents that came through, the likes of Fernando Alonso, the likes of Jenson Button, Nico Rosberg, Lewis Hamilton. They all raced on this very circuit, and they have all climbed the depths of the ladder of motorsport and worked their way to superstardom. These guys are definitely on the same path and in the same race circuit. It's an amazing facility, this, and we see fantastic racing whenever we come here, no matter what the weather, no matter what the pressure, no matter what the situation. And with it being a title decider in IAME X30 as well, drivers are taking risks and pushing themselves to even further extremes than they would do under normal circumstances. It's always a good event here, but when you crown a champion at the home of champions, there's something pretty special about the way these weekends all play out. 7 laps of the circuit once again, 9.52 kilometers of racing. And of course, it's all going to come down to who is going to have the steely nerves for those 9.5 kilometers to stay out in front. Matteo Rivals, Jesse Phillips, Stig de Rademakers, Gilles Hamann, Flavio Caida, Antoine Venon. Are we going to go racing straight away? We do not.
No. False start. They would go round again and look good from the side, but obviously Martin Bean's view of that race start was the better view, and he deeming that one not good to go. So drivers will head round again, and we always talk about this. Remember, drivers having to babysit these tyres over the course of today and tomorrow. But with the weather conditions being not favourable tomorrow with the rain, I can suspect a lot of these drivers will just be pushing these slick tyres to their absolute limits, knowing that they might not even need to use them tomorrow.
It's definitely one of those situations where you basically have to hope that the weather forecast holds true. I mean, you have to consider that this is karting Genk. You don't always get what is predicted. So you kind of have to be a little bit mindful of the fact that, well, yes, there's a predicted rainfall tomorrow, but what if it doesn't come? You then have to stay on that set of tyres all the way through to the end of the superheat. So you've got to be so careful about your tactics.
And we have seen a lot of drivers today really push through the field, haven't we, and use those tyres. So I suspect, yes, going into tomorrow, if it does rain, they'll be absolutely fine. But if it is dry in any stretch of the imagination, I suspect it will be a little bit interesting with what their tyres will be like.
Yeah, you just have to play the percentages in the hope that the rain is going to come and give you what you actually predict. But it doesn't always work like that at karting Genk. Out of the final turn. And it's going to be Rivals versus Phillips. Are we going to go racing this time? Yes, we do. And a good start from Matteo Rivals. He's going to have Stig de Rademakers go with him to the first corner. Jesse Phillips trying to stay out of trouble. De Rademakers is going to take the lead. Phillips is going to go with him, and Rivals is going to just disappear from the frame. But up the inside, Jesse Phillips gets his run and makes the move on his teammate Stig de Rademakers for the second race in a row. Jesse Phillips goes into turn 1 compromised, comes out of turn 3 absolutely on the money.
Yeah, that is a carbon copy, really, of what happened earlier on on, but he's there at the moment. Well, Phillips is down the order, actually. Phillips is down at about P4. Actually, another one of the fusion.
He's so nearly got caught out in that. Antoine Venor going around. Oh, there's more problems. There's 2 or 3 carts go up in the air, and that is going to be a couple of broken track rods, I would think.
A couple of bent axles, I suspect, as well, because that was 3 carts that just pinged into each other. They're sandwiching the Falcon. Now, I'm trying to think who that was. I think that was Ludwig Granqvist, who was the driver who was up there. And as you can imagine, there's a couple of other drivers now that have gone off the track, and it looks like Bruno Grieling is one of them, and it looks like Lino Pedraza is the other.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
That's Lino Pedraza trying to get going again, but he's pulled his cart to a stop right on the edge of turn 8, just after the carousel, so not very good from that point of view. Here's Gilles Hamad going for Stig de Rademakers up the inside for third. That is Matteo Rivals getting back through on Flavio Caira, and as a result of that little moment where Jesse Phillips nearly got tangled in with Antoine Venor, he is very lucky to still be going, sorry, with Ludwig Granqvist, who spun around, my apologies. But fortunately, Jesse Phillips is still running, albeit down in 8th position now.
Yeah, that's plenty of time to sign his way back from the field if he can do such a thing. But right now, eyes are on this battle here, because it all seems to be going very, very well here for Stig de Rademaker and for Gilles Herman. Absolutely line astern between these two. And crucially, no sense down the inside, no battling, just pushing each other along. I reckon we could see these two push together and work together in this one. I don't think we're going to see a battle at all for the race lead.
Well, there's an opportunity here, and both of them know it. The Rademakers and Herman, they've seen Jesse Phillips fall down the order, so they've gone, right, this is our chance to get back into contention for the victory here this weekend. We've got a chance here, we've got an open door, so let's use it, as out of the race goes Lino Pedraza.
Yeah, that's such a shame. VDK racing driver pulling into Parc Ferme, and the race is over. And yeah, obviously we'll still have to get that car weighed up to make sure it's all good. But yeah, not a nice way to start your second race.
So here is Gilles Hamad, still following in the wheel tracks of Stig de Rademakers. And they've got Matteo Rivals in very fast form behind them in 3rd place. They want to make sure they get away as quickly as humanly possible. As Jesse Phillips has now taken on his teammate Didier Krieft and got through. And Gilles Hamad still not going to make the move on Stig de Rademakers. They're playing the long game here. They're playing the percentages.
I say the person who is controlling these two drivers is your man in 3rd place, Matteo Rivals, because he is, if he starts catching, Gilles Hammers will go for the move. He'll go for the move and see if he can get in front to try and put a buffer in between the two of them. If Matteo Rivals does not start catching, they will stay like this till the end of the race, and then you'll see a battle for that final spot on the last lap, because right now it seems to be going their way. Just keep an eye on that gap, but Antoine Venet is still the fastest driver out on the circuit. He's currently in P6, and he's right at the back of this group.
So Venor, having got himself out of hot water initially, Stig de Rademakers and Gilles Hamad still battling away for the victory in this particular heat, with Matteo Rivals in 3rd position ahead of Flavio Caira. Jarlath Seyer doing a good job in 5th place in front of Antoine Venor and Jesse Phillips, with Didier Krieft, Leo Baruzzi and Austin Newstead in the top 10. With Gilles Hamad still going with Stig de Rademakers. That gap has come down to 0.7 of a second, so it is getting a little bit itchy for Gilles Hamad, and you're right, I think the more he realises that he's going to have pressure from 3rd place, the more likely he is to try and make this bid on Stig de Rademakers.
But looking at the gap there, it doesn't look like it's coming down fast enough, and I would actually think that the drivers behind would close in faster on Rivals than Rivals would catch onto the back of them if they don't start battling, which, as we say it, I think they have started battling, because Antoine Venet is now at the front of that train. And yeah, so I don't think they are working together in the background there. They are battling, yes.
Yes, indeed. Jarlath Seyer gets through now on the inside into 4th position past Antoine Venor. So Jarlath Seyer up into 4th place. That was close.
Well, that was just the drive that Antoine Venet had out the corner there. Jarlath Seyer did not have the go, and Antoine Venet did. And yeah, he just kept his foot on the loud pedal, and it just resulted in that.
So the Rademakers still holding on from Gilles Hamad. They're going to have 2 laps to go at the end of this one. And so it'll be a bit of a tricky moment for Gilles Hamad, as now this is when, if you're going to make a move on the driver in front of you, this is about when you start thinking about it. But there is still that crucial 0.7 of a second that they've built up over Matteo Rivals. You don't want to spend too much of your time dueling with each other, because that's exactly what Matteo Rivals wants. That's how they're going to lose this heat all of a sudden. The two of them that are 1 and 2, nose to tail throughout. Going to be very calculated about this. If you're Gilles Hamann, for my money, you want to make a bid into turn 1 on the next lap.
Certainly so. Well, here we go then, down into the bottom section of the circuit. Very close, nothing between the two of them. Gaps maintained the same between second and third. Rivals not closing in fully, but again, when they come into this tight twisty section, it does look like he is closing in. Again, the gap still staying the same. It will change though as soon as Gilles Hamann goes for the move. If and when he goes for the move, he might just think, I'll be happy with second place, and under investigation, Jesse Phillips.
Wow, well, that's potentially very controversial in the weekend where he could become the champion. So we don't know what that's for, whether that's for a starting infringement or whether that's for a mid-race infringement. We don't know yet, but certainly the investigation has begun into Jesse Phillips, who is just storming his way through the field. He's now just managed to make his way up into 5th place, getting past Flavio Gaida. So he got past Super Flavio that time by. Now here we go. Stig de Rademacher is defending. Gilles Hamann is going to be all over him. They go a little bit deeper than usual into that hairpin, and Stig de Rademacher taps his helmet. Come on, let's get away from Matteo Rivals. No, I'm going to go for the lead, says Gilles Hamann. He tops up the inside line, gets through in the VDK, and now they're going to continue this duel all the way through in the final sections of the course. Gilles Hamann going a tighter line than Stig de Rademacher. The Rademachers will be faster off the turn, but is he going to have the opportunity? Diving up to Cafe Corner, Matteo Rivals is gaining ground on them rapidly. This is exactly what Rivals wants. He wants the two of them fighting away between each other. Rivals with an absolutely brilliant chance to try and catch out at least one of them, maybe both of them. He goes in very fast as Stig de Rademacher comes out of the final turn, side by side. Watch for Rivals! He's going to get both of them! Matteo Rivals steals it on the line! Absolutely brilliant from Matteo Rivals! Oh, sensational! From 3rd position, tucks out of the final turn, snatches it away from both men. Magnificent!
Very well controlled there from Matteo Rivals. Absolutely perfection there out of the final corner. Read the road beautifully and could see Stig de Rademacher going for the move on Gilles Hamann. Both of them battling away. But Matteo Rivals, well controlled and well deserved. Fabulous race win then. After 7 laps of racing, the Yana Racing driver takes the race win from Gilles Hamann. Stig de Rademacher finishing in 3rd place from Antoine Vonnet, who finishes in 4th place on the road as they make their way back into Parc Fermé. Jesse Phillips then, under investigation, finishes in 5th place. And we do see our 4th different race winner of the weekend in the Mini X30 class. And that comes in the form of Matteo Rivals, who was disqualified at the end of his first heat. Comes back much stronger and takes the heat win. There's a look at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying heat A and D. Dalacer finishing in 6th place after gaining 8 positions from Didier Krieft, and Flavio Cara finishing in 8th place. Leonard Peruzzi from Mason Brooks, Peter Brockman and Stan Vargeau rounding out the top 12 from Protesi, finishing in 13th place, 4 positions gained. Angelina Simmons-Torres finishing in 14th place from Austin Newstead in 15th, Ludwig Granquist and Tony Cacciafero finishing in 17th place, 8 positions gained. And Derek Vevra and Antoine Boots finishing in 19th place. Camille Raflat. Rounding out the top 20, let's take a look at some of the highlights from that one. And again, race start was good, but watch how Matteo Rivals goes from the inside and gets squeezed onto the outside there, and then watch how the grid goes through. Very interesting, that one, and he gets squeezed all the way into the mid-pack there at the start of that race. He would fight back though. Stig de Rademacher, though, with a brilliant start, would get to the lead of that one. That was the moment Falcon went round. And a big one there. So many drivers getting involved in that one at the end. And yeah, a couple of retirements, Bruno Grayling and Pedraza, unfortunately ending that one at the end of it. I believe Ludwig Granquist was the driver that went round for that one. Certainly, there were very interesting start to this race, but the battles would come on thick and fast, and the ending very close here. with Gilles Hermans going for the move. And Stig de Leedemaker not able to hold on to the position, but watch this here. Matteo Rivals around the outside, sweeping to the inside, had full drive, full commitment, would take that first place spot. A brilliant, brilliant recovery drive there, and it just shows that the mini category, they are small karts. There is so much track available to the drivers that you've got to be careful, and you can see the frustration there on Stig de Leedemaker's face. Punching the steering wheel, not happy with that one, but Matteo Rivals will be delighted. Vindication after the DSQ earlier on. He comes away and is our 4th different race winner in the Mini X30 category. We turn our attention back to the Senior X30s for their 4th heat of the day. But they'll be out in a few moments' time. They kickstart with groups B and E. Looking forward to that one with Eduardo Villa and Ruben Moya battling on that front row. There they are on your screens. That is going to be an interesting race. That is coming up in a few moments' time. So do stay with us. That race due to start at 3 o'clock on the dot, which is still in around 4 minutes' time. Before that, we will be going down to Parc Fermé, hopefully with Jake Sanson, who will be talking to one of our drivers as the recovery job happens out on circuit, with a couple of karts having to be brought back after their moments out on circuit. But certainly here, the atmosphere at Karting Genk is a good one, but we're ready down in Parc Fermé. Jake Sanson, over to you.
What an exhausting race that one was. My goodness, 3 drivers in the hunt all the way to the line. We've got Stig de Leedemaker, who was right in the middle of all of that. Stig, that was such a tricky race. I mean, all 3 of you had a great chance to win. You, Gilles, and of course Matteo, who came through at the end. Just talk us through the race from your perspective.
It was good. Only in the last lap I go defending, but that was not a good idea. So the third guy come back at us, and then in the last corner I overtake Herman, but I don't have enough speed to go to the finish line first. And then the race himself, I was leading all the laps, only not in the last lap. So it was not bad. I will thanks everyone and Gilles for the good teamwork.
It's a very tricky race circuit, this, and you get a lot of opportunities to overtake in Mini X30, but knowing how fast you can be, you must be really excited about the 3rd heat coming up and knowing you have a kart that can win.
Yeah, I have a car that can win, but only not every time I'm the best. And I make a lot of mistakes because I drive not for long. And this is the first time I drive in the Euro Series in France, so it's new and it's a lot of fun, but it's hard because the guys are battling so hard.
It does look very hard out there, but enjoy the moment. You've enjoyed yourself up at the front end. One more race to go. Good luck for it, Stig.
Thank you.
There you go. It is very, very difficult and very challenging when you've got so many drivers to battle against. But considering that Stig is here at the front in the first time in the IAME Euro Series, handling himself very well on a circuit he knows, it's very, very tricky out there, very, very tough. But obviously we now go from the world of Mini X30 up to the world of Senior X30 once again. My goodness, things are getting pretty tricky.
Tricky is a very good way to talk about it, but yes, indeed, the drivers getting ready to go for this one. Eduardo Villa and Ruben Moya certainly looking forward to this. What can they do from the front row of this grid? Because they have had good races throughout the course of the day. The B race earlier on, B versus F. Eichmanns took the win from Finn McLaughlin. Eduardo Villa would finish in 3rd in that one, but Villa would have victories earlier on in the day as well. In terms of Group E as well for them, they certainly also had a good running as well. The Group C versus E earlier on in the Senior X30 category. Ruben Moya would take the win in that one, and I think Moya is 2 out of 3 wins, so can he make it a 3rd this time around after a 6th place finish in his first race earlier on. There though, on your screen, the 207, Eduardo Villa, 3rd in his last race. Can he materialise that into a win in this one? I'd certainly like to think so. He will have Ruben Moya starting alongside him. McLaughlin, Finn McLaughlin, who had a good result earlier on as well, starts on that second row with Alessandro Tedesca. These two groups have been very, very strong, groups B and E. Really excited to see what happens in this one as the whistle blows and the karts make their way out onto the circuit. It is Senior X30 qualifying heat B versus E. Let's take you through the starting lineup with Eduardo Villa and Ruben Moya starting this one on the front row. Finn McLaughlin and Alessandro Tedesca going from row 2. Florent Ryder and Delano Wellens go from row 3 with Sacha Batkun and Alex de Schepper on row 4. Elias Prevost and Milan Mazek on row 5, rounding out the top 10. Luca Dragonier and Mark Lepiccolo go from row 6 from Hugo Brun and Matteo van der Kerkhoff, I should say, on row 7. Casper Norman and Aaron Faranzano go from row 8. Jesse Zardin and Gilles Redmonds round out row 9 with Alex Moore and Tobias Norman on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Julian Cameron and Enna Frey, they go from row 11. Marta Buchanan and Kuyo Lee going from row 12. Mikhailo Giaccardi and Rema Blanc, they round out row 13. Lars Vinek and Yuta Suzuki, who has been absolutely flying so far this weekend, gaining several positions and setting fastest lap. They start on row 14. Nolan Dubois and James Shotton, who has had a few breakdowns this weekend. Hopefully he can get a good recovery in this one. They start P29 and 30 on the 15th row. Mark Granada and Badr Al-Salati round out the 32 kart grid at the back of the field on row 16. As you can see there, the forest in the background. I've got to say, it's a very scary wood that they've got around there. It's very tall trees that surround the circuit here at Karting Genk. But absolutely beautiful circuit to race on and to watch. And again, for all the viewers at home, if you are enjoying what you are watching here today, make sure you give that live stream the thumbs up, share it far and wide as well. If you're watching on motorsport.tv as well, welcome to YouTube, Facebook, also to everyone watching from around the world. It has been an excellent first half of the day. Only a few races to go as we kickstart the penultimate round of the senior races. Looking forward to seeing what Eduardo Villa and Ruben Moya can do on this one, because Moya, in that fight for the championship, joint on the points with Callie Atkins, needs as many wins as he possibly can to really help his fight.
Yeah, he's only dropped 6 points so far from the first 3 races, so he still has a really good opportunity to turn this into a pole position or at least a front row for the Superheat. And as long as he's in that top 3, he still has a really good chance. He just needs to keep the percentages favourable between himself and Atkins. Atkins has 9 points, Moya has 6. So at the moment, it's advantage Ruben Moya. And Sam Shaw is behind both of them after a tricky couple of races. Are we going to have a false start? We are indeed.
Yeah, field very spread out there. That was not a good formation whatsoever.
Well, a bit of a tricky one. I think in terms of the title battle, it's going to come down to consistency, because the winner at this present moment, based purely on the speed and the outcomes we've seen so far, I think it's pretty much a 5-horse race, essentially, for the win. You've got Goldstein, who's been unbeaten up to this point. You've got Eichmanns, who certainly seems to have a point to prove here in Senior X30 on home soil. You've got Eduardo Villa, who is always strong and consistent on that TB kart and is never too far away from the top 3. Finn McLaughlin, how strong has he been this weekend?
He's been a thorn in the side of a lot of drivers. Like you say, he's a driver I don't think he's in contention for the championship. He's not there.
I mean, mathematically he's there, but his focus has got to be top 3 in the standings.
I mean, yeah, definitely. And I think mainly just going for that final win. I think that's what you want, you know, final race of the year. End on a high, really, isn't it? You know, it's always nice to win on the final round.
Totally. And then, of course, you've got the man in 5th position currently, Ruben Moya, the man who won here last year, so he's in contention to do it again. But this time, if he wins the final, he becomes the champion. So it's a very tricky situation. 3 drivers covered by 10 points, 9 drivers covered by 30. So it is very tricky at the top end of the battle here. And still, at this point, the top 9 in the standings can all mathematically win. If some of them don't make it into a high-scoring position for the qualifier, for the Superheat tomorrow, don't forget, it's only the top 10 drivers on the starting grid for the final tomorrow that will score championship points. So let's see if we go racing this time. We do indeed, but it's a bit sluggish in the midfield. But even so, Vila gets the jump on McLaughlin. Ruben Moya trying to cut in round the outside.
Oh dear, and another spin in the background, the 330 and the 301 going off the track. And that's Adel Donker, I think one of them, or Mark Lepiccolo, sorry, is the 301, the 330. looking down my timing screen, that's Alex Moore.
Oh, and we've got a spin from one of the Eichmann's carts. That's the 245 that's gone as well. So big problems, I'm afraid, there for, in the Eichmann's machine 245. That's Gilles Renman. So big problems there for Gilles. And a bit of a run wide there from the 390 at the tail end of that particular squabble. So right in the middle of a tough run for the DFK driver, Milan Marchak. So Milan Marchak dropping back a little bit, unfortunately, on that occasion. But the Dutchman has just got to watch it all unfold. But Eduardo Vila certainly out in front of McLaughlin and Moya. Now the race can really settle into a rhythm. And up to 4th position, a great start for Sacha Batkoen in front of Tudiska, Provost, Norman, Deirdre, Desgrange and Hugo Brun.
Yeah, nice run all the way throughout this one, but just keep an eye on that mid-pack because that's where all the action happens, isn't it? The concertina effect kicks up with so many karts very close to each other. You've just got to keep a very close eye on it as they make their way into the hairpin. One of the Atlas karts going down the inside there, a little further back in the field. Trying to think who that may have been. That possibly could have been Otto Pukinen on Diana Wellens for P13, P12 out on circuit.
Well, Ilias Provost under some pressure here from the 380 of Casper Norman, who's ended up with a new front fairing to that kart. And you can tell it's new because it doesn't match the colour scheme of the rest of the outfit.
No stickers on it. You've ruined one already with stickers on. We're not ruining more stickers.
Exactly. Now on the inside, Norman gets his move, and at least that time he tidies it up nicely to get the overtaking move there on Ilias Provost, and that puts Casper Norman up into 6th position. There is the 203 of Ruben Moya in the Pantano, trying to close up on Finn McLaughlin, and your championship contender, Eduardo Vila, who leads the way in the TB car. The king of Castelletto twice over, won there in 2020 and in 2022. So definitely knows how to get the job done in the TB car, and has been very much a part of the team's DNA since the turn of the last decade. So Eduardo Vila definitely in with a good shout here. McLaughlin, Moya, Tudiska, Batkoen, Norman, Provost and Deirdre, very, very evenly matched at the moment in that top 10. But it looks like Tudiska may have a little bit more of the legs on this kart compared to Ruben Moya up front.
Well, like we've already said, Ruben Moya, its kart doesn't look like it's the greatest start of the race, but when it comes to midsection, at the end of the race, the kart is on rails and it's on point. So, yes, you may be thinking that right now, but looking at that, I think he's right there behind McLaughlin. He's doing what he needs to do, and while looking at Moya there, I think the temperature started to come into it, and I reckon the kart's there now. So I think he'll be okay. And he's just waiting for that prime opportunity. But McLaughlin knows how to defend, but he doesn't go defensive there. And that is Moya through into 2nd place.
Elsewhere, Mark Granada has had an incident on the last lap for the Mole Racing team, so he has dropped off to the back of the grid. Very unfortunate indeed for the Spaniard, whose sister Natalia is also racing for the Mole team in the Iron Dames colours. Eduardo Vila being hunted down now by Ruben Moya in 2nd position, ahead of Finn McLaughlin. So they're going to continue to challenge their way through. It's going to be a very tricky situation for the contenders as they continue to give us good pressure and a tough battle out there. But Vila, Moya, McLaughlin, Tudiska, Batkoen and Casper Norman still running a good race. There's Ilias Provost in 7th place, but Finn McLaughlin trying his luck again there on Ruben Moya to get through. But for the time being, he's just got to sit there in 3rd position and bide his time. But working with Ruben Moya could definitely come back to benefit him later.
Certainly could. Casper Norman again, fastest lap of the race, 55.190. Looking very quick out there. And crucially, now that it's settled down a little bit, looks like Moya is breaking off from McLaughlin here as well. So I think Eduardo Vila may be under some pressure here. Eduardo Vila currently with 5 qualifying heat points to his name. Goldstein with the perfect 0 points at the moment. Ruben Moya, he's slowly creeping up that order, isn't he? He wants to maintain only those 6 points. Still, he will have his best shot of having a good starting position. Atkins is currently with the 9 points at the moment. Still 8th in the intermediate classification, so we'll see Atkins out a little bit later on, though. This battle here, though, for about P9 on track, looking very interesting. As down the inside, Otto Pukinen getting the move done. Rima Blanc trying to follow as well. And back through goes de Granier as well. So de Granier just squeezing it back down the inside, splitting the two of them in parts. Pukinen, though, up into P10. Good start to this one. A little further down the order, this is another one of the Pantano karts just coming through the shot. I think this is Justus Ardin, who's down in 9th place. He's up 8 positions at the moment. So having a very good run. Daniela Wellens just behind as well, is trying to follow suit. Wellens, though, in the 3-1-5, is finding a bit of breathing space. Back here at the front, though, and that shot there clearly shows that Moya is breaking away from McLaughlin and is on that charge toward Eduardo Villa. The gap, half a second, with plenty of time left, but look at the closing distance there from McLaughlin, and he gets it down the inside, but will not have the momentum to hold on to it on the outside as they go through turn 4 into 5 now, and McLaughlin will stay behind, but that's the first chink for Moya, knowing that, yes, okay, you may be breaking away from him, and there you can see a hand gesture there from Ruben Moya saying, right, if you want to do it, go do it, and it goes down the inside there, and Moya concedes the spot. Now he will let McLaughlin try and close that gap up to Eduardo Villa.
So still the battle rages. Eduardo Villa trying to stretch that gap out to a second at the present moment. Moya and McLaughlin still having a very heated discussion on track to try and make this all work in their best situation. But it is a very tough battle out there at the present moment in time. All going full guns blazing. But it is a really tight battle as everybody gets up close and personal. Up on the far side, here's the chance forward as Tudiska is getting dangerously close to the back of Ruben Moya all of a sudden. Now that's Casper Norman storming his way through up past Sasha Batkun.
Yeah, so again, changes happening in this top section. The pace seems to be coming down a little bit at the front here, and the Concertina effect has kicked in, and I reckon Tudiska is going to go for a move here on Moya anytime soon as Raymond Blanc gets a fastest lap of the race, 55.128, very nice time for the KCR Racing driver. But right now, keeping an eye on Tudiska, because, yeah, like you're saying, he's close right in on Ruben Moya. And that will be getting a little bit interesting in these last few laps. But right now, the rest of the field still slossing through. Keeping an eye, biggest movers out there. Got to give it to Raymond Blanc as well. Fastest lap and the most positions. 14 positions gained up to P12. Right behind Otto Pukkanen. Pukkanen also with the 12 positions gained as well. Casper Norman, though, has impressed me. The 380, 10 positions gained, is there in P5, is right in this fray. And I guarantee as soon as it starts scrapping, which it will, I reckon this will heat up.
Yeah, it's definitely looking pretty tight for Casper Norman, but he certainly seems to have found the pace he's been looking for all of the weekend. There he is, P5, and in P6 just behind still Sasha Batkun, then Provost and Dierda. Delano Wayland's going well as he jills away now with Otto Pukkanen. So Pukkanen, the Finnish driver, trying to work his way onto the tail of Delano Wayland's, whose entire family is here watching him along. So good to see Delano Wayland still doing a good job. Oh, that's a problem for Kyo Lee. So Kyo Lee, the Korean, has had a bit of an issue there. He rejoins right in front of the 264. So a bit of a headache there, unfortunately, for Mark Granada, who now forces the issue to get back past the Korean. So Kyo Lee, unfortunately, dropping to the tail end of the field.
Yeah, that is a shame. Didn't see what happened, but I heard the tyre squeal in my ears. So the cameraman's microphone picked it up, but not the camera itself. But yeah, not a nice thing to have, especially in the kind of latter stages of the race as well. This man here, though, Eduardo Villa, that gap still maintaining. It's now a second to Finn McLaughlin. So Eduardo Villa, no contest here with 1.5 laps to go in this race. Moya, though, still on the back of McLaughlin, and Tudiska has still closed in. The gap's still around 2 kart lengths, though, between the two of them. So I think they're okay. It's a bit of a stalemate at the front here, but Eduardo Villa leading the way from McLaughlin, Moya, Tudiska, Norman, then Batkun as we go on to the final lap. There they are, all in a row, the top 6. Very, very close. But Moya not able to close in and retake second place. I think Mabayoshi wrote in this race because everyone looking comfortable with their McLaughlin. Another good performance. Again, he's just been a thorn in the side of this championship fight, hasn't he?
He's always been there and always been trying to keep himself in contention right to the last. So Ruben Moya there in the 203, still on the verge of becoming IAME Euro Series champion, and certainly in terms of the percentages, looks like he's got a great shot at doing it. But this is going to drop him to 7th in the standings interim for the time being, as he will be in 3rd behind Finn McLaughlin. Eduardo Villa, meanwhile, will continue his run in the top 3 as he still has only dropped 5 points from the first 4 races of his weekend. Eduardo Villa going strong ahead of Finn McLaughlin and Ruben Moya from Tudiska, Norman, Batkun, Provost and Dierda. Great racing.
Yeah, Very, very good racing indeed. As they now start to make their way back in towards Parc Fermé. Another good result, like you were saying, yeah, only drops him down 3rd in the point standings. Ruben Moya, however, drops to 7th. Joint on points with Calais Atkins, and if Atkins can win his next race, he will certainly be looking good. Atkins starting on the 3rd row in the next race. It'll be crucial to see where he will start, because if he can win that one, he will stay joint points with his championship rival, Ruben Moya. But Eduardo Villa there, after 11 laps of racing, a solid performance. He drives back into Parc Fermé now to make sure everything is good. Remember, the race isn't over until they get through scrutineering. There you can see Patricia and Gary, some of our scrutineers down there in Parc Fermé to make sure all is well. But Eduardo Villa, the Italian, the 207, takes the win from Finn McLaughlin. Ruben Moya from Alessandro Tedesco, Casper Norman and Sacha Batkoen rounding out the top 6. Elias Pavot and Florent Dreda finishing 8th place from Daniela Wellens, and Otto Pukkanen finishing in the top 10. Roma Blanc and Tobias Norman, Vittishouden finishing just behind as well from Milan Mareks, Enna Frey and Julian Cameron rounding out the top 16. Matteo Giacardi from Hugo Brunn, Yuta Suzuki and Aaron Ferrazzano, Luca de Granier and James Shotton round out the top 22. Bada Al-Salati finishes in 23rd place after gaining 9 positions from Alex Moore, from Mark Lepiccolo, Matteo van der Kerkhoff, from Leland Dubois. Alex de Schepper as well, finishing in the top 28. Let's take you through some of the highlights on that one. Again, good start from the inside row. Eduardo Villa getting away well and would be comfortable with that lead for, well, the majority of the race. McLaughlin again using that inside line to his advantage. They're coming together at the back of the grid though, the 301 of Mark Lepiccolo and the 330 as well. Just behind as well, not a good one. Alex Moore involved in that one. Then again, we saw the retirement there. Kia Lee going off the track, the 350, unfortunately having a moment as well later on in the race. So very interesting developments at the start of that one. Otto Pukkanen, though, would be starting to make the moves as he would then scythe his way through the field, making positions after positions, finishing that race after gaining 13 positions and finishing in P10. The battle for second place then happened. Ruben Moya and McLaughlin. Moya not able to close the gap up to Eduardo Villa. Gave the position back to Finn McLaughlin, who himself also couldn't close that gap. Battles happened thick and fast, though, further down the order as Raymer Blanc and Tobias Norman getting involved in those battles. But checker flag would come out, and it would go to Eduardo Villa. A very, very strong performance for Eduardo Villa. 5 points to his name. He is 3rd in the intermediate classifications. We are ready down in Parc Fermé. We head down to Jake Sanson.
Well, we've already spoken to him once today. I thought it would be good to get another word with Finn McLaughlin, who is still right in the hunt for the finals tomorrow. Finn, it's been a very tricky weekend, but coming into another race like that, when you're in the mix with the likes of Ruben and Eduardo, you're right in the hunt there and right on pace. How's it looking at the moment?
Yeah, it's looking all right, but there was a good race and consistent results, so I'm happy with what the day's been.
Tyres seem to be hanging on quite well for the VDK and for the Czech Republic. How are you finding that?
Yeah, tyres are good. The chassis is really good with the tyres, so I'm really happy with it at the minute.
Now, obviously, we're getting into the bit of the weekend now where the tyres are really starting to scream at you a little bit, because we're into the 4th heat, and these tyres have to keep going into heat 5 and then into the superheat tomorrow again if there's no rain. Have you guys factored that into the possibility? You're still trying to manage the tyres as if there's not going to be any rain to see their last the distance?
Yeah, definitely trying to manage the tyre at all times, but we'll see how tomorrow goes. It might be wet, it might be dry, but we're fast in both, so.
And looking at the way that you were battling with Eduardo and Ruben, there's a lot of respect between the two of you, but you're obviously still trying to find that little bit of an extra edge. Where do you think you're able to maximize what you can bring out of the package?
The package is really good, and I think just I get the most out of myself, and that's the most important thing, so.
Fair enough, short and sweet, we like it. Thanks, Finn.
Thank you.
Excellent. He never really reveals anything too demanding on us, does he? He likes to keep his cards close to his chest. Just keeping an eye on some of the other drivers in the mix there. It is getting very, very tricky up at that top end, but Senior X30 still mighty, mighty close as we continue in the 4th rotation.
Yes, indeed. We go into the final race of that rotation in a few moments' time. But between now and then, we head to the qualifying heat D and F. And this one, Heikki Kaltonen and Ian Inkmans on the front row for this one. Looking forward to see what happens as the karts fire up and they make their way out onto the circuit. Let's again take you through the starting lineup for this one, which is race 19 of the weekend. Heikki Kaltonen and Ian Inkmans start this one on the front row. Fred Green and Francois Delaty go from row 2. Kalle Atkins, can he take a race win on this one and hold on to 8th in the point standings? He'll be starting alongside Ruben Moy if he could. Hamza Al-Fayez, he starts alongside him. He's had a fantastic showing this weekend on the 3rd row of the grid. Forrest Costa from Luca Griggs, from Hugo Gelade, from Matthias van der Kerkhoff. Ricardo Sorelli from Thibaut Gelade on row 6, from Elo Gonzalez and Packham Weisenberger. Victor Kumala and Andrea Piravano go from row 8, from Marcus Glum and Kevin Latinga on row 9. Louis Esser and Lewis Bird go from row 10, running at the top 20. Henk Vuk and Monsieur Clement go from row 11. Then Thiago Ribeiro and Annabelle Bryan go from row 12. Leo Weber and Alex Giauto go from row 13. From Alexander Ruta and Jan Rotheren on row 14. Andreas Devizoglu and Natalia Granada ran at the top 30 on row 15. From Khalid Al-Magari and Yoshido Kodai on the 16th row, rounding out the 32 drivers in this race. Qualifying heat D and F. And so far, Eijkmans here has been the one to really perform here. He's had some wins. He's only had a 2nd place. He's only dropped 2 points. So, you know, he's looking very, very strong.
It's going very well indeed for Ian Eijkmans. He's got good pace in that kart. The package, the Tony kart, along with the setup and the delivery of the tyre management, all going very well at the moment. And the Eijkmans team riding the crest of the wave at the moment. Great to see that despite the shuffle in the deck of the drivers in the last 12 months, it was only 12 months ago that we saw Ellie Goldstein taking the title in this particular squad in fantastic fashion. That fabulous day where he was assisted actually by Sita van Meert, who did such a fabulous job in last year's final. And it's ironic because Sita van Meert is in the paddock this weekend. I managed to bump into her. She's coming here, having a visit. So many good mates in the IAME Euro Series, having grown up here and gone through the world of the Mini, the Junior and the Senior X30 categories over the year. So good to see her back in the paddock once again. But it's good to see that not much has changed at Eijkmans Grand Prix. There's still a top Belgian talent gunning for the title at the front end of Senior X30. It's not Ellie Goldstein this year, it's Ian Eijkmans himself. Here they come onto the line alongside Henki Kaltonen on the front of the grid. Are we racing? Yes, we are. And it's a good start from all of the top 3 men as Eijkmans finds itself nice and easy to slot himself in between the 2 top men on the inside line. So Eijkmans doesn't lose a position. He slots into B2. No problems at all for everybody else coming through. Just keeping themselves to themselves, trying not to overrun the curbs. As Eijkmans is already on the back of Kaltonen. Big dive up the inside from Kalle Atkins. He's already got his elbows out on the first lap. And as they go down the back straight for the first time, Hamza Al-Fayez defending valiantly there from the Pantano of Luca Griggs. So he's absolutely got the form in Senior X30.
Yeah, he certainly does. And a great start for him as he makes his way through then the rest of the track. Crucially, though, great getaway for Atkins. That's exactly what he wanted. You know, a nice clean track in front of him. He didn't need to go defensive into the carousel. That was very handily done by Hamza Al-Fayez, who did all the hard work for him. So Atkins could take the normal racing line, and look, he's just managed to drive away from the rest of that pack, and he is closing in on Francois Delaty, who's there in 3rd place. Kaltonen still leads though from Eijkmans. Those two very, very close, and I suspect we're going to see a change from that one. Fred Green off the side of the track, Ricardo Sorelli and Hugo Gelade getting involved in that scrap as well as they go down through in towards turn 5, now into the hairpin of turn 6, just behind as well. That's the RSD. That's Matthias van der Kerkhoff getting involved in the fray as well. But no change there, and no change here at the front just yet. But Eijkmans, I suspect, is going to make a change here very, very soon as he looks to the inside and gets it done through the hairpin before Cafe Curve, and he takes the lead of this race and moves up into that top spot.
I tell you what, Ian Eijkmans and his mechanic Bert Nellison absolutely have a point to prove here. They genuinely feel like this is a race they can win, and they can win going away well. And the Eijkmans Tony kart in the hands of Ian Eijkmans, absolutely in formidable pace. They really struggled in okay this season, but here in IAME X30, where Ian Eichmann's cut his teeth and knows the trade, he's absolutely storming again and doing a fabulous, fabulous job. So good to see him storming his way back to the lead once again. Calterin second, Delati still very confident there in third position, but for how much longer is he going to be able to resist Kalai Atkins? Atkins is still fairly close to him down the back straight. A little bit of a shuffle of the deck there as that's Green getting through. Also in the mix there as well, that is Riccardo Cirelli making a very decent comeback, but he can't quite get the move finished off on Floris Costa, who is having a much better run this time for the KCR squad. So it's all getting a little bit nip and tuck, but at least everybody's still there to make a play.
Yeah, still very interesting racing in the middle of that race. Loving the view there of the grandstand at the Cafe Curve, filled with people watching the racing, which is good to see. And they've got a great view of nearly the entirety of the circuit. They just missed the final corner, which is probably the most exciting corner that you want to see at this circuit. But still, we can see it, so it's all good.
Absolutely, we'll always fill you in. And there's a huge LED screen just opposite the cafe as well.
Exactly, yeah.
So they'll always be able to keep an eye on what's actually happening in the closing stages. That's Kalai Atkins, though, having worked his way past, and Hamza Al-Fayez does the same thing as well. So Atkins and Al-Fayez now through into third and fourth place. Al-Fayez now defending from Francois Delati just a little bit to maintain his position, but he needs to shut that radius down. Nicely handled. Now here comes Luca Griggs, and he's trying to get his move done on Francois Delati. Watch him into Cafe because he's got a decent pace. Delati is just a little way further in front. So now Luca Griggs will come off the chicane, maybe into the final turn. We'll see Luca Griggs make that big slingshot maneuver up to the inside. He's not quite close enough yet. He needs to wait until he's got the slipstream down the main straight. But of course, there'll also be that opportunity for Delati to do the same thing on Hamza Al-Fayez. So Al-Fayez cuts in on the inside, and it's Griggs that gets the benefit.
Yeah, certainly does. Just sends it down the inside there. And nicely done. That was actually quite clean and clinical, I think, through turn one for Luca Griggs. Nicely handled as we head near to the halfway point of this race. Well, here, Ian Eichmann's just uncontested, really, isn't he? I mean, he's had such a good weekend, and he's certainly a contender for the final win at the end of this one. In terms of his points of where he is in the championship, where is Eichmann's? Eichmann's is a little further down the order. He's 7th in the point standings, but, you know, mathematically maybe doable. There we go, another change though, down the inside, running a little wide there, though, does go Fred Green, and Riccardo Cirelli again holding on to those positions, making more moves as down the inside. Here comes Lewis Bird on the treble 2, as the close company of Pack and Weisenberger just behind, as well as the 361 of Thibaut Gelade just behind. Fred Green now down into 14th place from Van der Kerkhoff, who's there in 15th. You can see Van der Kerkhoff there with the black helmet and the blue race suit just coming through your shot. He has got one of the barrels just behind him. I believe that is... who is that that's just behind Van der Kerkhoff? That is Thiago Ribeiro, who's just behind him. So again, they're having a good scrap in that midfield. Nice to see these battles. It doesn't help them at all or anything like that, because they just allow everyone else to kind of break away. And crucially, they use their tyres. You spoke to him, McLaughlin, you were talking about the tyre situation and how's it going. He was just saying, I'm just driving, really, just maintaining them. That's all I'm doing, you know. So it does make you think, are they actually thinking about the tyres, or are they just racing?
Well, it's an interesting one. Some will, some won't. Atkins, however, will certainly storm for the inside line on Henki Calterin and puts himself and the crop promotion squad back into P2. And this is great work for Atkins. This is now going to put him on 11 points accumulated compared to Ruben Moyer on 9. So, crucially, if Atkins can catch and pass Eichmann's up front, then he can dead level himself with Ruben Moyer. But that is going to be a very tall order, given that Eichmann's is in the current form he's in. So it's not going to be terribly easy to achieve. The 3:05, though, is Francois Delati. Still battling away, as he's now got Eloy Gonzalez, who is storming his way back into contention. He had a miserable previous heat, and now Gonzalez finds himself in 5th. Now here's a replay of Eichmann's getting that manoeuvre done on Henki Calterin. Again, sneaky little move up the inside of turn 10 there. We've seen a couple of big moves like that, but Eichmann's is one of the few that can pull it off and then convert it into a disappearing act, Houdini style.
Can he maintain that one, though? Here we go, nearing the end of the race. Keeping an eye on this one.
I tell you what, this is Al-Fayez in magnificent fashion.
I was about to get to that, actually. You know, honestly, I am so amazed by this. His first appearance in the IAME Euro Series. And, well, he's certainly cutting his teeth in with the big boys. He's just absolutely fine. And there he goes, down the inside of Heikki Kaltonen. That's for third place.
He's
this
so
is
confident.
fantastic.
This is so confident. The starts from Hamza Al-Fayez. I've been watching this kid for many a year through his mini exploits when he was racing back in the United Arab Emirates in the Dubai O-Plate. He's been Middle East, North Africa champion. He's done so many incredible things back home. He was the senior Dubai O-Plate vice champion last season, and now here he is, having cut his teeth at IAME Benelux a few weeks ago to learn the circuit. Here he is in the senior X30 brigade of the Euro Series, and he's top 3.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and he's battling away with Eijkmans and Atkins and Kaltonen and Griggs and Gonzalez. You know, these are good names that he's battling against, and yeah, he's certainly showing that he's got some pace, and it is absolutely fantastic to see. Look at the confidence there, just tucking in, trying to close in on Atkins, who himself is fighting for a championship.
Yeah, he looks like he's been doing this for several years, like the other guys up in front, because Kaltonen and Griggs have been here since time immemorial. They've been here since the start of the IAME Euro Series, and this is his first ever race in senior. So great performance from the Jordanian. But Eijkmans, Atkins, Al-Fayez, Kaltonen, Griggs and Gonzalez up in the top 6, and then it is Delati, Cirilli, Gillard and Lewis Bird ahead of Pacum Weisenberger and Thibaut Gillard. So a very tidy race so far from Ian Eijkmans. Only he and Ellie Goldstein at the moment have looked in completely flawless and invincible mode from the start of the weekend. And to be honest, Eijkmans has only been bettered by Goldstein. So essentially you could argue that Goldstein got a good start from the pole position, and then Eijkmans was just, you know, playing the percentages. But at the same time, you know, Eijkmans has been able to catch everybody except for Ellie Goldstein in races and then pull away and disappear. But Eijkmans definitely pushing himself into a good position. He's 2 seconds clear of Kalai Atkins in a senior X30 heat. That is astonishing pace from Eijkmans.
It really is, and like you say, he's only got the 2 points to his name on this one, as I believe that is a retirement for Khalid Al-Maghrawi, who's just pulled into the pit lane, and another DNF, and yeah, that is a big shame for him.
Yeah, sad for the gamer turned Carter, but he's certainly doing the best he can with it. As up the inside, we've got a great little tussle here. Treble 2, Lewis Bird, Julie with Hugo Gillard and Pacum Weisenberger, now trying to help his teammate to get back through on the British driver. Come on, that was your chance. But Lewis Bird keeps the door firmly wedged closed on the inside line there. No chance of breaking through to get the position. But an absolutely terrific duel and a tussle for the ages here in the middle of this gaggle. But up front, Eijkmans 1.8 clear of not just anybody, but Kalai Atkins, championship contender. That is an amazing performance.
It certainly is, and that is a huge gap that he's pulled out. Looks like he's just bringing it back just a little bit here, because the gap's come down to 1.7 now, so Atkins has taken a few tenths out of him on this time, but with only 1 corner to go, you can forgive him for just bringing it off the loud pedal, trying to save those tyres just that little bit more. Out of the final corner, though, Ian Eijkmans, though, will take a dominant win here in Senior X30 from Kalai Atkins and Hamza Al-Fayez. I mean, I get solid drive. You can't take that away from him. I'd love to hear from him, actually, down in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, perfect performance from the youngster from Jordan. He has been absolutely terrific here this weekend. Kaltonen, Griggs and Gonzalez salvaging something, particularly for Eloy Gonzalez. That was quite crucial for him to get back into the top 6, so he's managed to do that well. But yeah, a long way still to go, and certainly for Eijkmans, flawless is the word that springs to mind.
Well, flawless, you could say that. He's still got 2 points to his names. It's not been a crystal clean weekend, but still a very dominant performance for Eijkmans. We're delighted with that one. He is battling away with Ellie Goldstein, who is on the 0 points at the moment, with the 4th race coming up very soon for Ellie Goldstein. With the grandstand again, out of the cafe. Very popular viewing spot for many a people as the karts make their way back into Parc Ferme. Ian Eijkmans, the Belgian driver. Dominant performance here, and he takes another win from Kalai Atkins and Hamza Al-Fayez. Heikki Kaltonen from Luca Griggs, Eloy Gonzalez from Francois Delati, from Riccardo Sorelli, Lewis Bird from Pacum Weisenberger, Hugo Gillard from Thibaut Gillard, from Santiago Ribeiro, and Matthias van der Kerkhoff. Annabelle Brown finishing in 15th place after gaining 9 positions. Big moves in that one all the way throughout. Kevin Latinga finishing in 16th place from Floris Costa, Fred Green, Andrea Pirovano from Marcus Glum, Alex Carato and Luis Essa. Andres Devazoglu finishing in 23rd place from Yoshido Kadai in 24th. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And again, good getaway from Kalterin at the start of that one. Keep an eye on Eichmanns though, because he's there in 2nd place and he would get the move done quite late on in the race. Atkins with a good start to the race as well. He got up to 4th earlier on. And then it was instantly down to Hamza Al-Fayez to defend that 4th place spot as he would hold on to that one, allowing Atkins to break away. That was the moment where Eichmanns would get the lead of the race, and then he would hold on to that race all the way throughout. There was Fred Green, who started the race in 3rd, found himself falling down the order quite a bit. He would end up in 18th place at the end of that race, and not the results he will have wanted. But there, Luca Griggs making the moves done further back in the field, getting past Francois Delati. Riccardo Sorelli would get involved in that battle as well, and that was the moment, yeah, Fred Green started to fall down the order because Lewis Bird in the treble 2 came through as well. He was battling with Paco Weisenberger and Hugo Gelade as well. Also getting involved, it was around the 11th place battle on your screens. Very, very close all the way throughout. That was Atkins getting the move done on Eiki Kalterin. Kalterin at the end of that one would drop down to P4, but still a good result as Hamza Al-Fayez would send it down the inside, looking very confident and comfortable, finishing in P3. A fantastic result. Bit of gesticulation there between two of the Falcon drivers there out on circuit. That, I believe, Andreas Devazoglu and Yoshida Kadai having a unwanted conversation between the two of them. But the checker flag would come out and Ian Ekmans would take it, cleared by 1.8 seconds from Kalai Atkins. And I've got to give it, Hamza Al-Fayez closed the gap there on Atkins. It was a very close battle at the end of that, separated by just 0.2 of a second for P2. We are ready down in Parc Ferme. Jake Sanson, over to you.
Well, the one man we haven't been able to speak to so far yet over the course of the qualifying heats is the championship contender, Kalai Atkins. He's with me after a P2 in the last qualifying heat. Kalai, that was pretty tricky stuff out there, but you've managed to get yourself into a decent position throughout all of the qualifying heats so far. Just talk us through how the tyres are lasting, how the kart is going at the moment.
Well, you know, quali wasn't the best for us. You know, we had a bad batch of wets, which didn't help us. We only got 6th in group, but you know, we knew the dry pace would be stronger. We've just been working our way through the field. And, you know, well, I'm hoping there is no rain because of the bad batch of wets, but, you know, you never know with Belgium. So, yeah, we'll just keep pushing on and see what we can do from there.
So coming into tomorrow, obviously you had an incredible performance last time in the wet in Marienburg, but here in karting Genk, that could actually end up being a bit of a hindrance if it comes. So if the pace stays dry, do you think you have what it takes to overhaul Ruben Moyer and the Pantano team?
Well, you know, it's race and anything can happen, but I believe in the team and everyone around me. So, yeah, I think I can.
Fantastic. Good to see if you can get it done. Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
So there you go, Kalai Atkins having a really solid run out there. What I would love to do is grab a word with Hamza Al-Fayez, actually, who was in a fantastic position over the course of the proceedings. Hamza Al-Fayez having been in 3rd position in the course of that last qualifying heat for the Victory Lane karting team. Here he is, the young man from Jordan. I want to see if I can grab a quick word with him, having had an amazing performance so far. Hamza, this is only your first event in Senior X30 at the IAME Euro Series, and here you are in the Victory Lane team, mixing it with the guys who've been here since the start of their careers. I mean, this is a fantastic opportunity for you, and you're taking top 5s every time, nearly.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the pace, and we need to just keep it for the end of the week, and we can get top 3 easily. So I'm happy with the pace, I'm happy with the team, and thank you for everyone that's supporting me to get here.
You've been a really established competitor out in the Middle East, having won everything from Maynard to the Dubai O-Plate over the years in various categories. To come over here and mix it in Europe amongst the best that the X30 field has to offer, that must be such a feather in the cap.
Yeah, it's hard here, and just need to, it's all hard work to get here, and yeah, it's very different from where I race. So yeah, I'm happy. So I'm so happy to be here in the top 5 in Europe. So yeah, it's good.
Well, you keep this up, you never know, you could be competing for the overall podium tomorrow. Good luck.
I hope so, thank you.
Great to hear from Hamza Al-Fayez, a fabulous young character and a really exciting prospect going into tomorrow's qualifying heats. There's still one more Senior X30 heat for them all to go. However, lining up
on the starting grid, there is another Senior X30 race to come where it's all going to continue to sizzle.
Certainly is. Great to chat there to Atkins and Hamza there. It was good to hear from both of them. Right, as we were saying, yes, one more Senior X30 to go for the fourth interim of races. They'll be out at the end of the day again for their fifth and final heats later on. But Senior X30 qualifying heat A and C on this one. Goldstein currently with the 0 points, starts this one on the front row. Can he maintain that momentum as the engines fire up? And Senior X30 qualifying heat A and C makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's go through that full starting lineup for you. Goldstein from Belota on row 1, from Hugo Besson and Matthias Machaut on row 2. Danny Carinini from Angelo Melli, from Clement Utron and Mika Voss on row 4. Andrea Mastinis and Sam Shaw go from row 5 with Boo Homans and Lorit Sasha on row 6. Adam Al-Hazari and Victor Luis go from row 7, from Chester Kiefer and Micro Vutas on row 8. Jules Caranta and Charles Lambert go from row 9, from Arthur Fassort and Rafael Prayad. Peter Stiller and Farid Al-Khalid go from row 11. Lorit Steiger and Louis Johnson-Cool go from row 12. Andy Rattel and Li Mingjiang go from row 13. Wesley Tagoy and Abdullah Kamal go from row 14. Kiego Okazawa and Selene Canol go from row 15. And the top 30 drivers, Luke Taylor, Fazel Al-Fahali and Sabeg Banyaya go from row 17. 33 karts in this race as they make their way back up. Sun still shining, dark clouds looming, but it is still a very bright sunny day here at Karting Genk. And the day nearly done then for some of the drivers. It's now starting to get to the critical moment for these drivers of determining where they are going to be starting for their races tomorrow. That's going to be the key one for these drivers. And for right now, Ellie Goldstein, well, 0 points, really. The top spot's all his to lose.
But how many times have we seen Goldstein versus Belota in a bit of a grudge match? This is the first time we really get to see them on track together, starting on the front row of the grid. And we've had fireworks between these two in the past, and it's going to be very interesting to see how they are going to measure themselves in the battle, because Goldstein and Belota are both absolutely determined to be the top Belgian in Senior X30 and have been at each other's throats for quite a long time as well. So always fascinating when Goldstein and Belota go to battle. This wouldn't be the first time that things got a little bit spicy between the two of them, but certainly Goldstein in the form of his life this weekend. Even by his standards, this is looking to be a pretty textbook performance. Sam Belota trying to get himself back into the top 10 in terms of the overall points scored. He's lost a little bit of ground in places. I spoke to him earlier and I said, what's going wrong? He said, we think it might be tyres. Away we go. Up to the first corner, and so far so good for Goldstein. Belota consolidates, keeps himself in second place. There goes Mirshout round the outside, trying to get past Hugo Besson, and he's done it into third place for Mirshout. Oh. Lovely job, but there's problems further back. Several karts involved, and there's more. 2 or 3 incidents there. One of the VDKs going around. That is game over, certainly for the moment at least, for the 323. That is out to Vassort, but there was another incident a little further round the corner where we had a kart pirouetting over the top of another. Incredibly, everybody is still going, however.
You know what? I believe Clement Autran was one of the drivers involved in that one as well. So 2 of the VDK karts off the track. There was another one further down. I believe it could have been Luke Taylor potentially involved in that one. Not too sure. Battle still happening and further up the order, though, as one of the Energy Course karts getting the job done. Is that Mika Voss making moves? It is indeed. Who'd have thunk it? Mika Voss making moves in a race? Never. He did many earlier on, didn't he? Mika Voss has been on a charge this weekend.
Yeah, he's really turned the corner as Mika Voss. He's been one of those starlets that has a little bit more to give, and qualifying has never really been his strong point. But here this weekend, he's got himself into the top 10 of every grid. He's in a much better position. The Energy Course card is definitely looking stronger. So Mika is in a better frame of mind. Up the inside, he goes to pick up another place. That's on Angelo Melli. Good job, into P4.
Another retirement for Lorit Sasha, who brings it into the pit lane. The privateer has had a disastrous weekend here at Genk, and yeah, never a nice way, is it?
I mean, when you've had 1 DNF, that's one thing. When you've had 2, I mean, that's a real problem, because you've got 97 drivers pitching for 72 places in the superheats tomorrow. So you really have got your backs to the wall by that point in the weekend. You cannot afford to let these things slip. And unfortunately, that's exactly where Lawrence Saxa finds himself. And Clement Outram down in 32nd. That's as good as a retirement, having already had one earlier today. So big disappointment for the Dane, Lawrence Saxa. I think he's starting to realise with 2 DNFs, you really are struggling to salvage your place in the top 72 after that point.
Yeah, it's never a nice feeling, is it? And yeah, very deflated feeling for the privateer, who brings it back into the pit lane. Another change there is one of the EGP carts making a move. I believe that could have been Adam Al-Azhari on Hugo Besson for P6. That would have been a good change if it was. Just down the inside. But eyes still on the group further up. Now that is Danny Carinini battling away with Andrea Mastinis just in front. Now Mastinis, who had a retirement earlier on after running wide out of turn 12, is on the charge back on this one in P9. Good little result. They've got Sam Shaw just in front as well. Ellie as well. Al-Azhari still there as well. Look at the closing distance there. And down the inside, Danny Carinini making light work there of Andrea Mastinis. And moving up into P9 now. On track. Victor Luis just behind as well as Goldstein. That's the fastest lap of the race. And gaps opened up to 0.8 of a second now for Ellie Goldstein from Sam Balota. So we were hoping that there would be a close race there, but it looks like Goldstein has just got everything dialed in this weekend. This is the battle for third place, though, on your screen. This is Mika Voss now closing in for third place. And Mateusz Machaut there in third is not looking in a comfortable position there.
Not at all, and this is where the tension really starts to mount. Ellie Goldstein looking pretty confident as second clear of Balota. But Balota is going to have real pressure in the next couple of laps from Machaut and Voss, so we're going to team up here and work together in third and fourth place. Voss had a little think about it for Machaut, but it actually makes more sense for him to slot in behind Machaut at the moment and go with him for another lap at least, because Goldstein is definitely stretching away from Balota. Balota is falling into the clutches of Machaut and Voss. But Besson's got pressure from the other hot Middle Eastern driver this weekend. That is Adam Al-Azhari, who's making big waves, not just in the last race, but in this one as well. So good to see him jogging on a pace. You've got to feel for Sam Shaw. It's not quite gone according to plan for the British driver, has it? Neither in qualifying nor in the qualifying heats so far. He's there or thereabouts, but he's finding it very tricky to sustain the pace.
Yeah, it seems to be, but you know, there's still plenty of time left in this weekend. Anything can change, you never know. You never know, but there's still half race distance in this one, and we'll see what happens. But Goldstein's still looking comfortable now, and that gap, look at that gap. It's opened up to 1.5 seconds now, and Balota is under pressure.
Oh dear.
And there's a coming together. It's the 2:44 and the 3:20. That is Louis Johnson-Cool in the 3:20, who's had another coming together there. And it is Abdullah Kamal, who is the 3:44, who has also come together. So those two have not had a good run. I'd like to quickly get back to the battle for third place, because look at this here now. It's all chopped and changed. Mika Voss now going for second place. Mateusz Machaut. Balota's down into fourth now. And it was getting close as they was going down into turn one. The battle still rages on here.
It was all in the slipstream that they've managed to gain that time on Balota, and this is the problem again for Sam Balota. It looks as though he's got an issue with tyres, which is definitely starting to cause a bit of a headache. So whether they're just not able to keep the life in them, or whether they're starting to fall off quicker than others, but for whatever reason, Goldstein disappearing, Voss in second, Machaut in third, and Sam Balota in P4. Behind them, it's Besson, Al-Azhari, and Sam Shaw. And that could still change quite dramatically. If Balota is going to struggle to keep the VDK's tyres on good form, then he's going to be fairly quickly caught by his teammate Hugo Besson, and I don't think Al-Azhari, Shaw or Carinini will give him any favours.
No, he certainly won't, but we'll keep a very close eye on this battle as it still unfolds with a short amount of time to go, as Clement Outram now sets the fastest lap of the race. Clement Outram has had a dismal race in this one. He's dropped all the way down to 28th place after that start. And yeah, he's on the recovery drive now and still using those tyres as much as he can right here. This is a little further back in the order. I think this is Victor Luis as well. There you go, Louis Johnson-Cool in the pit lane now, retiring from the race. And I think that face says it all. A look of disappointment. It's been a tough weekend for the young British driver. Another change there. Balota back past Machaut, and that's back up into P3. That's released Mika Voss, and that's bringing Hugo Besson into the fight now. Besson right behind Mateusz Michałt, who goes back down the inside now, side by side. Oh, there, and how close was that? And keep a close eye on the two teammates now side by side, and Balota just dropping back. Hugo Besson moves up past his teammate and takes full advantage of that now. So Besson into the fight here.
So now Besson will get the opportunity to go after Mateusz Michałt. Sam Balota really struggling again with the Kart Republic, with the tyre life dropping like a stone. Sam Shaw has got past Adam Al-Azhari for P6, and he's going to be the next one to hunt down Sam Balota. Pretty critical that Sam Shaw continues to work himself into the top 5 whenever possible. So that's definitely going to be a focus. With 3 laps to go, there's quite a few moves, as here comes Bo Heijmans making the move on the inside line of Danny Carinini. That's not just anybody you've overtaken, Bo. You just got past the IAME World Finals winner of 2021, so that's a big, big move for him.
I mean, it looked like, I don't want to take it away from him, but it looked like Danny Carinini kind of waved him through a little bit there going into turn 1. But still, yes, he is battling with him, and he's got quicker pace than him, so that certainly is a fantastic achievement. Sam Shaw's closing in on this one. Balota is under pressure once again from another driver. This time it's Premium Karting Sam Shaw in the 322 that has closed in. This is the battle for P6 that you can see on your screen just in the background there as Sam Shaw closes in now. The group just behind as well. Al-Azhari and Heijmans still there as well, 7th and 8th. This race is far from over.
So can Sam Shaw put one over on Sam Balota as the time ticks down in this race? 5th position so far for Balota. Sam Shaw in P6 still working himself into a good position. Adam Al-Azhari trying to dive in up the inside, but Bo Heijmans is the one that gets there in the end. So Bo Heijmans in the Falcon gets the line on Adam Al-Azhari, and that puts him into 7th position for the time being. Still a great run this weekend from Al-Azhari as he continues to put in a good run for the Eichmann's Grand Prix team. Just in front of Danny Carinini and Adrian Mustienis. That is not to be sneered at. So 2.6 seconds the gap between Goldstein and Voss. That just shows you how much stronger Goldstein feels here at Karting Genk after struggling to make it to the finish in last year's final, but to still wrap up the championship title. To then come through and dominate essentially the meeting up to this point. This is exactly where Ellie Goldstein wants to be.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, look at that, nearly 3 seconds. Where's this pace come from Ellie Goldstein? I mean, it's been quick all weekend, but this is something else. I mean, the gap that he's gained, I mean, all the other previous races have been won by a lot less than this. So is it just been the fact that he's managed to get away and it's just been a clean race for him?
I'm not entirely sure. I think it's more the fact that Ellie Goldstein as a racing driver always reminds me of Carlos Reutemann. He's one of those drivers where when he's good, he's very, very good. When he's bad, he looks decidedly at sea. And that's a very tricky situation for any driver to be in. But certainly when Goldstein's got the kart working exactly how he likes it set up, he is absolutely unstoppable. And here he comes to the final turn of the ladder section of the course. He's gone through sector 2, up towards the final turn now, and Goldstein just dominating proceedings in this particular qualifying heat. He's going to be almost 3 seconds clear of Mika Voss. Fabulous run from Goldstein. That's 4 out of 4 for the Belgian. Last year's gold medal winner at the Motorsport Games in senior. Does a fantastic job in Senior X30 here in Euro Series. 4 wins from 4 ahead of Mika Voss and Mateusz Michałt.
Well, you can't take that away from Ellie Goldstein. Checks over the shoulder to make sure, is the engine still a karting engine on that one? Because we were flying in that. Because, yeah, 2.6 seconds at the end of that one. Ellie Goldstein from Mika Voss. Mateusz Michałt finishing in 3rd place. Both gaining positions, though. Mika Voss, though, solid performance, 6 places gained. Mika Voss certainly having a very good weekend here, but still not within the top 8 in the classifications. Still, though, Michałt with that result. Drops to P6 in the intermediate classifications, finishing in 3rd place. Currently with 11 points to his name. Joint with Atkins. Galter in 8th with 13 points in the interim. But Goldstein, though, with the win, heads back to Parc Fermé from Mika Voss, Mateusz Michałt. Hugo Besson finishes in 4th place from Sam Balota. From Bo Heijmans, from Adam Al-Azhari. Finishing in 8th place after gaining 5 positions. Danny Carinini finishing in P9. D'Angelo Melli rounding out the top 10. Andy Rattel with a good run. The Frenchman with 14 positions gained in P11. Adrian Mustienis in 12th place. Michael Wolters finishing in 13th place after gaining 3 places from Victor Luiz in 14th place. Peter Stiller gaining 6 places, rounding out the top 15 positions. Chester Kiefer from Lorenz Steiger. Kiego Okazawa with 11 positions gained, finishing in 18th place. From Farid Al-Khaled finishing in 19th place. Rafael Perad and Charles Lambert finishing in 21st place. Luke Taylor finishing in 22nd after getting 9 positions from Jules Caranta. Clement Lutron, Arthur Fassort, Li Ming Yang and Celine Knoll finishing in the top spots there. A couple of retirements as well. Here's a look then at the highlights on that one, and Goldstein, I think, uncontested in this one. 4 out of 4 in the race wins, just absolute perfection at the start of that one, driving away. Bit of a concertina at the back of the grid though. A couple of drivers getting involved in that one. I believe 2 of the VDKs involved in that one as well. Big shame, I think, for Clement Lutron and Arthur Fassort, who I think were the 2 drivers involved in that coming together at the start of the race. And I think one of the premium karters getting involved in that one, I believe it was Louis Johnson-Cool later on. Mika Voss then making the moves early doors as well, siding through the field, gaining 6 positions in total in that one. Certainly a very solid drive, and Mika Voss looking a very dominant performance over the course of this weekend. Battles still happened further down as Angelo Melli, I should say, was battling away. That was Adam Al-Azhari just going down the inside there, a huge lunge. Here was Danny Caronini making the moves. This was on Andrea Mastines, who did have a good result there. That was the retirements further down. Abdullah Kamal and Louis Johnson-Cool, their race would end on the same lap, both of them having to retire after coming together. Mika Voss, though, getting the move done on Mathis Machout. Hugo Besson trying to get involved. Sam Balota at the end, who was battling at that top spot and started this one on the front row of the grid, finishes it in P6. Several positions down. He was fighting fierce all the way throughout that one, but he would have to concede to his teammate, Hugo Besson, who sends it down the inside. And again, there you saw the move, but very wobbly front nose there for the Falcon of Bohemans, getting past Danny Caronini, but the win would go to Eddie Goldstein. 4 out of 4 for Goldstein. A fabulous run of races this weekend. We see the seniors out later on today. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. Jake Sanson, it's over to you.
It certainly was 4 out of 4 for Ellie Goldstein, but the man who was in the lead to catch him throughout the last race, Mika Voss of the Energy Course Benelux team. This is a great surprise. You've been working your way through all the course of the weekend, and now here you are in the top 3. Nice to see you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice. We had one bad heat. The qualifying wasn't the best, like we wanted it to be dry, but it was wet. But it was okay.
So how is it that you guys have been able to transform the pace of this team from earlier in the season to where you guys find yourself now? Is it just because it's karting Genk, or have you done a lot of homework beforehand?
I think a bit of both. It helps that we drive here a lot, but also we have some more experience now than we had before, so that's good.
So coming into this field, when you've got so many drivers that you're trying to overhaul, I mean, it's such a competitive field these days with Goldstein, with Moya, with Atkins, with Shaw, with all these incredible drivers. Now you're kind of punching your weight into that little mix of drivers. What does it take to sustain it? Because you're here now, you want to make sure you stay.
Don't make as many mistakes, because one heat I made a big mistake and I finished like 13th. So we try to minimize those, and that helps a lot.
So looking at how you guys have been able to work tires as well, it's very important here. How do you feel if you can get yourself into a relatively good position for the starting grid for the final? Can a podium happen? Can the tires go the distance over the course of a long race?
Maybe. We are really consistent the last few races, so we are trying to see what we can do on the new tires. We're fast, but we try.
Okay, we're quite excited by it, Mika, so good luck. We hope for the best.
Thank you.
Excellent. It's always really, really pleasing to see a driver that has that potential to get up to the top end, but actually to maximize it and to secure it is always a really, really positive position to find ourselves in. So Mika Voss definitely putting himself into a great position. But here at Karting Genk, it just keeps on getting better in Senior X30. They've all got just one heat to go, so we're not far away now from figuring out the ultimate identity of our Senior X30 pole sitter. Is it going to be Goldstein, or can someone take it from him? Only that final heat is going to tell us the full story. Junior X30 up next for their final heat in their rotation.
Yes, indeed. Junior X30 qualifying heat A and C is coming up next. And yes, you are right there, Jake. We are going to determine who's going to be starting where for tomorrow. Certainly looking very interesting in the intermediate classifications. The results have been good, with several drivers taking several positions. Remember, Sacha van Bosch has currently so far taken 2 of those race wins, and he starts this one on the second row of the grid alongside Tyrone Kennard. The front row, though, Cathal Clark and Jensen Graham on the front row. Both of these have been a dominant performance. Jensen Graham struggling earlier on. Hopefully all is well with the car, and he brings that back on. Tyrone Kennard had a good result earlier on as well. A little sooner than that one, though, but the second of his heats didn't go too well. Eden Spanswick, though, has had a relatively average day, and he's always been in and around there at the top section, so we'll have to see what he can do for this one. So, Junior X30 qualifying heat makes its way out onto the track. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for this one. Cathal Clark from Jensen Graham, Sacha van Bosch from Tyrone Kennard. Eden Spanswick goes from Isaac Phelps with Romain Roussel and Harry Bartel. Arthur Didonka and Arthur Huang from Thomas Kinsey and Matteo Mellis on the next row, with Devon Halligan and George Nassar on the next one. Iva Dorenson and Matt Corby from Riccardo Ferrari, from Bertram Sasha, Connor Clancy and Sun Yibi, Yanis Dubois and Matej Van Ruyen round out the field. We do not have Theo Palmer out there on circuit. It's not taking part all weekend. So just the 22 drivers in this one. Looking forward to see what they can do. Remember, Sacha van Bosch has had the 2 race wins, 0 points, and is wanting to maintain that streak. Can he do it? Starts this one P3. Crucially, on the inside row, probably the best starting spot, because you're not dummy going in towards turn number 1, but you have got the inside line. So usually you are the favourite to come out on top for that one. Tyrone Kennard as well, been really good. Cathal Clark with the 5 points has been decent as well, but so has Sebastian Mins. So Sebastian Mins, who's out in the next race, starting 4th place, has been the main title fight with Sacha van Bosch in this one. Remember, the championship's been decided, but the battle for second in the championship is still very, very close. And that, at the moment, is between Cathal Clark and another driver off the top of my head, who I am struggling to remember. I will confirm. It is Harry Bartel, who is battling for that one. And Bartel had a fantastic race earlier on, didn't he?
He certainly did, yeah. He's been able to get himself into a strong position with a win and a 9th place. But Rocco Coronel, still not out of the woods for this yet. He's been able to keep himself towards the top 5 in his previous races. So still a good chance for that to come good from his perspective. But of course, we are now getting to the closing stages of the X30 Junior qualifying heats. From now on until the end of the day, every driver is competing in their final qualifying heat before the super heats tomorrow morning. So it really is now or never for every driver from here until the final race. So they've got to make good advantage of these opportunities now. Cathal Clark and Jensen Graham, the 2 British drivers on the front row of the starting grid. Sacha van Bosch and Tyrone Kennard on the second row. The 2 very talented racers, 1 from the Netherlands, 1 from Belgium, and then the 2 Brits on the 3rd row, Eden Spanswick and Isaac Phelps, hoping to continue to charge their way forward. They come off the final turn, they're going to get on the throttle, and this is where Jensen Graham, former mini star, is going to be alongside former mini champion. Here we go, green light on the timing screen, and away we go to the first corner. Cathal Clark getting a perfect start. Van Bosch trying to force his way to the inside immediately, having to defend it to go into second position. And here comes the move from Graham, not going to get there. Round the outside, Boulders Brass from the 23 of Eden Spanswick to get into 3rd position. He does a great job there for MDL to get into the 3rd position spot, and a little bit of a slide from Tyrone Kennard as he has a think about 4th position, but isn't able to maximise it. So a great run from Clark, Van Bosch, Spanswick, Graham, and then into 5th position comes Kennard in front of Romain Roussel, who storms his way past Phelps on the first lap into P6. And there is the 73, Harry Bartel, trying to fight his way back to the win once again.
Yes, indeed. Very excellent start there as well. Right to the outside there. Who was that? Was that Teo Polican? Is that him there? Who I can see, or is that? Trying to think who that could have been. Who ran very, very wide.
I think it was Thomas Kinsey, actually.
I think it was Thomas Kinsey, yes, as well. If it's the white helmet, yeah, and the orange suit, it is Thomas Kinsey. Yeah, no, that was a fabulously brave move around the outside there. But eyes on the front here. Cathal Clark leading from Sacha van Bosch. Eden Spanswick there in 3rd place. Brilliant start. Then the train forms, and that has been led by Jensen Graham, Tyrone Kennard, just out there. Now, that is Cathal Clark, who is leading the way at the moment. Yes, so I was getting confused there. I thought that was the front of the second train.
Now, Cathal Clark is doing a fair job up the inside. It's one of the Falcons on the move. That looks to me like Saksha. So Bertram Saksha has got through now on Thomas Kinsey. That's for 11th position. So this is the second half of the train, if you like. And they continue to squabble away around that part of the course. So Cathal Clark, still your leader for the Victory Lane karting team, the 2020 IAME X30 Mini winner of the Euro Series. There is the 22 of Jensen Graham. So this is the battle for 4th position. Graham, Kinnard, Bartel and Roussel. So they are dueling away for 4th position, the 4 drivers. Bartel looks like he's got a good run off the final turn, so he's going to try and go with Torren Kinnard to get through on Jensen Graham. Here they go. It's a double act. Kinnard and Bartel go through past Jensen Graham and up into 4th and 5th position. And now Bartel's going to go rogue up on the inside and gets into 4th place then on Torren Kinnard. A good move from Harry Bartel as he makes his way from 6th to 4th in 2 corners.
Yeah, well, this is exactly what Bartel did earlier on, wasn't it? You know, snuck his way through the field and then crept to the front. And this time around, he's doing exactly the same thing as he's there now in P4 and closing in on Eden Spanswick, who's not managed to latch on to the back of Van der Bosch and Cathal Clark, who are still trying to break away from the rest of the field, but still very close racing all the way throughout this one. Nice and tucked in there. I think that's Isaac Phelps in the all-black cart there that's just coming through. No sticker kit on the cart, and that's a weight-saving tactic there to make sure that you can stay within it. I mean, it's a few grams, but every little helps with the in karting.
It certainly does. So Cathal Clark leading the way from Sascha Van der Bosch and Eden Spanswick. But Clark is still just holding on to this for the time being. Van der Bosch always gets pretty feisty towards the tail end of the race. As long as he can stay relatively with the British driver, then he can have a go in the final couple of laps of racing. It's all getting pretty spicy in the middle of the pack as drivers are still hustling their way around the circuit, trying to find the moves here and there. But Cathal Clark still from Sascha Van der Bosch. Spanswick in front of Bartel, then Kinnard, Roussel, Graham, Phelps, De Donker, Wang, Bertram Saksha, Kinsey, Corby and Riccardo Ferrari. So a very solid run from the moment from the M2 racing driver. Riccardo Ferrari, I think a couple of seasons ago, actually represented Italy in the Academy Trophy. So knows his craft, and up the inside, that is De Donker getting the run on Isaac Phelps. So Phelps having to concede the position there, as up on the inside, that is Arthur De Donker's opportunity to move up into 8th position, which he truly takes, and now gets to charge after Jensen Graham in P7.
Certainly does. Keep a close eye on this battle here, though, further down in the order. Arthur De Donker right there, very close in this mid-pack section, now in 8th place. Phelps behind, Arthur Huang just there as well in P10. Bertrand Sass, though, fastest lap of the race, 57.293, or 239. It's looking very strong. There's Torren Kinnard, though, all over the rear back of Romeo Roussel. Kinnard, again, still his best performance, I think, this year in the IAME Euro Series. And he is looking very determined out there. His body language says a million words as down the inside, just behind Jensen Graham, losing out another position there. Arthur De Donker getting the move done. Phelps will be next on the order to try and get past. But right now, still very, very close. Clark still leads, though, 0.2 of a second from Sascha Van der Bosch. And Bartel is trying to close the gap, 1.2 seconds. As Bartel again setting the fastest lap of the race. And a change, actually. Clark no longer leads. It is Sascha Van der Bosch who leads the way now. The number 4 leads the number 6 as they make their way through the infield section in towards turn 9 now, half race distance. And, well, this is certainly heating things up because now that's brought Bartel into the fray. So now it looks like it could be a 3-kart battle for the lead here, and Cathal Clark is not going to give this position up easily. I can guarantee you that.
Indeed, and this will be very tricky between the two of them, because now that Van der Bosch has shown his cards, it'll be a very tricky one. Here's the move, and it comes up at the top of turn 6. And you know what? That was a tough one to finish off. Van der Bosch manages to get the job done in a very tricky part of the course, managing to work his way further forward and get the position. But now, as a result of that little battle, Clark is in front again. So Clark has got back through on Sacha van Bad Bosch, and now he's going defensive. Here comes Harry Bartle, dives up the inside into second place. So van Bad Bosch down to third, and now it's the two Brits, Clark and Bartle, that will battle for the victory, with van Bad Bosch snapping at their heels.
Yeah, this is great stuff now. Bartle taking full advantage of this. Is exactly what he did earlier on, taking advantage, and now he goes down the inside again in towards turn 9. Excellent move there on Cathal Clark, and Clark cannot respond to it. Sweeps to the outside now as they go into Cafe Curve. And Bartle is going to have to try and hold on to this one. He ran a little bit wide there, out of the corner, in towards turn 12 they go. This is where we saw the moves happening earlier on, where Cathal Clark lost the lead on the last lap. And now look at all three of them. Look at the slipstream that Cathal Clark's got. But crucially, van Bad Bosch not following that slipstream, go to the outside. Not sure why he did that, because he didn't get the slipstream, and he actually had no chance of closing the gap there. He has still maintained a position, but he's still there in P3, and Bartle looking absolutely fantastic right now.
And now Van Bosch is going to dive in on Clark. Clark saw him coming, so he decides to concede the position. Clark is going to dive out big time. He's actually going to get on the grass to get alongside, and they nearly bang wheels into the carousel. Oh, Clark manages to hold the line and get in a second position. Van Bosch basically sideways on the braking zone. Now they're getting a little bit of a hurry up from Romeo Roussel, who's trying to move his way forward. Roussel wants to get into third position. Clark is hanging on a second for dear life. Watch out, round the outside.
Oh,
here comes the brilliant Taron Kennard, who manages to pick up a couple of places in one fell swoop. Kennard can go down the long way round to try and sneak it up, but Harry Bartle sneaks away and gets the victory at a canter from Cathal Clark. And in third, it is Kennard in front of Van Bosch, Spanswick and Roussel.
Bartle turned around there and thought, where did everyone go? I was battling for first half a lap ago, and all of a sudden I'm just driving away from the rest of the field, winning it by 3.6 seconds. That's how much time, ladies and gentlemen, karts can lose when they are battling like that, which is why it is so vital if you are working with someone in one of these races. You've got to leave it to the last lap, otherwise the entire grid closes up. But Bartle, another race win, meaning that Sacha van Bad Bosch is under pressure here. He now drops to second in the intermediate classification. Sebastian Mins moves up into the top spot. So it's now down to Sebastian Mins whether or not he can stay there and start on pole position for the Superheat A. But that is yet to be found out. Bartle, though, with the win from Cathal Clark. Taron Kennard, a third place finish. A brilliant result for the Belgian driver. Sacha van Bad Bosch finishes in P4 at the end of that one from Eden Spanswick. Romeo Roussel from Arthur Didonka, Bertrand Sacha from Isaac Phelps, Jensen Graham from Arthur Huang, Matt Corby from Thomas Kinsey, Connor Clancy and Riccardo Ferrari round out the top 15 out on track. Many drivers making serious moves out there, but Bertrand Sacha with the most of them. Sacha with 10 positions gained, finishing in P8. Devon Haglem finishing in 16th place from George Nassar. That is Van Ruyn on 18th place, gaining 5 positions from Matteo Melis. Yannis Dubois from Everett Dorison finishing in 21st place. Sun Yibi rounding out the field. 22 karts started that race, 22 karts finished the race. A brilliant run that is then for Junior X30. Qualifying heat A and C. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And again, initially, good getaway by Cathal Clark. And again, for Sacha van Bosch just there in second place or third place, sweeping into second place. The rest of the grid was all nice and clean. It would kick off a little further back as well. Alberto Didonka making the moves there in the number 46, trying to squeeze his way through. Taron Kennard under pressure as well from Bartle, who came through the field again. Harry Bartle, brilliant run. Came from 8th place on track to finish in first. Scythed his way through the field, and again, Didonka and Graham just battling there to try and find their way through. Then this happened. Van Bad Bosch and Cathal Clark battling away. That brought Bartle into the fight, crucially, where it would then send it down the inside at turn 6. That's up into second place. Then through turn 9, up into the race lead. And then from there, they started battling. Van Bad Bosch and Cal Clark, and contact between the two of them, nearly colliding fully at the hairpin of turn 7, and that brought everyone back into play. This beautiful move here around the outside from Tyrone Kennard to get up into 3rd place at the end of that one. And again, down the inside here, getting past Sacha Van Bosch, who just got squeezed out wide there from Eden Spanswick, who pulled up alongside. But Sacha Van Bosch coming in just ahead in the timing. But a brilliant run there from the entirety of the field, from Harry Bartle, winning that one by 3.6 seconds. A fantastic job. We're ready down in Parc Fermé. Jake Sanson, down to you.
Well, we heard from Harry Bartle and Cathal Clark earlier in the day. What about the man who was right in amongst all of that? Tyrone Kennard, who was actually with Tyson, who's going to translate for us. Tyrone, a fabulous performance so far this weekend in Junior X30. The Pantano is really fast on the pace. You are able to make good use of it. So how has it been going from your perspective so far here at Genk?
C'est vite, franchement, je suis stable et tout, le châssis. Et après, il faut aussi sa part de chance. Je fais 3, mais ça bouchonne devant. Je peux pas, peut-être, voilà. Et non, ouais, ça fonctionne vraiment bien ce week-end.
Quite happy with the partner chassis. It's really stable. For the moment, you just have to keep a good place during the race. Can be better, but yeah, it's blocking in the front, so he just finished 3rd and happy with.
There's very little pressure this weekend for a championship in junior because it's already decided. So coming into the final tomorrow, you must feel a good chance to go for the win yourself, looking at the pace for the Pantano.
Peut-être que je peux faire devant. Ouais, on va essayer de faire le mieux, mais pas de pression, je joue pas vraiment le championnat. Donc on va essayer de faire ce qu'on peut.
So for him, he's not doing the championship, so you have no pressure. And for sure, you're going to try to fight for the front, and we're going to see what's happened.
Fantastic. We're all really excited about it, Tyrone. Congratulations. Merci beaucoup. Have a good one tomorrow.
Thank you.
Adama. My goodness. Well, there you go. Tyrone Kennard really excited about what tomorrow is going to bring, and certainly finishing off strong. He's going to be one of the serious contenders for the top spot tomorrow. So watch out for him challenging for the victory. However, we're not done yet with Junior X30. There is one heat still to go.
Certainly is, and it is Group B versus D for Junior X30, the final race of the day for the Junior X30 category. We see them back out on track tomorrow for the Superheats and finals. And again, this is going to be an interesting one now because it all kind of falls down to Sebastian Mins on this because he now leads the intermediate classifications with just 2 points. But he starts this one 4th on the road, on the 2nd row of the grid. The person starting on the top spot here, Thibaut Ramekers, currently sitting 7th in the point standings with 14 points to his name after that 12th place finish earlier on. There you can see the 3-minute board going up, and there is Thibaut Ramekers, who didn't have the best start to the day, but it has been better as the day has progressed, coming away with some very, very good results. Really crucial to see what Ramekers can do here at Karting Genk. The Belgian looking very, very strong. And his interview's getting better as well with his English. He getting very good with that one. Dan Dalakian as well, who's starting on the front row, also has been struggling with these races. He has had a fabulous qualifying, and he has had some decent results. But again, for some of them, he's just been dropping back. The Pantano driver just struggling here. But there he is on your screen. Keep a very close eye on him because he is still a very talented young driver. Keep a very close eye on him through his career. Zach Green as well, starting on the 2nd row just behind. Zach Green on the Croc Promotions chassis for the Jamie Green Racing outfit from Great Britain. Jamie Green, obviously, former DTM driver and very talented driver coach as well, in charge of the team. Starting him on the 2nd row of the grid. And Sebastian Mins starting alongside. But again, very, very close on this one. There is Zach Green, primed and ready to go. And dominant show in the British Kart Championships as well this year, as well as in Europe, in the IAME categories. I believe his last outing probably would have been Lark Hall, actually, if he was there. And that would have been last weekend in Scotland. Now here in Belgium, similar weather conditions, I would say. to what they're having there. I think it's raining right now in Larkhall this weekend, but the sun's shining on us today. Here is Sebastian Mins, another driver who's well known in the British Kart Championships paddock, and here as well in the European scene, looking very primed and ready, focusing to get himself going on the Cup Republic chassis. Really sitting in the lead of the intermediate classifications as Ross Upton shows the 1 minute board, the judge of fact down on the dummy grid, getting ready to go for this one. Looking forward to it. We finally get to decide who's going to be starting on pole for what superheat tomorrow. But crucially at the moment, Sebastian Mins leads it by Sacha van Bosch. Harrison Mackie as well in this one, starting 9th, is 3rd, and has been a driver who has been absolutely flying through the field. From Cal Clark, who's at 4th. Bartel from Rocco Coronel. Rocco Coronel is starting this one 7th, needs to get another good result in this one, the driver in the orange helmet. And yeah, certainly. And it's championship fight as well, because he's up there in the championship points.
Yes, indeed. Obviously, the title itself already won by Freddie Lloyd, who was just here as a spectator this weekend. But for 2nd in the championship, it's still all to play for. 7 drivers covered by, 6 drivers covered by 7 points. So it could still go anybody's way for P2 in the championship. And P2 and P3 are very important to sew up, because with them come the tickets for the IWF in Portimao in October. So Timo Ramakas and Dan Delakian, with Zach Green and Sebastian Mins from Anthony Bongartz and Christopher Alfagali, Rocco Coronel and Alexis Constant, then Harrison Mackie and Morgan Moore, Henry Carter and Jorn Helder, Clovis Nugerade and Maxime Blanchemin from Joseph Smith and Quintin van Leuven, and Jelena Proenza and Alessandro Bighi, then Wouter Bourguignon, Roxane Lantinga, Senna Munier and Jalil Falaise. Now, what's important to take out of this one is that at the moment, as it stands, Sebastian Mins has a win and a 2nd, Van Bosch has 2 wins and a 4th, Mackie has 6 points. Now, this could still go anybody's way. It's either going to be between Mins and Van Bosch for the pole position, but to do that, Mins has to win. He can't finish 2nd, because on countback, if he ties with Van Bosch on points for 2nd, then Van Bosch will get the pole position based on what they did in qualifying yesterday. So, no pressure, Seb, but if you want to be on pole position for the Junior X30s tomorrow, you've got to win.
Hopefully for the ladies and gentlemen at home, you understood exactly what Jake was just saying there. I did.
I was just going to say,
yeah.
It wasn't in Chinese, was it?
No, but I understood it. But yeah, no, it is interesting how the points work on this one.
If it did make sense, I probably wasn't telling it right.
No, exactly. And if it still doesn't make sense, you can head to the IAME Euro Series, click on the live timing, and the intermediate classification points are on that live timing. You can see live every time they cross the timing beam on the start-finish line, the live intermediate classification points. So I would check that. Head there as well, and you can see all of that. But last race of the day for juniors. I've got to say, today has gone pretty quickly so far for the juniors. It doesn't feel like they've had a lot of racing, but they have had a lot of racing.
They've certainly had a lot of pressure out there, and obviously with there being only 44 juniors compared to the 93 seniors, they get fewer heats, because obviously the seniors get 5 qualifying heats each, whereas the juniors only get 3, as do the minis only get 3 qualifying heats, which is the form that we have come to expect and are now used to in the world of the IAME Euro Series X30. It's pretty much been the way it's been done for time immemorial now, but it always feels like you barely get any racing out of the juniors, but you certainly get very feisty racing. It just goes from the very start of the day all the way through, so it feels like it takes a little longer. However, Cahal Clark and Jensen Graham's battle is going to be nothing compared to that of Timo Ramakas and Daniel Delakian's battle to the first corner, because Delakian really needs to come up with some goods here in the Pantano.
He does.
He's had his difficulties, and he dropped a long way down in the previous heat, so this is his chance to redeem himself. Ramakas going for broke on the throttle. Is this going to be a false start? It is. Yet again, it's Timo Ramakas getting hungry at the start of races. He does this time and time again.
Yeah, like you say, he's just eager to get going. That's all it is, you know, wanting to get the day done. I want to know where I'm going to be starting, and you know, we need to round out this championship, because it's, you know, it's been a long year, I think, for a lot of these drivers, you know, racing in so many categories throughout the year, and you know, we will round out the season with the IWF and of course the iGames as well. But certainly looking forward to just seeing what these drivers can produce over the course of this weekend. There is still lots of racing to go tomorrow for the Junior X30 category. We know who's won the championship in the form of Freddie Lloyd, but like you say, that battle for the second place spot, absolutely vital. And remember, championship points are available for this one as well. So that is the critical moment as well here. So for Rocco Coronel, who currently sits 6th in the intermediate classifications, he's battling with Kyle Clark, who's 4th. So Clark may have a chance here of actually taking the lead, or taking second in the actual overall championship standings as well.
So this is a tricky race for so many reasons and for so many drivers in the field. Rocco Coronel wanting to make the most of it to move himself closer to Cathal Clark in the battle. Clark on 7 points, don't forget. Coronel on 10. So Coronel really needs to win this race to make sure that that doesn't get
any worse.
Exactly. He needs to kind of make the best of a difficult situation here. Out of the final turn. That's a bit more like it. Are we going to go racing this time?
No.
We don't.
No, again, it was just a bit too early. He's waiting till they leave the final corner, and then he's waiting, and then going, but he's going too soon again. They technically still have to wait to that yellow line. I'm a stickler for the rules. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a stickler for the rules. They are there for a reason, and yeah, Ramicus, I think, just a little bit too early on that loud pedal and breaking away. And yeah, but like I say, another lap to get everything up to temperature. Crucially, though, they're using the tyres, because remember, if it doesn't rain tomorrow and it's dry, well, then you're a bit stuffed with your tyres, and hopefully that will not be the case for the drivers.
Well,
oh, there's Martin Bean.
There you go.
He's come off his gantry now. You know you're in trouble.
Well, this is where Martin Bean is going to make it very clear to the drivers. Now, I've known him in the past when they've gone through twice. I've known him stop the race before. So, and of course, he was very strict with them in the drivers' briefing yesterday. He was very clear to them, Thursday evening, when he said, look, I want you all formed up by the red line. That's where I want you formed up. If you're not formed up and you're not ready by the red line, there's going to be some words. So there he is, look. And he's just pointing to Thibaut Ramicus. It's like, come on, I've got your number, mate. Don't mess this up a third time.
Yeah, remember, they have to effectively wait for the yellow line. They've crossed the red line now, which means no overtaking. They're under yellow flag conditions. So they cannot regain a position if they've lost any positions.
Obviously. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, go on.
We've got a problem. 106 has just come to a stop right in front of us. That is Alessandro Biggi, the George Gibbons Motorsport driver, and so has Quentin van Leuven.
So 2 karts coming to a stop.
They're not moving.
No, they've stalled. They've just broken. That's it. They can't get started. That's it. They're out of the race.
Well, not good news at all. And we've got more problems on the main straight as we go racing this time. Several drivers held up at the back of the pack. A very irate Alexis Constant getting held up and dropping to the back of the field with some problems. Meanwhile, the race starts. Everybody trying to cut their way through without too much drama. Right at the back of the pack, that's the 80 having dropped back. That's Christopher Elfagali. So a lot of big names. The race completely going apart from them in the first few meters before we even go racing. So out in front, it's Ramicus from Delakian with Zach Green down to 4th now. Is that going to be 2nd for another of the VDKs? That's Sebastian Mins trying to come through in his 2nd position. Not yet.
Well, those 2 karts that stalled, both retiring from the race. They're out of it. They've not managed to get going in this one, which is a big shame. But crucially at the front here, Ramicus looking very comfortable at the front. And a great start from Dan Delakian, who has held on to that 2nd place spot. This is a much better start for him.
Well, Dan Delakian...
Oh, and he just loses it.
He does indeed. So, bit of an issue as Sebastian Mins makes the move and gets into 2nd place. He knows what his objective is. He knows that if he's going to get pole position for tomorrow, he has got to get himself into the leading position. Meanwhile, up the inside, Rocco Coronel trying to go wheel to wheel there with Zach Green. Harrison Mackie having already got the overtaking move to get into 4th position. So it's Ramicus, Mins, Delakian, Mackie, Green, Coronel, Nujarade, and Joe Smith. And Rocco Coronel trying to force the issue now on Zach Green. Come on, man, get on with it. Down the back straight. And he's now going to try and make his bid into the carousel. Not going to happen. A big dive from Morgan Moore. Lovely overtaking move there from the Irishman to get through on Henry Carter with Joseph Smith not far behind them either. Alexis Constant trying to recover in 11th now. And also a big problem for Chris Elfagali, all the way down in 17th off the start. Anthony Bongartz also all the way down to 19th position now. And there is a very frustrated and very unhappy Alessandro Biggi, notorious as he is known by the crew, completely fed up with the way that this has ended.
Yeah, that's completely understandable as Rocco Coronel pulls out of the slipstream there, down in towards turn 1. And gets up into the next spot there past Zach Green, moving up into P6 now. This is good for Coronel. that he needs to take the win here if he wants to really try and hold on to that championship fight. This will drop him down a little further in the points. I'm not sure he'll want that one right now, but he needs those positions. Sebastian Mins up to second. Ramaker still holding on to the lead, but Mins is closing in. Remember, Mins needs this spot here. And right now, Sacha van Bosch would lead the intermediate classifications and take the full championship points from Sebastian Mins. They are joint on points, but because Sacha van Bosch out-qualified Sebastian Mins, means that he would take the full championship points. So Sebastian Mins really needs to get to the lead of this race, so that battle is vital.
And it's not going to be an easy man he's got to catch and pass either. Thibaut Ramakers, the man he hasn't gone to battle with so far this weekend. However, Ramakers has shown himself to have difficulties with pace. So if Sebastian Mins can catch and pass him, he might get his opportunity. But he's going to have pressure from Harrison Mackie. Up the inside, Mins gets in, but Mins drifts out wide. Mackie might get the chance down the back straight to the carousel. He's going to have a think about it. But Mins has come through to the lead. Mackie's come through to second. Ramakers still left head scratching.
Yeah, Sebastian Mins now has that lead, but he cannot lose it. And Harrison Mackie is going to make that very difficult for him to do. Mackie, who has been absolutely on form this weekend, has just been siding his way through the field right there now in second place. And Mackie currently sits, where does Mackie sit? He's currently fifth in the intermediate classifications, and down the inside goes Harrison Mackie. Daniel Delakian now under investigation. He's had such a great start, and now he's got the investigation flag. So that's an absolute disaster for him. So Seb Mins down into second. Now he's back up into third. Here comes Ramakers back again on Harrison Mackie. And look who's coming through, Rocco Coronel. Coronel needs this win.
This is going to get spicy. Rocco Coronel is not going to take fourth position lying down. Mackie back on the inside. He gets nudged by Ramakers as they go sideways. Roxanne Lantinga now under suspicion. And so Rocco Coronel nearly managing to take the lead away from them. Mins drops to third as a result of all that. Ramakers comes through to second place. A little bit cheeky from Ramakers on the brakes, though. That started a conflagration. And now Thibaut Ramakers back into P2 as he chases after Harrison Mackie. So it's Mackie, Ramakers, Mins, Coronel, and Zach Green now emerging in fifth.
Yeah, Zach Green now latching onto the back of this group. If I was Zach Green, I'd probably let them get on with it and just see if you can pick up the pieces. Because if you try and battle, which he's going to do anyway, down the inside, they're going to lose momentum and lose time. And look at that, they've instantly dropped back because straight back through is going to come Rocco Coronel here. And those two are going to lose touch with that first, second, and third battle if they don't start working together, because now they're falling into the clutches of Dan Delakian, Morgan Moore, Clovis Nogueira is still there as well, and Alexis Constant, who's recovered back to P9 now.
So now it all comes down to what Sebastian Mins can do about his teammate Thibaut Ramakers, and can they attack Harrison Mackie? Because at the moment, it looks as though Mins is going to have to settle for pole position in Superheat B, not in Superheat A. Now, that's not going to be a massive hindrance, because of course, if he can get the win and Van Bosch cannot, then that's going to be still Mins' chance to get on pole position for the final. With that comes 10 championship points, of course. Now, Rocco Coronel hanging on in front of Zach Green. Trying to dive in for the inside line, can't get there. And watch out for Dan Delakian, the Armenian driver. They're in P6, trying to work his magic further forward as well. Zach Green gesticulating to Rocco Coronel. Get him, as he charges up to the braking zone for the final corner. Clearly getting frustrated. But Harrison Mackie, having started P9, has worked his way through 4 rows of drivers and now finds himself up at the front end. Whatever he and Lewis Mackie are doing on the spanners, they absolutely need to keep doing it, because Harrison Mackie is like the black missile in Super Mario Kart.
Well, that was a replay there earlier on, and Mackie making the moves coming through. You also saw gesticulations for the rest of the drivers trying to make through. Again, Mackie just down the inside, 2 for 1, really nearly on that corner. He would get it a little bit later on. Now he goes to the move, and oh yeah, there was Ramakers under braking there. Well, it kind of assisted Mackie a little bit to get round the corner a lot quicker. He maintained the lead, but certainly was a forceful move down the inside.
It's not so tactical to use the kart in front as a brake pedal, and he accidentally ended up doing so, Thibaut Ramakers. He just missed his braking point by about 1.5 meters, and that was enough to just nudge the back bumper of Harrison Mackie's car. However, it's not done yet. There is the 60 of Clovis Nogueira trying to keep Henry Carter behind him as they go to the first couple of corners. But out in front, it is Harrison Mackie looking to win this race at a canter in front of Thibaut Ramakers and Sebastian Mins, and that would give Sacha van Bosch pole position for tomorrow's first Superheat. This has been great work from Harrison Mackie. The Fusion Motorsport team have got themselves right into the hunt, and this is obviously going to put Mackie on the front row of the starting grid for that first superheat as well, alongside Sasha Van Bosch. So looking at how miserable it was looking through qualifying yesterday for Harrison Mackie, they were a bit dejected, they were a bit demoralised. They thought, well, there's not really much we can do about this. Rubbish. You can dig deep, you can find the pace, you can find the speed, and you can bring it to third overall in the rankings with a fabulous victory in the third and final heat. Harrison Mackie and the Fusion Motorsport team bounce back in style. They win the final heat in front of Ramekes and Mins. Rocco Coronel P4, that's going to slip him to 7th in the rankings, tied on points with Spanswick, and it's Sasha Van Bosch that picks up pole position provisionally for Superheat A tomorrow, ahead of Sebastian Mins in pole position for Superheat B.
That's pole position, potentially, and, of course, all those championship points that would go to Sasha Van Bosch as well. Remember, Sasha Van Bosch, I don't think, is in contention for the championship. No, currently sitting in 15th place in those championship standings, but certainly would put a hinder on Rocco Coronel, Cahal Clark, Harry Bartel, Alexis Constant as well, who are all in contention for that one. But at the moment, the leading driver in that one would be Cahal Clark, who's third in the championship standings, and fourth in the intermediate classifications at the end of the qualifying heats, meaning he would start on the front row of the grid in Superheat B tomorrow, if my thoughts are correct on that one. But Harrison Mackie started 9th, 8 positions gained, race win for Mackie across the line. Again, he is not in contention for the championship. He's currently 10th in the championship, but he is certainly in contention for going home with some nice trophy wear at the end of this one. He takes the win from Ramekes, Sebastian Mins from Rocco Coronel, Zach Green from Dalakian, then it's Moore, Constant, then it's Nugarade from Carter, Bergagnew, El Fagali, Poenka, Latinga, and Jalil, who round out the top 15 out on track for the Eurocup team, some 10.456 seconds back from Harrison Mackie at the start of that race. 16th place sees Blanchimont from Munir, Bogarts, Helder, and Smith rounding out the top 20 out on circuit. 2 other retirements, Quinton Van Leulen and Alessandro Biggie, both of them not able to get started in that race, engines failing before the green flag going out after the 2 false starts out on circuit. But that rounds out proceedings provisionally, of course. We'll get the official results later for the Junior X30. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. This was the moment where Timo Ramekes getting the finger points there from race director Martin Bean, saying, you need to wait for that yellow line. I can guarantee that's what he said. Probably not what he said, but yes, anyway, you get the idea. But certainly a very interesting start. But the best start for Dan Dalakian getting away did end up being under investigation as well at the start of that one. But yeah, not what he'd wanted. That 80 spinning around there. Big shame further down the order as well. That was Christopher El Fagali, who did recover back a good few chunks of position, so he had a good run. A couple of drivers were running wide as well at the exit of turn 1. Then it all started to kick off here further back as Mackie started making the moves throughout the race. Remember, he started this one 9th. He gained several positions. I said to keep an eye on him at the start of this race as well. And he certainly proved why you needed to keep an eye on him as Rocco Coronel battled away with Zach Green down the inside through turn number 1. Those two certainly making moves. Coronel finishing that race in P4. Still a very good result for him, and I think potentially his best result of the weekend as well, if I'm not mistaken. 3-car battle then for the lead. Mackie would lead the way, and well, you saw there Sebastian Mins crucially trying to say to Mackie, keep going, keep going, keep going. And when he didn't, well, Sebastian Mins went to the inside and said, right, I'll keep going then. That brought everyone back into the battle as well. Mackie would take the lead once again, slightly assisted, though, by Thibaut Ramekes, who goes down the inside. Rocco Coronel as well, trying his luck, trying to go for 3rd place, and that failed to make the move. And, well, then the race would conclude, and Harrison Mackie would take the race win. Another fabulous performance from Harrison Mackie as they make their way back into Parc Ferme. We'll be down there very, very shortly, hopefully to have a chat. We will turn our attention, though, over to the Mini X30s that will be heading out next. But before that, we're ready down in Parc Ferme. Jack Sanson, over to you.
Well, earlier we spoke to Sacha van Bosch, who'll be in pole position for Superheat A. Provisionally, the pole position man for Superheat B is this man, Sebastian Mins, after a fabulous 3 races. A win earlier on, and you managed to get just 5 points coming away from the 3 races, so a very solid position. Talk us through how the races have gone for you so far.
Yeah, the first session, well, the first heat, I just tried my hard and just stayed calm and just didn't push that much. The second heat, it was good. I could have gone for the lunge, but there's just no point. That heat, yeah, it was good. I don't think we had the pace, but it was good. But before the last session, I had a bit of a back problem, so I felt all right, but it was good.
You get to have a rest now and obviously recharge, ready for tomorrow. So heading into the Superheat tomorrow, you guys will obviously know what homework needs to be done to get the kart to work fast again. Tyres tomorrow, is there going to be enough life in them? Is there going to be enough life left in them if it stays dry, or is the rain what you guys are hoping for now?
Yeah, the key is to just look after the tyres as best as you can, and then you'll get the best out of them towards the end of their lives. So.
Chances of picking up strong pace in the final based on what you guys have done today, do you think it's going to be possible?
Yeah, I think we could go for the win. Definitely a podium, maybe, hopefully. But yeah, we'll just try and go for the win, I guess.
Okay, great stuff, great work. Well done, Seb. So there you go. Fantastic battles so far then from Sebastian Mins. So it's going to be Van Bosch and Mins that will get the pole positions in the Superheats in Junior. Next up, Mini X30.
Thanks, Jake. Yes, indeed. Mini X30 now making its way out onto the track. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Matteo Rivals from Maxim Bobachov, Stig de Redenmaker from Eduard Godfroyd, Flavio Cara from Just Mulder, from Ludwig Granquist, from Tia Polican, Angelina Simmons-Torres from Archie Lovett, Austin Newstead from Christian Kobe, Mason Brooks from Oliver Warner, from Leonardo Peruzzi, Zach Zhu from Kazim Peretri, Nilis Malik and Timo Raflat, Benjamin Manek from Lina Pedraza, Amir Sarapurov and Ahmed Al-Khalifa, Khalif Al-Khalad and Tony Cachefero. Yannick Babacek rounds out the field. 7 laps these races. Daniel Miron leaves the intermediate classifications from Maxim Bobachov. 2, 4 and 5 points from Dan Alaman as well. Bobachov starting this one on the front row. Teo Rivals also starting this one on the front row. He is not in the top spots for the intermediate classifications after the DSQ earlier on, but he did take a race win. Did Matteo Rivals. So still getting away with a nice chunk. What can he do in this one, though? The Anna Racing driver still looking very strong here this weekend. Maxim Bobachov will have something to say about it. Stig de Redenmaker as well has been another very quick driver. He currently sits 6th in the intermediate classifications. Jesse Phillips finishes 4th in the intermediate classifications as well. 5 points to Jesse's name. He's had a relatively decent weekend as well. Still very close in the mini category. These will be the last races of the day for the Mini X30. One more race after this one for them. Qualifying Heat B and D. And then we go on to the final round of senior qualifying heats to round out Saturday here at Karting Genk. Looking forward to this one as they make their way round Cafe Curve then. Lined up, ready to go, looking good. And as soon as they get to that red line, no overtaking from that point. If they're in their grid slot, they are all good. There's the red line. Now they're under the yellow flag conditions. Nice and steady and keeping the pace. Matteo Rivals and Maxim Bobachov at the front of this grid as they make their way round the final corner towards the yellow line, the acceleration line to get going into the tram lights. Lights go green. Here we go then, down and towards turn 1. Great start then from Rivals at the front of this one. Holds on that inside line as they go 3 wide round the outside. Is that Eduard Godfroyd on the outside there? I think it is. Who tries to go for the lead, and he does go for the lead. Eduardo Godfroyd who started this race in 4th place, now into the lead of it as he sweeps all the way around the outside through turn 1 and maintains the lead of this race. Bobrishov there in 2nd place, now fighting for 1st as he goes down the inside through turn 6, side by side as they go down in towards the hairpin, down at turn 7 into the carousel, and it's an absolutely fantastic start here from the grid, but that looks like Sid Rademacher with a mistake there, potentially. Did he drop down in the order? And I think he did, as down the inside goes the Yana Racing driver Matteo Rivals back into 3rd place as he's 3 wide again into Cafe. How close do you want to get as the 967, I think that was, who has gone round, and that is Flavio Carrier, who started well up in the order, started P5, tumbling down the order now.
And of course, he's already a previous heat winner from earlier on in the day, so that's really going to hamper his chances. But if Maxim Bobrishov stays in the lead of this race, then he is guaranteed a pole position for one of the super heats tomorrow. So this is a big opportunity for Maxim Bobrishov, having been so consistent through the course of the first couple of races. This is exactly where he wanted to be. A couple of 2nd places plus a win will guarantee him at least one of the pole positions across the super heat. But will it be for B or will it be for A? We don't know exactly yet, but certainly Bobrishov does not want to lose this position now, with Justa Mulder doing a terrific job in 2nd position in the green machine as he continues in fantastic fashion. Then Rivals, Godefroid, love it, finally getting the kind of pace and result that he looks like he's going to deserve from this. And up the inside, that's a lovely move from the 956. Christian Kobe, the Irish driver who currently leads the IAME Series Ireland points rankings, now working his way further forward. In Europe, it's a much tougher battle, but he's definitely giving himself the best chance of a decent result.
Certainly is. This is a much better start from a lot of our drivers out in this one. Look at the train now across the start-finish line. First all the way down to 7th here, as Jos Mulder there in 2nd place. This has been a fabulous start to his race. Rivals, though, all over that rear bumper, trying to get that kart down the inside. Watch him now as he tries to throw the dummy here in towards turn 6. As we cut to a replay here, this is the moment Flavio Carrier gets spat out. Oof. Yeah, just hits the curb there, tumbles down the order, and then gets collected by another kart who just had nowhere to go. Oh, and oh dear, it was actually a flip.
My goodness me, that was...
Oh, I had no idea that that had happened.
Yeah, that was a big roll there, unfortunately, for Flavio Carrier. Incredibly, though, not only does he roll it, but he gets back in the kart and keeps going.
Right, that is fair play.
I tell you what, these guys are made of steel.
That is fair play, that is. All right, fair enough. Take my hat off to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Hero of the day so far is Flavio Carrier for rolling it and then getting back in. And he's still pushing, still trying to get some fast laps under his belt. And he's not going to finish last at this rate. How many times do you get to say that over the course of a race meeting? He rolled it and then he came back to position.
To put insult to injury, he is just half a tenth slower in Sector 1 than the fastest driver in Sector 1 right now.
And that's after the roll.
That's after the roll.
That's unbelievable, isn't it? So, Bobrishov continues on his way in the lead with Rivals, then Godefroid, Mulder, Lovett in P5, and then Polisson ahead of Warner, Simons, Pieterse, and then Stig de Rademacher's way down in P10 this time, in front of Christian Kobe. It's a fabulous opportunity here for Maxim Bobrishov, and he is not going to take this line down. If he wins this race, as I mentioned before, if Bobrishov takes the win, he secures pole position for one of the super heats in Mini X30 tomorrow. But whether it's going to be Dan Medon or Dan Alleman that joins him, we don't really know yet. It could also be Jesse Phillips, of course. So there's still plenty of opportunities for a driver to put something special together. Down the straight, looking good for Bobrishov, 0.4 of a second ahead of Mathieu Rivals.
Well, a very dramatic opening few laps then in this Mini X30 race here. And you can hear the crowd in the background there cheering on. Not exactly sure what they're saying, but I can imagine it's all supportive. Matteo Rivals, though, with the fastest lap of the race, 102.344 in their 2nd place, and just wanting to eke away at that gap that Maxim Bobrishov has got. Looking at the intermediate classifications, Miron still leads those from Maxim Bobrishov. Nothing has changed there. In fact, nothing has changed for the top 5. The only thing that's changed is Knis Raus come up. Antoine Veneur and Priam Bruneau has come up in the orders, but that will, of course, change again when we have the next and final Mini X30 qualifying heat after this one.
So Bobrishov still holding that 0.4 of a second, nearly half second to Rivals. Godefroid, Mulder and Lovett are very close in together, and this is where Archie Lovett can really start to resuscitate his weekend and bring himself back into contention in the title fight as well. He's already 16 points of a deficit to Jesse Phillips in the points rankings, so he could do with a decent result to finish this off and bring him a little bit further up the ranking. So just a Mulder in behind Edouard Godefroy. There is the battle further back. This is Oliver Warner dueling away with Theo Polissand. So Theo Polissand still having a very solid race of it. As they come up to the hairpin now, this is Godefroy in front of Mulder and Lovett. And Archie Lovett, having had a disastrous qualifying session for his championship ramifications, now he's put himself into a very solid position here and can start to knock on the door of the top 3. It's genuinely doable with 2 laps to go. Just has to stay very patient and very calm in these last couple of laps. But can Mattia Rivals do anything about Bobrishov up front? Or is the young man from the UAE about to seal pole position for one of the superheats?
That would be quite an achievement. Well, let's see what happens. So, few laps left to go in this race, and it's still a battle for 3rd place here. Godefroy, Mulder, and Lovett. And look at Lovett just edging that cut forward. It's really been good to see Lovett finally get to grips with this circuit. This race seems to have gone his way, and the start of it. Not looking to the inside just yet. Remember, Lovett in contention for the championship this year. Needs some good results, and right now, well, he's not even within the top 8 in the intermediate classification, so he would certainly be struggling with championship points at the end of the qualifying heats. As he looks to the inside now. Gets that move done, and up into P4 now for Archie Lovett.
Very important indeed for Archie Lovett to get that one done, and that was absolutely to the limit in terms of running out of time to make something come together. So a very solid performance indeed there. But, of course, it's been a tough one for the man up front. He's not taken a victory yet, but he's about to. And this is an important one because Maxim Bobrishov of the George Gibbons Motorsport team is about to guarantee himself a pole in the superheat tomorrow. It's a job done for Maxim Bobrishov. With this win, he has only 4 points accumulated, and that means that he will either be on pole for superheat A or B. He cannot be second now. He will definitely be in pole for one of the 2 heats. That is absolutely terrific for Maxim Bobrishov. Consistency and discipline pays off.
Certainly does, and that has all worked out for him. A little fist bump as well as he crosses the line. He is delighted with that one after 7 laps of racing. The 9.55, Maxim Bobrishov for George Gibbons Motorsport takes the win and certainly looks strong going into tomorrow. It all falls down now to what Daniel Miron can do in the next race. He starts 7th. Can he deny Maxim Bobrishov starting on pole for the A Superheat? We know he's definitely going to be starting on pole for the B Superheat at this moment in time. That could change depending on the result from Daniel Miron. Carts make their way back into Parc Fermé, and we'll have a look at the provisional race results at the end of qualifying heat A and C. Bobrishov from Rivals, Godefroy from Archie Lovett, Jos Mulder from Oliver Warner, Theo Polissand from Stig de Rademaker, Angelina Sibas-Torres from Tereze Babacek, from Benjamin Manak, Zach Zhu from Austin Newstead, and Cachefero rounding out the top 15 out on circuit. Fastest driver out on circuit would go to Benjamin Manak in 12th place with the 102.323, and several positions gained as well as we have a look at the rest of the race results on your screen. Zdeněk Babacek again, another fantastic result. 15 positions gained for the young driver, who I will say knows every single flag of the world. Does Zdeněk Babacek. I was very impressed. I tested that at PFI at Kartmasters, and yeah, I showed him lots of international flags, and he could name them all. It was quite fascinating and scary at the same time. Cachefero, 10 positions gained in that one as well, finishing in P15, and Archie Lovett with the 6 places gained as well, finishing in P4, certainly putting himself up in the orders as well. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. The start as well, pretty clean, I would say, from the front runners. I think it was a bit shaky at the back of the grid, 3 wide, and from Edouard Godefroy there. I mean, what a move round the outside that was, taking full advantage of the situation. That is a first. Granted, ran a little bit wide on the exit, but you can forgive that potentially with the fact that there was absolutely nowhere to go on the inside. But again, that decision for elsewhere. Later on in the race, well, I mean, Flavio Cara, I don't know how. but a full roll there. And, well, up on the feet, back in the kart, press the go button. And, in fact, the kart hadn't even stalled. It was still running. Thumbs up as well. I'm all good. I'll crack on. Yeah, and, well, fair play to Fabio Cara for that one with that roll and getting it going again. Battle would continue, though, further up as just Mulder with a brilliant start as well in the energy course, making good moves left, right, and centre. The 827 as well, Eduard Godfroyd also for the Spirit Racing team making good moves as well. But still, some very close racing all the way out. But Bobrishov would take it, guaranteeing a pole position. We are ready down in Parc Ferme. Over to Jake Sanson.
After winning the third and final qualifying heat here on Saturday at Karting Genk in Mini X30, Maxim Bobrishov guarantees himself one of the super heat pole positions for Sunday. A fabulous run, Maxim, and a really consistent day at the office. Just talk to us about how it's all played out from the qualifying heats.
It was very well. I was very consistent in the first heat. I finished second heat also second, and now I did my best result of the week and finished first. So I'm very happy with that result.
It looks like the pace in general with the George Gibbons Motorsport kart, you've been able to really unlock the potential for both you and the chassis. So how do you maintain this going into tomorrow?
I know I'm used to these chassis. I've been racing on them for a year or two, and I'm really used to my team. So I'm very happy that I'm with them, and we can keep going and maybe win the final.
But it's been bone dry all day today. Rain is predicted for tomorrow. How are you guys feeling if the rain does come?
Yesterday I was pretty fast in the rain, so I think it would be pretty good.
Okay. Well, we look forward to seeing you in action from pole position. Good luck.
Thank you.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Maxim Bobrishov, pole position in Mini X30. Of course, we also have a confirmation of a Junior X30 pole position now as well, after his performances through the course of the day. Great racing all the way through from Sascha van 't Bosch to put him into pole position in Junior X30 outright for tomorrow. So, Sascha, that's a wonderful performance in your second race weekend with RSD and into pole for tomorrow. You must be very satisfied with that.
Yeah, I'm really happy. We have the whole weekend really good speed. And first we're finding a bit struggling Wednesday, but now we have the speed and we're there.
You seem to have a lot more authority in defense and racecraft as well now. It seems as though you've shaken off all the difficulties from the start of the year and you seem to have real authority behind the wheel of this kart.
Yeah, I learned really much the whole year. Beginning of the year was a bit struggling, but now we're okay and we're fighting for P1.
So coming into the final tomorrow, there's no championship to win, so you can bow out of this in a good position. How much of a confidence booster is this going to do to head you into the autumn?
Everyone is a bit fighting for the championship, but me just not fighting, just calm down into the race and just hopefully we win it.
Well, you were on the podium here last year. Maybe you can go for the win. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go. A fantastic run from Sascha van 't Bosch. Both he and Maxim Bobrishov will now start on a pole position, along with Sebastian Minz, of course. So that's 3 of our 6 identified drivers for guaranteed pole positions tomorrow. But with another Mini X30 heat to come, we now need to find out the identity of the 4th.
We certainly do, and that race is coming up right now. The next one for Mini X30 about to get underway. Qualifying Heat B and D that'll be getting ready down in Parc Ferme. And Dan Alaman and Jesse Phillips starting this one on the front row. Jesse Phillips and Dan Alaman both who have had relatively decent days, but it's the driver who's going to be starting on the 4th row of the grid for this one. Daniel Miron, who is the driver in the top spot at the moment in the intermediate classifications. He's the one to keep an eye on for this one. The number 985 on the Alonso kart, currently starting this one on the 7th spot on the grid. He'll have Stan Fargo alongside for it, but that does not take anything away from the drivers starting in front, though, from the likes of Alaman, Phillips, Kanishka Rao as well, who's had a relatively decent day. Jill Herman as well, also a driver to keep a close eye on from Jürgen Ye as well. There's a look at what is left up today. One more qualifying heat for the minis, and then we go into the final, 5th and final round for the senior qualifying heats, ENF, C and D, and then A and B. fastest drivers in qualifying, rounding out the final race of the day. That is due to start at 6 o'clock local time here at karting Genk. But certainly it's been a very long and busy Saturday. Crucially, though, a dry one. The sun shining, no chance of rain for the rest of the day. The weather has been absolutely superb for the racing compared to what we had yesterday. Tomorrow may be a different story again, so buckle in for that one. It'll be having to wait for the morning and look out the window and see, is it cloudy, is it sunny, is it raining, is it lightning, is it snowing? I doubt it'll be that last one, but hey-ho, it is Belgium. You never know what's going to happen. But here at karting Genk, very much I've enjoyed it. It's been my first time here at the home of champions, and certainly the track itself has delivered some absolutely excellent racing. And yes, this year has certainly been a very interesting one in the IAME Euro Series. Last time out at Franciacorta, certainly a very interesting track as well. A little bit of a longer circuit, I would say, as well. Franciacorta to this one here, Genk. But looking forward to seeing what happens at the end of this one. And, of course, at the end of today, as I believe the 1 minute board just goes up there. Now, this is going to be an interesting one, again, because Daniel Miron, who starts well down in the order, 4th row of the grid, P7, is leading the intermediate classifications. He's not in contention for the championship, if I am right in saying that. It could be completely false. Well, he's 7th, so, yeah, I mean, anything's possible.
I tell you what is really interesting about this particular qualifying heat. We've got 4 drivers that could get the second pole position across the Mini X30 battle. We've got Dan Miron on 2 points. We've got Dan Aleman, Jesse Phillips, and Gilles Herman all on 5. Now, mathematically, any one of those 4 can start on pole position for the superheat tomorrow. If Miron wins, he gets it. If he doesn't, then Aleman, Phillips, and Herman essentially need to race against each other and hope whoever comes through for first position is going to have enough points in the bag to take the pole position. But that can only happen if Miron finishes 4th or lower. So it could be very tricky. Dan Aleman and Jesse Phillips from Canis Grau and Gilles Herman. Then Noah Grenier and Antoine Venant. Dan Miron and Stan Fajot from Bruno Priam and Didier Krieft. Then Gustavo Marquez and Jordi Brugman from Max Endicott and Jarlath Sayer. Finn Rossen and Derek Rivera from Max Murray and Bruno Grayling. Then David Minchuna and Antoine Boots from Dieder Didari and Livy Okada. Then Saif Al-Obaidli, Rashid Hilal, Mathis Brajeux and Milan Betchou. Now this is going to be very tricky. As I mentioned, you've got 3 drivers there all tied for 5 points. Aleman, Phillips and Herman. If either one of them comes through for the victory, they've got a really solid chance of getting that second pole position. But for that to happen, Miron would have to be 4th or lower. Miron can afford to finish 1st or 2nd, and he will get the second pole. But for Phillips, Aleman or Herman to do it, they've got to hope that Miron is lower than 4th place, and then it's whoever wins out of those 3, and I do mean wins out of those 3, not just finishes ahead of the other, that seals that pole position. So it is going to be very close indeed, and it will probably chop and change a couple of times through this qualifying heat.
Again, if you had no idea what Jake was on about there, head to the IAME Euro Series webpage and just go to the live timing, and the point standings down there in the right-hand corner will tell you everything you need to know. But yes, again, I understood it. So again, basically, this is going to be a very technically demanding race for a lot of these drivers who just need to focus on the numbers and where they position themselves. Again, it is a mental game of maths all the way through throughout the day, isn't it, that these drivers have to face?
Totally, especially at Mini X30 level, because you're under so much pressure all the time. It becomes a real challenge and a real balancing act for the contenders in this one. So we've obviously got some interesting races to come, but it all comes down to essentially who's going to get the job done through the course of the proceedings here. But we'll have to see how it all comes good, ready for the finals tomorrow. But there's 4 drivers in contention for the pole position in this particular Mini X30 group. We know that Maxim Bobrashov is guaranteed one of them. He is currently 2nd in the rankings on 4 points, but he cannot get any less than that, and he cannot get any more than that. So he will stay in 2nd maximum in the championship. He could drop to the lead, of course, move his way up the rankings, as it were, by staying on 4 points, because if Miron doesn't win, he'll drop to at least 4, possibly 5, and then you've got Aleman, Phillips and Herman all on 5 as well. So it will be tricky through the course of the race. You can follow along on live timing to see how that's looking on IAMEEuroseries.com. And of course, as Anthony mentioned, you can follow all of the stats and data on ukart.io And that's a fabulous app to have on your phone as well. It'll be really exciting to see how it goes. They come off the final turn, and Aleman and Phillips are going to be nose to tail. A little bit of nudging from Kanish Grau as they come off the course. Down the tram lines. Are we racing? We are. Dan Aleman gets a good start, but already Gilles Herman tries to pop out and work his way further forward up to the start, and he's trying to get there alongside Kanish Grau. A bit of a sluggish one for Jesse Phillips, as again, he tucks down to about fourth position, and there's a spin further back. We've got 2 or 3 carts facing the wrong way and managing to get going again. It was one of the Tony carts down at the very back of the field facing in the wrong direction. So I would guess that is one of the privateers out of whack, possibly David Minchuna. But certainly down the straight up to the inside line comes Kanish Grau, trying to dive into second place. That'll do nicely. But at the moment, it's looking good for Dan Aleman, with Dan Minon down the order, trying to work his way through. It looks like it could be Dan Aleman that gets the second pole position in Mini X30, certainly for the time being.
Well, let's find out, because the race still continues right now as we only are halfway through the first lap. A nice dive down the inside there by one of the ORMs, I think that was, one of the special liveried ones. I'm trying to think who that was.
That's Antoine Venon.
Yeah, it was. It was. So a nice little move there. Is that like the DAP colours?
It is the DAP colours.
Yeah, there you go.
So down the straight, over the line comes Aleman from Rao, Herman, Phillips, Priam and Fajot. And there's the confirmation provisionally. It'll be Boboshov and Aleman that'll be on the pole, but here comes Jesse Phillips, makes his bid on the inside of Gilles Herman. Herman's trying to get back through on the inside of him once again, so Phillips has to let him go. Drops back into fourth position once again. Still looking very hungry indeed, Gilles Herman. Wants to finish ahead of Jesse Phillips, and behind Phillips you've got Bruno Priam with nothing to lose at all here, and he's got a chance to move his way further forward. So an excellent stepping stone up the ranks again. But Dan Aleman in front of Kanish Grau, Gilles Herman, Jesse Phillips and Bruno Priam. What's happened to Dan Miron? Well, he's down in 11th place, so it's not looking so good for the Fusion driver now, looking to go from the lead to 6th position in the rankings. That would still put him in 3rd place of the second of the superheats, so he would still be in a very competitive position tomorrow, but crucially, he wouldn't be pole.
Yeah, and 3rd place is probably the better place to start, because you're on the inside line, you're not the dummy going into turn 1, you can actually suss out what's happening, and usually the people who are 3rd going into turn 1 are 1st at the exit of turn 3.
That's a very good point, so it's not doom and gloom at all. Here comes the move from Phillips again, this time much more circumspect on Gilles Herman. Holds the inside line, has got to shut down the radius. That's more like it. This time, Jesse Phillips does not let Gilles Herman get back through into 3rd position. This time, he manages to cement his position, and now he's going after Kanish Grau in 2nd. It's still very much on the game here for Jesse Phillips, up to 3rd position. If he takes on Rao, if he takes on Aleman and gets past them both, then it'll be he who gets pole position for the 2nd superheat, not Dan Aleman.
Yep, certainly would be. Right, well, now again, it's just maths all the way to the end here, ladies and gentlemen. Get your calculators at the ready, because certainly plenty of mathematicians are going to be needed for this one, especially when championship points come into play as well at the end of this one. So let's find out as they go down and towards turn number 12. Everyone digging in there. Jesse Phillips trying to get a good result here. He needs a good result, because he's currently P4 in that one. He has struggled a little bit throughout today with some bad results, but still, he has been a very quick driver over the course of this season. Here we go, side by side further back here. Who is this battling away? It's a George Gibbons and a Fusion. I believe that's Max Endicott diving to the inside of Daniel Miron.
So Miron still trying to keep himself in the fight here, but it's not so easy to hold on to. So a really tricky situation at the closing stages. Miron trying to work together off the turn. We've still got good battles and good badinage up in the top 5. And it is very close in the top 5, because Phillips has got into 2nd place now past Kanish Grau. So he's only got one more card to pass before he gets into pole position for Superheat B tomorrow. Bobrashov may win the interim. Oh, 3 wide! Oh, that's a big launch forward from Gilles Herman. He gets past Phillips, and so too do Rao and Bruno Priam. And that's going to put Phillips back down into 5th position. Amazing racing. So Phillips now has got to do a lot of that hard work all over again. But if he's calm about it, we got yellow flags briefly at Cafe, so someone went a little bit deep. We're not entirely sure what happened there, but certainly 1 or 2 drivers have ended up coming a cropper at Cafe, so we should be able to pick up a few drivers missing positions. There goes Kanish Grau. Phillips goes with him. That's 2nd and 3rd now. So Jesse Phillips can get himself back into 2nd position if he gets another chance on Rao. But look at the gap that's opened up. Dan Aleman has disappeared.
Yeah, again, right now, these two need to focus here of trying to work together. And right now, that's not happening. They need to stop scrapping. Okay, you found an order now. Stay in that order. Work together now. Because remember, 8 wheels works better than 4. Right now, they've got more than 8 wheels working with each other. There's 4 of them all there. They need to just keep pushing each other along, but that's not happening. Kanishra again back down the inside. If they keep doing this, they will not catch up to Dan Aleman, who's in the lead.
They've still got to think about the long game here. Jesse Phillips has got 1.2 seconds to make up on the Spirit Racing driver in front of him, Dan Aleman. This would still be good enough to put Jesse Phillips 3rd in the rankings, therefore on the front row of the grid for the Superheat. So again, just because you don't get pole position in the Superheat, it doesn't mean that your championship is done or your weekend is compromised. As long as you're still there towards the sharp end, you've got a chance. Up the inside, Gilles Hamann is still battling with Kanish Grau. This is counterproductive. They need to slot in together and push Jesse Phillips further forward towards Dan Aleman. They've got 2 laps to go and 1.1 seconds to make up. It's all a bit short-sighted because here comes Kanish Grau to move into 3rd position again. And once more, these 3 are just compromising themselves as Gilles Hamann tries again for 3rd position. So they swap positions for the 4th time in almost a single lap. And now up the inside comes Bruno Priam. He tries to get through on Kanish Grau as well. So that is job done. But can Jesse Phillips really eat into the battle and into the gap that's been created by Dan Aleman? It's looking like a tall order as here comes Stan Fajot. Fajot now gets through on Kanish Grau. So Kanish Grau drops to 6th position in the Oliver Rowland Motorsport kart. But it's been a very tough race for Jesse Phillips. He fought his way back into 2nd place, but he's got a lot of ground to make up going into the final lap, and Dan Aleman has plenty of time to look over his shoulder, and he knows that Phillips is going to take his time to get past him. Here comes Fajot diving in on the inside of Bruno Priam.
Yeah, that was nicely timed again, reading the road carefully right there in front. Now Kanish Grau right there as well, just behind, trying to get back at it. Jarlis Sayers come through into this battle as well. Keep a close eye, because Jarlis knows how to pick up a place or 2 if need be. Look at Kanish Grau here, wide entry, getting the switchback. Now he's got the run down in towards turn 7 now and into the carousel and goes side by side there with Priam Bruno.
This is not done at the lead of the race. Jesse Phillips has just taken 0.3 of a second out of Aleman in 1 sector.
Oh, well, Jarlis Sayers made 2 moves there in 1 corner as well, so plenty happened on that last lap. But yeah, you're right there. The battle for the lead still heating up. If it's going to be anything, it'll be a last-ditch lunge into the final corner. I just don't think he's close enough, though.
Yeah, I think he's tried everything he possibly can. Aleman knows that he's caught him up, but it's not going to be enough. With 1 more lap, I think Phillips might have had something to say about this, but Dan Aleman is going to take the victory and the pole position for Superheat B. Well done, Maxim Bobrashov. You've won the interim, but Dan Aleman has taken pole position for Superheat B by being 2nd in the rankings ahead of Jesse Phillips, who will be 3rd overall. His championship title, though, for Jesse Phillips is still right on track.
Certainly is. What a drive there. But Bobrashov now puts himself top of those points, like you said. And with those ones, he is in the best spot for the finals later on. And, of course, the Superheats pole position in Superheat A. Dan Aleman there, pole position. And for the Superheat B as well, Jesse Phillips will start 2nd on that front row in Superheat A. So will Gilles Hamann start on the front row of the grid for Superheat 2. Brilliant stuff then in Mini X30. That is them done now until tomorrow. And they will certainly be an exciting class to watch, because it's still very close in that championship fight. Jesse Phillips, though, doing what he needs. 3rd place, getting away with a good chunk of intermediate classification points then. Aleman from Phillips, Herman from Fajot, Sayer from Bruno, Rao, Endicott, Daniel Miron from De Silva, Greeling from Grenay, Vignier from Rivero, and Bruckmann finishing in 15th place. 9.5 seconds separating the top 15. That's how close it gets here in the IAME X30 series. 16th place onwards there on your screen, still very close. Some big movers there in that one as well. Ilan Baku gaining 8 places, finishing in 18th place. Ivo Carrier as well, 20th, 2 places gained for Mathis Brajot. 4 places gained, finishing in 21st place. No retirements from that race, but certainly drivers falling down the order. Allison being one of them, unfortunately dropping 10 positions in that one, finishing in 25th place. But, like we were saying, Maxim Bobrashov secures pole position in Superheat A for tomorrow. Here's a look at the highlights from that race. And again, it was a good start from Dan Aleman, getting away nicely at the start. Phillips struggling there, getting squeezed out wide as Gilles Hermans comes through into second place as the concertina effect kicks in. And again, we go 3-4 wide, bit of jostling there in the mid-pack. Phillips this time around not able to get the jump, a couple of cuts spinning in the background as well, fortunately falling down the order. Not what they wanted to see, a little bit of an airborne moment there. And yeah, who was that went round at 9-2-0, I think that was? Yes, that was David Minchuna who went round, which was a big shame for him. The race would continue though, all the way throughout. Phillips making the moves once again up into third place past Gilles Hermans, who would finish in third place behind Jesse Phillips all the way throughout that one. Again, happening a lap later as well. Kanish Rao holding on to second place. Would have to forfeit those positions later on as Gilles Hermans came back into the fray, 2 in 1, managing to squeeze past both Kanish Rao and Jesse Phillips. That brought Stan Fargeau into play later on in the race, as you saw him just in the background. Brian Bruno, the Swiss driver for the Spirit Racing team, also involved in that fray, trying his level best to try and gain those positions when able. And again, just the moments kept happening thick and fast all the way through that battle. Crucially, that allowed Dan Aleman to break away. It looks good and it feels good to race like this, but you forget the bigger picture, and unfortunately that did mean for these drivers that they were unable to catch up to Dan Aleman. By the end of that one, Jesse Phillips was able to claw back quite a bit of time, but would still be 0.2 of a second at the end of the race on the checker. Gilles Hermans again back down the inside, and all this meanwhile, one driver breaking away. The rest of the grid was closing in. Stan Fargeau, Jarlis Sayer, Brian Bruno, Kanish Rao, Max Endicott, Daniel Miron, all closed in there. And the moves came in thick and fast. This was Stan Fargeau getting the move done as well, getting past Kanish Rao. No time wasted through Cafe Corner. And again through turn 1 a little bit later on, as well on the 978, as well as Brian Bruno, who would fall down the order just that little bit, but still gaining 3 positions, finishing in P6, so still a solid effort. At the end of it though, Dan Aleman would take the win by 0.2 of a second from Jesse Phillips. Gilles Hermans, after an absolutely stellar performance, finishes in P3, and a great way for the Mini X30s to round out their day. They'll be out for their heats tomorrow, but we're ready down in Parc Ferme. Jake Santon, over to you.
Well, Maxim Bobrishov may have got one of the pole positions in Mini X30 for the Superheat. The other one goes to title contender Dan Aleman after a fabulous performance all weekend so far. You were fastest in the time group. Now you come through for a win in the heats, and to come through with 5 points, you must be really confident heading for the Superheat tomorrow now.
Yeah, because I start first, and all the time when I start first, it will be good. Yeah.
So tell me how the team have been working with you, with the Paralin chassis, the Spirit Racing crew, to work through the course of the weekend. It looks like it's been fairly easy, but I guess you have had to really work to find the speed.
It was not easy because on the second heat was a little bit harder because I didn't have on the top, on the straight, and then we changed the engine and it was better.
So going into Sunday, there's a possibility that we might get rain over the course of the day. How do you feel about that? Are you excited for it, or is it a little bit of a worry?
I'm excited. I want rain.
Well, we'll do a rain dance for you ready for Sunday. Good luck.
Thank you.
There you go. He wants rain. I don't know about anybody else, but he's certainly up for it. So we now know the identities of 4 of our X30 pole position sitters. Sebastian Mins and Sacha van der Bosch are going to be on pole position in the Junior X30 Superheats. And now we know that it's going to be Maxim Bobrishov and Dan Aleman in the Mini X30. Now we just need to find out which 2 men will start from the Superheat pole position in Senior X30. Will it be the 2 Belgians, Eddie Goldstein or Ian Eichmans, or can someone else take it away from them?
Well, let's find that answer very soon. Well, with only 3 races to go, Senior X30 qualifying heat E and F, C and D, and A and B left to round out the day. It has certainly been a roller coaster of emotions for a lot of drivers, with the championship being decided this weekend here in the IAME Euro Series in the X30 category as well. Ruben Moya and Ian Ekmanson starting this one on that front row, and it has been an absolutely trying day for both of these drivers. Certainly have had their work cut out for them, as well as Alessandro Tedesca and Francois Delati, who are starting on the second row of the grid as well. I've really been impressed by a lot of these drivers coming into this weekend. Certainly some great talent being shown this weekend, and certainly looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening throughout this race, as well as the drivers who are starting on the third row as well. Delano Wellens as well as Hamza Al-Fayez. You know, both these drivers having a really, really good day, and Hamza coming away with a third place finishing earlier on as well, certainly showing he's got some true pace out there in the European scene. Alex de Shepper as well, Luca Griggs, both been having a good race. Luca Griggs has always been a driver who have been saying has been up that sharp end, so certainly another driver who we need to keep a very close eye on. But in the senior races at the moment, it is Goldstein who leads the way in those at the moment with the 0 race points. Eichmann's is second with the 2 from Eduardo Villa. Ruben Moya currently sits 5th in that one with the 9 points, so he needs to have a good result on this one if he wants to stay ahead of Atkins, who has 11 intermediate classification points. Those two are in the fight for the championship. They are the 2 protagonists who are joint on points, and right now it is Moya who leads Atkins by only a couple of positions in that. So the championship points are very vital in this area. So you can imagine there's a lot of weight on Moya's shoulders going into this one, but he's got the best starting spot on this one. Pole position on that inside row. He is certainly in a good mind step there. Nice little handshake there for Alessandro Tedesca with his mechanic, just getting himself ready to get going for this race. Good to see the camaraderie in the paddock as these drivers get themselves ready to get going for their final race of the day. This will be their last-ditch attempt to see where they're going to be qualifying for their superheats tomorrow, and of course the finals later on tomorrow evening to round out the Euro Series Championship here in Belgium. Certainly looking forward to it. It has been a tense year racing all over Europe. And right now, for everyone, I think they're just ready for a nice way to end the championship. Here we go then, engines fire up as we get ourselves ready for the next race. Let's take you through the starting lineup for qualifying heat E versus F for Senior X30 as they make their way out onto track. Ruben Moya and Ian Eggman start this one on the front row from Alessandro Tedesca and Francois Delati on the second row. Daniel Wellens from Al-Fayez on the third row from Alex de Shepper and Luca Griggs. Milan Matek and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff with Marc Lepiccolo and Thibaut Gelade on the next row. Matteo van der Kerkhoff as well in this race, so hopefully Matthias and Matteo do not have a close battle, because that will be very interesting for us. Packen Weisenberger and Aaron Ferrazzano from Andrea Pirovano and Gilles Renmans, Kevin Latinga and Tobias Norman from Lewis Bertrand and Affray. Looks like the Belgian driver of Clement Machard has not left the pit lane. He is still in the pit lane if he is retired from the weekend. Kuha Lee as well, starting alongside that one. Annabelle Bryan from Rema Blanc, from Alex Chialto, Yuta Suzuka, Jan Rotherin from James Shotton, Natalia Granada, Mada Al-Salati, and Yoshido Kodai rounding out the field in this one, 32 karts. And yes, so Matteo and Matthias start alongside, very close to each other, the two Belgians. So hopefully they're not absolutely line of certain. That'll make it nice and difficult for us. Right then, there is Ruben Moya on your screen, getting himself ready for this one. Again, it's going to be a tense moment for Moya. He needs to out-qualify Calai Atkins, who will be out in the second of the qualifying heats. Goldstein, we have to wait to the end of it. Goldstein at the moment, maximum points at this moment is looking good. It'll be all down to where Goldstein finishes in his race. But certainly this is going to be a serious challenge for this grid. And I can imagine a lot of tension being formed right now.
So one of the interesting incidents from the last Mini X30 race that didn't make it onto our television cameras.
Go on.
Have a think about this, Anthony. What does it say in the blue book about running in a kart with an umbrella? I know, that's a bit of a weird one. However, in the last heat on the way out of the formation lap, young Saif Al-Abaidli completed the first lap, realized he had an umbrella in the kart,
on the final turn, he threw it out because obviously you can't race with one. There's nothing in the blue book about that.
No. I think you're wrong. I think that's page 244, subsection 12B, I think, in the blue book.
I do apologise.
Off the top of my head.
Right, let's go racing for the last time in this group. As up to the front, Ian Eichmann's battles with Ruben Moya. Up to the inside comes Tedesco to take over second position. And there's a big congregation. Several carts going off there in the inside of turn 2. But they all managed to get going again. So it's a spin or two, but at least it's not race ending.
Oh, and another one.
Another one in the middle of the corner, and it's bouncing around. It's the 383 that has gone off there. That is Badr Al Salaiti, and problems for the 377 in the mix. That's NR Frey.
Yeah, NR Frey just had to avoid any contact there and just took to the grass. So smart driving, but unfortunately dropped down several positions as well.
Well, if you're Ian Eichmann's, all you've got to do is get yourself back into a decent position, and this can be a very easy day at the office. So it'll be a tricky one, but Eddie Goldstein is looking good for the pole position, sat on the sidelines waiting for his final qualifying heat, but Tedesco is all over the back of Ruben Moya. He wants to upset the party here to try and move his way further forward. Up the inside, and Tedesco's not going to hang about here. Job done. Eichmann's will try and go with him to move into second position. They're going to go side by side. Goldstein will be absolutely loving this because Eichmann's is getting stuck behind Moya, and this will increase his chances of moving into pole position overall. But there goes Moya back on the inside of Tedesco. Eichmann's going with him, and he hasn't got the throttle application. So Tedesco manages to hold on a second for the time being.
Yeah, as well as this is allowing everyone else to close in. Daniel Wellens and De Shepper still there as well. Alfaez is there as well, just trying to close in, but Moya still leading the way, only just though. Playing around with the engine just a little bit there to try and get a little bit more out of it if possible. But again, just seeing what these drivers are doing, positioning the karts. Moya now looking a little bit more comfortable at the front here, but here comes Eichmann's down the inside of Tedesco into turn 12, gets that move done and is up into P2. Now the charge begins. Can Eichmann's close the gap to Moya? Takes a much tighter line going in towards turn 1. Two very different racing lines there between our two drivers. I think it was slightly more defensive there from Eichmann's to keep Tedesco behind. As Tedesco now under pressure from De Shepper. De Shepper right on that rear bumper, trying to look for the move, and he goes alongside Tedesco and gets alongside and goes through. Now Wellens comes through, and Alfagares gets through as well as he looks to the inside. Yes, half on half, closely, but Tedesco slams it all close on him.
Wow, this is very tricky stuff. Ruben Moya trying to hang on here from Eichmann's and De Shepper. A brilliant charge forward from Alex De Shepper in the final race of the day. For him, up the inside, there goes Hamza Alfayez, picking up another move, this time on Tedesco. But Kevin Lantinga has got an investigation flag on his name there, so I'm not sure what that's for. Alfayez goes defensive in the final turn to try and keep his teammate back, and that is a retirement for the TB car. So that is a big disaster for Andrea Peravano. He'd already had big problems this weekend, and now it's even worse as Hamza Alfayez has to go defensive against his teammate Mark Lepiccolo. Lepiccolo absolutely adamant, I am coming through.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, well, Kadai with the fastest lap of the race as well. Yoshida Kadai looking very, very strong out there, but look at this train here starting to form. Look at the battle here. It's down the inside, near contact there. Near contact, it wasn't, but Hamza Alfayez gets the move done and gets past. That wasn't Moya who was getting past, was it? It could have been. No, it's not. Actually, no, I think it is. Is that Ruben Moya right down in the field?
It certainly is. So Ruben Moya has dropped considerably.
No, he's still second on there. No, I think he's good.
So Ruben Moya's okay.
No, this is much further down.
It's his teammate. It's Luca Griggs, I think.
Yeah.
So Griggs is the one that ended up dropping back down into 8th position. So Eichmann's still leading this one now, having taken it from Moya and De Shepper. But this is getting pretty spicy as now we look at Renmans, Griggs, and Alfayez. Oh, and that's getting very close indeed. Gilles Renman just about able to hold on in front of Hamza Alfayez, with Luca Griggs managing to get through in position earlier back. But this is a very tricky run now as Alfayez tries to assert himself, gets back on the inside of Gilles Renman, but there's two Eichmann's karts now right underneath him. This is all getting pretty hectic in the final race of the day for these Senior X30 drivers. They know it's now or never to get into the final 72 for the Superheats tomorrow, and they are taking no prisoners.
Yeah, like I say, desperation kicks in at this point now in the weekend of drivers fighting for those last few spots, like you said, to make those 72 drivers to get through. Pack and Weisenberger now with the warning flag as well. Weisenberger who sits currently in 22nd place. No, he doesn't sit in 22nd place. He sits in 18th place. But yeah, now he sees a 5-second time penalty. There's Natalia Granada coming through the field as well. Where is Natalia out on circuit? Currently quite far up the order, actually. She's had a very good run. She's up 18 positions. She's in P12. What a drive. And I think a lot of these drivers have actually put on a fresh set of tyres on their wagon, because they do have the 1.5 sets, am I right in saying, or the 2 sets that they have for this weekend. So yeah, they are able to stick on another set of boots to try and help them out. And I think for Yoshiro Kodai, 21 positions gained. I think he's done just that. Kioli as well, 14 positions gained. He's done that. And Natalia Granada, she's done that, 18 positions gained. So they've all been siding through the field.
Yeah, and they need to. They know they've got an opportunity to get through, but only if they go for their fresh sets of tyres. Now, there's a slowing couple of carts here, as Hamza Al-Fayez, I think, got caught out a little bit further round. Up the inside, that is the move from De Schepper. De Schepper gets into 2nd place, past Ruben Moya. So Ruben Moya has been dropped to 3rd, behind Alex De Schepper, who has clearly done the same tactic. He's clearly put on fresh boots on part of the kart. So De Schepper has got through. Now, this is Al-Fayez getting manhandled out of the corner here, going wheel to wheel with Gilles Renman, and Al-Fayez determined, don't you dare push me around. And that's how it ended up.
Oh, no, and that's a disaster.
Well, can Al-Fayez catch it back?
He does.
What a save! How about that? He actually saved that and kept going. That is amazing.
That's pretty good going. It's all still kicking off here, though. And this is Wellens on the back of Ruben Moya, who is down into 3rd place now. De Schepper up into 2nd. Eichmann still leading the way by nearly a second now. This is very close. Look at the closing distance here now. Big lunge here from Wellens, and gets down the inside and moves up into 3rd place now. Ruben Moya starting to struggle here, and potentially, I mean, is he saving something for tomorrow here for the superheats? Is he expecting it to be dry? Is he saving slicks?
Well, it may just be that he's pushed the slicks as far as they can go, and that's the thing for Ruben Moya. He doesn't need to try too hard here to get into the superheats, but he does need to be careful how many points he concedes. Annabelle Brian, rather sadly, has picked up a warning flag, and that's going to come with a 5-second penalty. And knowing how feisty she can be, she's going to be very angry indeed about that. So Ian Eichmann's out in front. 4 laps to go, including this one. A 2nd clear now of De Schepper. Now, this is a replay of De Schepper. Look, Moya actually let him go.
Yeah, Moya not fighting that whatsoever.
Well, he's clearly seen the writing on the wall here. He's seen that there are drivers on fresh tyres and gone, do you know what? I'm not going to overcook my tyres. If we don't get rain tomorrow, I still need a relatively decent set of tyres on my kart ready for the superheat tomorrow. So he's not going to push harder than he has to. He lets Delano Waylands go as well. So Moya now P4. Marco Piccolo is going to be the next one. Even if he loses ground by 1 more kart, I don't think that's going to be quite the big problem that people might be concerned it is for Ruben Moya. I think he's still looking relatively good over the course of the weekend.
Certainly so. Well, Gerauto now with the fastest lap of the race, in at P17, some 14 seconds down.
Well, this is an exciting one because Delano Waylands is now there in 3rd position, and I know that his 2 siblings, Damara and Denisha, are watching on the sidelines, absolutely gunning for Delano to get into P2 here and close up on Alex De Schepper. I think Ian Eichmann's is already a lost cause, but 2nd place is absolutely on here for Delano Waylands as he comes off the final turn. He'll be in the slipstream for De Schepper, closing, gaining time, and he'll dive for the inside line. Delano Waylands through in a P2. Lovely job from the KCR driver. That'll do nicely.
Yeah, that was a brake initially, and then he lifted off the brakes and just coasted it into the inside there, and then, reapplied the brakes. So, yeah, nice move there from Delano Waylands, and he moves up into P2. Couple of laps left in it, and yeah, that gap 1.3 seconds. That is a tall order if he wants to try it, but certainly we won't hinder him from it. We'll let him crack on, see if he can.
And it is a point to point out that Delano Waylands has never finished in Senior X30 as high as 2nd place in a qualifying heat before. Maybe in a B final, maybe in a second chance, but certainly not in an open qualifying heat like this. So this is going to be Delano Waylands' best ever result in Senior X30 at this stage of the weekend, if he can hold on to it from Alex De Schepper. But De Schepper is going to throw everything at him in the closing stages of this. So Delano Waylands hoping to hang on a 2nd position. They go through turn 4, up towards 5. Keep it together, Delano. Looking good. De Schepper's going to throw it at you. An opportunity here for the Shepper if he gets a tighter radius and a faster run, but he loses a little bit of traction. That's going to be enough to give Delano Valens a little bit of breathing space. And Ruben Moya has got rid of Mark Lepiccolo, and he still finds himself. What's happened to Mark Lepiccolo? He's broken down. Lepiccolo has broken down on the final lap.
Yeah, he's tumbling down the order now. He's out of this race. Yeah, he's out of the kart, and that's an absolute disaster. Oh, well, he was having such a good race as well, but Eijkmans is having an even better race because out the final corner, he will be good, and that will be guaranteed pole in one of the finals. But which one will it be? Because there are still 2 more races to go.
De Schepper got Valens on the line. He absolutely got him on the line. We've had so many wheel-to-wheel battles over the finish line today, and De Schepper comes home second in front of Delano Valens. Still the best result for either driver in Senior X30 at this level. Moya, though, saves his bacon in 4th position. That keeps him in the hunt for the final tomorrow. But Ian Eijkmans, 4 wins out of 5. Guaranteed pole for Superheat A or B.
Well, looking forward to what happens tomorrow. But there are still 2 more races to go. And starting on pole position for that one, Sam Balota and Heikki Kaltonen, who at the moment, Heikki Kaltonen, 7th in that one, has no chance of attacking any possible chances of being on a pole position. That would literally be down to what happens to Eli Goldstein in the final race of today. That'll be coming up in a few moments' time. That is due to start at 6 o'clock local time. Next race due to start at 5:40. Which is around 6 minutes' time. Here's a look then at the classifications. At the end of qualifying heat E and F. Eijkmans from De Schepper, Wellens from Moya, Griggs from Lee, Norman from Romans, then it's Kodai, Weisenberger, Tedesca, Schotten, Granada, and Alfayez. Alex Carato takes 15th place in that one. So many positions gained on that one. Yoshido Kodai, 23 places gained in that race. Lee as well, 17 positions. Tobias Norman, 12 positions gained. James Schotten, 17 positions. Natalia Granada, 17 positions. Alex Girauto, 11 positions gained. So many big movers all the way throughout that one. A look at the rest of the results on that one. A couple of retirements as well. 1 non-starter. Certainly a very, very close race. We know then that Ian Eijkmans will be starting on pole for the Superheats, but which one? Here's a look at the highlights then of that race. A hand up in the mid-pack there, not happy with the get-go. That looked like 381 potentially with the hand up in the air. Not sure who that was. Spins in the background though, and unfortunately a couple of the karts going around. It was a big shame for them. It was not a clean start for the entire grid. But for the rest of them, oh yeah, there was a bit of a concertina effect that kicked in. That was a good angle there to show at the start of that one. You can see some drivers went, and some drivers in the mid-pack didn't go, and then all of a sudden it all went a bit P-tong. Yeah, there was the up and round moment just in the background as well. This scary moment here, right at the back, I believe that could have been Baba Al-Salati who went round as well, and Ian Frey also having to take avoiding action. But it would all kick off at the front though still. Very nice racing as Tedesca trying to go for the moves, took the lead earlier on. Moya would take it back. Eijkmans trying his best to get down the inside, did not have the go out of the corner and would have to slot back into 3rd place. He would try later on into the final corner. That's where Eijkmans would get it done. Would later go on to take the race lead as well. And then the rest of the field came in. This is where Delano Wellens and Alex De Schepper got involved. And this battle was absolutely fantastic here with Luca Griggs closing in as well, just behind. It would all go a bit P-tong, unfortunately, for Hamza Al-Fayez, who would end up spinning at one point. But the retirement there, the TB Kart Racing Team driver of Andrea Pierovano, who has not had a good weekend, if anything, a weekend to forget. And still, there were battles raging on all the way throughout the field. This was a little further down in the field as well. Milan Marcek involved in that scrap. This was around 15th, 16th, 17th out on track. Natalia Granada making the moves as well with an impressive finish in P13 after gaining several positions. This was the moment here. Hold your breath as round you go. Goes Hamza Al-Fayez. Crucially, catches it and then gets going. Absolutely fantastic kart control. But again, commitment to holding the position there, being squeezed onto the outside. But yeah, certainly showing that you mean business here. Then the changes coming in thick and fast with 291 taking second place. While De Shepper getting the moves done as well as Delano Wellens, who would later close in. These two battling all the way to the end of that one. Wellens holding on to that one, but it would be a run to the line for second place. But Alex De Shepper would take it from Delano Wellens in second and third. Eichmann's taking the win, and he'll be happy with that one. He confirms a pole position for tomorrow, but we're ready down in Parc Fermé. We'll head down to Jake Sanson.
After a run of 4 wins and a second place through the qualifying heats, Ian Eichmanns is guaranteed a pole position for one of the super heats in Senior X30 here at Karting Genk. A fabulous performance all weekend. The pace has been there right from the start of time qualifying. Just talk us through how the day has been going for the team and for you with the tyre management, how it's all come together.
For now the tyre management has been good. We have found a good setup, a good base setup, where we can rely on. So yeah, for now it's good. And yeah, 4 heat wins, not bad. 1 P2, so yeah, we're up there.
The weather predictions tell us that there could be some rain over the course of the finals, so obviously that's going to have to change the tactics again. But you and the Eichmanns team are used to that here. You know some of the special tricks, so what can we expect from you guys if it does rain?
I think we'll be fast if it rains. With the experience my dad and Nelson have with the setups. So yeah, it will be exciting tomorrow and will be fun.
We crowned a Belgian champion last year, but it's been quite a long time since a Belgian has been on the top step of the podium in Belgium in a Senior X30 final here in international competition. So this is a big opportunity for you, especially with this being your home race and with Speedwear and Eichmanns just down the road. What is this going to mean to you if you can pull it off?
Yeah, it's going to mean very much to me, as it's not so far from my home. So yeah, it will be nice to grab a win here.
Okay, well, we wish you all the very best for the finals. Good luck, Ian, and we'll see you on pole.
Thank you.
Fabulous performance from Ian Eichmanns, a really exciting performance from the young Belgian. The Eichmanns Grand Prix team putting him into exactly the position he needs to be. That's 1 Belgian on the pole position. In 2 races' time, it's up to Ellie to make it 2. But for the next heat, there's still plenty of big names to fight for contention.
Well, good to see there then. The next race getting underway. Qualifying heats E and F over and done with. We turn our attention now to qualifying heat C and D that's about to make its way out onto the circuit. Sam Balota and Heikki Kaltonen then starting this one on the front row as the whistle blows and the karts make their way out onto the circuit. This is going to be an exciting one to determine who's going to be starting further down in the order. I don't think there's going to be any effect on the actual outright intermediate classifications for this one. Let's take you through the starting lineup though. Sam Balota for Heikki Kaltonen, Matthias Maschalt and Fred Green, Angelo Melli and Calai Atkins. He certainly is looking to change that effect between himself and Ruben Moya as well. Atkins needs a good result in this one. Mika Voss as well from Floris Costa, from Sam Shaw, Hugo Gelade and Loris Sasha, Ricardo Sorelli and Victor Luiz, Elo Gonzalez from Microvoltas, Victor Kumala from Charles Lambert, Marcus Glum from Rafael Priard, Luis Hessier from Farid Al-Khaled. Henk Vogt Jr. then starts a little further down the order. Louis Johnson-Cool from Santiago Ribeiro, Li Ming Yang and Leo Weber, Abdullah Kamel, Alexander Ruta, Celine Canol, Andreas Devizoglu and Pazel Al-Yafel starts at the back of the grid. Khalid Al-Magagi not leaving the pit lane, so he has not started this one, which is a bit of a shame. But let's see what happens then in this one. Like we were saying, no effect for the drivers who are going to be starting on the top spot for this one. But we may see an effect with the rest of the grid. Where is Atkins going to finish? Where is Moya going to finish in the intermediate classifications? Moya, remember, who is going to be starting already a little further down the order. He certainly needs to fight his way back up. He's already done his race. He can't do anything more. He has got 13 points to his names. It is really going to be a case of where does Atkins finish. If Atkins finishes in, well, second, it will still be Moya who's in front, and he would get more championship points effectively going into tomorrow. So effectively, Calai Atkins needs to win this to determine he gets more championship points at the end of the intermediate classifications than Moya to to make sure he maintains his championship lead. And again, if that doesn't make sense, head to the live timing and have a look at the points as well to have a know what we mean. Because again, I can imagine it can be quite confusing between the points. It took me a while to get used to it as well, but certainly it is a good point system, and certainly it does work out very, very well for a lot of the drivers. So here we go then for the penultimate race of the day. X30 Senior qualifying heat C and D as they get themselves going for this race. Here we go, into the tram lines, looking nice and clean. Is it going to be a green? No, it's going to be a false start. Bit too eager on that go pedal for Sam Balota. And the field goes round again. So again, slight delay to the start of this one. And you can imagine now that the tyres, who I'm sure the drivers don't want to be pushing too hard all the way throughout this one. They need to be very, very careful of how hard they push these, but certainly has been a very, very exciting day. Goldstein then leads the intermediate classifications at the moment for me and Eichmann, Eduardo Villa from Finn McLaughlin, Matthias Michaud from Calais Atkins, Heikki Kautonen and Ruben Moya. The top 8 in the intermediate classification standings. Like we're saying, one more race after this one, and certainly it's going to be a very interesting day in terms of the championship standings as well in the senior category. Ruben Moya and Atkins joint 62 championship points going into this one. We need to wait to see what happens at the end of the superheats and this one as well to determine who is going to get what in terms of championship points. Sam Shaw and Eduardo Villa, 3rd and 4th in the standings as well. They're a handful of points behind. It is still any driver's game in this one to win in the championship. The 4th and final round of the IAME Euro Series here at karting Genk. Drivers make their way into turn 12 then for the second time of asking as we get going for this one. Balota and Heikki Kautonen on the front row. They wait for the lights. Lights go green. Down in towards turn 1 they go. Who's going to get the whole shot going in towards turn number 1? It could be Heikki Kautonen as the two of them go side by side and wheel to wheel. Down the inside, Matthias Michaud gets into 3rd place, holds on to it as the Constantine effect kicks in. Kart's getting spat out left, right and centre in the background there, but crucially, it's a good start from the front row and it's a good start from Sam Balota, who holds on to it from Heikki Kautonen as they go through and up and over 3-4 karts involved. And one of the fusions not going any further.
Yeah, that is very much game over for the 251. I think that is in the middle of it. So that's Victor Kulmala. So the Finnish driver out of this race then on the fusion. So very unfortunate indeed. He just got caught in the middle of a rock and a hard place, got spat out, never going to carry on once you get that airborne. But Balota out in front of Kautonen, looking very solid at the moment from Michaud, who still feels he's got an opportunity in this one. And we need to keep an eye on the 322 in this. A very good start already from Sam Shaw. And if he manages to maximise the tyre strategy in behind Calais Atkins, there could be a real upset here from Sam Shaw.
Yep, there seriously could be, but we'll keep a close eye on that one there. You can see Victor Kumala's car getting pushed off onto the grass there just in the foreground. But, like you're saying, at the front here, very, very crucial. I like I say, my biggest one of this one is that we have to see where Atkins finished, because effectively he needs to win this race if he wants to gain the more championship points than Ruben Moya.
Yeah, there's only one shot really to make that work, so he's got to maximise every chance he's got left, and he's only got 9.5 laps really to make that opportunity count in his favour. There's Kulmala just walking away, but very disappointing and very frustrating indeed as that is. He's just got to continue on, ready for the next race and hope that he's going to have another opportunity to make it count. But up the inside, bit of a squirrely moment there for one of the FA cards. I think that is the privateer of Charles Lambert having a little bit of a moment there in the middle of the conflagration. But certainly up to the inside, this is going to be a lead change. Kautonen has sought his opportunity on Balota and got there. And as Balota tries to defend it, now that's brought Matis Michaud into the battle. This will get interesting because Calais Atkins and Sam Shaw are not far away. Michaud dives in on Balota. Beautiful.
That was a fantastic dive down the inside at turn number 6 there. Matthias Michaud absolutely flying out there. Now up to 2nd place. Instantly goes defensive from Balota. That brings Atkins in, that brings Sam Shaw in, and that brings Mika Vos. And we know Mika Vos can go for a lunge as well, so if he's close enough for you, he'll go for it.
Well, this is perfect for Kalteren, because if Michaud continues to defend, knowing that he probably hasn't got the one-lap pace to catch up to Kalteren, then this race becomes an absolute rout for Henki Kalteren up front. For everybody else trying to get close to him, they're going to have to absolutely batter the battering ram of Mattis Michaud before they even get there. Atkins on Belota, Shaw going with him. Here comes Mika Voss. They're going to bump draft their way down the straight, trying to find the way on the inside, and Belota is going to get hung out to dry if he's not careful around the outside. Atkins and Shaw both managed to deal with Belota. Now Belota back on the inside, but Shaw carries the speed right round the outside. Surely he can't hold that. He can! Beautifully done from Sam Shaw. He shuts down Sam Belota.
Yeah, that's some absolutely fantastic driving there. Great kart control as well, and knowing the limits of your kart as Voss goes to the inside here of Belota through the carousel, and that's done and dusted as well.
So a very nice move as Sam Belota drops to P6. Mika Voss continuing this fabulous weekend that he is having. The Dutchman really in a good state of position now in behind Sam Shaw. Marcus Gloom picks up the warning flag and the 5-second penalty that goes with that, sadly. But meanwhile, Sam Belota trying to get back into this one. Tucked up again as he is behind Mika Voss. Green, Costa, Meli, Gonzalez, Gillard and Saxa all giving chase behind. But up in front, Kalteren is getting licensed to pull away. Michaud, a big nut jostle as Sam Shaw forces the issue on Mika Voss, and Sam Belota goes with him. Is this going to be able to be held on? Certainly for the moment, Shaw defensive enough to keep Belota at bay.
Yeah, certainly this is still heating up now as everyone's closed in now. Fred Green, Costa's closed in as well. This is still just kicking off, and Floris Costa now with the fastest lap of the race. He's not going to look to the inside. That will go to Fred Green, who's looking down the inside and gets past Mika Voss. So Voss now under pressure from Floris Costa also. Costa not going for the move just as of yet. You can see him right there in the white and red race suit. The yellow helmet just coming through, shot there. There's Sam Shaw and Belota, still line astern as well. Off the track, and that's a retirement. And who is that that's gone off the track? Is that the 226 there? Is that what I'm seeing there?
That is Mingyang Lee.
Yeah, it is. It's the 388. Sorry, the 388 that's off the track. So, well, again, that's another retirement for Li Mangyi, isn't it?
Yeah, he's really not had the most fortuitous day. Meanwhile, Belota gets back in on Sam Shaw to get into 4th position. So Sam Belota clinging on to his hopes of the top 5 here by an absolute thread, but it's all come apart for him. He's just not had the race pace that other drivers have had. Fahed Al-Khaled, the Birla Middle East driver, bangs in the fastest lap of 55.0, which compared to Kalteren up front on a 55.7, that tells you the difference between a half-fresh set of tyres and a full set of the used. So very difficult indeed to assess the situation, but certainly these guys have really had to work incredibly hard to make the pace come their way. But that is the difference between fresh boots and used boots, 0.7 of a second per lap.
Certainly is. This battle is far from over at the front here. Come a shout all over that rear bumper from Heikki Kalteren. Kalteren's race is far from over on this one, and well, look at that one. Calais Atkins there in 3rd place is in a good spot here to be in front of Ruben Moya in the intermediate classifications. He needs to maintain that through the superheats as well to get those championship points to help him out. Here we go to the inside. No move here from Michaud. Stays behind. And a sneak peek at the inside there at Heikki Kalteren, not going for the move just yet. Atkins though still in 3rd, has closed in. 3-horse battle. No changes just as of yet as they go through Cafe Corner in towards turn 11. Down into the final corner now they go, and again, watch for the slipstream here, because I suspect we're going to see a move this time. Look at the closing distance there from Atkins into the braking zone of 12. What's it going to be down the start-finish straight? Is he going to go for the move down the inside here? Is anyone going to go for the move? Yes, they are. Down the inside, Michaud goes for the move for the race lead. Kalteren down into 2nd, and Atkins there again, just waiting to pick up the pieces in P3. Not able to go for the move just yet. Is he going to go for a dive? Here he is, down in towards turn 6. And gets it done, lines it up perfectly. If you can get that exit out of turns 3, 4, and 5, you can get it lined up there perfectly for turn 6, and that's exactly what Atkins did. Now, Kalteren needs to be careful, because if he starts battling instantly with Atkins, they will lose touch with Michaud. They need to stay working together to close that gap, and look at Atkins pushing that cut to its limit.
He really is. Solana Knoll now gets the fastest lap of the race, and she has had a bit of an average weekend so far, but again, having fresh boots on the kart gives her the chance to put a very quick lap under her belt. So Matis Michel leading. That's Abdullah Kamel with a mechanical flag. He's going to be out of this race. Now, this is what happened on the first lap. Look back. This is Kalai Atkins making his bid on the inside. How close was that to a bit of an issue with Sam Shaw? That's how he worked his way forward earlier in the race. And look at some of these moves he's been able to pull off.
Yeah, they've just been well-timed, calculated, and it's exactly what he needs to do. He knows that he's needed to do this to make sure he gets a good starting spot later on. And he's now taken the lead of this one. Atkins to the lead, and that move will have been done out through turn 6. And you said there down the back straight to Michel, right, think about it, let's go, let's not battle. As if it can break away even more from the rest of the field, because they have closed in. Shaw, Balota and Flores Costa, they're all still there, 4th, 5th and 6th. They're closing in as well, but eyes on this battle with only a couple of laps to go.
And Michout is not going to get another chance here on Kalai Atkins if the pace is where it's currently at, because Atkins has been dropping these decent laps one by one, and this is going to give him a great chance of securing top 10 in the overall rankings. Here's the move.
Yeah, and again, just into turn 6, well timed.
Yeah, over the curbs, had the momentum, had the throttle application, turned in on the radius, shut Matis Michel down on the exit. Very nicely handled from Kalai Atkins. The championship fight is still very much on, because Atkins and Moya are now going to overturn each other.
Yep.
Atkins is going to finish ahead of Moya in the interim rankings, but they're both going to start their superheat from 3rd on the grid, the prime position.
Yeah, this is what we were saying. They needed to try and beat each other going into this one. So right now, those two, their championship fight far from over. That is going to be one to watch tomorrow in the superheats and the finals. But right now, stay tuned with this one, because the race is far from over, as still these two here, Mika Voss and Sam Balota, battling 6th and 7th place on track, swapping positions all the way throughout. But right now, Mika Voss in control of those two. Again, slipstream in towards turn 1, kicking in, and Michout's just closing the gap as we go on to the final lap. I don't think he's going to be close enough for a move on this lap. I think it's going to go the way of Atkins, unless Michout can pull a miracle out of the hat here, and I think he's trying to do just that, and that's a lot of damage there to Abdullah Kamel, who again has had another retirement in this race. The driver from Saudi Arabia, unfortunately, retiring once again. But here, Atkins checks over the shoulder and has done exactly what he needed to do in this race to help his championship fight. He has had a tough weekend of trying to fight his way through the field, but he has done just that. Out of the final corner, Atkins takes the win and finishes ahead in the intermediate classifications of Ruben Moya. Well, Atkins takes the win from Heikki Kaltunen. Matthias Michout from Sam Shaw finishing in P5 after gaining 5 positions. The graphic there showing Sam Shaw, but can confirm Kalai Atkins taking the win for Crop Promotions out on circuit after 11 laps of racing. Sam Shaw finishing in P4 from Flores Costa. Mika Voss, Sam Balota and Elo Gonzalez all gaining positions. Elo Gonzalez with the 6 places gained. But your man on screen there, Kalai Atkins for Crop Promotions, the young driver who is fighting for his championship this weekend. He is joint 1st place with Ruben Moya in the championship points. But at the end of their bout of qualifying heats, Kalai Atkins is 5th, Ruben Moya is 6th. We'll find out what happens with them tomorrow. A look at the intermediate, the original classifications. Kalai Atkins taking the win from Heikki Kaltunen and Matthias Michout. Sam Shaw finishing in 4th place from Flores Costa. Mika Voss from Sam Balota and Elo Gonzalez. Fred Green from Angelo Melli, Lorit Sasha and Hugo Gelade. Fred Alcalade and Michael Walters. Santiago Ribeiro finishing in P15 for the EK team. There you can see Atkins just in the background as you see the rest of the race results getting through. Again, brilliant result. He'll be delighted with that one, knowing exactly what he needed to do in this one. One from 6 on the grid, 5 positions gained. A brilliant, brilliant run. Here's a look at some of the highlights And a great start and a shaky start there. Heikki Kaltunen trying to get that kart turned in. Unfortunately, Sam Balota was there and he was not able to get the full turn in. That was the devastating moment that we lost Victor Kulmala in that collision. A couple of other karts just getting swept onto the outside as well, trying to hold on to it. Atkins and Shaw fighting away all the way throughout that one as well, but Atkins would certainly have to fight his way through the field, and he certainly did that. But Balota and Kaltunen still battling away left, right and centre. This ultimately allowed Atkins to close in once again, always the way. Machout, though, with a brilliant run. Matej Machout has certainly been a driver to watch this weekend. Sam Shaw as well, one of them getting down the inside of Mika Voss. Sam Balota again just trying to fight his way back through. This is after the fact that Calais Atkins had got the move done. Fred Green also going for the move there on Mika Voss. Fred Green would drop down back to P9 at the end of that one. That was the change for the initial race lead. Matej Machout's getting past Heikki Kaltunen in towards turn number 1. And only a couple of corners later, there will be a change for second, as Atkins would send it down the inside as well. And he would move up into the race lead on the next lap, past Matej Machout as well. And this was the moment. It was all signed, sealed, and done for Atkins. First on track, 5th in the intermediate classifications, but crucially ahead of his championship rival, Ruben Moya. The last race of the day is about to get going. Senior X30 qualifying heat A and B, and Eli Goldstein, who has had an absolutely perfect weekend so far, 4 out of 4 heat wins and pole position. It is going to be his to lose in this race. He is currently on that top spot in the classifications. He would start on pole for the A pre-final superheat tomorrow, with Eduardo Villa alongside at the moment, but both of those two drivers are in this race. So what could happen in this? Certainly looking forward to it. There is Eduardo Villa, 2 of the TP karts on the front row of this grid, twice a winner in the IAME Euros at Castelletto, and came 3rd here in the CIK FIA European Championships. But can he take a win in these qualifying heats? Can he get a good chunk of points in this one? Currently 3rd in the intermediate classification. He's got Finn McLaughlin behind him on track, physically on the grid, and behind him in the intermediate classifications as well. But starting alongside would be Hugo Besson, who's there in 3rd place on the 2nd row of the grid as the clean-up job begins. Quite a few karts retiring from that last race. In total, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts retiring and 1 non-starter. So luckily the trailer here at Genk is actually quite large, so it is a very swift clean-up job. There is Hugo Besson, who's starting on the 2nd row of the grid for the VDK Racing team on the Kart Republic chassis. Currently a very, very interesting weekend. Doesn't currently sit in the top 8 in the intermediate classifications, but still has had a relatively up and down weekend. I'm curious to see what he can do on this one. He is in technically the best starting spot that we would say, inside row P3. A good spot to have available to you. And again, it's probably a good spot that you'd want to start tomorrow in the championship as well. So with Finn McLaughlin starting alongside for this one on that 2nd row. It is certainly going to be an exciting one, with this one being the last race of the day. And tomorrow is going to be a busy day with all of the superheats and finals, of course. Make sure you stay up to date with all of that on the IAME Euro Series webpage as well. You can head to that one for all the results, the live timing, as well as the YouTube stream out there for everyone watching on motorsport.tv. On YouTube, Facebook, anywhere from around the world. Welcome as we go into the final race of the day in the IAME Euro Series round 4 here at Genk. As Senior X30 engines fire up and we get going. Qualifying heat A versus B, the fastest of the drivers in qualifying, and we are going to determine who is going to be starting on pole for the superheats tomorrow. Eli Goldstein and Eduardo Villa from Hugo Besson and Phil McLaughlin on the 2nd row. Danny Carinini and Florent Doda on row 3. Clement Outron from Sacha Bacun on row 4. Andrea Marcinis and Iles Prevot go from row 5 and the top 10. Bo Hymans and Luca de Gagne on row 6. Adam Al-Azari and Hugo Brun on row 7. Chester Kiefer and Casper Norman, they go from row 8 from Jules Caranta and Jessica Adrian on row 9. Arthur Fassort from Alex Moore on row 10. They round out the top 20 from Peter Stiller and Julian Kamin. Lawrence Steiger and Otto Pukkanen on row 12 from Annie Rattel, Matteo Giaccardi, Wesley de Goy, Lars Vinek, Diego Okazawa, Nolan Dubois, Luke Taylor, Mark Granada, and Seb Bagnaia at the back of the field. 17 rows, 33 karts. Looks like all karts have left the pit lane as well, which is good to see. This is Goldstein's race to finish. He needs to finish on that top spot in this one to maintain that top spot in the intermediate classifications. Well, Goldstein's got a fight on his hands here. We saw how far he won earlier on. I think he won by about 3.7 seconds. It was something incredible like that. Really crucial to see where he finishes in this one. Perfect weekend so far. Pole and 4 race wins. Can he make it 5 for 5? Freddie Goldstein, I can tell you right now, Eduardo Villa is going to make it very difficult for him, despite the fact that he is his teammate. There is a championship at stake, and Eduardo Villa is one of the long shots in this one. Ellie Goldstein, I don't think is in, well, yes, 6th in the point standings as well. Eduardo Villa 4th in the point standings, so they're still very close. There'll be a lot of work between the two of them. So they may work together, they might not. This is going to be an interesting one. They're going around again. Yeah, the grid not even formed up whatsoever at the back of the grid. So we didn't really get to slow down a little bit too much at the front. So they do go around one more time. They are delaying their start here, building the tension as the sun starts to set here at Genk. An absolutely beautiful day of racing here today. It was terrible conditions for qualifying and free practice yesterday, with the rain falling down. It was absolutely torrential. And I won't lie, the weather forecast for tomorrow is somewhat similar, but today has allowed everyone to enjoy the racing outside on the grandstand, looking into this very corner here, Cafe Curve, as they make their way round again to form themselves up, approaching the red line where they need to be, side by side, nice and slow and in formation. And a thumbs up there from Ellie Goldstein there saying, yep, I know what you mean. I'll slow down this time. Let's bunch them up. So, drivers making their way into the final corner. Here we go. Goldstein and Eduardo Villa on that front row. It's all going to be down here to what Goldstein can do. Can he maintain that top spot and start on pole for the Super Heat A tomorrow? Lights go green. Here we go then, down in towards turn 1. Bit of conjugation in the mid-pack there, but everyone gets through cleanly. Eduardo Villa sweeping to the outside there, not able to hold up, but oh dear, a big coming together. 5, 6 karts involved, and that's gone absolutely terribly wrong for those drivers, and it's just an absolute mayhem there. So many karts there. Right, we've got the 389, we've got the 323. I'll try and see as they confirm on my screen as well who exactly that was when they go through. So a couple of drivers involved in that one, I think. Florian Dreider involved in that one. Adrian Mastinis is there. Adam Al-Azari, Hugo Brun, Chester Kiefer, Casper Norman, and Arthur Fassort all involved in that coming together. And look at the damage there to the 389, Adam Al-Azari. And a full course yellow, I believe. Is that no double waved yellows? So double waved yellows just going into that section there to warn drivers to prepare to slow down. But yellow's clear, green flag's back out, and a big well done to both the drivers and to the track marshals there for clearing the track so quickly. Huge effort there by the track staff. And crucially, while that was happening, the race at the front still went on. Goldstein leads the way, and he's now cleared by nearly half a second from Hugo Besson and Eduardo Villa. Villa up into second place. Besson there in third. McLaughlin just holding on to P4. Danny Carinini up into P5 as well. Here's a look then at the start, and well, how on earth did that happen? So already you can see the Falcon there, the 398 Bo Homans, just moving across. I don't think he was the main part of it, but someone spanned just at the front, and yeah, and then just the back of the field just came in and just up and over, and just carts on top of carts there. Well, hopefully all of them were okay. The driver right in the middle there being squashed, and I'm not sure who that was with the white helmet. That was oh man, Adam Alazara. He was the driver right in the middle of that, being absolutely crammed, so hopefully he is okay. And again, there was another coming together just in the background there. So many drivers getting involved in incidents, and that was the 279 there as well. That is Florent Rider as well, and I think Andrea Mastines involved in that one, and a mechanical flag to Adam Alazara. Well, a fair play to him. Despite getting squashed by another kart and being wrapped around by others, he kept on going, but unfortunately his kart has sustained far too much damage, and he has been given the technical flag. Chesakiva into the pit lane. He's retired from the race as well. He's out of this one. And you can imagine a lot of work is going to be happening to some of these karts overnight. The last race of the day, they're certainly not giving their mechanics a lot of rest time, ready for the superheats and finals tomorrow. But here though, Goldstein, well, doing exactly what he needed to do here. He's looking for 5 out of 5. He's looking for a perfect weekend here, is Elie Goldstein. Eduardo Villa still there in second place from Besson as Mastines gets the fastest lap of the race. Zinnes, who's currently down in P27 after being involved in that coming together further down the order at the start of that race. But right now, we're watching the battle here for P3. Finn McLaughlin all over the rear bumper of Hugo Besson as Alazara comes into the pit lane now after seeing that technical flag. In McLaughlin though, all over that rear bumper. Here we go, into the final corner. Let's watch the drag here. The two VDKs going line astern. Watch the closing distance here as he reels him in closer and closer. Not able to get the move done into turn one. There's the damage, and that's a hefty bit of damage. Look at the tyre marks on that front bumper as well. And remember, that was completely squashed, that was. He had karts on top. You can see there the radiator overflow hose has been popped off as well. A bit of damage to that one. Unfortunately, yeah, out of the race. Big shame. So, half race distance, here we go then. Eyes at the front. Danny Carinini not able to close in just yet. Let's have a look at some of the big movers. Julian Kamen, big moves as well. 13 positions gained. He's up to the top 10 in P9. Andy Rattel, 11 positions gained as well. Luke Taylor also, 13 positions gained. This was Finn McLaughlin looking for the move. To the inside for P3. Gets it done. And I think Besson came back at him later on. No, Besson now down into 4th place. So McLaughlin getting that move done through turn number 1. And holding on to it. Carinini closing in. Here a little further back. Arjun and Prevost. Prevost there you can see in the pink helmet, black suit, just closing in. Here on the Patano kart of Jate Chadin. Just trying to find a way through this field, and again it's just spread out a little bit. Side-by-side action here down the inside. Goes to 230, Otto Pukkanen getting the move done on Sachabat Kun. Hyman's there, Rattel in the background and off the track. The 326 off the side of the circuit. Nolan Dubois, who was having a relatively decent race, and with the fact that he's looking at that, I don't know if that was contact or mechanical. The fact that he's facing the wrong way, one would suggest it may have been an assistance off the circuit. But for Nolan Dubois, not what he needed as well. Big look over the shoulder there for Rattel. And it was just a big shake of the hand there for Sacha Bakun, just saying, keep going. Do not start defending. Let's try and close that gap up, because they are doing well. P14 and 15, they're trying to lap back onto the back of Otto Pukkanen, who has driven slightly away from them here. Julian Kamen says the fastest lap of the race, who's currently in P9, 13 positions up. And Julian Kamen having an absolutely fantastic race here. There you can see Otto Pukkanen just up ahead on the yellow EGP kart. trying to drive away from this battle. But plenty happening out on circuit. Not much happening at the front. That stayed roughly the same. Goldstein and Villa, if anything, actually, I think Villa's closed in just that little bit at the front of the grid. We'll keep an eye on it out the window. 4/10 gained. We'll keep an eye on this battle here between Andy Rattel and Sacha Bakurna. I think Andy Rattel's starting to break away, actually, and is looking to the back. Here is the race lead, and that has come down quite considerably. Down to 0.3 of a second now, and there's plenty of time left in this race. So is Goldstein under pressure here. Pole in qualifying, 4 out of 5 current race wins. He's on race 5 now, and he's looking to make it 5 out of 5. Eduardo Villa, though, who is third at the moment in the intermediate classifications, cannot improve on that. Will not be able to go into second in the intermediate classifications. He will not be starting on pole, but he would be starting on the front row for the Superheat A if he stays where he is. There is no benefit to overtaking Eli Goldstein here whatsoever for Eduardo Villa. It's purely a case of pride here. And I can imagine Eli Goldstein will want to defend it because he wants a perfect weekend. And of course, then you've got the 2 teammates involved. So this is an interesting one. The teammates, there's no benefit to him overtaking. Goldstein's looking for the perfect weekend, and Villa's faster at the moment. That sounds like a recipe for disaster in my book, but hopefully these two sort it out and they have a good race. There's only a couple of laps left to go in this one. So Goldstein and Villa, line astern. I can only imagine what's going through Eduardo Villa's mind here. He'll have the angel and devil on his shoulder here. Do I do it or do I not? Go for the move. I mean, you've got to give it to Eduardo Villa. I mean, if it was me, I'd go for the move, but Eduardo Villa is another story here as we look a little further back in the order. As the 254 and the 2.341 still battling away. Further down the order, Hugo Besson and Adrit, that move has now been done. Jitek Adrit getting the move done. Now moving up into P4 now. Andy Carinini looking, or Danny Carinini I should say, looking to close in as well on that battle. This is the battle for P4 on circuit. McLaughlin's broken away. In third place, he's kind of on his own, really. Waiting for the move, and well, I think from that look over the shoulder there as we go on to the final lap, I think Eduardo Villa has said, don't worry about it, I'm not going to go for it. Goldstein, you take it, Ellie. As Casper Norman sees a warning flag, 5 seconds added on to that race as well, in race penalty for Casper Norman. He will not like that, 380. He's currently a little further down the order, currently in P28. But for Eli Goldstein here, in the championship, it's currently 7th. As we see the replay there for P4 earlier on. Jatik Aydin getting the move done, has gained 14 positions in this race, now into P4. Very, very quick. But Goldstein here into the final corner. And it's a signed, sealed day here for Eli Goldstein. Perfect. Qualifying, pole, race 1, win, 2, 3, 4, and now race 5, all wins for Eli Goldstein this weekend for the TB Kart Racing team. 7th in the championship. It's a long shot if he can get the championship this year, but he's certainly going to fight hard to take it. Your winner after 11 laps of the final race of the day, Eli Goldstein, who'll be starting on pole position for Superheat A tomorrow. A brilliant result for him. Eduardo Villa and Finn McLaughlin as well, finishing in 3rd, and the 326 there just getting pushed back on Nola Dubois. Race over, unfortunately, huge shame. Jatik Aydin finishing in P4, 14 positions gained. Julian Caron, 17 positions gained in P5. A solid result as they make their way back into Parc Fermé. We'll have a short break. We'll be back in a moment. We'll be chatting to our driver who's going to be starting on pole for Superheat A in just a moment's time. Don't go anywhere. Well, I'm down here in Parc Fermé with Eduardo Villa, who, Goldstein, sorry, Ellie Goldstein, not Eduardo Villa, sorry. It's been a very long day, Ellie. Mate, honestly, what a perfect weekend. Polling qualifying, 5 out of 5. We were just saying here, do you want to save any winning for the rest of the drivers here this weekend?
Yeah, perfect weekend for us. Perfect beginning of the weekend for us so far. I'm really happy about the job we did with the TB team. And yeah, they did a massive job also with my teammate Eduardo. So I'm really happy to be in front for tomorrow's super heat.
Yeah. Now the TB kart, I'm pretty sure there's only 4 chassis of the TB kart name here in this paddock this weekend. And it's been the second most successful chassis here this weekend. I mean, that's got to say something, hasn't it?
We worked for it. We worked for it since last year, end of last year. So I mean, I'm really happy about the progress we did with the team and the work we do also before the race. That's how we prepare the race. I'm really happy about what we are doing for the moment, and I hope we will continue on this way for next year.
Tomorrow is another very busy day with the super heats and the finals. I think he's 7th in the championship standings. Have you been doing the maths with the team to see if it's mathematically possible to try and actually win this championship this year?
To be honest, I don't look about the championship for the moment because I have more or less no chance to win it this year, and I accept it because we didn't do the perfect job in the beginning of the season, but now we do our best to win this race, to try to win this race, obviously, and I mean, let's do the max we can do for tomorrow's final, and we will see after the result for the championship.
Well, you've certainly done enough today. Like you say, pole in qualifying, 5 out of 5 race wins. And yeah, tomorrow's going to be another story. Pole on the Superheat A. You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, for sure. I will try to do my best during the Superheat. And yeah, I would like to say a big thank to the whole TB team and also my mechanic and my family who follow me from far or from here.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, Ellie Goldstein. Well done today.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, that rounds us up then for today. Plenty of action coming tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it. You can catch us live on motorsport.tv, YouTube, Facebook, anything like that. You can stay up to date with all the results on the IAME Euro Series webpage and, of course, ukart.io. But from us here today, Saturday here at Karting Genk, it is bye for now. We'll see you bright and early for the Superheats and finals here tomorrow.
This is the home of champions, Karting Genk. Who knows how it's going to unfold here in Belgium? Many junior and senior X30 contenders are going to be battling for the title, and we can expect nail-biting drama all the way.
Martinez for the lead! Martinez wins at Karting Genk! Let's find out. Here we go. Ducarata! He wins at Karting Genk. Away we go racing. Ruben Moyer's going to win.